been amateur hours in the theater, and there have been amateurs on the radio. But about a year ago, Major devised a new pattern of radio amateur hour, something that was entirely original and had never been done before. Major Bowes is, therefore, responsible for the present vogue for amateur hours on the air. It is his proud distinction to be the most copied radio personality to date. Major Bowes' own original amateur hour, presented tonight, is made possible by your purchases of Chase & Sanborn's Dated Coffee, the coffee you know is fresh. These amateurs exhibit their wares. You select the winners by your vote. There are two ways to vote. If you live in the vicinity of New York, you telephone your votes early and often. The number is Murray Hill 8, 9933. I repeat, Murray Hill 8, 9933. In addition, tonight is Chicago night. By special arrangement, Chicago listeners will also vote by calling Franklin 4900. That's Franklin 4900. These Chicago votes will be flashed to us within 5 minutes, and frequent bulletins will be read by Major. For those elsewhere, mailing ballots are supplied free at your grocer's. Or you may, of course, write in on your own stationery. Decide tonight which contestants you wish to vote for and get your official ballot from your grocer tomorrow. Remember, Chicago and vicinity call Franklin 4900. New York and metropolitan area call Murray Hill 8, 9933, and call quickly. Major will announce the names of the first two Chicago voters. Also, the names of the first two voters from the New York metropolitan area. The leaders in the voting will be given professional engagements in RKO Metropolitan Theater. So please help these deserving youngsters by voting early and often. I now present Major Bowes.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good evening, friends. This is the proudest moment I've ever known in radio, and I've been at the microphone for more than a decade. And by the same token, I feel a greater responsibility than ever before. Our proceedings, as you'll observe, are informal, without precedent. And you, within sound of my voice, are just as much a part of this show as these youngsters who come to the microphone. The studio's enormous. It seats, I don't know how many, a couple of thousand. And these amateurs, lacking experience, must stand before this great audience and give a performance. It's a task for a seasoned professional, much less a Simon Pure amateur. And so we need your help. We want your votes. Please telephone your choice. Telephone early. Telephone often. You decide the winners, and the winners will receive immediate professional engagement. The studio's crowded with friendly faces. There are millions listening. I'm going to repeat the telephone numbers again. In New York, it's Murray Hill 8, 9933. In Chicago, it's Franklin 4900. In this building, girls are sitting at 200 telephones to take your vote. There should be no line busy. Now, first to the microphone is the four-piece band, the Morris sisters, four little kid sisters, piano, two saxophones, and a trap drummer. And this drummer is a little girl as big as a minute and as cute can be. Watch her little spindle legs work. And so the wheel begins to spin. All right. All right. Paul Whiteman is leading the applause. Paul Whiteman is applauding harder than anybody. Those are the Morris sisters. Their little orchestra play the 12th Street Rag. Now, we have Percy Wood, Boer War veteran, who yodels. All right, Percy, let's hear the yodel.
Yodeling, 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 yodeling.
Well, we mustn't, we like your applause, but we mustn't applaud too long. That's Percy, the yodeler. He was through the Boer War, and we went through one of his yodels, so it's even Steven. All right. Now, what have we here? The merry-go-round is started. It's a crazy quilt, a grab bag. It's a whirligig, just a wheel of fortune. Around we go, each of us trying for the brass ring. I can promise nothing because I never know what's coming, but it's a lot of fun. The first telephone call from the New York area is Mr. Martin McLean, and the second call from the New York area is Miss Rose Wills. Thank you very much. Now we have Franklin Jensen, baritone. His application states that he's a photographer. Where were you born, Franklin?
I was born in the Virgin Islands, Major.
Which one? St. Thomas, St. Cross, St. John, where?
St. Thomas, Major.
You see, we touch every part of the United States in these amateur hours. You study singing?
No. Well, just a little bit to help my voice along. I've always wanted to sing ever since I was a little boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want to see him? A concert singer or stage, radio? What's your ambition?
Concert singer.
Now the Roland Hayes and Paul Robeson and Eddie Masters, huh?
Yes.
Well, in that case, you either want to sing The Glory Road or Deep River or Waterboy. They all do. We all know the songs, Paul, they want to sing. What do you want to sing?
Waterboy.
Waterboy, I thought so. All right, come on.
You Jack-o'-diamond, you Jack-o'-diamond, I knows you from old boys. Yes, I knows you from old. You robbed my pocket, son, robbed my pocket. Yes, robbed my pocket of a silver and gold. What a boy! Where are you hiding? If you don't come, why not tell your mammy? What a boy.
All right, that's Franklin Jensen, baritone. Franklin Jensen, baritone. Your applause is lovely, but if you drag it out too much, we're going to lose one or two numbers in the course of the evening. We have so much. Franklin Jensen, baritone from the Virgin Islands. He sang Waterboy. And remember, Murray Hill 89933, and in Chicago, Franklin 4900. Now, one of the noblest of all professions is that of teaching, and frequently one of the least appreciated. I say this having in mind a born teacher, Clyde Dorr, famous saxophone virtuoso. Saxophone, as you know, is a comparatively young instrument. The great symphonies, the older symphonies, have no parts written for saxophone, but it's an instrument with a human quality and is greatly loved and very effective. Now, Clyde Dorr's hobby is to teach the young idea how to toot, right? So I invited him here to bring some of his pupils, and he's got 3 boys, one 10, and the others are 15 each. That's a total of 40 years amongst the 3 of them. So we're going to have a saxophone trio. All right, fetch them on. All right. That's three boys, Lewis Smith, Arthur Parkman, and Maxwell Wexler, the saxophone amateurs. And from Chicago, we have the first bulletin. The first call from Chicago was Jack Hines. The second call from Chicago was Frank Berry, and they both voted for the Morris sisters. And that's quick work. And thanks, Chicago, very much indeed. Next week is Philadelphia week. You see, New York and vicinity always calls, but each Sunday night a different other city, all over the United States, Sunday by Sunday. Tonight, Chicago, and next week, Philadelphia, and so it goes on till it reaches San Francisco. And that'll be a night that I think I'll get up to my phone myself. But faster and faster swings our little merry-go-round. It's a big show, ladies and gentlemen, only a dime, 10 cents, a tenth part of a dollar. This way, neighbors, step on the inside of the show. It's going on all the time. Good for a pain in the hip, knee, or ankle, side, back, or chest. Thank you, sir, and you thank me. Neighbor, how'd you like the show? Terrible. That's what they all say, good people. Step on the inside and jump aboard. Now, let's see who's next. What's the application? Mary Miller. Application reads singer from Hamburg. You live in New York, Miss Miller?
Yes,
Mrs.
Mayor.
Miller, I suppose it is. That's your little baby, is it? That's your baby?
Yes.
Little
I
boy.
brought him along, Mayor, because I have nobody taking care of him. So
I see.
think
Well,
it'll be all right.
I'm sure it'll be all right. Don't look at me. I'm sure it'll be all right. But for a singer to step up to the microphone with a little boy indicates a story. What sort of singing do you do? Tell us about yourself.
Mezzo-soprano. Mezzo-soprano.
Mezzo-soprano.
You know, my husband used to be chief steward, and he traveled all over the country. On account of that, I never get a start, good to go to my career.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, moving around all over the country,
That's
of course,
what
you
it is.
can't, and I suppose your ambition is to sing, but sometimes in our ambitions we forget our real blessings. You'd be the happiest woman in the world if you were a prima donna, wouldn't you?
I would like to sing opera. If anybody would give me a chance,
I know, but how many opera singers would... Think of the opera singers that would give up
I
their
have
opera
been
singing if they could have a child like that. Hmm?
I never would miss my child for anything or any money in the world.
Wouldn't give up your child.
I wouldn't give up my child. But, well, my music not either.
Well, maybe you can eat your cake and have it too, huh? What do you want to sing?
I sing please.
All right, let's have it.
Trivo me in sommervel, og næster fra den her, og den hvor svarsen snow har flægt, på intimately lives the grain, på en mine, my fool's life. beg me, but only God can make a tree.
All right. That's Mrs. Mary Miller with a little boy who wants to be an opera singer. Who knows? The telephone's Murray Hill 89933, and in Chicago it's Franklin 4900. Now about auditions. Those in New York and vicinity should write, address your letter to Mesa Bowes Amateur Hour, care of National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, New York City, and state your qualifications. People who have unusual instruments are especially welcome. Tell us about yourself, and if your letter seems promising, we'll invite you to an audition. Please don't telephone for auditions. Write. Now, this is the application of Adele Kaplan. The application states at the age of 13, won 2 medals, graduated from the Julia Richmond High School, has taken nursery and kindergarten training and studied music, right?
Yes, Major.
You won 2 medals at the age of 13. Sunday school medal?
Oh, no.
Medal?
One was from public school, and the other one was from the Metropolitan League Association.
The what?
Metropolitan League Association.
Metropolitan League Association. Baseball.
No.
Oh, well, you have the looks. Whether you have a voice or not, we'll soon find out. What do you want to sing?
I carry you in my pocket.
Well, button up your overcoat, then. Come on.
I carry you in my pocket, in a locket of gold. There you remain till the sun grows cold. I take a little look each morning, and I take a little look each night, just to see if you're all right. I have such a tender feeling, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but when I look at you, dear, it's just like a lovely song. So I carry you in my pocket, in a locket of gold. There you remain till
All right. Well, your audience is behaving beautifully, I'll say that. I can't see a grouchy face in this whole hall. That was Adele Kaplan. Now we have the first telephone bulletin. First one that's come in from the New York area. The Morris sisters, Percy Wood, Gloria Berger, Franklin Jensen, and Clyde Dorff pupils. And here is the telephone call. The Morris sisters got 1,243 calls. Percy Wood, the yodeler, got 2. He didn't get a very good start. Matter of fact, the war that went against him. Gloria Berger, 344. Next time she'll be a bigger bouquet, and I'll telephone myself. Franklin Jensen from the Virgin Islands got 111, and the little amateur saxophonist, 47. So you see the calls are coming in now. That takes a little time to get them in motion, and we're very grateful. And as I look over at Paul Whiteman, who's worried about his performance tonight, hasn't faced an audience for so long, feels very much good. Now we got who? There he is. One-man band. Al Francis, the one-man band. You know, in starting these amateur hours, I started a vote for one-man band. I'm really proud of it, too, because all the kids are up in the attic digging out old hoop skirts and tin cans and amalgam fillings and pieces of hose and hose pipes and watering cans and making one-man bands out of it. Some are grand and some are terrible, but one thing is certain, they always have a lot of apparatus. This one has a bass drum and cymbals and an old bell trombone. I can't look at him and talk into the microphone at the same time. Paul, you haven't seen one of those for 20 years, I'll bet. Anyway, we'll see what he has to play. All right. Ooh. And I started a vote for one-man band. He's not only tone deaf, he's stone deaf. What will the ancient order of Hibernians do to me? My wild Irish rose. Help, police! That's Al Francis, the one... Say, who started that vote for one-man band? I'd like to find out who started it.
Major, may I interrupt for just a moment, please?
All right, Jimmy.
I think that everybody in here and everyone on the air should know that the first two calls from New York City, that from Mr. Martin McLean and the one from Miss Rose Wills, both voted for Major Bowes. That's two votes for the Major. Puts him in a class with a yodeler, I guess. Incidentally, Major, we have... Pardon?
That makes three of us.
That's three of us.
All right.
We have several telegrams here that I'd like to read at this time, and I think that it really is due you that they should be read. Here's one from Rosa Poncell. My dear Major, with so many achievements already to your credit, it seemed hardly possible that you could add to your laurels. But now your outstanding success in the radio world makes us say once again, bravo and heartiest congratulations. Stop. May you continue for a long time to watch over the striving amateurs and continue to guide those worthy of it into channels for serious study for a musical career. Signed, Rosa Poncell. And here's one from the governor of the state of New York, dated from Albany, Governor Herbert H. Lehman. It's addressed to Major Edward Bowes, and he says, I am glad to congratulate you on the inauguration of your new radio broadcast and to wish you the success that has characterized all your programs in the past. Signed, Herbert H. Lehman. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I said at the beginning that this is my proudest radio night, and so it is. Now we have who? Al Schuler, ladies' coat, your application says. What do you do with ladies' coats?
Well, I sell them, Major.
Hey, if you had to buy them, it wouldn't be so easy, would it? And you have an ambition to be a radio singer?
Oh, yes, I have, Major.
Have you had any experience in radio singing?
Well, I had a very unusual experience, Major. About a year ago, I answered an advertisement in the paper for some radio talent. But when I did get there, I saw this agent, and he gave me an audition. Well, a few days later, I see the postcard to see him about a sponsor for a program for me. Well, when I did get there, he greeted me at the door, 50 cents, please. Well, I gave him the 50 cents thinking I might have a job.
Didn't think you were worth $1 even, did you?
Well, when I did get in there...
That's very interesting. I must interrupt you because recently the fraudulent radio schools have been springing up, and they work a great injustice. Even for small sums, they get youngsters to come there. No doubt that is your experience. But make it a little briefer. What happened? Did you go on and pay him and take lessons?
Well, I did, and many others did also. Well, here was the beginning of the lesson. You know, he made the 30 or 40 of us stand up in back of his, in front of the seats, you know, and he got up in front of us and said, boys and girls, go this way.
You know, I could have him arrested for giving an impersonation of me. Well, go ahead. What is the second lesson, if any?
Well, I'll tell you, Major, he says, no matter where you go, I don't care if it's in a subway, in an elevator, or outside, anywhere you are. Don't be ashamed of the folks. Just go, ew!
Well, maybe I shouldn't call that school abroad. Maybe that's the standard. I'm not so sure. But anyway, I'm glad it came up because perhaps the people listening will beware of these fraudulent schools. They really do a great deal of damage. Now, in the meantime, after all those lessons, what do you want to sing?
Well, Major, I'd like to sing My Mother's Eyes.
Georgie Gessel song, huh?
That's right, Major. I think I can sing it just as well as he can.
Well, you won't get as much... Well, the one thing I'll promise you won't get as much money for singing this either. All right, come on, My Mother's Eyes.
On bright and guiding light that taught me wrong from right, I found in my mother's eyes. Most baby tales she told that brought all paved with gold, I found in my mother's eyes. Just like a wandering sparrow, one lonely soul, I'd walk the straight and narrow to reach my goal. God's gift sent from above, oh, unreal, unselfish love, I found in my mother's eyes.
All right, Al Schuler, who sells ladies' coats and imitates George Gibbet. All right, Jimmy?
Our operators will be on duty for another half hour, so there's still time for you to telephone your vote. Call Murray Hill 8-9933 in New York or Lafayette 7500 in Boston. Elsewhere throughout the United States and Canada, grocers have free ballots for you to use. Or you can vote by letter or postcard sent in care of your own station. Bear in mind the saving you can make by getting Chase & Sanborn's dated coffee in its new, inexpensive dated bag. The coffee is the same superb blend as always, and it reaches you at its best because its freshness is guaranteed by the dating plan. The only difference is the new bag and the lower price it makes possible. We save money by using a bag instead of an expensive can, and we pass the saving on to you. Try this rich, full-flavored coffee. Buy a bag of Chase & Sanborn's dated coffee tomorrow.
And until next Sunday, good evening, friends.
Information, please. Time to stump the experts. Each question accepted wins you $2. You can win, therefore, as much as $7 per question, if you're lucky and information, please, is not. Our master of ceremonies is Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Good evening, everybody. This is a very special night for information, please, because instead of the usual 4, we have 5 experts. Or anyway, we have 4 experts and Harpo Marx. Harpo has practically built his career on being dumb. And what right he has to be here tonight, I can't tell. I assure you I don't know what Harpo is going to say, or whether he's going to say anything. Harpo Marx will be supported by an all-star cast consisting of Franklin P. Adams, columnist of the New York Post, John Curran, sports expert and philologist, hi, Phil, Bernard Jaffe, teacher of science and author, and Oscar Levant, musical authority, composer, and baseball fan. Now, gentlemen, the rules. If you know the answer, raise your hand. Put your hand down, Harpo. A question composed of no more than 2 parts must be answered by one man. If it has more parts than that, the board may cooperate. But if any part is answered wrong, we lose $5. When you hear that cash register ring, That means the questioner is actually getting his $5. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, please remember that Information Please is a spontaneous and completely catch-as-catch-can program. We're off. The first question comes from Woodbury, New Jersey. Mrs. C.H. Waterbury of Woodbury, New Jersey. That sounds like a plant. Wants me to ask each member of the board for a loan of $5. So far, the plot is absolutely improbable. Now, I must be turned down by each of you gentlemen with a typical or appropriate remark. Let's make it $10. Who cares? Now, suppose I asked each of you to lend me $10. What would you reply? Mr. Levant, you have...
I would lend it to you, only it would spoil our friendship.
Oh, come. See if I can get 4 more. Mr. Jaffe.
I never knew there was so much money in the world.
That'll do. That's 2. Mr. Kieran. Quiet, Harpo. Mr. Kieran.
Neither a borrower nor a lender be.
That's very good. Mr. Marks is shaking hands with Mr. Kieran. All right, Harpo. You going to talk?
Oh, I can't give you
So you going to do that for the rest of the evening, Harpo? Don't know any more? All right, now you keep quiet. That'll do. That's 4. Mr. Adams, I have to get one out of you.
No.
All right. Second question from Mr. George Rudolph of New York City. Now, our studio pianist, listen carefully, boys. Our studio pianist is going to play a special arrangement of a medley of popular songs. And you are required to identify the individual selections as well as the song used as the accompaniment throughout, which later emerges as a melody. I hope that's entirely clear. Are you ready, studio pianist? Go ahead. All right, Mr. Levant. He did that. I want the names of the songs.
Look for the silver lining. Sally.
Look for the silver lining from Sally is correct. Can I have another one?
Do the next part right after. Please.
Mr. Levant?
Shake the Cheek.
Shake the Cheek, yes, from?
Shake the Cheek from, Shake the Cheek. Top Hat.
Yes, Top Hat. Irving Berlin. That's quite right. That's 2. We're doing very well. Let's have a little more.
Waving. No, not the beginning.
Got it now? Mr.
This
Levant?
part. The Song in My Heart, which is the accompaniment late at the beginning.
That is correct. Now let's see if we can get there's still another to be named.
Do the last 2 bars. Yeah. The last 4 bars, I mean.
Oh, make it 6. We don't care. We have lots of time.
Can't take that away from me.
You don't have to sing it. Sing it. That's quite correct. And with a song in my heart as a recurrent theme. Pretty good. The next question from Mr. Joe Hunt, again of this city. Mr. Hunt wants you to mention 5 books or plays. You know what a book is, Mr. Mark. Name 5 books or plays whose titles indicate an occupation. Maybe we can get something out of Harpo on this one. 5 books or plays whose titles indicate an occupation. Mr. Adams.
Tinker Tailor.
That's quite correct. Who wrote the book? A.P. Herbert. Very good, Mr. Adams. Thank you. Mr. Kieran.
American Doctor's Odyssey.
An American Doctor's Odyssey. Who wrote that book?
Dr. Heisey.
That's correct. Oh, there's Harpo again. Harpo, do you know anything? Oh, the farmer. That's right. The Farmer Takes a Wife. That's quite correct. It was a play. It ran a year or 2 ago. That's 3. Mr. Jaffe.
The Horse and Buggy Doctor by Hertzler.
Oh, you're sticking to doctors. All right. That's
I
4.
need them tonight.
We have to name 5 altogether. All right, Oscar. Mr. Levant.
The man with the hoe, Edwin Markham.
He has an occupation? Yes, I suppose it would be a
What do you
farmer.
do
That
with
would
a
be
hoe?
perfectly all right. Can't seem to stick him. Harpo, can I get you to answer? He says no. All right. Harpo, put that banana away.
You're lucky he doesn't eat the microphone.
The next question for Mr. William Stahl of Chicago, Illinois. Finish with that banana. We can't go on to the question, Harpo, until you finish your banana. All right, and keep that orange out, too. Now, the next one. Suppose a man is as lazy as Stepin Fetchit. A man as lazy as Stepin Fetchit, and as thirsty as W.C. Fields. And suppose he looks out of a window, and suppose he observes an open barrel of wine 50 feet below, 50 feet. He has available a narrow rubber tube 55 feet long. How should he go about quenching his thirst? This is the darndest situation. Now, is that all clear, Mr. Jeffrey?
Well, I imagine he could throw that pipe out, that rubber tube, rather, into the barrel and suck. Draw up the wine. So, that would only go about 34 feet, though.
Yeah, what would he do with that? So far, you're all right.
He could walk downstairs.
No, I can't. No elevator. No, I can't.
No elevator.
What's he going to do from that point on? He's got to stay where he is. Now, he's got his wine 34 feet up. Fine situation.
Oh, I know. He could hold on to the end of the rubber tube that he has.
Yeah?
Then lift the tube up and empty the contents of that pipe into any container that he has.
That would be quite correct. Though it seems to me to be a pretty tough job for him to handle 55 feet of tube and 34 feet of wine in an ordinary small room.
Be cheaper for him to dive.
Yes, much easier. Fifth question. From Mr. Dwight Hutchinson of Marblehead, Massachusetts. You have to identify the following 5 persons or literary characters. Literary, Mr. Marks, literary. 1. Who lived on a column? Mr. Marks says the Franklin Theater. Oh, Mr. Kieran got that one, too. There's still another, Mr. Kieran. Do you know who it was?
Yes, besides FPA, there was St. Simon Stylites.
Yes, that's quite correct. Who lived in a tub? Mr. Adams?
Diogenes.
Diogenes, or any one of those 3 gentlemen, Rub, Dub, or a Dub, who lived in a tub, remember them? 3 men in a tub? How about the man who lived in a coffin? A coffin, Mr.
I know a very fantastic character in a book that nobody's read, in which there's a man who lives in a coffin called Solal.
Pardon?
Solal, S-O-L-A-L.
Did he live in a coffin?
Yeah, the grandfather. He gouged his eyes and he lived in a...
You've got me. That's perfectly possible.
It's true.
All right. I'm not denying it. There is perhaps a more famous character, known to anyone who has been to the films recently, who lived in a coffin.
A producer.
Don't know. I'll accept yours, subject to correction. But it's Dracula. You stick to that, eh? It's Dracula who lived in a coffin. Well, that's 3. Who lived in a gingerbread house? Who lived in a gingerbread house? Mr. Adams?
The Witch.
Yes, in what play or novel?
Hansel and Gretel.
In Hansel and Gretel. And who lived in a tree? Who lived in a tree? Mr. Marks. You know? Come on, talk. Tell me. Maybe we can get him to talk finally. Oh, I get it. Tarzan. Yeah, Tarzan. That's right. Tarzan. No wonder you never learned to talk, Harper. You do so well without it. Take your hat off. 6. From Mrs. Elspeth Dunn of Hewlett, Long Island. Oh, this is a dandy. Explain why a G-man afflicted with mulierose tendencies. Mulierose, M-U-L-I-E-R-O-S-E, might be tempted to resign if assigned to arrest an auricumus mal. Auricumus? A-U-R-I-C-O-M-U-O-U-S, mal, M-O-L-L. My God, they all know it. Mr. Adams.
His wife might object.
I don't get it. Would you mind explaining? You just guessed at that one, Mr. Adams.
Yes, I guess I'm wrong.
I'm not saying. If you can explain your answer.
How far does the tube go?
Oh, you're still there, are you? If you can explain your answer, Mr. Adams.
I think mulieros would be wifely.
No, just almost the opposite at times. A man with mulierose tendency is one who is exceedingly fond of ladies. Not necessarily his wife, though at times, yes.
I'm old-fashioned about that.
All right. Mr. Kieran, the new-fashioned Mr. Kieran.
Well, what was that kind of lady you said?
That was no lady. That was an auriculus mall.
Auriculus, nothing. An auricumus. Auricomous. Mrs. Elspeth Dunn is going to get $5.
That's a blonde.
That's right. That's right. And what would it mean?
Well,
Purple. Goodness gracious. That's right. In other words, a man with mulierose tendencies is one who's exceedingly fond of ladies, and
he wouldn't want to arrest a blonde.
Auricumus Marlowe. Perfectly correct. Yes, that's quite correct. Now, the next question is a musical one. Mr. E. Willard Layton of Brooklyn, New York, wants you to play the principal theme in the indicated movement of the following piano concertos. 1, the principal theme from the rondo or third movement of the Beethoven G Major Concerto number 4. Any of you can do that? Can any of you do it? Harpo can't do it, Mr. Levant. Don't be silly. All right, Mr. Levant, go and try it. The principal theme from the rondo or third movement of the Beethoven G Major Concerto number 4. That right? That's right. Second. Mr. Levant, do you want to try the second without knowing what's going to be? Take a chance? All right. The second theme of the third movement of Rachmaninoff's C minor concerto number 2.
Everybody knows that.
I don't know it. Harpo doesn't know it. Is that right? Right? Harpo says it's right. Now I'm going to ask you, Mr. Levant, if you can, or Mr. Kieran, or Mr. Adams, Mr. Jaffe, to play the first theme of the first movement of Liszt's E-flat concerto. You can't play it, Harpo. You can play it? Harpo is going over the piano. Get together, boys, get together. Is that right? Well, what's Harpo doing? That's Harpo. I can see that. Get away. And finally, the second theme from the second movement of the Gershwin Concerto in F. Don't tell me you know that too, Harpo. He's going over the piano again. Going to spoil my program for me, I know it. One of them is right. One of them is right. Thanks very much. I'm awfully glad you didn't bring your harp. But so far, we haven't thrown them for a loss at all. See what we can do now. Oh, a chicken bone. Harpo's brought his dinner with him. No, his supper. The next question from Gertrude Craig Roberts of Overbrook, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Give the source or the author of the following quotations about the fair. The fair means the fair sex. 1. Oh, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars. Who knows that? Mr. Adams, don't you know that?
Shakespeare.
No, that's wrong. Well, that's going to cost us $5 right off the reel, and I'm glad to get them down for a loss of $5. Let's take the next one. Give the, that one, by the way, is from Marlowe's Faustus, Mr. Adams. Remember it?
Not at the moment.
All right. 2. Take her up tenderly, Lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. All right, Mr. Adams, redeem yourself.
Thomas Hood.
Yes, what poem?
Bridge of Sighs.
That's quite correct. And how about this one? Fat, fair, and 40. Fat, fair, and 40. Don't know that. That's a tough one. What would catch him on that?
Minsky.
No, Mr. Levant, not Minsky.
Sheridan.
Mr. Adams, what'd you say?
Sheridan.
No. No, it comes from a novel called St. Ronan's Well by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 7, if you must. You knew that, Mr. Kieran.
No, but I've heard of St. Ronan's Well.
Well, that's half the battle.
I've heard of Chapter 7.
See if you can get the next one. A maiden fair to see, the pearl of minstrelsy. Mr. Adams?
HMS Pinafore.
That's quite correct. And 5, and last, you're the fairest in the land. You're the fairest in the land. Don't know that, Mr. Kieran, eh?
Yeah, I just heard it.
Not from Harpo, surely. I can't get him to say a word. No?
It's in Snow White.
No, that's wrong. Knew you'd say that. No, it's one of the lines in By Mere Bis du Chien. Harpo knew it all along. We've got that $5 rung up. Going to Miss Roberts at Philadelphia. The next question from C. Hyde of New York City. I'm going to ask you to quote from 4 songs, to quote sentences or phrases mentioning at least 2 colors each, excluding college songs. And excluding There's a Rainbow in the Sky, Mr. Adams. I saw that in your eye. All right, Mr. Levant.
Oh, gray mare.
2 colors. 2 colors.
Brown eyes, why are you blue?
All right. That's 1. Mr. Adams.
The red, white, and blue.
Yes, 3 cheers for the red, white. You know 1, Harpo? Forgot it, eh? That's right. It's on your old gray bonnet with a blue ribbon on it. That's pretty good. We got another one. All right, Harpo, let's have it.
Darling, I'm growing older.
Darling, I'm growing older. Silver threads, I get it. Silver threads among the gold. That's 4. Mr. Levant?
It's not in the title, but in the lyric. Does that count?
It's all right.
Roses red, violets are blue, sugar sweet, honey,
Is that a
so
song?
are you. By Gershwin.
I thought there's something you're writing an album.
By Gershwin.
Oh, by Gershwin.
Yes,
that's quite
for
good. That's 5. Let's have another one for good luck. Mr. Adams. Oh, Harpo. All right, he cedes his place to Mr. Adams.
The Blue and the Gray by Paul Dresser.
Is it a song?
Yes, sir.
All right with me. Is that all right, Harpo? It's a song. Okay.
One lies dead at Appomattox.
Didn't ask you for that. Next question. What one is that? Whistle's fine. Whistle's fine. Save that for the next question, Harpo. Okay. Next question from Mr. Everett F. Taft of Princeton Junction, New Jersey. I'm going to ask you to name the great man and the scientific principle associated with each of the following. 1, a pea garden. A pea garden. Name the scientific man and principle associated with a pea garden. Mr. Jaffe?
The principle is the principle of genetics, heredity.
Yes.
And I know the man's name. Now, let's see. He was the abbot of Brunn.
Yes. How about his name?
Let's see if I can get his name now.
You're all right so far.
I'll think of it as we go along.
All right. How about trying the next one? Name the great man and scientific principle associated with a right-angled triangle. With a right-angled triangle. Mr. Kieran?
Yes, it was an Italian who was working on the theory of the pendulum.
A right-angled triangle. No, I'm afraid I'll have to call you wrong on that one, Mr. Kieran. A rarity for me and a great pleasure, I assure you. No, the answer is Pythagoras, who in the 6th century proved that the square of the hypotenuse, do you remember, is equal to the sum of the squares of the arms. High school students have been worried about that eternal triangle ever since. How about the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Mr.
Galileo.
Galileo, yes. And what's the principle
he proved was that objects fall at the same rate of speed no matter what their weights happen to be. That is, a feather and a cannonball will fall at the same rate.
Quite correct. I never believed it, but I know it's true. It's in the book. Mm-hmm. And 4, a milkmaid. A milkmaid. Mr. Jaffe.
Well, you might speak of Dr. Jenner.
Yes.
and
Make up your mind.
smallpox.
Yes. How did he happen to...
Well, he noticed that milkmaids never contracted the smallpox, but they did contract certain warts on their hands.
Yes, from handling cows. That's
from
right.
handling cows, yes.
That's correct.
The principle of vaccination, of course, is a principle involved.
Derived from that. That's
Yes.
quite correct. Now, do you remember who the man was involved in the principle of genetics?
I know him as well as my name. I just can't think of him. Just
What's your
Jeffy.
name?
Oh,
Mr. Kieran.
Well, isn't that the Mendelian
That's
theory?
right, Mendel.
Yes, Gregor Mendel. Well, we got 3 out of 4. That's going to cost us $5. The next question from Mr. A. Solomon of New York City. You're asked to name a musical composition dealing with each of the following objects. I guess you'd call them objects. 1, the bee. A bee. Mr. Levant.
Rimsky-Korsakov, The Flight of the Bumblebee.
Yes. And didn't Bach write something about a bee?
No, Schubert did. I don't know if Bach did or not.
Wasn't there a mass in B minor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, the flea. The flea. Didn't like that one, eh? All right, Mr. Levant, the flea.
Mussorgsky, Shalyapin made that song quite his own and famous.
Yes, Song of the Flea, that's correct. 3, a roach. A roach. A roach. Harper, you don't want to whistle again, do you? Oh, now I get it. That's right, La Cucaracha, that's correct. The famous Mexican folk song, La Cucaracha, is about a roach. 4, a bat. A bat. Oh, Harpo, he knows everything. Don't know that one? Mr. Adams.
The Fledermaus.
Yes, Fledermaus by whom?
Strauss.
That's quite correct. Harpo, do you have another? I don't get that.
Take me out to the ball
Oh,
game.
yes. Oh, that I see. Harpo, if I could only get you to say Casey at the bat. 5, a cuckoo. A cuckoo. Mr. Levant.
I don't know how to pronounce it. D-A-Q-U-I-N.
Daquin. That'll
Thank
do.
you. Thank you, Hank.
That's all right, Oscar. And how about the name of the song that Daquin wrote about the cuckoo?
The cuckoo.
Correct. 5 out of 5. Next question. This comes from Miss Eleanor Fitzgerald of Gorham, New York. What methods were used in bringing up each of the following children? What methods were used in bringing up each of the following children? The children of the old woman who lived in a shoe. What methods used? Mr. Adams.
She spanked them roundly and put them to bed.
Soundly, not roundly. That'll do. 2, the baby who changed into a pig from Alice in Wonderland. Baby who changed into a pig. Don't know that one? Don't know that one, eh? Remember, Mr. Adams, you're the Alice in Wonderland expert. Remember, speak harshly to your little boy and beat him when he sneezes? That was the method used in bringing up the baby who changed into a pig in Alice in Wonderland. That's one wrong. 3, the elephant's child in the Kipling story of that name. The elephant's child in the Kipling story of that name. You know that? I'll have to give it to you. His aunt, the ostrich, and his uncle, the giraffe, and his aunt, the hippopotamus, and his uncle, the baboon, and his father and mother spanked him. They all spanked him for his satiable curiosity. It's from Just So Stories by Kipling. Not so good on children, gentlemen. Very well. What methods were used in bringing up Pip, the hero of Dickens's novel Great Expectations? Very simple method. He was brought up by hand. Brought up by hand by his foster parents, the Gargery. And finally, how was Topsy in Uncle Tom's Cabin brought up? Mr. Kieran?
She just grows.
Yes, that's right. Well, we got 3 wrong out of 5 on that. $5 goes to Miss Eleanor Fitzgerald of Gorham, New York. How about this one? This from Harriet R. Platt of East Orange, New Jersey. Mention 5 cruelties that occur daily in the kitchen. For example, beating the eggs. Get it? Pretty clever, eh? Mr. Adams.
Whipping the cream.
Whipping the cream is 1. Mr. Levant.
Mine's sentimental. Tearing a herring.
Tearing a herring will do. I'll let that one go. Mr. Jaffe. Mr. Jaffe.
Deviling an egg.
Deviling an egg. Yes, that might be cruelty. Yes, that's quite correct. Bedeviling would be even better. Mr. Levant.
This is precious now. Pressing a duck. You know, a duck press.
Yes, but I don't think that pressing is necessarily cruel. Sometimes just the opposite, as a matter of fact. I won't accept that one. That's 3 so far, Mr. Kieran.
Mashing potatoes.
Mashing potatoes, yes, that's 4. Have to get one more. One more. Oh, I can think of lots of them. Harpo, can I get one out of you? What? Taking the eyes out of potatoes. Oh, yes, taking the eyes out of potatoes. I get it. 5 will do, that's right. And sometimes, in badly regulated kitchens, perhaps, killing the odor would do, yes. Well, that's 5 out of 5. Now, the next one comes all the way from Rochester, New York, from Alexander J. Twizdowski. This is a tough one. A witness testified that as he entered the unlit corridor of the building during late twilight, he noted that the defendant wore a red hat, but he was unable to distinguish the color of her coat, which was known to be blue. Why would you disbelieve the witness's testimony? I'm completely lost by this time. Mr. Kieran, have you followed me?
Well, that probably has to do with the visibility of the comparative visibility of red and blue at that time of day in the setting rays of the sun. And
yes,
evidently, the man who said that he distinguished something red and could not distinguish something blue was lying, because it would be easier to distinguish blue in that light than red.
That's perfectly correct.
Oh,
how
I guessed
did you know
that beautifully.
Did you know that all along? That's pretty good. Mr. Jaffe, do you know the scientific principle involved there?
Yes.
Do you know what it's called? Who discovered
reflection and absorption of light. The only light in twilight is a blue light, and that's the only light that will be reflected from an object, and therefore all he could see was a blue object. Couldn't see the red. The red would appear as black.
Well, it would disappear. The visibility would disappear more quickly in fading light. Do you know what that effect is called and who discovered it?
Colorblind.
No. I see what you mean. It was a man named Purkinje. Did you ever hear of Purkinje?
Never heard of him.
Wrote just a song at twilight.
I'm afraid that's all we'll have time for tonight, gentlemen and Mr. Marks. Information, please, seems to have lost how much? $15. Next Tuesday evening, the Board of Experts is going to consist of Mr. Adams again, Mr. Kieran again, Mr. Mark Duffield of the New York Herald Tribune, and as our guest of honor, Mr. Oswald Jacoby, who is the #1 ranking bridge expert in the United States for the last 4 years, as I understand it. And now, Mr. Cross, will you take the mic and remind our audience of the rules once more? Information, please, thanks you and asks you to come again.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. We meet again next week at 8:30 for another battle of the public versus the experts. Please send us questions, any number of them, with the correct answers. And don't get worried if our editorial staff changes or edits your question slightly. Remember, $2 per question if we use it, and an additional 5 spot if the board flops on it. All questions become the property of Information Please. Send them to Information Please, NBC, Radio City, New York. Until next Tuesday evening at 8:30, good night, all. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Alka-Seltzer, first aid for the relief of headaches, acid indigestion, and muscular aches and pains. Alka-Seltzer brings you Hilltop House. This is Sandy Becker reminding you that warm weather menus may change from heavy pot roast to light tossed salads, from freshly baked pies to chilled melons. Yet hot weather can still tempt you into eating unwisely, and the result can be acid indigestion. So how's your Alka-Seltzer supply, ladies? Remember, speedy Alka-Seltzer for relief when acid indigestion comes along. Let Alka-Seltzer help you feel better fast. Alka-Seltzer has instant alkalizing action to reduce excess acidity in the stomach in a hurry, and to ease that uncomfortable feeling. And Alka-Seltzer is soothing and settling to an acid-upset stomach. It works with gentle action. So next time you're uncomfortable with after-meal acid indigestion, try a glass of sparkling, tangy Alka-Seltzer for fast relief. 1 or 2 tablets dissolve in a glass of water to make a refreshing, effervescent solution. It's pleasant to take, too, really refreshing. So get a package of Alka-Seltzer from your druggist. And then, when unwise eating causes acid indigestion, be wise Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. And now, Hilltop House.
Julie?
Oh, Mr. Claver?
Uh-huh. I hear you got an appointment that's going to take you away from the orphanage, but if you don't mind, I'd like a few words with you first.
Oh, well, please come right in.
Thank you. Well, Julie, now that my niece Gladys is here helping out, I'd kind of like to hear a report on her capabilities. And if you got some complaints, don't you hold back on them. I'd like to hear them, too.
Well...
Oh, yeah, now, Julie, since you're thinking so hard and so long to come up with an answer, because you got no objections to my niece so far. And that's fine, because I don't want you worrying about the orphanage. You got plenty on your mind with your marriage, only a week off. And say, I heard Reed just got back from a little trip. He go up on business?
In a way, yeah.
He's a humdinger, that feller. You know that Pearson property over on Maple Street? Well, everybody was saying he was a fool to buy it. And I'm telling you, I thought for sure he'd made a mistake that time. Well, have you heard a soda pop factory's opening up in Glendale and going to build on that land? Yeah. And Reed's the boy who sold him a bill of goods to set up here instead of Madison City. Oh, I tell you, he's a smart feller. And he's so young, too. Some people call him lucky, you know. But I say you gotta have something to go with the luck, and Reed's got it. Oh, he is a humdinger.
I think he's pretty nice.
That's rich. Well, now about my niece.
Well, I think it's too soon to give any real criticism. She feels nervous about taking over, but that's to be expected because I'm still here.
Well, now, if you've got anything you'd like to tell her and you don't want to say it straight to her, why, I'd be glad to take the criticism and pass it along. Now, mind you, Julie, we all understand she's trying to take over your job as best she can. And don't forget, we're considering Gladys a temporary substitute till somebody more qualified comes along. Providing Gladys don't turn out right. Now, I'm saying she will, though.
Well, the big test will come when she has to deal with problems. Since she's had the experience of raising a child, that will be of help.
Yeah, she's been a good mother. Got a fine boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problems of orphans are a little different sometimes.
Oh, no, not too different. And my niece ain't one to pass over a problem. And you know she ain't too proud to come for help when it's over her head. And if you're away, then she'll go straight to Grace Dolben. Now, Gladys is a lot smarter than she looks and sounds. And I believe you can leave Hilltop in her hands in full confidence, Julie.
Well, to be quite frank, I'd feel more reassured if your niece had had some experience in child guidance, in addition to being a mother.
Oh, well, now, Julie can't have everything, you know. You're up on the book learning, and she's had the experience of being a mother, so, well, that way you sort of balance each other. But you remember my words, Julie. My niece will turn out to be a big surprise to folks. She'll take hold. All she needs is the time.
Mm-hmm. Will you excuse me?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Julie. It's me again.
Oh, hello, Nina.
More snags on the dinner party.
Oh.
I wish you could come over and help me decide something.
Well, right now, I'm going over to Reed. He's expecting some people at 4.
Well, couldn't you manage a few minutes to stop here first? So I don't wind up with half of Glendale mad at me because they didn't get invited to a dinner party for you?
Well, all right. I'll come by for a minute. I'll see you soon.
Julie, don't let me keep you if you got things to do. I know a bride don't never have enough time, so you go along about your work and business, and I'll finish up my visit with Gladys. I see she's out in the garden swing.
Will you remind her that I've promised the children a picnic supper? And if she wants to get things ready for it, I'd appreciate it.
A picnic supper, Hey, that's a nice little treat. Yeah, sure, I'll remind her, Julie. Say, you go ahead. Don't you worry about a thing. Have yourself a nice time.
Right.
And you give my greetings to Reed, huh?
I will. Thank you, Mr.
A picnic supper. But they'll have hot dogs and toasted buns and pickles and maybe some corn.
Hello, Uncle Frank.
I'm coming down there to sit, Gladys.
Oh, it's so pleasant and cool out here.
That's one of the nice things here. You can always find some cool, shady spot.
Yeah, well, move over, Gladys, and I'll sit with you.
Well, do you think this...
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Miss Julie.
Over to visit with her cousin Nina. That's Dr. Jeff Browning's wife.
Yes, I know. He's our doctor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and after that, Julie's going to her fiancé's house. Some folks are dropping in. Julie's marrying an important man, yes, sirree.
What'd she say about me?
Well, you're behaving all right because she didn't find no fault. She's pleased so far, and I'm confident the whole orphanage board's going to feel the same.
Well, I'm trying my best to please, but something you said to Mrs. Dolben makes me feel bad.
Oh, now what's that?
Well, you spoke like I'm only a temporary replacement, and I wanted to feel I was the real head matron.
Gladys, what I tell Mrs. Dolben and Julie don't have to be what you and me know.
What does that mean?
Well, now, you got to understand diplomatic relations when you're dealing with matters of public affairs.
Huh?
Well, what I'm saying is when you got a goal in mind, I mean, when I got that goal in mind and I want things to work out, I just don't take folks into my confidence too much. I give it to them little by little, so I don't run into any extra opposition, you see?
I think so.
The way things are, Mrs. Dolben and Julie would be a lot more critical if they figured you were here permanent. By figuring it's only temporary, they'll let things go by easy like. You get me?
Oh, Uncle Frank. You're just the smartest man there ever was for knowing just how to do things right.
Well, I do my best. But you won't make a mistake listening to me.
Of course I will. But I want you to know that there are things around Hilltop I don't like one little bit, and I'm going to change them.
Move over, you're crowding me. You just wait till Julie leaves to be married.
Don't you worry about that, Uncle Frank. I've got them all thinking that I want to keep everything just like it is. And I'm not worried the least little bit now about managing. You won't be sorry you got me in here.
But, Julie, you don't understand. Dr. Oliver and Dr. Pringle and Dr. Sampson are all on the staff of the private hospital, but I can't manage that large a dinner party.
Well, then make it a buffet.
Dinner parties are so much more elegant. I'm tired of buffets. Everybody's been giving them. Aren't you tired of them?
Well, if your heart is set on the dinner party...
Then I'm right back where I started. Oh, why did Jeff have to go and invite the Olivers? He started this mess because I wasn't going to ask anybody from the hospital staff. Now I have to ask them all. Oh, my husband can be so doggone frustrating. Oh, I'm mad at him today for everything.
Oh, I think you'll get over it. Nina, has he got the specialist report on Reed?
Do you think he'd tell me anything? I told him we're both so anxious to hear, and when would the report come, and do you know what he answered?
What?
When it gets here.
Oh.
And what's more, he's implying it's his business and I can keep my nose out. Oh, he can be so maddening. You know, I'll bet that report will come in and he'll tell Reed and we won't know a thing about it.
Well, that'll be all right with me if it's a good report. Well, let's not think about it anymore. Reed's got some new medicine that stops his dizzy spells in a minute and he feels very good about that.
But I know you're worried. You act as if everything's okay, but I can tell.
Well, honestly, I'm trying not to worry. Reed seems so well, and I don't want that report to be just hanging over us like a cloud. Now, what other problems are there in this dinner party that have got to be settled right now?
Oh, it'll have to be a buffet. The dinner party's out the window. Well, anyway, tomorrow's the family dinner, and that's just the four of us.
Special delivery for Dr. Jeff Browning.
Oh, excuse me, Julie. It's the postman. I'll be right back. Bye. Special delivery letter from Dr. Bernays. It must be about Reed. Oh, gee, won't Julie be glad? Oh, no. No, maybe I hadn't better tell her. I don't know what's inside. I'll be right with you, Julie.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of Hilltop House. Do you ever have one of those days when everything seems to go wrong?
Yes, and that's usually when I have a headache. Just like the other day, I had a nagging headache. An unexpected guest dropped in.
And you weren't prepared.
No, because of my headache, I had put off cleaning the house. But it all worked out.
How so?
One of my guests had some Alka-Seltzer in her purse. She suggested I try it. I did, and in almost no time, I felt fine again. I was so pleased I invited them for dinner.
Ladies, when a headache gets you down, why not let Speedy Alka-Seltzer help you feel better fast? Alka-Seltzer contains an effective pain reliever, one of the most useful and helpful known to medical science. And remember, tests prove the system absorbs more of this pain reliever faster from Alka-Seltzer. So for pleasant, fast headache relief, turn to Speedy Alka-Seltzer. You can get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore, by the glass at the fountain, by the package at the counter. Speedy Alka-Seltzer for fast headache relief. And now let's return to our story for a moment. As Julie left Nina's house to go along to Reed's, her cousin ran back and looked at that important letter.
Oh, I wish I could open it. I wonder if I dare.
Be sure to tune in tomorrow to another exciting episode of Hilltop House, written by Addie Richton and Lynn Stone. Julie is played by Jan Miner, and Janice Gilbert is Nina. Don't let a vitamin shortage rob you of your normal energy and pep. A vitamin shortage, you know, is one of the common causes of that tired-out, listless feeling. You can correct a vitamin shortage with one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets. Taken daily, they can give you all you normally need to take of all the vitamins proved necessary. Can protect you from a vitamin deficiency. They're easy to take in tablet form. One-a-day multiples are smooth-coated tablets that leave no unpleasant aftertaste. And they now contain vitamin B12. So at any drugstore, get the vitamins in the blue box with a big red 1. Guard against vitamin deficiency with one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets. Take them regularly, every day. Listen to Hilltop House tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday. Sandy Becker speaking. And remember, America now listens to 110 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS radio network.
Now, here's an important time change announcement. If you live in a community which has not been observing daylight saving time, beginning next Monday, September 25th, the Goldbergs will come to you 1 hour later than it now comes to you. If your community has been observing daylight saving time, there will be no change of course. This program will come to you at the same time as always.
It's important to have a radiantly fresh, attractive-looking complexion, and it's wise to use Camay, the gentle, thorough cleansing soap that helps bring out the natural beauty of your complexion. Try Camay, the safe, effective aid to complexion loveliness.
If you wonder what to do about a certain problem that's troubling you today, why not sit down and ask yourself, When tomorrow comes, what will I wish I had done today? That will help you believe that life can be beautiful. Life can be beautiful. An inspiring message of faith drawn from life, written for you each weekday by Carl Bixby and Don Becker. Brought to you by Ivory Flake. I want to tell you about a pair of stockings that belonged to Miss Helen Lupton. Now, these stockings were treated very hard by day. Miss Lupton's a nurse, you see, so her stockings had to walk an awful lot, climb stairs, and stretch and bend. But to make up for the way her stockings were treated in the daytime, Miss Lupton took good care of her stockings every night. Yep, every single night she washed these stockings out in gentle suds of pure ivory flakes. You see, Miss Lupton wanted her stockings to wear a long time. After she'd worn them for 143 miles, they were still in good condition. That was their way of saying thank you for the wonderful care they got every night. See, Miss Lupton heard about ivory flakes when she took part in a stocking endurance test, the Berkshire Knitting Mill stage. Berkshire Knitting Mills, you know, make those beautiful Berkshire silk stockings. Well, they made this important rule during the stocking test. They made each girl promise to wash their stockings every night in ivory flakes. Berkshire, you see, believes that nightly washing with this pure flake soap helps keep the silk thread strong, helps you get long wear. Well, Miss Lupton followed that rule, and looky, what happened? She got 143 miles of wear from one pair of stockings. To say, Miss Lupton says she's delighted because she proved to herself that you can really get a lot of wear even from sheer stockings with the proper care. She says, quote, "You can take my word for it. Washing stockings every night with ivory flakes is going to be a regular part of my life from now on. It only takes a minute or two, and it's a real saving," unquote. So, look, why not do as Miss Helen Lupton did? Use ivory flakes for your stockings every night, too. Get the thrifty large-size box and begin tonight. We can promise you this. With good hose to start with, and, of course, barring accidents, this nightly care with pure ivory flakes will help you get extra miles of wear from every pair. Now again, life can be beautiful. Chi-Chi and Stephen Hamilton are low in spirits today. They tried to get work. It was a pathetic effort because Stephen is still in his wheelchair and Chi-Chi isn't well equipped for a job. Until his accident, Stephen had a splendid chance to resume his law career in the office of Myron Henderson. After that, he wasn't wanted. Oddly enough, Stephen's accident brought him an offer from lawyer George Moore. But Stephen refused it because he believes the man is a shyster who wants to gain sympathy from juries with a crippled assistant. Seems as though Stephen was right because Moore also tried to persuade Chi-Chi to cash in on her recent publicity by accepting a theatrical engagement. Well, it's hard to have to refuse work for the sake of principles, especially when any other job is so hard to get. Now, the next day, morning in the slightly red bookshop. Crisp, cool morning, warmed by bright sunlight. No kind of a day for sadness and disillusionment. But Chi-Chi doesn't appear to be very happy as she sits curled up in Papa David's big leather chair. Old David Solomon walks back toward her slowly, sadly, wagging his head.
Well, lady, so you ain't finding it easy to be happy even on a nice morning like this? Crying with such big wet tears ain't the best way for starting out a new day, darling. Now, look, are you wanting Papa David's extra big handkerchief for wiping away the ice? No. Then it ain't having any fancy lace edges, body's big, and it's absolutely okay for crying. And on account, you couldn't roll it up in a little ball like that one.
Papa David, where's Stephen?
Oh, he's in the back, Chi-Chi, in his room, reading something or writing something, I don't know.
Josh, it was awful the way Stephen and me tried to find somebody that wanted us, and nobody did. I don't care so much for myself. I mean, I'm okay, but Stephen's still in a wheelchair. Must be awful to be like that and get the idea that nobody wants you. No worse place to do.
There's nothing worse, lady.
You keep on calling up lawyers and asking them.
Yeah, like a bulldog he was with the telephone in his seat and he wouldn't let it go. Even with his heart breaking up after every time he called the lawyer's office. And there was the same answer. No. He still kept
Why
on.
didn't he just quit after a while when he saw there wasn't any use?
Quit, Chichi? You know, once when we were alone in the bookshop before you came to live with us, I was maybe had a little sneaking notion that Stephen was like you said, a quitter on account he wouldn't brace up. But then you came, and now it's different. You see, Leighton, you said call up the lawyer's offices, so Stephen gave out with the promise that he would. So he did?
Yeah, and nothing happened. Guess I bet it would have been better if I kept my mouth shut. But right if I got to go around buttoning other people's lives, telling them what to do, and making them feel worse than they did before.
Teacher Leighton, the future is like a thick veil between us and the tomorrows that are yet to come. What's coming, we don't know. Only what we can see and touch and put our hands on. Mm-hmm. And one of the things is what you give out with saying to Stephen. Don't sit down and hold the hands and wait for life to get beautiful. You got to do something. Maybe that's right, maybe it's wrong. Maybe it bounces back with good results, sometimes bad. But anyhow, you're doing something. That's okay.
That's what I thought, but now I ain't so sure.
Well, fish ain't biting on the hook if the line ain't in the water. Wait, maybe that was a customer.
Oh, you go, Papa David. I still got tears all over my face.
Okay, Leighton, I'll go. Hey. Oh, good morning, please.
Good morning. You're Mr. Solomon, aren't you?
Yeah, positively.
I've heard Peachy talk so much about you, and I met you once in the hospital right after Stephen came down. I'm awfully glad to see you again.
Yeah, Chichi was talking about me.
Oh, you don't know who I am, do you?
Well, maybe I should know if I had my faraway looking glasses.
I'm Kate Henderson.
Oh, yeah. Miss Henderson.
I just dropped in to see Stephen Hamilton. He's here, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
I have a feeling since he went back to the wheelchair. I'm awfully sorry about that.
I know.
Don't be afraid, Mr. Solomon. I'm not going to say anything to hurt Stephen. Honestly, I'm not. I have an idea the Henderson family has hurt him enough. My father's a little rigid in some of his ideas.
Wait, please excuse the surprise, Miss Henderson. With a feather, you could knock me over. Wait, Chichi, Leighton.
Oh, is Chichi here, too?
Oh, sorry.
Papa David.
Hey, come on, Chichi, come here.
Okay, Papa David. Hey, Henderson. Oh, gosh, Papa David, it's Kate Henderson.
Yeah.
How are you, Chichi? I'm fine, I'm just well. Gosh, am I glad to see you. Say, I haven't got any manners at all, have I? Come on back and sit down.
Yeah, sit down, Miss Henderson. You sit and talk with Chichi, and I'm going back and tell Stephen what kind of company he's got calling on him. Maybe he ain't even got his hair combed yet.
Thank you, Chichi. So, this is the Slightly Red Bookstore. Yeah, and that was Papa David. So is that right, what Papa David said about you coming here to see Stephen? Well, yes, you don't mind, do you? I wanted to see you, too, but I've got some business with Stephen. Gosh, no, I don't mind. You say some business with Stephen? What kind of business? What's it about? I mean, gosh, I haven't got any right to ask you that, have I? I'm afraid I'm too excited to remember about my manners. Oh, you don't have to worry about manners with me. Well, friends. Yeah, sure. Just sit down here. If you get down in Papa David's old chair, it's kind of hard to get out of it. Thanks. Well, Gigi, my honorable parent is fit to be tied. Mm-hmm. What do you mean? Mad. Mad as a wet hen. Oh, yes, huh? Mm-hmm. I don't know whether you know it or not, but it seems that Stephen has been calling around to other law offices in the city, trying to get a job. Well, what's wrong with that? Why, Dad thought Stephen was still on his payroll. Oh, you mean the text he said he'd send to Stephen for a while just in case he got well? Yes. Several of his friends have told him Stephen's been calling around and asking for a job, and, well, you can imagine how Dad would feel. Yeah. Well, I guess so. I mean, what do you mean? Is he really sore? Say, that's awful, having your father mad at Stephen. It's awful. Well, maybe it isn't. You know, Dad's funny. He's such as sweet as he can be, but he's a lawyer. And sometimes he even seems to think like one of these musty old law books. I guess all lawyers are like that. Stephen, too. By the way, didn't Stephen get the check Dad sent him in the letter? Yes, he did, but he said he wasn't going to take charity. If he couldn't work, he wouldn't take Mr. Henderson's money, so that was out. Maybe you don't understand how it is with a man like Stephen, Katie. But, Papa David called them principles and Steve called them ethics. They make people do funny things. What Stephen wanted and what he still wants is a chance to do something, not to get paid for something he isn't doing. You see what I mean? Yes. I understand. You do. Then you know all about ethics and things. Like teaching how we raised on them. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ethics. Oh, then you know what I'm up against trying to do anything with Stephen. Perfectly. I've had it all my life with Dad. Say, I like you. Well, it took you long enough to get around to it. Well, I didn't get to know you very well out on the boat, but... Oh, gosh, if Mr. Henderson is sore, that's bad. Too. What musicals I've got in this package? I don't know. I give up. What is it? Some papers. Jackets and letters and things. Yeah. It's all about a case that's in Dad's office. It seems that a man named Witherspoon claims he was defrauded and... Just you mean it's something for Steve to work on? A law case? That's right. It's a complete file on the whole business. It's all mixed up, so I don't know what it's all about, but it might be a big case. And the law firm of Henderson & Henderson wants Mr. Stephen Henderson to study and work on it. And see if Mr. Witherspoon has any, what do they call it, cause of action. You mean it's a case and your father wants Stephen to work on it and make up a thing about it. Will he do it? I mean, will he accept the text Dad wants to send him if he has some work to do? Really? Oh, gosh, I'll say he will. That's what he wants, work, not just money. He wants to be a lawyer, not a sponge. Oh, I just thought of something. Calling up all those other lawyers is all right, because if he hadn't done that, your Dad wouldn't have got mad, and if he hadn't have got mad, he wouldn't have sent you down here with a case for Stephen to work on. Well, you never know, do you? I mean, you never know whether something you do is going to turn out bad or good, but you just got to keep on doing something just the same. Stephen was trying to get any kind of a job, and now look, he's got one, his own job back again, because he tried to get one somewhere else. You wait right here, kid. Now, don't you go anywhere. Don't you move. I'll be right back. Steve! Stephen! Hey, Steve, come out here quick! Stephen!
Well, Papa David certainly called that one. What difference does it make if you plant a seed and the plant grows somewhere else? Or, if you want to look at it this way, an arrow shot into the air comes home to roost. You know, when you listen to Life Can Be Beautiful, you get the feeling that Chi-Chi and Papa David and all the others are sort of like old friends, don't you? Isn't that the way it is? Friends that you look forward to visiting with every day. Now, I never heard of anybody looking forward to dishwashing, but just the same, I know a lot of you feel friendly to the soap that helps your hands look nice and gives you speedy suds at the same time. Yes, ma'am, I mean good old ivory flakes. Of course, you know that ivory flakes are just thin flakes of pure ivory soap. The soap that's safe even for a baby's skin. So that means ivory flakes is the only flake soap that gives your hands the protection of that famous ivory purity. The purity that helps your hands stay soft and smooth in spite of dishwashing. And what's more, you get ivory's purity in this speedy, quick-dissolving flake form for so little cost. Why, one generous, large-sized box of ivory flakes will do all your dishes for about 3 weeks. Tomorrow, the scene will continue. And Stephen will come out into the store and learn the good news. At least we think it's good news. Surely there isn't anything wrong with it. But what will Stephen think? And more important, what will Stephen do? Is he still worrying about ethics? Be sure and listen tomorrow and learn with Stephen whether or not life can be beautiful. This is Ralph Edwards wishing you a pleasant day for the makers of Ivory Flakes, 99 and 44, 100% pure. Now, if your community has not been observing daylight saving time, Life Can Be Beautiful will come to you 1 hour later than usual, beginning Monday, September 25th. Of course, if your community has been observing daylight saving time, this program will continue to come to you at the same time as always. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Special announcement. After next Friday, Life Can Be Beautiful will not be heard on this station until Monday, October 2nd. Beginning October 2nd, the new time will be 6:30 p.m. every Monday through Friday.
Wednesday, September 18th. More air raid alarms were sounded in London this morning on the heels of the 10-hour all-night attack, which was the longest of the war. Berlin talks of successful attacks on the British capital. And the Nazis have informed newsmen that Foreign Minister von Ribbentrop has suddenly departed from Rome. And they are trying to give the impression that it is a highly significant diplomatic move. This morning, Columbia calls in its correspondents in the German and British capitals for the latest news. Edwin Hartridge is to report from Berlin, and our CBS correspondent from London. Afterwards, Linton Wells will report for more news from our New York studios. While we are waiting for the news from Berlin by Mr. Hartridge, here is the latest news from Rome as received in the Columbia Broadcasting newsroom in New York. Today's Italian communique reports that British Royal Air Force planes have sunk an Italian destroyer and a barge in the port of Benghazi, Libya. The fascist communique says that the British planes attacked the lines of Italian forces which were moving eastward along the Egyptian coast. It was claimed that the Italians were making a victorious advance through Egypt despite all obstacles, and that they are proceeding with the organization of new bases and new supply lines. British bombing planes and advanced tank and artillery units have inflicted serious losses on 2 Italian columns advancing into Egypt along the Mediterranean coastal belt, a communique of the British Middle East Command said today.
This is Berlin. Armed reconnaissance planes and German bombers resumed their attack this morning. Then the day gives us the report of a reconnaissance plane. Its pilot described as the damage done to London in yesterday's raid. According to this account, whole blocks of London seem to have disappeared. At one spot, there was a giant crater, which led the pilot to believe that a German bomb had scored a direct hit on a London subway. New fires were observed, as says this report, and many fireboats were seen in action on the Thames River. Also, there was much shipping activity, and this report interprets that as an attempt by the British to transport important stocks of goods away from the bombed dock areas of London. Last night, we are told, German Dorniers and Henkels attacked London again, bombing, quote, objectives of military significance in the city, end of quote. Also mentioned as other objectives were Victoria, West India, and London docks, where fires were started. Other fires were started in London at Bow Station and Preston Road, adds the Day. This news concludes with a claim that during the attack on the airfields at Gravesend and Tunbridge, enemy planes were destroyed on the ground. After the British planes, we are told that several of them tried to enter Germany last night. The Day adds that one was shot down while the others were driven off by anti-aircraft fire. There's a one-line announcement in the papers that Herr von Ribbentrop, the Foreign Affairs Minister, has left for Rome, where he will stay for a short time. No other details are given. At the Foreign Office, its spokesman refused to give any additional information regarding the Rome visit. He said, in view of the close relations of Italy and Germany, an occasional interchange of views was to be expected. As you know, yesterday Herr Hitler had conferences with Sereno Sunier, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, and General Peruzzi, the Italian Colonial Minister. To us observers here, all these diplomatic developments have a distinct Mediterranean slant. And we are wondering whether a campaign against the British is being planned. There is Gibraltar at one end of the Mediterranean, which the Spanish are interested in taking over, and there's a Suez Canal at the other end, which the Italians in the desert campaign in Egypt are aiming at. Italy is in the middle of Mare Nostrum, and the British hold the keys to this vast liquid prison. And if a war against the British Isles is not over in a few months, observers here are inclined to think that a concerted attempt by the Axis powers in the Mediterranean against the British might be on the books for the winter months. So Herr von Ribbentrop's sudden trip to Rome throws his speculation more into the limelight. And tied up with this is the news that the Minister of Interior, Herr Frick, has issued a second call to all officials capable and willing to enter colonial work to report for duty. The second call was handed out a few days ago. The newspapers are publishing the first picture received from London through America of bombing results in London. I don't know what the original caption or description of the bombed building stated. The German caption identifies the ruined structure as a warehouse somewhere in London. We have some mention of reported attacks of German bombers on London's West End, or the exclusive Mayfair district, and the shopping centers. The Bayshad Mittag reports, and I quote, "The Reuters news agency has admitted that warehouses in this West End district have been hit, as well as a large water main," end of quote. The flooding of the streets and the nearby air raid shelters forced the, quote, plutocrats, unquote, to the surface, as they had said. Then Miss Walter Blatt pushed the man press saying that 2,000 buildings of all descriptions in London have been totally destroyed, while another 3,000 seriously damaged, and another 10,000 slightly damaged, as an indication of the results of the German bombing attacks. But in another column, this paper warns its readers about, quote, the American press is supporting the British campaign of lies as well as it can, and reports on the destroyed hospitals, churches, museums, and other similar buildings in the proof. This is Edwin Hartridge, returning now to Columbia in New York.
Back in New York, here is the latest news from Washington. President Roosevelt and other government leaders returned to Washington today from Speaker Bankett's funeral. All Washington talk continues to center around conscription. And now the news from the British capital, as reported by Eric Severide. Go ahead, London.
This is London. We've already had 4 or 5 alarms this morning after a 10-hour raid last night, which was not over until 6 a.m. It was the longest raid London has ever gone through, and certainly for this part of London, the West region, it was the most severe. The communique today says that casualties, though not all counted yet, are heavier than other nights. I know more about the attack on the west part of town, which was bad enough, but the official report says it was even worse in eastern and southeastern London. They tell us that 5 German bombers at least were destroyed during this raid. The planes came over in relays in quick succession, and it was impossible for anyone in this part of town to get very much sleep. There seemed to be no interruption whatsoever in the gun barrage and the whining and the crashing of the bombs. I was trying to sleep in my basement. At least a dozen times I sat up and braced myself, feeling sure that Zeppelin was certainly going to hit the place. This morning it seemed to me I didn't turn a street corner while driving around this part of London without coming across a police barrage near a time bomb or finding a building which was intact yesterday, now crumpled into the street. To go 1.5 miles to a railroad station today, I had to detour, I think, 7 times. Just on that particular route alone, I saw at least 30 wrecked houses. Along that route, there is not a single real military objective that I can think of. The bombs hit food shops and dairies, branched bank buildings, hotels, small and large department stores, and one block of flats after another. The nearest place that can be called a military objective around my apartment is some 5 blocks away. But I can't walk 1 block in any direction from my place without finding shops and homes strewn into the streets. Well, what Goring has in mind when he gives orders for this kind of bombing, I can't quite imagine. Most people here assume it's simply designed to terrorize. The curious thing is that terrorization is the one thing that doesn't happen. Communications in residential areas are slowed down, and non-essential industries are hit, and people lose their sleep and their families. But it would take a great deal of that kind of attack to win a war. If the RAF were to strew 1,000 bombs tonight in the residential areas of Berlin, you may be assured that everyone in London would feel happier for it. Well, thousands of office and store workers around this part of London can't get into their places of work this morning. And that includes the staff of our own office. It may be days before we can see just how much damage we've suffered there. There were some big fires near us all night, and one of the biggest department stores in London, the John Lewis Company, is gutted today. We could see searchlights operating from central London last night for the first time in a week. I don't mean to suggest that London, or even any part of London, is now in ruins. The smashed buildings around here constitute only a tiny fraction of the total. This is a closely built city, and the skyline is quite unchanged. The only thing that could really lay waste any considerable part of the city would be fire, fanned by these autumn winds. The Air Ministry has announced this morning that big attacks were carried out last night by RAF bombers on German shipping concentrations and barges and communications in the enemy-occupied territory and in Germany. This morning, the London press describes the Italian advance into Egypt as a costly one. British people are informed that the occupation of Sidi Barrani, 60 miles inside Egypt, is not important from the point of view of the defense strategy. The real defense is expected to come when the Delta and the Nile Valley are threatened. Yesterday, German pilots that raided this country used a new Heinkel 113 for the first time in real numbers. They used a different tactic during yesterday afternoon, sending over small waves of plane in quicker succession than usual. There was no major engagement of fighting planes, and what battling there was took place in a 100-mile-an-hour gale. And during the night, not much damage was done by bombs outside of London, according to the Air Ministry. Glasgow was hit, and some factories there did suffer. As a result of these constant bombs in London, the schools are rapidly emptying. The rate of evacuation of school children from the city has now climbed to 1,500, to about between 1,500 and 2,000 a day. The official figure for children still here stands at 200,000. This is CBS in London. I return you now to Columbia, New York.
And now here in New York is Linton Wells with his analysis of the news. Mr. Wells.
As our Berlin and London correspondents, Edwin Hartridge and Eric Severide, have pretty thoroughly covered current Nazi attacks against England and vice versa, little remains to be said about that situation, except that, according to Eric Severide, the British seem to be bearing up well under the strain, and therefore Hitler's chances of beating them into submission before winter appear to be growing slimmer. Incidentally, a so-called world's largest department store reportedly destroyed in London was probably Selfridge's, which is in Oxford Street. There's considerable speculation in diplomatic circles about Nazi Foreign Minister Ribbentrop's sudden departure for Rome, where he arrives tomorrow morning. The consensus seems to be, according to Edwin Hartridge, that Spain will be the principal topic of Ribbentrop's forthcoming talks with Mussolini. Ramon Serrano Suñé, the pro-Axis Spanish Minister of the Interior, who also is Dictator Franco's brother-in-law, has been visiting Berlin officially, and yesterday talked with Hitler and Ribbentrop, after which Ribbentrop hurriedly left for Rome, as Mr. Hartridge told us. Suñé is expected to follow him there in a day or so. All this is accepted as conclusive proof of Spain's alignment with the Axis powers and indicative of an impending active participation in the war. There's been increasing agitation in the Spanish press urging Spain to throw in her lot with Germany and Italy and drive the British out of Gibraltar, and such a new move may be on the agenda. A Spanish drive against Gibraltar would unquestionably prove most embarrassing to the British. The Great Rock is considered impregnable to attack from the sea and air, but military experts believe it is far less defensible from overland attacks such as those a strong Spanish force could make. If the British were to lose Gibraltar, and few reinforcements of the Rock are available now, their fleet in the eastern Mediterranean and their forces in Egypt and Palestine would be placed at a considerable disadvantage. The Italian drive against the British in Egypt continues on three fronts, but only reports of battles in the desert wastes of northwestern Egypt are available. Despite strong British aerial and land attacks, the Italians, it is admitted officially according to Eric Severide, have occupied the important oasis of Sidi Barrani, which is 75 miles inside Egypt from the Libyan frontier and at the end of a concrete highway leading to Marsa Matruh and Alexandria. The Italians undeniably have made headway in their push toward the Suez Canal, but if the expected happens, that is, Egypt's formal entry into the war, the going will be far less easier from now on. So far, Egypt has not declared war against Italy, although the government has said repeatedly that an Italian invasion would force Egypt to join Britain actively. Both the British and Italians are exerting great pressure upon the Egyptians, and a showdown appears imminent. In every conceivable manner, the Italians are endeavoring to convince the Egyptians that the sole fascist aim is to save them from the British and to foment an Egyptian revolt against the English. The British, of course, are moving heaven and earth to obtain active and invaluable Egyptian support. At the moment, the odds appear to be slightly in favor of the British, but a friend of mine just returned from Egypt tells me that Mussolini is pouring large quantities of gold into Egypt, where he thinks it will do the most good, and that the Italians thus may be able to persuade the powers that be to remain inactive. As two can play at such a game, and as the British have more gold to pass out than the Italians and Germans combined, England may yet get material and effective Egyptian support.
And with these reports from Berlin by Edwin Hartridge, and from London by Eric Severide, and the report from New York by Linton Wells, Columbia brings to a close another broadcast of important world developments. George Bryan speaking.
The House of Glass. House of Glass. Colgate-Palmolive Peat, makers of fine products since 1806, bring you this friendly half hour in the interest of Super Suds, the only soap created especially for dishwashing, the soap that protects the beauty of your hands. You remember that Bessie Glass has become very interested in welfare work. Well, this is a big day in her life. There is a luncheon at the Boys' Welfare Club,
and Bessie Glass has been delegated to meet the guest of honor, Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heink, at her hotel and to escort her to the clubhouse. And as we join Bessie this evening, I'm sure we'll observe again that it's hard to predict what Bessie will do next. You know, that's supposed to be true generally of you ladies. You're unpredictable. But one thing I think is certain about you all. You want to look your best all the time. Isn't that true? And isn't it true that you want to keep your hands as smooth and soft and attractive as possible? Then why not use Super Suds, the soap that's made to keep hands lovely in spite of dishwashing? And this is the reason. Tiny hollow beads of Super Suds dissolve completely in your dishwater. No tiny particles of soap are left to irritate your hands, to make them rough, red. Well, you know how ugly hands can be. And you don't want to have that kind. So use Super Suds to wash your dishes. Help your hands to stay young and smooth. Now for the House of Glass. Bessie, accompanied by her husband Barney, is in the lobby of the hotel where Madame Schumann-Heink resides. Let's join them.
Bessie, are you sure this is the hotel where you're supposed to meet Mrs. Marshall?
Right here in the lobby. What time is it? Oh, it's late already. She said if she's not here by this time, I shouldn't wait.
So what must you do, Bessie?
I'll go over to the desk and call up and tell Madame Schumann-Heink that I'm here.
Oh, you'll take the madam over to the luncheon yourself then, Bessie, huh?
Surely. That's for the arrangement of the committee's instructions, Barney. I don't know why I'm so nervous.
Why should you be nervous?
Or maybe nervous is not the word. It's pleasurable excitement, maybe. Of all the ladies on the arrangement committee, I was the one selected to escort the madam to the luncheon. Can't you understand, Bonnie, why I should feel so nervous, huh? Do you realize the importance of such a privilege, huh, Bonnie?
Why don't I realize?
Come, I'll go over to the desk, Bonnie, huh?
I'll wait here for you, Bessie.
No, come over with me. Where's the desk? Oh, this way. How do I do it, Bonnie?
Just send your name up.
What shall I say? Mrs. Glass is waiting or the reception committee is waiting?
Just say Mrs. Glass of the reception committee.
Oh, that's right. You're right, Bonnie. Yes, come.
Something I can do for you, sir?
Yes, Bonnie.
Will you please tell Madame Schumann-Heink that Mrs. Glass is downstairs waiting with a car to escort her to the luncheon of the boys' club? Mrs. Glass?
Yes, please.
Just a minute, please.
Thank you very much.
Bessie, if we take our hotel back, we'll get Whitey a uniform like that bellboy is wearing.
Bonnie, please.
Madame Schumann-Heink will be down in just a few minutes. She said, would you mind waiting?
Oh, thank you very much. We'll be waiting right over here if you don't mind.
I'll tell her.
Thank you very much.
Bessie, you want me to wait?
Please, Bonnie, come. Sit down.
I'll be late for my appointment, Bessie. I have to meet Maya.
Bonnie, please, I especially asked you not to mention extraneous matters to me today, Bonnie, please. Don't overshadow my joy for me, please. You realize who I'm meeting? Madame Schumann-Heink? This is a day of days for me, Bonnie, please. I want complete concentration. I don't want my thoughts to wander for 1 minute to spoil my emotions that I'm experiencing. Moments like these are few in a lifetime, Bonnie. Please. I'm only sorry that you won't be there, Bonnie.
I'm sorry, too, but...
Only women, Bonnie. 500 women. And members of the Young Boys Club. 40 young boys, Bonnie. Oh, you should have heard. You should have heard the minutes, Bonnie, of what the organization is doing for these boys. They maintain a social center. They have a scholarship fund, all for these boys.
Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful is still not the word, Barney. And the big surprise will be today when Madame Schumann-Heink walks into the reception hall and the boys welcome her. Barney, for that alone you should be there.
Well, you'll tell me all about it, Bessie.
Oh, in my excitement, Barney, I'm afraid I won't be able to see, hear, or remember. All I'll be able to do is feel.
Mrs. Glass.
Did he say Glass?
I think so. Mrs. Glass.
Oh, boys.
Mrs. Glass?
Yes.
Madame Schumann-Heink wants you to please come up to her apartment.
Oh, up to her apartment?
Yes, please. 384.
384? Oh, thank you very much.
The elevators are to your right, please.
Thank you. Barney, I have to go up to her apartment.
Then go, Bessie.
How easy you say, then go. How do I look, Barney?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Do I have to fix myself a little?
Nothing at all.
No? What apartment? What apartment?
384. Come. I'll take you over to the elevator. Come.
I wonder why she wants me to come up.
I suppose she don't want to keep you waiting down here too long. Take this elevator, Bessie.
All right.
And I'm leaving now, Bessie, dear.
All right.
Enjoy yourself.
I will. You sure I look all right?
Perfect. Bessie, I'm going to tell Maya you'll give Miss answer when, Bessie?
Bonnie, please. Tomorrow's plenty of time for business discussions.
Is this elevator going up?
Going up.
Goodbye, Bonnie.
Goodbye, Bessie.
Going up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Step in, please.
Going up?
Yes, ma'am. Floors, please.
6th floor, please. 384, please. Madam Truman Hank's apartment, please.
3rd floor.
Thank you.
10th, please.
14, please.
3rd floor.
Oh, thank you very much. Which way to 384, right or left?
To your left. The first door to your left, madam.
Oh, thank you very much. Pardon me. I'm Mrs. Glass.
Will you come right in, please, ma'am?
Thank you.
Will you come this way, please, ma'am? Madam will be right in.
Yes, thank you.
Won't you sit down, ma'am?
Thank you. Oh, how beautiful the birds sing. Canaries. I once had canaries, but they wouldn't sing.
Mrs. Glass?
Yes. Are you Madam Truman Hank?
Yes,
I'm very, very pleased.
I am also pleased to meet you.
Thank you.
Please, sit down.
Thank you.
How do you like my little bird? This one is Jack, and this one is Jill.
Oh, Jack and Jill, huh?
Yeah. I hope you don't mind waiting for me, but I can't leave. I've just put in a long-distance call for my children in California.
Oh, I see. No, I won't mind in the slightest.
Maureen, take from Mrs. Glass her coat. You may as well be comfortable.
Thank you very much.
When my call comes in, Maureen, will you connect me immediately? I don't like to keep the ladies waiting more than I have to.
Yes, ma'am.
And Maureen, have my hat and coat ready also.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a little Irish girl, Frau Glass, brought over with me from Ireland.
Oh, you don't say.
Ja.
You lived in Ireland also,
Ja,
huh?
natürlich. Ja, Frau Glass, ja. Ireland, Britain, Poland, Russia, even at the Orient. Been my very good fortune to know the friendship of men and women of many lands, many circles. Presidents, the Kaiser, kings, and so on and so forth, prime ministers, leaders, peasants. Yeah, many kind of people.
How much you must have learned.
No, I don't know how much I have learned. It is not always how much you learn. Quantity is never so important. And in learning also it is not. What I have learned, Frau Glass, is this. That the problems of one set of people are the problems of all. And the things that make men alike are finer and stronger than the things which make them different. Oh, yes, so much I have learned. Maureen, see what is with my phone, please.
Central said 10 minutes, ma'am, and it's not 10 minutes yet.
All right. Only I don't like to keep Frau Glass waiting too long.
That's all right. I'm so happy sitting here like this with you, Madam Schumann.
Thank you, dear. Are you an active worker in social and welfare work, Mrs. Glass?
No, this is my first experience.
Ah, so?
Mm-hmm. You see, all my life I've been a businesswoman.
And now?
Well, now I'm temporarily retired.
Oh. Are you happy?
Well,
No, don't be ashamed to say it. You are not. Huh?
How did you know?
Well, I didn't like the way you said, well. Why did you retire? Your health?
No, my children. I thought they needed me, but they're grown up now and they don't need me anymore.
Ach, warum nicht gar? Our children always need us. Maybe not physically, but our inspiration and encouragement. That they need. Although we mothers sometimes expect too much from our children. If we could only remember that our children owe us nothing. Some mothers want medals, to depend on them, because they stayed up nights with the baby when he had colic or when he had the measles. Ah, no. We had children because we wished to have them, because a life with children seemed richer than a life without them. You're my dearest friend. Our children owe us nothing, not even love and respect, unless we earn it. You're right. Maureen, bring it that letter from my boys, please, yeah?
Yes, ma'am. It's right here on your desk.
Let me have it, please.
Would you like your glasses?
No, ich brauche sie nicht. It's all right, thank you. Here, Frau Glass. Please. Yes?
You want me to read the letter?
Please. Can you see all right?
Yes, thank you very much. Is today your birthday, Madam Schumann? No, ma'am.
Well then, stay here and hear it. Read it loud, Frau Glass. Those words in that letter are sweeter than all the music in the world to me.
I'll read
Go
it
on.
now, huh, Frau
Yeah.
Glass?
Yeah.
I'll read it from the beginning. Dearest Mother, your 4 sons, daughter-in-law, 11 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren wish you a happy birthday. In spite of the fact that grown-ups from the age of 40 on hate to tell their ages, we are taking this birthday of yours as a chance to say that the only difference your age makes to us is that you're sweeter every year, and that it's going to be so sugary that we will all have to suck lemons before we kiss you to counteract the sweetness.
No, I give them the lemons. Just wait. But there is another paragraph. Yeah. Turn over the next page.
If being 75 means that one can be loved and respected as you are, be as attractive as you are, be a mother to the whole world as you are, and be our best girl as you are, then may Father Time do his stuff in making as many people as possible 75 in as short as 75 years as possible. And Mother, darling, you know that all this has been scribbled down because we love you, and we will always give the very best of ourselves for you. Oh, my.
That's my phone. That's my phone. I'll take it. Now.
Hello?
My children. Excuse me, Shirley. Let me have the phone. Come here. Hello. Hello. George, Mitzi, Henry, Ferdinand. Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Why did I call you? Is this my birthday or not? Well, I had to give myself a birthday present. Well, that's why I called you. Are you all well, beloved? That's all I want to hear. Yes. Take off a whole week and kiss yourself 75 times. Kiss for me. Yeah. Goodbye. 40 other boys are waiting for me now. All boys are my boys. Goodbye. Gott grüß euch alle. Goodbye. And now, come, Frau Glass.
Well, what a unique experience for Bessie Glass. But wait, the thrill of her life is awaiting her when she witnesses the reception which is being staged for Madame Schumann-Heink at the luncheon of the Boys Club. Now, in just a few moments, we shall be with Mrs. Glass and Madame Schumann-Heink. But first, we want you to listen to a brief scene between a little girl and her mother.
Mommy. Oh, Mommy.
Yes, dear?
Mommy, will you read me a story?
What's that?
Will you read me a story? Please.
Oh, but I can't right now, darling. I'm washing the dishes.
Please. Gee, Mommy, it seems as though you're always washing the dishes.
And no doubt that's just the way it seems to Mother herself, that she's always washing the dishes. Perhaps sometimes you feel that way, as though life consisted chiefly of a mountain of dishes, all of which have to be washed. Since that's the case, don't you think you ought to keep a box of Super Suds in your kitchen, always ready to help you? Super Suds was created especially to make dishwashing an easier, quicker, pleasanter job. It is soap made in the form of tiny, hollow, thin-walled beads, so that it will dissolve instantly and completely in warm water. That means no waiting for suds, no stirring of dishwater. Instead, you get rich, fluffy, foamy suds at once. And because Super Suds dissolves completely, you don't need to dry your dishes with a cloth. No, all you have to do is rinse them and place them in a rack to drain dry. Your dishwashing time is actually cut in half. Your work is made easier. You have more time for yourself and your family. And that in itself is enough reason for using Super Suds, isn't it? Now, back to the House of Glass. Bessie and Madame Schumann-Heink are now about to enter the main hall of the Boys' Welfare Club.
I'll take your coat, Madame Schumann-Heink.
If you please.
Yes.
And now, dear, where do we go?
Right into the main hall. Here comes Mrs. Marshall. Mrs. Marshall is the president of our organization.
Ah, so.
Oh, Madame Schumann-Heink, you don't know how much it means to have you with us today. We have more than 500 mothers to greet you.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm late. Which way do we go?
Will you wait 1 minute, please?
Yeah.
Mrs. Glass, will you 1 minute, please?
Yes, surely. Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Just wait here for 1 moment, Mrs. Glass. I want to tell the boys to get ready. The boys are going to sing Madame Schumann-Heink's favorite song. Oh. Will you pardon me just a moment, please, Madame Schumann-Heink?
Why, yes, sure.
Ready, Mrs. Marshall, we're all ready.
Oh, where's the der kleine Kerl? Oh, how nice. What are you doing with all those flowers?
They're for you, Madame Schumann-Heink, from all the boys of our club.
Your club?
My big brother's club.
Ach, wie schön. Now, what shall I say to you for that?
I don't know. Anything you want to.
You see, I have no what. Will a tear be all right,
No, a smile.
Well, there you have it.
It's all right now, Mrs. Clark.
Yes, all right. We can go then. Right this way, please, Madame Schumann.
Ja. Kindchen, wo gehst du denn hin? Where are you going? Ja.
This way.
Magnificent. Your voices have said so much to me. Maybe if I could sing something. Because that is my only way of saying things. But before I sing, I want to say how interested I am in this organization. Because it is intended to bring together young boys, because it is creating a place for these children where the atmosphere makes great ideals contagious. And as long as such organizations as this one exists, and the heart has the right to fail, then we are truly moving on.
Mrs. Clark, will you please ask Cruzotto, Leo, if he would be so kind and play for me? Yes.
The old rocking chair is baby's boat, adrift on a dreamland sea. And baby and I are the crew of blood, all cozy and snow are we. We rock and hum a crooning song like the wind in the fields of sea. Of a pirate dream, before very long, no baby on the boat come to me. Oh, baby, the chair sometime will be a boat for an out of care. For you, with your baby, will sail the sea within the same rocking chair. And as we rock and hum and sing, so you will go singing too, and pirate dreams with whip and with swing. We'll take baby and boat on sorry. First I must go. But before I do, I want to wish you all such success as may be best for each of you. Goodbye. Goodbye, my beloved children. Goodbye. God bless you.
Bessie will have lots to tell Barney when her tears will have run their course. What is in store for Bessie next week? Will she tire of her present existence? Will she seek to regain the winter house of glass at Lakewood, which she rented to Meyer the butcher? We shall learn at this same time next week. Before we go, though, I'd like to close with just a few words about Super Suds, the wonderful soap for dishwashing that brings their adventures to you. Let me suggest to you again to put Super Suds on your shopping list for tomorrow. Get the big red box for 10 cents or the giant size for 20 cents from your grocer. Then wash your dishes with Super Suds. This is what you'll discover. Rich, foamy suds instantly that wash your dishes beautifully and more quickly. You don't need to dry your dishes with a cloth, but merely rinse them and let them drain dry. They'll be sparkling bright because no streaks nor flecks of undissolved soap are left to dull their glistening surface. The time you usually devote to dishwashing is cut in half. And you can be confident that your hands are protected. They'll be smoother, softer, and lovelier if you wash your dishes with Super Suds. Super Suds is approved by the Good Housekeeping Institute. And remember, you always have help with the dishes when you use Super Suds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gene Paul King on behalf of Colgate Palmolive Pete, inviting you to tune in again 1 week from tonight, the same station, for another episode in the House of Glass. Tonight's presentation featured in person Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heint. These dramalogues are written by Gertrude Berg. And so a very, very friendly good night until next week at the House of Glass.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WJZ, New York.
Once again, we bring you the romance of Helen Trent, who sets out to prove for herself what so many women long to prove, that because a woman is 35 or more, romance in life need not be over, that romance can live in life at 35 and after. Lovely Helen Trent, deeply in love with the handsome lawyer Gil Whitney, faces the most desperate hour of her romance. As Fay Granville, an adventuress as beautiful as she is evil, has trapped Gil into a false promise to marry her and is on the eve of announcing it. Yesterday, we heard Gil say to Helen,
"Darling, this trap of Fay's is the oldest trick devised by an evil woman. I love you, Helen. I never asked Fay to marry. But Fay is trying to force it. Somehow I'll fight my way out."
Gil, there's only one way. To find out Fay Granville's past. If you could prove she's a notorious woman.
I've tried, Helen. Fay has covered her tracks too well.
Then, Gil, I'm going to try. There must be someone, somewhere, who knew Fay Granville once.
If there is, Helen, you're not going to find out. Fay and her brother Darcy are as vicious and ruthless as they are clever. They'll stop at nothing to harm you if it suits them. That's the hold they have over me, darling. And you, Helen, are going to stay away from them.
that Helen has already taken steps to find out who Fay Granville is. And yesterday, Bret Chapman, the multimillionaire who is still in love with Helen and whom Gil hates with a violent jealousy, brought Helen snapshots she had managed to take of the elusive Fay Granville. Unaware that Gil was approaching the house through the patio, Helen said to Bret,
Bret, if we could get these pictures of Fay Granville into the newspapers, someone might recognize Fay and stop her from marrying Gil.
That's all you care about, isn't it, Helen? What happens to Gil Whitney?
I love Gil, Bret. I've never pretended anything else to you. I'd do anything to stop that woman from ruining his life and mine. Let me have the pictures, Bret.
Just a minute. Not so fast, Helen, my beautiful.
What do you mean? The pictures are mine. I took them.
But you lost the film, and I found it. And I had it developed. That gives me some claim.
Oh, Bret, don't play jokes with me now. I'm nearly crazy over what Fay Granville is doing.
Suppose it doesn't suit me, my darling, to turn over the pictures to you. After all, it's to my advantage to see Fay Granville hog-tie your precious Whitney and leave you free. Because when you are free, Helen, well, you'll come back to me. You were engaged to me once, and
that was a long time ago. I don't love you, Bret. Don't think you can force me to.
No, not now, while you have Whitney and his fool mistakes to moon over. But after Gil's married to Fay...
Gil Whitney will never marry Fay Granville.
Well, he's smart, Helen, but I've seen Fay Granville operate. No man is smart enough to get away from her if she doesn't want him to.
I don't believe that.
Besides, Gil's wife, Cynthia...
In name only?
Call Cynthia anything you please. She still holds the legal strings. She's leaving for Mexico right after Fay's party to divorce Gil, providing he marries Fay. You haven't a chance, my pure, noble, beautiful goddess.
Oh, Bret, if you come here to bully me...
I came here to make love to you. I brought you the snapshots of Fay Granville, didn't I?
Then give them to me, Bret, if you have any...
Honor is the word. Well, I haven't when it comes to you. I want you, Helen, and I'll try every trick in the book to get you. Could anything be fairer than a warning like that?
Bret, please let me have the pictures.
What do I get for them?
Are you bargaining with me?
You bet I am. My price for the pictures is that you go to Fay's party with me when she announces her engagement to Gil.
But Gil has forbidden me to be there.
You want the pictures, don't you? That's my price.
I see. You think you can buy me as you do everything else in your life? Well, all right, I'll go with you, Bret, for the pictures.
Plus a kiss. A real kiss. Between a woman and you. The man who's crazy for her. That's me.
Bret.
Price of the pictures. You want them?
They're the only chance I have to save Gil. Yes, I want them.
And I want you. Oh, my darling. My divine fire and marble, Helen. Oh, how I want you. Kiss me.
Yes, Helen, kiss him. If that's what you want to.
Oh, Gil.
Oh, you walked in at the right time, Whitney.
I usually do when you're around, Chapman.
Gil, you don't understand.
I understand what I saw.
Gil, I don't want to kiss Bret. I don't want to see him.
You weren't resisting.
It's the price Bret asked for the pictures.
What pictures?
Gil, don't look at me like that. Bret, tell him, explain to him.
Why should I? I'd be happy to have Whitney think anything he chooses. He can't do anything for you now, Helen. It's about time he set you free for a guy like me who can give you the world.
Gil, don't listen to that. Bret had some snapshots I managed to get of Fay Granville.
I thought I told you to stay away from Fay, Helen.
Gil, Fay has never permitted her picture to be taken. I thought if I could get one, get the newspapers to print it, someone would see her who knew her. Gil, aren't you listening?
Give me the pictures, Helen. I said give them to me.
Here they are. Gil, with these pictures, we have a chance. What are you doing?
This is what I'm doing.
Gil, don't tear them. Don't. They're our only chance, Gil, yours and mine, to get you out of this trap Fay has set. Bret, stop him.
Not me.
Gil. Oh, Gil, you destroyed them. Torn Fay's pictures into shreds.
Yes, I have. I'd rather spend the rest of my life fighting Fay Granville than let anything Bret Chapman has to offer come into your home, Helen. Now, go ahead and kiss him if you want to. But don't do it for a price.
Oh, Gil. Oh, Gil, you ruined everything. You're terrible jealous.
He sure has, Helen. And that's the guy you love.
Yes, Bret, I love him. I love him. Oh, but Gil, our one chance.
He deserves to have Faye Granville hook him.
No, he doesn't. This is your fault, Bret. You came here to make a cheap bargain knowing how I feel about Gil.
And knowing someday you'll get over it. As for the bargain, I made it, and I'm holding you to it.
Don't come near me.
I've had my kiss. I'll wait for the next one until I pick you up tomorrow evening at 9 for Faye's party. As agreed, Helen.
Yes, I agree.
Well, good.
But I'm not going because you forced me to, Bret. I'm going because I must. Gil Whitney has destroyed my one chance of finding out who Faye Granville is with those snapshots of her. The only chance I'll have to find any other evidence will be at her home tomorrow. No matter what Gil says now, I must go. I must get into that house.
Meanwhile, Gil Whitney, still in a fury of jealousy, reaches his own handsome home in Hollywood. He enters the dimly lit hall, steps down into the long-dropped living room in semi-darkness, and stops as he hears a too familiar voice.
Gil, darling.
Faye Granville, what are you doing here?
I called you, darling, and got no answer.
It's my man's day off, and I was out.
I know you were out. When you weren't at the office and weren't at home, I knew where you'd be. I drove past Helen Trent's house, and there was your car. So I came back here to your house to wait for you.
Faye, I don't have to account to you for where I go, and I object to being trailed.
Oh, but after all, Gil, we're announcing our engagement to marry at my party tomorrow night.
I'm not announcing anything, Faye. What you do is your affair alone.
You know it isn't, Gil.
Faye, I don't want to talk about this tonight. I've had a bad day.
Yes, I saw through the big patio window at Helen Trent's house, just as I told you, Gil, darling. The minute your back is turned, you'll always find Helen Trent with Bret Chapman.
Faye, I don't permit anyone to say those things to me.
You're not still loyal to dear Helen Trent.
I'll answer your question, Faye, to get rid of you. I've been hurt tonight badly, and I'm a wildly jealous man. It'll take me a while to get over it. But if you ask me, do I love Helen Trent? Yes, with all my being.
Well, it's too bad. But I intend to spend the next months of my life taking your mind off Helen Trent.
Faye, I told you I'm tired. I've had a rough day. Don't come here threatening me. You're giving this party tomorrow night. And you're going to get up before a lot of people and tell them that I'm going to marry you, but you know I'm not.
Are you trying to walk out now, Gil?
I'm not trying anything. But when it comes to a showdown, there are laws of decency protecting honest men from women like you.
What laws, Gil?
You haven't a thing to hold me with, Faye, except your threat to harm Helen Trent.
Have I threatened your precious Helen Trent?
Oh, look here, Faye. It's too late for kidding. Your wide, beautiful green eyes don't look so innocent to me anymore. You know you and your brother Darcy would stop at nothing to harm Helen.
Oh, my brother, Gil. You know my brother Darcy. He isn't quite responsible. And Helen has made him angry.
By not accepting his rotten advances, I suppose.
I really can't be responsible for Darcy, Gil. Though, of course, I try to control him.
Faye, I know his angles as well as you. You, with the help of my malicious wife and name only, Cynthia, have devised this little trap to separate me from Helen Trent. I can see it as plain as my hand. And you're using Darcy as a sword over my head. Right now, there isn't much I can do. But the next step is your party, and I warn you...
Warn me of what,
Don't
darling?
come near me, Faye.
Oh, you're tired, Gil. You're talking too much, wearing yourself out.
Faye, please go away.
Why, Gil?
Faye, I don't want your arms around my neck.
You did once, Gil. And this is the night before we announce our engagement.
Faye, leave this house. Leave it now. You can't stay here.
Kiss me, Gil.
Faye, let go of me. No, I don't want your arms around me.
Kiss me just once, Gil. Just once. Then I'll go. Like this.
What was that?
Recording our kiss for posterity, Gil. You can come out from behind that sofa now, Darcy.
What have you done, Faye? What's the meaning of this?
Helen Trent thought a picture of me is so valuable. So my brother Darcy and I decided to get one of us, Gil, you and me. I'll send Helen a copy. You can't see my face, but you'll see yours, Gil. And with this little record, I don't believe you'll be so difficult at the party tomorrow night. Yes, I'm announcing our engagement, Gil. And I don't think you'll care to argue with the picture Darcy has just taken of you and me.
Gil Whitney, after his quarrel with Helen Trent, the woman he really loves, returned to his half-darkened home to find Fay Granville, the scheming adventuress, waiting in his living room. As Fay put her beautiful, clinging arms around Gil's neck, there was a sudden flash of a camera bulb, and Fay threatens Gil, saying,
I got the idea from Helen Trent. Helen was so anxious to have my picture. I thought I'd get her one she won't forget. One which you can't argue with. When I announce our engagement tomorrow night, Gil. Yes, Gil. Our kiss now belongs to history, darling. And our future has just begun. See you tomorrow at the party.
You won't want to miss the next dramatic chapter in the romance of Helen Trent at the same time tomorrow. This is Field and Farrington saying goodbye for the sponsors of Helen Trent.
Good morning, this is Orson Welles speaking. I'd like to read to you an affidavit. I, Isaac Woodward, Jr., being duly sworn, do depose and state as follows, that I am 27 years old and a veteran of the United States Army, having served for 15 months in the South Pacific and earned 1 battle star. I was honorably discharged on February 12, 1946, from Camp Gordon, Georgia, at 8:30 p.m. at the Greyhound Terminal, Atlanta, Georgia. While I was in uniform, I purchased a ticket to Winnsboro, South Carolina, and took the bus headed there to pick up my wife to come to New York to see my father and mother. About 1 hour out of Atlanta, the bus driver stopped at a small drugstore. As he stopped, I asked him if he had time to wait for me until I had a chance to go to the restroom. He cursed and said no. When he cursed me, I cursed him back. When the bus got to Aiken, he got off and went and got the police. They didn't give me a chance to explain. The policeman struck me with a billy across my head and told me to shut up. After that, the policeman grabbed me by my left arm and twisted it behind my back. I figured he was trying to make me resist. I did not resist against him. He asked me, was I discharged? And I told him yes. When I said yes, that is when he started beating me with a billy, hitting me across the top of the head. After that, I grabbed his billy and wrung it out of his hand. Another policeman came up and threw his gun on me and told me to drop the billy. He dropped me, so I dropped the billy. After I dropped the billy, the second policeman held his gun on me while the other one was beating me. He knocked me unconscious. After I commenced to come to myself, he hollered, get up. I started to get up. He started punching me in my eyes with the end of the billy. When I finally got up, he pushed me inside the jailhouse and locked me up. I woke up next morning and could not see. A policeman said, let's go up here and see what the judge says. I told him that I could not see how to come out. I was blind. He said, feel your way out. He said, I'd be all right after I washed my face. He led me to the judge, and after I told the judge what happened, he said, we don't have that kind of stuff down here. Then the policeman said, he wrung my billy out of my hand. I told him if he didn't drop it, I'd drop him. That's how I knew it was the same policeman as had beat my eyes out. After that, the judge spoke and said, I fine you $50 for 30 days in the road. And I said I'd pay the $50, but I did not have the $50 at the time. So the policeman said, you have some money there in your wallet. He took my wallet and took out all I had. That was a total of $40 and took $4 from my watch pocket. I had a check for $694.73, which was my mustering out pay and soldier's deposit. Said to me, can you see how to sign this check? You have a government check. I told him no, sir. So he gave it back to me after that. Took me back and locked me up in the jail. The policeman did. I stayed in there for a while, and after a few minutes, he came and asked me if I wanted a drink of whiskey. If I took a drink of whiskey, he said I'd feel better. I told him no, sir. Didn't care for any. About 5:30 that evening, they took me to the Veterans Hospital in Columbia, South Carolina. One of the contact men came around one day and said to me they were going to take out a pension for me. I believe that the doctor who cared for me was named Dr. Clarence. I told him what had happened to me. He made no comment, but told me I should join a blind school. Sworn to me, this 23rd day of April, 1946. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I had that affidavit in my pocket a few hours before dawn. When I left off worrying about this broadcast long enough for coffee at an all-night restaurant, I found myself joined at the table by a stranger. A nice, soft-spoken, well-meaning, well-mannered stranger he was. He told me a joke. He thinks it's a joke. I'm going to repeat it, but not for your amusement. I earnestly hope that nobody listening will laugh. This is the joke. Seems there was a white man who came on business to a southern town, it could be Aiken, South Carolina, and found he couldn't get a bed in any of the good hotels. He went to the bad hotels and tried the flop houses, but there was no room for him in any of the inns reserved for white folks in that southern city. So at last, in desperation, he applied at a Negro hotel where he was accepted with a proviso that he would consent to share a double room with another guest. With rueful gratitude, this white man paid his bill, left to call for early in the morning. He rested well, quite undisturbed by the proximity of the sleeping colored man beside him, and was awakened at the hour of his request. After breakfast, he left the railway station where he boarded his appointed train, but the conductor would not let him into any of the regular coaches. The man was told quite rudely to go where he belonged, the Jim Crow car. The hero of this funny story allowed he hadn't washed in the morning, that the dust of travel must be responsible for the conductor's grievous social miscalculation. He went to the washroom. He started to clean his hands. They were black, an even hue of black. Then he looked into the mirror. His face was the same color. He not only looked darker than white, he was quite visibly a Negro. A great oath precedes the final line, which is presumed to be the funny part of this little anecdote. I know what's happened, are the next words of the man. It's very simple. They woke up the wrong man. I left the teller of this tale in the coffee shop, but I found I couldn't leave the tale itself. Like the affidavit I read to you at the start of the broadcast, it seems to become a permanent part of my mental luggage. I sketched in my imagination a sequel to the strangest funny joke. I saw the man of business who'd gone to bed, a white man getting into an argument with the conductor. I saw a policeman boarding the train at the next station and taking the man of business out on the platform and beating the eyes out of his head because the man thought he should be treated with the same respect he had received the day before when he was white. I saw men at the police station trying to make him take a drink so that the medical authorities could testify that he was drunk. I saw the man of business bleeding in his cell, reaching out with sightless hands through unseen bars, gesturing for help that could not ever come. And I heard his explanation echoing down the stone hallways of the jail. I know what's happened. It's very simple. They woke up the wrong man. Now, it seems the officer of the law who blinded the young Negro boy, the affidavit, has not been named. The boy saw him while he could still see, but of course he had no way of knowing what particular policeman it was who brought the justice of Dachau and Oswiecim to Aiken, South Carolina. He was just another white man with a stick who wanted to teach a Negro boy a lesson, to show a Negro boy where he belonged, in the darkness. Till we know more about him, for just now we'll call the policeman Officer X. He might be listening to this. I hope so. Officer X, I'm talking to you. Officer X, they woke up the wrong man. That somebody else, that man sleeping there, is you. The you that God brought into the world, all innocent of hate. A paid-up resident member of the Brotherhood of Man. Yes, unbelievably enough, that's you, Officer X. You, still asleep. That you could have been anything. It could have gone to the White House when it grew up. It could have gone to heaven when it died. But they woke up the wrong man. They finally came for him in the blank gray of dawn. As in the death house, they come for the condemned, but without prayers. They came with instructions, the accumulated ignorance of the feudal South. And with this peculiar briefing, they called Cain for another day of the devil's work, while Abel slept. Wash your hands, Officer X. Wash them well. Scrub and scour. You won't blot out the blood of a blinded war veteran. Nor yet the color of your skin, your own skin. You'll never, never, never change it. Wash your hands, Officer X. Wash a lifetime. You'll never wash away that leprous lack of pigment, the guilty pallor of the white man. We invite you to luxuriate in secrecy. It will be brief. Go on. Suckle your anonymous moment while it lasts. You're going to be uncovered. We will blast out your name. We'll give the world your given name, Officer X. Yes, and your so-called Christian name. It's going to rise out of the filthy deep like the dead thing it is. We're going to make it public with a public scandal you dictated but failed to sign. We pause now for a word from the philosophers. A short reminder regarding the matter of payment and cost. Nothing is paid back. That does not happen, not on earth. A favor cannot be paid back, neither can a wrong. We say a criminal pays for his crime when we lock him up. The murderer pays for his murder when the state murders him. But really the state is hiding an unsightly object. Society is merely sweeping its dirt under the carpet. We may sometimes manage to cure the thing called crime, but the man called a criminal is never punished. He can be inconvenienced or tormented or done away with, but he cannot pay for what he has done. If the ledger is ever balanced, it is not by him, but by some other man having nothing to do with him. It is balanced by deeds of virtue, by unrelated good works. The evildoer's agony doesn't show on the books. Only that fiction known to us as money can be paid back. The true debt, the debt of a friend to a friend or a foe to a foe, outlives the principles involved. So much for payment. Price. That's something else. There's a price for everything. There's nothing that does not have its cost. Joy and inspiration and mere pleasure have a market value precisely computed in terms of their opposites. The cost of youth is age. The cost of age is death. You want love. The cost of love is independence. You want to be independent, do you? Then pay the price and know what it is to be alone. Your mother paid for you with pain. Nothing in this living world is free. The free air costs you the life-consuming effort of breath. Freedom itself is priced at the rate of the citizenship it earns and holds. What does it cost to be a Negro? In Aiken, South Carolina, it cost a man his eyes. What does it cost to wear over your skeleton the pinkish tint officially described as white? In Aiken, South Carolina, it cost a man his soul. Officer X may languish in jail. It's unlikely, but it's possible that he'll serve as long a term as a Negro would serve in Aiken, South Carolina, for stealing bread. But Officer X will never pay for the 2 eyes he beat out of the soldier's head. How can you essay the gift of sight? What are they quoting today for 1 eye? An eye for an eye? A literal reading of this Mosaic law spells out again only the blank waste of vengeance. We've told Officer X that he will be dragged out of hiding. We've promised him a most unflattering glare of publicity. We're going to keep that promise. We will build our own police lineup to line up this reticent policeman with the killers, the lunatics, the beastmen, all the people of society's zoo where he belongs. If he's listening to this, let him listen well. Officer X, after I have found you out, I'll never lose you. If they try you, I'm going to watch the trial. If they jail you, I'm going to wait for your first day of freedom. You won't be free of me. I want to see who's waiting for you at the prison gates. I want to know who will acknowledge that they know you. I'm interested in your future. I will take careful note of all your destinations. Assume another name, and I will be careful that the name you would forget is not forgotten. I will find means to remove from you all refuge, Officer X. You can't get rid of me. We have an appointment, you and I, and only death can cancel it. Who am I? A masked avenger from the comic books? No, sir, merely an inquisitive citizen of America. I admit that nothing on this inhabited earth is capable of your chastisement. I'm simply but quite actively curious to know what will become of you. Your fate cannot affect the boy in the country hospital for the blind, but your welfare is a measure of the welfare of my country. I cannot call it your country. How long will you get along in these United States? Which of the states will still consent to get along with you? Where stands the sun of common fellowship? When will it rise over your dark country? When will it be noon in Georgia? I must know where you go, Officer X, because I must know where the rest of us are going with our American experiment. Into bankruptcy or into that serene tomorrow, that plenteous garden the blind soldier hoped for when he had his eyes and with eyes opened went to war. We want a word to lighten his darkness. You're sorry for him, he rejects your pity. You're ashamed, he doesn't care. We want to tell him soon that all America is ashamed of you. If there's room for pity, you can have it, for you're far more blind than he. He had eyes to see and saw with them made out, if nothing else, at least a part of the shape of human dignity. And this is not a little thing, but you had eyes to see and you have never seen. He has the memory of light, but you were born in the pit. He cannot grow new eyes to open the world again for his poor bruised head, never. No. The only word we can share the martyr with to carry him from the county hospital to the county grave is word concerning your eyes, Officer X. Your eyes, remember, were not gouged away. Only the lids are closed. You might raise the lids. You might just try the wild adventure of looking. You might see something. It might be a simple truth. One of those truths held to be self-evident by our founding fathers and by most of us. If we should ever find you bravely blinking at the sun, we'll know then that the world is young after all. That chaos is behind us and not ahead. Then there will be shouting of trumpets to rouse the dead at Gettysburg. A thunder of cannon will declare the tidings of peace, and all the bells of liberty will laugh out loud in the streets to celebrate goodwill towards all men. The new blind can hear. It'd be very good if they could hear the news that the old blind can finally see. Then, Officer X, you'll find that you can wash off what should be washed, and it will be said of you, yes, even you, that they awakened the right man. Now it's time to say goodbye. Please let me come to call again. Next week, same time. Until then, I remain as always obediently yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company invites you to be with us again next Sunday afternoon at 1:15 o'clock over most of these very same stations when we shall again hear from Mr. Orson Welles. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
When a Girl Marries. Sure Gel, the famous powdered pectin product for making jams and jellies, presents another absorbing chapter in the true-to-life radio drama, When a Girl Marries. A story of young married life, dedicated to everyone who has ever been in love. Before we start today's episode, there's something I want to discuss with Elizabeth Palmer, our jam and jelly-making expert.
I know you, Charlie. You like more of that Sure Gel story, and I don't blame you. Jams and jellies made with Sure Gel certainly taste delicious.
And think how Sure Gel saves time, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir. When you follow Sure Gel recipes, you're paraffining glasses 15 minutes after preparing fruit. What's more, Sure Gel gives more jam and jelly from every cup of sugar.
And don't forget that you can use light corn syrup to replace half the cups of sugar called for in any Sure Gel recipe.
Right, Charlie. And remember, if you can't find the fruit you want, you can make delicious jams and jellies from any available fruit with Sure Gel. Just follow the recipes that come with every box. There's a separate tested recipe for each fruit with Sure Gel.
Right. And Sure Gel not only saves time and sugar, but it also gives you half again more glasses than you get with the same amount of fruit in long boil recipes.
You're sure with the 65 home-tested recipes in every Sure Gel box, because you get separate recipes for each fruit.
Yes, for more and more delicious jam and jelly, follow the recipes in every box of time-saving, sugar-saving Sure Gel. And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan and Harry Davis. Suddenly, the cool beauty of a summer day is gone. The happiness of a moment has passed. And the sheer reality of suffering in a man's face has topped a world. That happened to Irma Cameron just a moment ago. Just a moment ago when Kathy, helping her mother house clean the kitchen, upset a bucket of water rather than face Steve Skidmore coming up the road. And now Steve is standing before Irma, silent, belligerent-looking, as Irma repeats.
Steve, there's something wrong.
Irma, hadn't you better mop up the water?
No, Steve, let it go.
The bucket Kathy upset?
Kathy...
In her hurry to get out of the room?
Steve, let's go on the porch. You're tired.
Tired.
There wasn't much water in the bucket.
Here, I'll get it up.
No, Steve.
Well, I'll help then.
I don't know what got into Kathy.
I do.
It was such a beautiful day, I wanted to clean the kitchen thoroughly. I've been canning the last few days. And...
Your house is always clean, Irma.
Oh, Steve, I was so happy this morning when John gave us an estimate of our potato crop. Well, we're going to have a surplus, Steve. It'll mean a nice little nest egg.
Let me have the mop.
Oh, it's all right now, Steve. Yeah, I'll just put the bucket outside, and then we can sit down.
I want to talk to you, Irma.
Yes, Steve. There. What is it, Steve?
I'm not going to be able to come over here anymore.
Steve. Oh, no.
It wouldn't be safe.
Not coming here anymore?
No.
Well, I thought you always considered this a second home.
That has nothing to do with it.
Now that you're alone,
I'm not coming over here again. Not while there's a likelihood of Harry Davis being around.
What has Harry to do with us?
It wouldn't be safe for me to meet him.
But, Steve, this is my home. Regardless of the fact that Joan is my best friend, I don't see why that should affect your coming here.
Irma, I've made up my mind.
Well, suppose you don't see eye to eye with Harry.
I don't want to talk about it.
Suppose you should meet him here.
I'd be liable to kill him.
Steve.
That's why I'm not coming.
Steve, this isn't you talking. This isn't the Steve I've always known.
The Steve you've always known doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, yes, he does.
The man you see standing before you has nothing to live for. Nothing at all.
That isn't true, Steve.
Goodbye, Irma.
Don't go, Steve. I won't let you go. You came here to talk to me. You said you did.
Goodbye, Irma.
You can't do this to me, Steve. I've always been fair to you. I've always listened to you. You have no right to leave me. Not until you've talked to me. Not until you tell me what's happened.
Nothing's happened that hasn't already.
Yes, it has, Steve.
No.
You're better, Steve. I know you are. I've seen you progress since you left the hospital.
Yes. Since I lost my arm.
You've discovered you can still work. You've discovered that didn't really matter.
The loss of my arm is unimportant.
But then what else is there?
My self-respect.
Oh, Steve, what do you mean by that?
I'd better go, Irma.
No. Not until you've talked to me. I have a right to know. I demand that right. Steve, I saw you when you were really sick. You came back here. I saw you find yourself again. I saw you go back to your job.
Yeah. For what?
For yourself, Steve. For this same self-respect you're talking about.
There's only one thing I can do for myself. For what's left of myself. And that is to make Harry Davis pay for the destruction he's caused.
Steve.
Make Harry Davis take over a little bit of the responsibility, the havoc he brought into Betty's life.
Always Betty?
Yes.
Hasn't she done enough damage to you already?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a woman who would marry a man and not live up to her contract. And not care for him at all. Only insofar as she can advance herself in her own selfishness.
That's enough, Irma.
All right, Steve.
You're like everyone else. You're influenced by Harry Davis.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. He has a way with women. Any man can see that.
No.
He can wrap them around his little finger.
Steve, listen to me. Harry Davis has nothing to do with the trouble Betty caused.
Don't make me laugh.
Steve, listen. He's had to pay a price, the same as you have.
What do you mean? What price did Harry Davis ever pay?
He nearly lost Joan.
Yes. But he didn't.
That was fate.
Fate.
It's true, Steve. He was caught in the same trap you were caught in.
Caught in his own trap? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not in his own trap. Steve, in the trap that Betty set to get what she wanted out of life.
I'm sorry you said that, Irma.
I'm not. Because it's what I've always wanted to say. What I saw happen that night at the school dance you took me to. The dance where you met Betty.
What happened? Well?
Oh, Steve?
Nothing happened that I know of. That the most beautiful girl I ever saw came into the room. The most beautiful and the most lovely girl. A girl who had no business to be in Beechwood. Who should have been home with her mother.
Then why did she come here?
Why? Because Harry Davis made her.
Steve, don't be so blind. Harry loves no one but Joan. He never did.
And you talk about me being blind.
If you could see them together, you'd know I'm right.
Me blind.
You are, Steve. Harry and Joan came back here to begin their life all over again. To find their happiness again.
Harry Davis came back here for only one reason. To laugh at me. To laugh at a man who got in his way. Who married the woman he was in love with.
Steve.
It's the truth.
I can't believe my ears when you say a thing like that.
Truth is often hard to believe.
Oh, Steve, you can't say that this is the truth.
I told you this talk would do no good. For either of us.
Oh, Steve.
Goodbye, Irma.
You can't go yet, Steve. You can't. I've got to make you see. I've got to find some way to make you see.
I do see, Irma. That's the trouble. I do see.
Steve.
I see what's happened to my life. I see what I had 2 years ago. And I see what I have now.
Steve, listen to me.
And I see also what Harry has. A wife who blindly worships him. A son. A home to come back to. Everybody helping to make his way smooth.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah, well, what do I have?
I hoped you had some feeling about my home and about the children.
That's a good one.
Oh, no, Steve.
Kathy can't stand the sight of me.
No.
Now, don't try to lie, Irma.
I'm not.
Even seeing me at the kitchen door.
Kathy's
Even
young.
seeing me come into the house made her knock over the bucket of water to get away from me. That's what I mean to Kathy.
Steve.
Just remember one thing, Irma. I'm going to take justice into my own hands. I'm going to see punishment is meted out to Harry Davis the first time our paths meet.
We'll be back with you in a moment. But now, say, Elizabeth, do you have a sugar bank in your house?
Yes, sir. I put aside at least a tablespoonful of sugar every day and save it for making jams and jellies. Really, anybody can afford to make spreads with Sure Gel, you know, because it's such a sugar saver.
Right. You get more finished glasses from every cup of sugar with Sure Gel. And light corn syrup may be substituted for half the cups of sugar called for in any Sure Gel recipe.
So hurry. Start putting up the delicious fruit you'll find in the local stores right now. As for sugar, inquire at your local ration board regarding extra sugar for the purpose of canning and jelly making.
And while we're talking sugar, remember to make jam and jelly-making sugar go farther by using sugar-saving Sure Gel.
Yes. The recipes inside every box of Sure Gel help all fruits set quickly and just right. With a half-minute boil for jelly, a minute boil for jam.
You save fruit, save sugar, time, and flavor with Sure Gel. Without another word, Steve Skidmore turns on his heel and walks away. Walks away without listening to Irma calling to him. With only one thought in his mind, a hatred of Harry Davis. Well, there until Monday at the same time, we leave the story of When a Girl Marries, written by Elaine Carrington. This program is presented by Sure Gel, America's largest selling powdered pectin product. Remember, you get more jelly and you get better jelly, too, from the same amount of fruit when you use time-saving, sugar-saving, fruit-saving, flavor-saving Sure Gel. Your announcer is Charles Stark.
Coffee drinking pleasure depends greatly upon flavor in the cup.
That's why today's Maxwell House coffee is so deeply satisfying. Choice Latin American coffees, Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, Bucaramangas for full body, and still other superb Latin American coffees for vigor are blended together to bring you one far more flavorful coffee, Maxwell House. Then, for uniform strength and goodness, the blend is radiant roasted. Thus, every cup of today's Maxwell House is extra flavorful, extra good to the last drop.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
What is happening to farm prices? Is this just a readjustment, or what is it? Are we headed for a farm depression? That is the question. This is America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Host today is the National Grange, represented here by Albert Goss. Our other guests, Representative Harold D. Cooley, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, and Donald Sawtell of the United States Chamber of Commerce Agriculture Committee. Our moderator is David Brinkley, NBC Washington commentator. And now, Mr. Brinkley.
In the last few weeks, we've all seen some rather sharp and rather sudden breaks in the prices of several farm commodities. Our question today is, what does it all mean? Is this going to be a permanent slump in farm prices, or it is a temporary fluctuation, or what is it? We may not find the answers today, but we will hear some expert opinions. To start getting expert opinions, I'm going to call first on Mr. Goss of the National Grange to tell us briefly what he feels about it. Are we headed for a farm depression, Mr. Goss?
Well, we may be headed for a farm depression, and we may not. If we handle the problem intelligently, I think a farm depression and a general depression can be avoided. If we don't handle it well, I think we will land in a farm depression before too many years.
Mr. Sawtell of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce.
In a general way, I think that business interests of the country would agree with Mr. Goss. We have recognized for a long time that agriculture was developing very large productive capacity and might have, in the near future, very large surpluses, which would have price-depressing effects. So we would agree, I believe, with Mr. Goss, that we have a problem here which we have got to face and has got to be handled very carefully in order for us to avoid serious economic trouble.
Thank you. And now Mr. Cooley, Chairman of the House Agriculture Committee.
Well, I think that the situation definitely challenges the finest virtues of our patriotism, and at the same time, it challenges our intelligence. And just as Mr. Goss has said, if we handle the situation intelligently, and I think we will, I see no need for a depression on the farm or otherwise. And in that connection, I would just like to observe that at the moment, domestic and foreign demands upon the products of our fields and our factories are greater at the moment than at any other time in all history. And certainly we should devise some method of distribution which will enable us to meet those unprecedented demands.
Well, Mr. Goss, to get a little more light on this question we're to talk about today, maybe you could look backward for us for a moment and tell us this. Is there any repetition now of the economic patterns we had the last time we had a real farm depression?
Yes, I think there are a great many similarities. As a matter of fact, we're in a period of reconstruction. It's not a normal period. We are, as a nation, catching up with all the backlog of demand over a good many years. Not only are we catching up with a backlog of demand domestically, but we're supplying Europe a tremendous amount of material, both farm products and industrial products. And that was what we were doing to a less extent, of course, after 1920. And when that demand ceased, when we stopped furnishing credit to Europe, when we stopped sending goods to Europe, and all that demand, all that production was dumped back on the market, we went into a depression. Now, that follows every war. And just as sure as we're sitting here, we're going to have to do something to keep up the market for what we are producing, or we've got to reduce production. Now, if we produce production, that means laying men off of jobs. It means curtailing the production of wealth, and it starts the decline. The problem America faces is how are we going to keep up consumption? How are we going to get a distribution of income so that we do keep up consumption? In other words, how are we going to raise our standards of living so that we can absorb all this excess production and all of us keep busy in industry and on the farm? So far as the farm picture is concerned, it's quite similar to what it was in 1920. We are producing tremendous crops. Our markets are in Europe, and when those markets are turned back at us, we've got to see that something is done to prevent the prices going down to destructive levels.
Mr. Cooley, does it look that way to you?
Well, I agree with Mr. Goss that the situation looks somewhat like it did after the First World War, but the fact remains that after the First World War, this nation sought to isolate itself from the rest of the world. We pulled our ships of commerce from the sea. We lifted trade barriers and high tariff walls around about our country, and we sought to live in great abundance here in America, only to find that we could not isolate ourselves from the rest of the world, as we had attempted to do. I think that in this enlightened day, with that experience so fresh in our minds, that we will not again attempt to lift trade barriers and high tariffs and place restrictions and limitations upon world trade. I think we realize now that we must trade with the world if we want to prosper here in America.
Mr. Saltell, can you comment on that?
Well, it seems to me that Mr. Goss has presented the picture pretty well. So far as the main facts are concerned, I think that we are perhaps facing a little different situation in some respects from what we were 20 or 30 years ago. I think we can't think that it's entirely a matter of getting over the effects of the war. I think if we're going to face this situation of the very large productive capacity of agriculture, we've got to recognize that the world is undergoing some very fundamental changes. We can see, as we look around the world, a tremendous increase in industrialization in a great many countries. Some countries are finding increasing difficulties in carrying on the export trade with other countries, exporting their products in order that they may buy raw materials. I'm just wondering if we haven't got to look ahead to the time perhaps when many countries, perhaps ourselves included, will begin to experience some difficulty in finding markets abroad for the tremendous productive capacity we have for certain agricultural products. We'll have to adjust our internal balance in some way so that we can use our productive capacity in the ways and for the products that we need without creating tremendous price-depressing surpluses which burden our whole economy.
I agree with Mr. Saltell. We've got to have some adjustments in our production. And I agree with Mr. Cooley. We've got to expand and trade with the world. But we must face the fact that the world hasn't got today very much to pay us for anything which we export. That's the reason we're in the Marshall Plan. We're trying to build the productive capacity of the rest of the world so they can produce enough to trade with us. And that's part of the problem of our whole economy, which will vitally affect the problem of agriculture.
Well, I agree with you, Mr. Goss, that the financial instability of the nations of the world and the exchange problems challenge us at the moment. At the same time, the fact remains that we will not have to create markets abroad. Markets already exist. The fact of the business is people of the world are dying now of starvation. And here we are discussing in Washington the great problem of agricultural abundance. And I hope you'll pardon me for just reading a little clipping from the Washington Post of less than a year ago from Shanghai, China, April the 8th. Bodies of 405 Chinese infants were found on Shanghai streets in the first week of April. Most of them were victims of measles. Bodies of 26 adults were found. The total of disease, starvation, and cold totals 7,307 for the first 3 months of the year. 6,957 of the victims were children. Now, as long as people are starving to death in such tremendous numbers, it seems to me that the intelligent people of the world should be able to find some method of distribution that would enable the starving peoples of other lands to use the products of our fields. And I believe that in the months and years to come, we will be able to solve this problem of world distribution of the great surpluses produced in this country.
Well, doesn't that come right down to the question of what can they pay us with? We've got surplus wheat, we've got surplus cotton, we've got surplus in food production we're supplying a large part of the world with now. It's done on credit now. Someday those bills have got to be paid. Now, what can they ship in here? That seems to me to be the real problem. We in agriculture feel that inasmuch as we have the surplus food, it ought to be more in the nature of raw materials or manufactured goods than shipping in farm products, which would only serve to augment the problem we got. And isn't that the real problem? What can they ship?
That is the real problem. I don't know what they can ship to us from these different countries of the world, but certainly they are producing something that could be used in lifting the standard of living of the peoples of the world. This business of money exchange is something that I don't know anything at all about, but I do know that it's a very complex problem, and it's one which must be solved. Now, I know that back in the days of Hitler, he went on some sort of a barter system. You remember that? Well, the fact is, we wouldn't want to go on a barter system all out, because the fact remains that we have a great storehouse of gold. And certainly we are not hoping that we'll abandon the gold standard and go on a commodity exchange basis. But it seems to me...
You're not in favor of that?
Of abandoning the gold?
And getting onto a commodity basis?
No, I don't think we could afford to do it. Not in our present situation. Ultimately, we might come to some sort of a commodity dollar, but at the moment, I don't see how we very well could afford to do it.
Well, money is one of the means that we've got to use for making this exchange. But after all, the net thing we've got to accomplish is exchange goods, because money comes from the production of goods. And we've got to be able to take something in here beside gold. There isn't enough gold to pay for this, and we've got to be able to take some real goods in exchange for the real goods we ship out. And I don't think we've been doing enough study as to what we can take in.
No, I agree with you. I think that we should devote serious consideration to the commodities that can be brought into this country without breaking down our own economy. I agree with you that we ought not to import agricultural commodities into this country when we have an abundant supply of the particular commodities involved. But we must purchase either raw materials, minerals, or chemicals, or something that we don't have here.
And some manufactured goods, too.
Certainly.
But I think that it's largely in strategic materials and raw materials. We've depleted a lot of our strategic materials here to help win the war. And it would seem that the natural flow would be to replenish that to keep up our balance. I'd like to hear what Mr. Sawtell has to say with that. That seems to come directly in the line of commerce.
Mr. Sawtell?
Well, that happens to be a little outside of my line because it's not agricultural problem. The Chamber of Commerce has been for a number of years in favor of the reciprocal trade program. However, we do have one qualifying factor in there. We believe that in carrying out this reciprocal trade program, there should be a reasonable protection afforded for agriculture and for other industries. We don't believe that we can afford to compete with our agricultural producers by importing raw materials from abroad. We question whether we can afford to compete with our own labor in our factories and industries by importing products from abroad that we can produce perfectly well here. So it's a problem. We're in favor of principle. We're in favor of the practice of it, just so far as it can be done without causing injury to our agricultural and industrial economy.
Well, the fact is that we want to export these agricultural surpluses. American industry wants to export the surplus in the industrial output. But as Mr. Goss mentioned a moment ago, we've got to devote more time and attention to what are we able to import so as to enable these people to have dollars to purchase the things that we want to sell to the world.
I don't think we would disagree with that point, except that our domestic market is, I think, the best market we have for agricultural commodities. And we certainly wouldn't want to damage the domestic market for agricultural products by importing products from abroad and cutting down our own domestic industries.
Here's another question, gentlemen, having to do with our original basic question today about the economic status of our farmers right now. Are they not in pretty good shape, Mr. Goss? Maybe you can tell us about this in terms of debt, mortgages, farm ownership and such.
Well, one of the most encouraging things we have to consider in discussing whether we're going to have a farm depression is the fact that our farmers are in better shape. Our debt is about half or what it was 10 to 15 years ago, and we got more machinery, we got more equipment, we got more money in the bank, we got more savings. We're in a far better shape to meet an emergency. But we were in pretty good shape 25, 30 years ago, too. And when we had these surpluses dumped back on us, and they were allowed to kick the bottom out of the price structure, we soon used up all of our savings, and we soon went into debt. We lived off of our fat to the tune that we lost $25 billion in farm wealth in 8 years.
Well, Mr. Goss, you do agree that our greatest problem at the moment is one of distribution. We are no longer faced with the problem of production. The American farmer has demonstrated that in war and in peace, that production is no longer a problem to us.
That's right.
Do you agree, then, that our problem really is one of distribution?
Distribution at a level which will enable us to keep up a good production. Yes, at a price level which will enable us to do it.
I agree with that.
And I know we appreciate the starving people in China and India, and we've got to find some way so that we can use what we're producing to help them. And that means takes us back into the import problem which we were discussing.
And we can't depend on the Marshall Plan or any other program of international relief. Those people must produce something that they can send to us in exchange for what we're sending to them.
Yes, and the Marshall Plan basically has as its purpose enabling them to create wealth to exchange with us. They were all shot to pieces. They got to have a start, and that's what the Marshall Plan is doing. But I think on top of that, we've got to have some safeguards. When our crash came in 1920, The prices went out from under everything without any floors or any protection whatever. And we've got to, I think we've learned the lesson on that one, that we can't let prices drop to any such destructive levels merely because suddenly a surplus hit the market all at once.
Well, along that line, Mr. Goss, during the last year, hasn't the government been supporting farm prices at 90% of parity?
Yes, 92.5 as far as cotton is concerned, and there have been a good many commodities that have been supported at 90% of parity. And that's been a safeguard for the American people. Because if farmers if they recognized the danger of having these prices fall out from under us all at once, they wouldn't have produced this great, the record crops, which have kept prices down where they were and have given us plentiful food to eat. And that's a principle we must protect above all
Mr.
things.
Goss, if I may interrupt you, I'm glad you made that point because I'm very much afraid that the workers in the city feel that these support programs are entirely for the benefit of the farmer. Whereas, as a matter of fact, as you say, they have a dual purpose, that of encouraging the farmer to produce so that the city man may have an abundance from which to purchase at a reasonable price. The support program only affects the farmer when the price goes below 90% of parity. And certainly no one in the city or elsewhere has a right to expect the farmer to produce on any basis that's unfair. And it seems to me that the support program is something in which the city housewife should be interested, because it does assure her an abundance from which to purchase.
There has been an awful lot of misrepresentation of the support program. They've called it subsidies, and they've said that it was responsible for holding the prices up. As a matter of fact, it is more responsible for holding prices level than any other one factor.
Well, how many farm crops, are being sold at a loss right now? Are there a great many?
Potatoes, one.
Well, I think the worst crop that's hit is citrus and fruit. That's been terrible. There hasn't been any support price, and the farmers of California got less than 10 cents a box for their oranges on the tree and their grapefruit last year. I don't know whether that would follow the whole year, but for a considerable portion. Freight rates have gone up, marketing costs have gone up, and it just took all of the margin out.
10 cents a box. What would a normal price be, Mr. Goss?
Well, I don't know that I could say normal, but net on the tree, they should get somewhere 60 cents to $1 a box, I should think. Because, mind you, 10 cents a box, they had to pay all their production costs out of that water and all the cost of raising it. Just an impossible situation. There have been some tremendous losses in grapefruit.
Well, Mr. Cooley, I believe next week, is it Wednesday, you begin hearings on several farm matters, bills. What's that all about?
Well, what we're starting on the 23rd, a subcommittee which I appointed some time ago, headed by Mr. Stephen Pace of Georgia, will start hearings on the aching bill, which was enacted in the last hours of the 80th Congress. And in making a study of that bill, and it will be a very detailed and line-by-line study, we will discuss the support programs, the parity formulas, and the situations in which the producers of all the various agricultural commodities find themselves at the moment. And of course, that brings up the question again of support programs, which have been discussed very much back during the campaign and since. We've heard a lot about flexible programs and fixed programs, and the entire agricultural picture will be surveyed by our committee, and a very careful study of the Aiken bill will be made. And everything indicates that substantial changes will be made in the Aiken bill.
What is the Aiken bill? Could you tell us briefly what it is? Some of us, I imagine, don't know.
Well, the fact is, I don't know what it is. It was unfortunately, It never was read in our committee room. It never was discussed in the House Committee on Agriculture. We knew that there was such a bill pending in the Senate, and in the last hours of the 80th session, actually, I think about 5 o'clock on Sunday morning, just before the House adjourned, the bill was brought before the House and passed. It never was considered, and I wouldn't like to discuss it at the moment. That's the reason I appointed the subcommittee. I'm charging them with the responsibility of finding out what the Aiken bill really is. Maybe Mr. Goss knows a little more about it than I do.
Well, the Aiken bill was a bill for changing the parity formula and changing the method of price supports. It has some good points. It has some weak points in our judgment. And we're very glad that the House is taking it up. In fact, it was our understanding that being passed at that late hour, as Mr. Cooley has said, that everyone recognized it needed just the kind of overhauling you're prepared to give to it.
I think even the authors realize that because they suspended its operations, you remember.
Unfortunately, I think that the problem is resolving itself into a question of flexible supports or fixed supports. As a matter of fact, we think there's room for both of them if properly applied. And we think there's got to be a broader base than there is under the Aiken bill.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you say that you believe that we will have a combination of both the flexible and fixed supports, because I think it's rather unfortunate that some of the farm organizations are quoted in the papers, and over the radio as being firmly and unalterably in favor of flexible support programs. And then the next thing you see in the paper is that Chairman Thomas of the Senate Committee and Chairman Cooley of the House Committee have come out for 90% fixed support programs, which makes it appear to the public that we are very much in a controversy. But the fact is, I believe that all of the thinking people realize, as you've just said, that we must have a combination of both.
Say, I'm glad of this chance to say one thing to you here right now, Mr. Cooley. You know, the trouble we've had in agriculture so far, we've been looking for some panacea, one thing that would cure all our ills. We followed the McNary-Hogan bill, and then we followed the debenture, and we've always been looking for one cure-all. I don't think any such thing is possible. We got to have a broad program, because the thing that'll help oranges won't necessarily help wheat, and the thing that'll help wheat won't help cotton. I'm awfully glad to hear what you said.
Mr. Sawtell, we haven't heard from you lately. How do you feel about this?
Well, the Chamber of Commerce has no very extensive policy with reference to these price supports, but its position in general is that it is inclined to favor rather lower price supports, which will leave an opportunity for a normal movement of market prices within reasonable limits, though we would not take the position that prices should be permitted in an emergency condition to fall to disastrous levels as they did in one other time. However, I think I ought to point out here that the Chamber of Commerce and the businessmen of the country are definitely concerned with the program that may be developed, because they are fearful that in some way there may be an undue development of governmental participation with reference to these support programs. We believe in the principle of private enterprise, and we believe in that both for industry and for agriculture. We feel that under that system we have had the greatest development of general welfare that the world has ever seen. We are fearful that if we have a system of price supports that is too high, it will lead to governmental controls which will not be consistent with the democratic principles of government or with the principles of private enterprise.
Well, Mr. Sawtell, may I say that I agree that we cannot afford to have high support prices on any commodity unless the producers of that commodity are willing to try to keep production in line with reasonable demands. Now, wherever we've undertaken to support unlimited production, we've always come to great grief, just as we have in potatoes and in other commodities in the past. But I'm in favor of fixed supports at a rather high level where the producers are willing to follow the advice of experts and try to keep production in line.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you, Mr. Cooley, emphasize the importance of the responsibility of the farmers, of their recognizing their responsibility.
That's about all the time we have, Mr. Sawtell. I'm sorry to interrupt. About the only summary we need today in regard to our original question, are we headed for a farm depression? The only summary we need is that we all agree we may or may not be, but we agree that with intelligent handling, it can be avoided. Our thanks for being with us today to all three of you. Here is John Batchelor.
This has been America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Printed copies of today's forum may be had without cost by writing to the National Grange, Washington 6, D.C.
From WGN, the Voice of the People, Chicago.
Gillette presents the World Series. From the Yankee Stadium in New York this afternoon, we bring you the third game of the 1942 World Series as a feature of the Gillette Safety Razor Company's year-round cavalcade of sports, which embraces the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl games, New Year's Day, all major boxing bouts month after month, and other sports events of national interest. This is Mel Allen speaking for Gillette over the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and hundreds of affiliated stations, plus shortwave outlets WGEO and WGEA Schenectady, KGEI San Francisco, which beam these games to our armed forces abroad. Now, this third game of the 1942 World Series is played by the National and American Leagues and the St. Louis and New York clubs as the agent for the USO, the United Service Organizations. It's a jam-packed stadium today, seething with tremendous excitement, generated by those two hectic games that started the series rolling in swell shape out in St. Louis. And today, the Yankees will present a revamped lineup as a result of Cardinal manager Billy Southworth's choice of Ernie White, a left-hander, as his pitching nomination. So in the background we hear the folks laughing, and it's Al Shack entertaining them. But here quickly are the starting lineup for today's game. For the St. Louis Cardinals, no change from the lineups which they presented the first two games outside of the pitcher. It's Jimmy Brown leading off playing second base, Terry Moore hitting second playing center field, Enos Slaughter batting third right field, Stan Musial in the cleanup spot left field, Walker Cooper hitting fifth catching, Johnny Hopp hitting sixth playing first base, Whitey Kurowski, whom we thought might be out of action because of a slight injury to his throwing arm in the second game, is back in there. He's playing third base. Marty Marion hitting eighth, playing shortstop. Ernie White pitching and, of course, occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. For the Yankees, we have a revamped lineup, as we told you. It's Phil Rizzuto leading off, playing shortstop. Buddy Hassett hitting second, playing first base. Roy Cullenbine hitting third, playing right field. Joe DiMaggio in the cleanup spot, playing center field. Joe Gordon hitting fifth. He's been elevated from sixth to fifth, playing second. And Charlie Keller, who has been hitting fifth, has dropped to sixth, playing left field. Bill Dickey hitting seventh and catching. Jerry Priddy is going to play third base in place of Brad Ralph. Priddy playing third base, hitting eighth. Spurgeon Chandler is going to do the pitching for the Yankees. Of course, he's occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. So there is the Yankee lineup, as you note. Hassett, who hit eighth earlier in the first two games, is batting second. Priddy is hitting eighth. Joe McCarthy wanting to inject as many right-handed hitters into the lineup as he could to face the left-handed pitching Ernie White. The umpires back to the plate, George Barr of the National League, Cal Hubbard of the American League at first base, George Major Kurtz of the National League at second base, and Bill Summers of the American League on third base. And that very quickly is the picture as we see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards get set to go into action. And right now, here to give you his observations, a brilliant columnist of the New York Journal-American, a member of Gillette's staff of their cavalcade of sports, Bill Coram.
Thanks, Mel. To me, this is it. This ball game, as I see it, is the game that will decide the 1942 and 39th World Series. I believe the winning team today will go on to win the championship. My reason for feeling that way is that this is the place where the Yankees, mighty men that they are, McCarthy's big boys, overpower their opposition. They've done it in the American League year after year, and they've done it with National League clubs in the series, and this is their spot. I don't think, aside from Ken O'Day, Whitey Moore, and Harry Gumbert, that a single player on the Cardinals squad has ever seen, that's active player, of course, has ever seen the inside of this stadium. And certainly not packed as it is today with 70-odd thousand persons. One of the great, tremendous crowds that baseball has produced, and in a spot that I think is the finest stadium and the finest field baseball has. Certainly it's a relief to see an infield after that infield at Sportsman Park where the grass looked like the spinach on Grandpa's chin. They put something called molder's dust on it out there and took all the grass off. And, of course, the Cardinals and Browns both playing. It gets no rest. And, as I say, it's really a relief to see a great field that we have here this afternoon. Now, the records of the rival pitchers, Ernie White, won 7 and lost 5 for the Cardinals. He's a southpaw, comparatively small fella, not nearly as big as his opponent, Spurgeon Chandler, who won 16 and lost 5 for the Yankees. White is what is known as a sore arm pitcher. That is, he has a lot of trouble with his arm, but when he's good, like the little girl, he's very, very good indeed. And, of course, he pitched a game that clinched the pennant for the Cardinals in their great rush when they practically came from behind the grandstand to down the Dodgers and win the National League flag. Shaq is getting a big hand from the crowd as he trots in and waving to the people. A great entertainer and a great fella, Al. Now to get back to White for a minute, he's one of Southwest's great left-handers. I don't say perhaps great in all time, but on this Cardinal squad, what you'd call a very, very good journeyman left-hand pitcher at least. And left-handers have troubled the Yankees some this year. Smith and Chubby Dean and others, and the theory is that they don't like them as well as they like speedball right-hand pitchers such as Cooper and Beasley. We'll see whether that's true or not. My experience with the Yankees has been that they like pretty near everything in the way of pitching and can hit almost anything. But if Southworth can get away with this one, if he can beat Chandler with White, he is going to be sitting in the driver's seat, as I see it, as far as the series goes, because he can come right back tomorrow with a fellow named Max Lanier, who is his exact counterpart for White as I could think of. Practically the same size, throws the same way, and they have pretty much the same sort of stuff. If White wins this afternoon, I'm reasonably sure I can tell you that Cooper will not pitch tomorrow, but will be held for Monday. On the other hand, if the Yankees win, I expect to see Cooper back in there in tomorrow's game here because he's Southwest's ace, and you've got to play your ace when you're in trouble. And I repeat that whoever wins this game, the other side definitely is going to be in trouble. And that's the picture as I see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards go into the third game.
You regular World Series listeners will recall that on previous broadcasts, we've urged you to lay in a real supply of Gillette Blue Blades. But today, that's all off. Actually, Gillette's current stock of blades is far smaller than the average wholesaler's required inventory. Now, that's due to several things. First, production has been drastically cut by government order to save steel. On top of that, requirements for our armed forces are constantly increasing. Now, these 2 points alone, not to mention others, mean less Gillette Blue Blades for civilian use. So if you run across a store that's out of stock, particularly in defense areas, you'll know why. Of course, we're making every effort to distribute available supplies evenly. Now, no one wants to deprive others of the comfort of shaving with Gillette Blue Blades, so we particularly request that you buy fewer blades and use them thriftily. Don't overstock, and be sure to get maximum service out of every blade. It's easy to do this without sacrificing comfort if you know how, and during the game we'll tell you several ways to make every Gillette Blue Blade last longer. At the moment, the band is out in center field, entertaining the crowd. The bleachers are absolutely jam-packed. They've been out there since early this morning, with Al Schacht having come out earlier to do his stuff to amuse them, to keep things humming and keep interest so they wouldn't get too tired waiting for activity to start on the ball field. Spud Chandler is still warming up below our booth, and so is Ernie White of the St. Louis Cardinals. We might give you a quick picture of where our booth is located. It's directly over home plate atop the third deck of the Yankee Stadium, so that we have a perfect view of everything in the playing field. The Yankee groundkeepers are putting on the finishing touches. At the moment, they're out at the mound, smoothing things off, a few of them out in right field. The umpires are at home plate, talking with each other, awaiting Art Fletcher, who will come out for the Yankees, and Billy Southworth, who will come out for the St. Louis Cardinals. Out in deep center field at the flagpole, incidentally, the distance from home plate to that point just to the right of it is 461 feet, is another of the groundkeepers who has a hold of the long rope by which they hoist up the flag. And that will be raised in a moment, and we, of course, will have the national anthem before the game gets underway. All the Cardinals out in front of their dugout got on some red jackets, looking around the crowd, chatting, apparently very much interested in what's going on in the stands. We don't see any of the Yankees in the front of their dugout as yet, although in the extreme left-hand corner there is Joe Gordon standing with his chin resting on his hand, awaiting something to take place. George Levy of the stadium, who has been in attendance at 12 World Series and who is always at the Yankee Stadium through the regular season, he's the man who walks out the plate to get the batteries for the day's game, goes over to the public address announcer here and gives them to him. Then they're announced. There's Morton Cooper trotting across back of home plate, just having come out of the runway leading to the Cardinal clubhouse, trotting over to the St. Louis bench. Johnny Schulte, Yankee coach, has his mitt up under his left arm, is ready to walk out to the bullpen. The bullpen's, by the way, at the stadium. The Yankee bullpen is out between the left field grandstand and the right field bleachers, the left field bleachers, and the visiting team bullpen is located between the right field stands and the right field bleachers, so that the boys have quite a long walk coming in when there's a need for changing pitchers. Well, at the moment, Art Fletcher and Billy Southworth are at home plate with the umpires. Terry Moore, the Cardinal captain, is there. They're discussing the batting orders and ground rules. And before the start of this third World Series game, we'll have time for station identification. We'll pause 10 seconds. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
We're ready for the national anthem, and here it is. And so with the playing of the national anthem, Old Glory is raised to the top of the flagpole in deep center field, and being raised right underneath it is the flag, or bunting, or pennant, whichever you want to call it, emblematic of the Yankees' World Championship, which they won last year, and which they're defending now. There go the Yankees trotting out onto the field, and now the ball game is going to get underway. Just listen to the cheers for the Yankees for a moment. Here's the announcement of the batteries, which we've already given to you. We'll let you listen.
Number 28, pitching. Cooper. Number 15, catching. The battery for New York. Chandler. Number 21, pitching. Dickey. Number 8, catching.
And now Judge Landis, High Commissioner of Baseball, is ready to throw out the ball and does to Bill Dickey. and Dickie trots back to home plate. We're going to be underway in just a moment or so. And to take over and describe for you in his inimitable fashion the first 4.5 innings of this third game of the World Series is Red Barber, who is now doing his 8th World Series. One of America's premier baseball announcers, a World Series fixture. And here he is, the old redhead.
Thank you very much, Mel. At the moment, out in the heart of the diamond here at Yankee Stadium, Spurgeon Chandler, limbering up his right arm, throwing down to his battery mate and catcher, Bill Dickey. At first base, Buddy Hassett. Second, Joe Gordon. At shortstop, Phil Rizzuto. And at third is Jerry Pretty, who hits right-handed. And Pretty is getting the nod today with the Cardinals starting a left-hander over Rolfe, the veteran third baseman who played the first 2 games but who is a southpaw swinger. And so once again, the team of Pretty and Rizzuto are shoulder to shoulder. They first came to fame as a second base combination, but since that time, Pretty has been made into a third baseman and utility infielder. In the outfield and left is Charlie Keller, who's busily tying a shoelace at the moment. DiMaggio is in center, and in right is Roy Cullenbine. Stepping in to be the first batter for the Cardinals is little Jimmy Brown, a switch hitter, who hits with equal facility from either side. He has 1 hit so far in the 2 games played. He's batting left-handed. Right-handed Chandler comes down, and Brown swinging fouls it off. This is Chandler's second appearance in this World Series. You recall he relieved and finally got the Cardinals out after they made 4 runs with 2 men down in the 9th inning of the first game. Brown got his hit as one of those Cardinal base hits in that last moment flurry and fuselage at St. Louis in the opener. George Barr of the National League is working balls and strikes back at the plate. The pitch is in there for a called second strike, a big curveball. A right-handed pitcher throwing to a switch hitter batting left-handed. And Chandler's now ahead, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. It's the game's first hitter. The defense is straight away on Brown. Infield up a step. Jimmy swings, beats it down foul. He breaks for first base. In other words, he didn't wait to see whether the ball was fair or foul. Now comes walking back, picks up his stick. The other 3 umpires, Big Cal Hubbard is coaching back at first. And Major Kurth, who's just as big of the National League staff, was at second. Now the American League staff is Bill Summers back at third. The umpiring alternates who are dressed and in reserve if an emergency should arise are Basil of the American League and Dunn of the National. It's still no balls, 2 strikes. That's the count to Brown. And just a moment, time is called. Plate umpire Barr asked the Cardinal bat boy to get back over closer to the dugout. In fact, to get into the dugout. In other words, to get off the playing field. Chandler pumps, delivers. Brown swings and hits it right back to the mound. Chandler takes on a big bounce, throws to first. Plenty of time. Brown is up. 1 up and 1 away. Chandler being ahead of the first hitter all the way through. The pitcher to the first baseman, that's Chandler to Hassett. Terry Moore, Cardinal center field and captain, stepping in. Right-hand batter. He has 2 hits. He got the first hit for the Cardinals, which came in the 8th inning of the first game, and then followed up the next inning in the 9th with a single. Swings and misses at a low outside curve. Chandler really snapped it off, too. He has quite a curve ball. The outfield is around toward left. The biggest hole is right center. Infield straight away on Terry, who crouches, right-hand batter. Swings and lines it foul into the lower right field stand. Long second strike. And here Chandler is still staying completely ahead of all the hitters that he's facing. This is his number 2 batter. 1 man out. Ball game just began a moment ago with Jimmy Brown bouncing out, pitch to the first baseman. Chandler to Hassett. The game was a few moments delayed in its start. There was a very prolonged discussion over ground rules with the umpires. Here's a pitch. A curve in for call strike 3. And Chandler has been the completely dominant factor here to start. 2 up, 2 men out, and Country Slaughter stepping in. One of the Cardinal heroes in their win, which was the second game, a 10-hitter. He has 2 hits so far. Takes a curve, good for a called strike. Chandler isn't fooling around. He's a good-sized fella, strong. He's always been quite an athlete. Quite a halfback at the University of Georgia in his collegiate days. There's a pitch low inside that has Slaughter skipping rope. Down around his ankles, ball 1. And this is the first pitch that hasn't been in the strike area, thrown here at the start of the ball game by Chandler. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 men out, nobody on, no score. The defense is around toward right slightly. Slaughter takes call, strike two. Quick curve that came in and got the outside. Waist high. 1-2. Slaughter stands right off the plate. He's a medium-sized, stocky individual. Heavy hip. Backs out, just Tyler waiting on Chandler. Now Enos stepping in again. Outfields that wood. Pulls that hat right down to the end of the handle. Chandler comes down. A screwball, swung on a miss for strike three. And there was a screwball. He had been throwing a strictly orthodox curveball to the three batters. And then when he got 2 strikes on Slaughter, he then gave him the screwball. And it was a big one, and it was over the plate, too. If Slaughter hadn't swung, he'd have been called. And so, I guess you can't ask much more of a pitcher. He threw out Brown himself, then got a 3rd strike to Moore, and struck out Slaughter swinging on a screwball. And speaking of a screwball, the fact that the young man who's now on the mound for St. Louis tried to develop one last September is what began his sore arm troubles. White is on the mound for St. Louis. His arm is perfectly all right now. He's telling him in the dugout before the ball game that his arm first began to get sore right after Labor Day last year when he started trying to develop a screwball. He hurt something in his elbow, and then when he came back to training camp this year, he made the same mistake again of going after the screwball again. And he hurt his arm seriously enough to where it was sore until 2 months ago. But he said he hasn't tried since spring training to break off a screwball, never intends to try again, and the arm is sound again. He's learned his lesson on that. He said somebody else can throw a screwball, but not me. So it's White on the mound for the Cardinals. Back of the plate, Walker Cooper. First base, Johnny Hopp. Second, Jimmy Brown, a shortstop, Slats Marion. Third, George Kurowski, his arm's all right. Stan Musial is in left, in center, Terry Moore, and in right field, Country Slaughter. And the scooter, Bill Rizzuto, stocky, little speed merchant, right-hand hitter, up at the plate. White kicks a little ground. He's a very cool customer with this blonde southpaw. Pumps, comes down. Ball is running toward third. There's Kurowski up with it, close to first. Not in time, not in time. It's a base hit. White made his first pitch, a fastball that was coming down low inside around the knees, and Rizzuto caught it down there on the meat and bunted it neatly toward third. He bunted it just hard enough to where the pitcher couldn't field it. And by the time that Kurowski got in, the third baseman made the play. He made it faultlessly all right, but there wasn't time, and Rizzuto beat it out for a base hit. And he's on at first, possessor of the game's first hit, and he's the game's only runner. The batter is Buddy Hassett. And across, left-hand hitter swings. There's a high foul back of first and into the stands. Hits into the upper tier. And the upper tier at Yankee Stadium is really an upper tier. 3 floors here. Main stand. Lower level, the mezzanine, and then the upper deck. That's 1 strike to Hassett. No score in the ball game. Infield, of course, for the Cardinals, has to be ready for a bunt. That means Kurowski's in close. White a left-hander, checks his runner. Hop holding it first. The pitch. Hassett tries to bunt and fouls it off, and in fact nicked his thumb. Just a moment. Is he going to be waved down to first base, or is he hurt? No, I believe only time is called. A high inside pitch. The bunt was on, and Hassett, in trying to bunt it, hit the left thumb of his finger. You know how a batter would slide his hand up on the barrel of the bat to try and bunt, to get the bat exactly right on the bite of the projectile. And Hassett got a little bit too close. Doc Painter, the Yankee trainer, has met him and is walking with Buddy now back toward the dugout. And it looked apparently as though that ball got Hassett on the thumbnail of his left hand. And Manager McCarthy's now come over. Of course, that would be a serious thing if Hassett, regular first baseman, has hurt a finger to where he wouldn't be able to carry on. So time is called, and Rizzuto is still standing at first base. In other words, there was a fine point that we had to wait and see whether the umpires thought that he was hit by the pitch ball or was hit accidentally while he was bunting. And now, according to the move of the plate umpire, that was a foul, that he was trying to bunt the ball, hit the bat first, and then went for the finger, which means it's just a second strike. Hassett's finger is still being checked and administered. Back now underneath the Yankee dugout. We can't see what's going on. Just as soon as he comes out or there's some other definite move to indicate just what it is, we'll let you know. And whatever happens, whether Hassett can come back or whether he will have to have a replacement, it will be either Hassett or his substitute who will have to come back in the batter's box with the count 2 strikes. Make no mistake on that. And the runner is at first base, Rizzuto, standing there quietly. So, in case you just joined us for this third game of the World Series, brought to you by Gillette, here's Hassett coming out now. So he's going to carry on, but he still is clenching and probing around that sore finger. For those of you who just joined us, the Cardinals went down 1-2-3. Chandler, starting pitcher for the Yankees, being in magnificent form. And the first Yankee up, Rizzuto, bunted the first pitch for a base hit down toward third. And Hassett is now returned to batter's box for the count. No balls, 2 strikes. Left fielder Musial is straight away. Center fielder Terry Moore is veered over toward left center. And right fielder Slaughter is straight away, which means that the gap in the outfield against Hassett is right center. Infield up a step. White looks at first, delivers, and misses with a fastball outside. Ball 1. Tried to make Hassett go for one going away, but he didn't. Sort of flexes that sore left hand a moment. Now grips the bat again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White asks for the sign. Gets it. Stares a while. Now comes in the pitching position, looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve high and outside for ball 2. And as soon as White turned that ball loose, in other words, that he immediately went down into a crouch. Because I imagine that when he made that delivery, he thought Rizzuto might be going, and he wanted to get out of the way in the event that his catcher was going to fire right back over his head toward second base. But Rizzuto didn't budge. In fact, he's been standing, you might say, suspiciously still at first base. White looks at first, delivers 2-2. Hassett swings. There's a high foul ball that catcher Walker Cooper's under halfway over to the Yankee dugout and grabs for the out. Rizzuto takes a run down off first, bluffing as though he's going for second, and then quickly goes back into first base. Walker Cooper walks the ball back out to the mound. So it is 1 out. And Hassett was defeated as he attempted, first of all, to sacrifice, and then was retired, a foul ball to the catcher. Roy Cullenpine, the switch-hitting right fielder, stepping in for the Yankees. He, of course, is going up there as a right-hand batter. Left-hander Ernie White on the mound for the Cardinals. Outfield is around toward left on Cullenpine. They're playing him to full. Infield is up a step, except for first baseman Hop, who's rolling the bag against Rizzuto. Throw to first. Not in time. Rizzuto fading back on ahead. Cullenpine sets his feet wide apart and digs in. Crouches. The pitch. Swung on and fouled. A curveball. Curve was breaking down. Roy swung above it. Beat it into the ground right underneath the catcher. And apparently nicked the ball because after a quick examination, plate umpire Barr throws it out. And as he throws it to the ball boy, waves his hand in a negative way, meaning that ball's no good for future use in this game, so get rid of it. New agate. White rubs it. Roughs it a little bit. Uses the rosin bag. No balls, 1 strike. 1 man out for the Yankees. No score here in the first inning. First game at the stadium and third game of the series. Shaw, who's fast, and a threat. Hitting down off first. Cullenpine crouching at the plate. White delivers. Curve swung on and missed. Fast curve. Strike 2. 0-2. Ernie is working very deliberately. He's quite cool. He doesn't get excited. Defense remains as it was. Left-hander steadies the runner. There goes Rizzuto. Cullenpine swinging. Fouls it off. And it's still strike 2. Rizzuto was going. Now he comes trotting back to resume his lead. Whether that was a hit-and-run play or a run-and-hit play, you'd have to wait and ask somebody with the Yankees after the ball game. Because you don't know. The batter had 2 strikes. The pitch was over, so he had to swing. In other words, there could possibly have been a run-and-hit in which, had the pitch been outside, Cullenpine would have taken and let Rizzuto go on. Anyhow, it's still 0-2. There's call strike 3. A quick curveball catches the outside, and Cullenpine is caught looking. And that's the first strikeout for White, and it is the second out for the Yankees, and Rizzuto remained at first base. Joe DiMaggio stepping in. Right-hand batter. Outfield is deep around toward left. The infield swings well around toward third base. They play this strong 6-foot right-hander to pull toward left. Third baseman Karofsky is deep. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. High. 4-1. 1-0. 2 men out. Rizzuto, who's the game's only runner, here in the last of the first inning, still at first base. Hop is grimly holding the inside corner against him. They're not giving Rizzuto an inch. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve good for a called strike, just above the knees. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. White works with a very easy motion. In other words, he doesn't put on any acrobatic show when he's pitching. And he throws his curveball and fastball with one and the same motion, which is one of the reasons for his success. Steadies first. Delivers to the plate. Strike 2 swinging. DiMaggio reached for a fastball, low outside. 1-2. White busily going to the rosin bag, rubbing up the ball. He's taking no chances. He's not being hurried. Figuring out every single pitch. It's no score. Just the start of things. Key game. There goes Rizzuto. There's a pitch out. The throw down to second base. There's an overthrow into center field. Rizzuto is up and on his way for third. Terry Moore recovers, throws to second, and Rizzuto is at third base. Rizzuto was going down. The steal was on, or you might say a run and hit was on, because if the pitch was outside, DiMaggio would take it, which he did, and it was a ball. Ball 2. The count is now 2-2. And Walter Cooper's throw to second with Jimmy Brown going in to take the bag was way high and went into center field. Score that as a steal for Rizzuto off second, and he advances to third base on catcher Walker Cooper's overthrow, which is charged as an error. This changes, of course, the complexion of things, which pitcher White had very carefully tried to keep under control. Now Rizzuto's at third. Quite a bit of difference between first and third. 2 out, DiMaggio up there, 2-2. Pitch is high for ball 3, high fastball. So that's a steal for Rizzuto and an error charged against Walker Cooper. DiMaggio standing out of the box. Let's see, time just for the moment. And there's to be a conference now between plate umpire Baugh, who is the umpire-in-chief for today's game, and third base umpire Bill Summers. And we'll see just exactly what it is. And they apparently... Wait, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. There was trouble at St. Louis in the second game about the fact that the Cardinal pitcher was taking his sign off the rubber. You see, in the American League, there's a rule that the pitcher must take his sign while being on the rubber. National League pitchers do not have to take the sign on the rubber. And so at St. Louis, it was allowed to go on despite the Yankee protest. But here in this ballpark, which is an American League park, White has to take his sign from the rubber, and that's what DiMaggio is kicking on just now. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. And DiMaggio struck out on a 3-2 pitch. It is scoreless, and that ends the first inning. And here's a change. Pretty, who began at third base, moves to first base. And Hassett's left hand, I think it is his left thumb, at least it looked that way when he was trying to get that bunt. Hassett's injury forces him out, and Pretty, the utility spare part for the Yankee inner defense, Pretty goes to first base, and to still have a right-hand hitting third baseman, Frankie Crosetti. One-time great shortstop for the Yankees, goes to third. That's the announcement now coming up over the public address.
Number 1, playing third base, Pretty. Number 14, playing first base for New York.
And Pretty, who began the ball game and played the first inning at third, is now at first base. And Crosetti makes his first appearance in this World Series as he takes over at third. Now stepping in, as we continue this scoreless third game. First up in the second inning is Stan Musial, left-hand hitter. Bluffs a bunt, and then the pitch is over for a call strike. A sharp curve right under his hands over the inside. The Yankee infield now is Jerry Pretty at first base. Joe Gordon at second. Scooter Rizzuto is at short, and at third base, Frankie Crosetti. A pitch swung on, beaten foul on the ground, back over toward the Cardinal dugout. Here at the stadium, the Yankees use the dugout on the third base side, and the visiting club, which in this case is the St. Louis National League team, uses the dugout on the first base side. Mike Gonzalez coaching back at first. Billy the Kid. Manager Southworth is his own third base coach. Stan Musial, left-hand hitter, waiting. Chandler, right-hander throw, screwball, hit down to short. Rizzuto's up with it. Fires a throw to first. In time, Pretty takes it. And Musial is thrown out by a step. Short to first. Happily passed around the Yankee end of defense. It's no score. One man out, nobody on. The Cardinals at bat. Walker Cooper, the catcher, stepping in the batter's box. Here's the second inning.
Now it's time.
Bill Dickey stays down after giving the sign. Ball working off the catcher's left shoulder, right-hand hitter. Walker Cooper takes an outside curve low, ball one. It's just the second ball that Chandler has thrown, and this is the fifth hitter to face it. 1-0. Pitch swung on and missed. Curve ball off the hands. And Walker Cooper swung all the way around. Such was the force and fury of his swing when he didn't get a hold of it. 1-1. Chandler looks into the dirt for a moment. Kicks with his spikes out in front of the mound. Blows on his hand now. Finally directs his gaze and takes the sign from Dickey. Big catcher comes up high at the pitch. Screwball hit down to short. Rizzuto up with it on a big bounce. Throws over to first. Plenty of time. Walker Cooper's out for 4 steps. And that's the second time that Chandler has thrown that screwball. So, 2 Cardinals up. Both of them thrown out by shortstop Rizzuto. Rizzuto to Pretty. And Johnny Hop stepping in. The Cardinals have not changed their batting order, except for the pitchers throughout the series. In other words, Southworth is standing pat. Hop stands midway in batter's box. Swings that stick from the end. Pitch. Over for a strike, and there was another screwball. That one came on the inside by the hands and broke back from a left-hand hit and over the plate. Chandler looks around. 2 out, nobody on St. Louis, second inning. Hop swings and misses at a curveball under his hands. And it is nothing in 2. Hop walks out of the box to compose himself for the moment. Now gets in again. Southworth cups his hands around his mouth. Hollers him back a third. You can do it, Johnny. Chandler throws. It's a screwball, which is hit down to short. Rizzuto grabs it. Throws to first. Plenty of time. Hop out about 2 steps. And Chandler, taking complete usage of that screwball, had the 3 batters in the second inning all hit right down to the left side and all get thrown out at short, so it is still no score, and that ends the first half of the second inning. I hate to go technical on you, but in a few brief words, I want to give you what's behind this positive statement. In all the world, there isn't a razor blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as the Gillette Blue Blade. Men, manufacturing is directed by graduate specialists in metallurgy, chemistry, physics, mechanics, even electronics. These experts and the skilled operators in all departments are provided with every facility to produce blades of unmatched keenness and uniformity. There are high-powered microscopes wherever you turn, Vickers hardness testers, and other devices usually found only in scientific laboratories. Most of the manufacturing equipment is Gillette designed and Gillette built. 5-ton sharpening machines, microscopically adjusted, grind and hone the blades in filtered oil before the delicate strapping operation. Automatically controlled furnaces temper the steel to glass-cutting hardness. Yes, in department after department, more and more reasons why the Gillette Blue Blade gives you more shaves, more quickly and easily. It's no score. Just had 1 hit in the ball game. Bunt single by Rizzuto in the first inning, and here's Gordon first up for the Yankees. Last of the second inning. Outfield is around toward left. On Joe, they play him to full. Infield is swung a step toward third. Left-hander White, finishing his sophomore season with the Cardinals. Takes a full, pitching stretch, throws. Fastball over the outside for a called strike. Gordon is working deep back in the box for a right-hand hitter. Stands with his rear foot solidly on the back line of the box. Feet relatively close together and moves around a lot. Swings from the end. Leans into the plate. Swings on a curve. Fouls it right back on the screen. Strike two. 0-2. First man up, last of the second inning. Art Fletcher, as usual, has been for years and years third base coach for the Yankees, and Earl Combs, first base coach. Fletcher Coop, after giving the sign, remains down on his haunches, keeps pounding his fist into the pocket of his mitt. Throw. Swung on and missed. A low outside curveball. That's the fourth time they've struck him out on that low outside curve. Not in today's game, I mean for the whole series. And this is strikeout number 3 for White. The fifth strikeout that we've had so far in the ball game is Chandler, who struck out 2. And White now, you might say, is in a rut because he's just struck out the last 3 men that he's faced. 1 up, 1 away, last of the second inning. No score. It's all pitching. And here he is, Charlie Keller. He really smoked one at St. Louis. Takes a high, fast curve inside. Ball 1. White turned that one loose. He can throw hard. Keller crowding up plate behind the left-hand batter, gets tired of waiting. Walks out. Now steps in. Keller pumping at stick. White pitches. Charlie swings, and there's a ground ball back at first. Hop is up with it. There's the race, and the first baseman wins by a step. Keller is out. Ground ball that was hit sharply back at first base. And that breaks the sequence of White's strikeouts. He had struck out 3 men straight. Columbine and DiMaggio to end the first inning, and Gordon to begin this last of the second. And now Bill Dickey getting in.
Dickey, number 8, catcher, not back.
Dickey sets. He and DiMaggio tied, each having for the most base hits so far, each having 4. Outfield round toward right on Bill. A 10 hitter. White delivers. Dickey swings. There's a drive into right center for a base hit. And Dickey comes up with his 5th hit, a single. And he now has more hits than anybody else. And Dickey didn't try to slug that ball. He timed a high curve and hit it right over second base. A high line drive, you would call it. And it is a single for Dickey. Score that into right center, which is hit number 2 for the Yankees and hit number 2 for the ball game. Getting in now is Jerry Pretty for his first at-bat in this 1942 World Series. Played the first inning at third base, and then when Hassett was hurt, he got his thumb in the way of the pitch when he was trying to bunt. First inning, Pretty has shifted over to first. Right-hand hitter in a crouch and overly closed stance. Takes a curve low inside, out in front of the shins. Ball 1. Dickey, of course, ready to go on anything, is at first. And Hop is halfway off the bag. He's not holding Dickey tightly on, as they do not figure that Bill, who not as fast as he used to be, will be going down. There's a pitch over. Fastball, nicely, just up above the knees, over the inside. 1-1. White another look at first. Delivers. A change of pace curve, which is fouled into the stands. Stands right back of the Cardinal dugout. Here is one little note that may tell you something about how the 2 ball clubs are approaching this ball game at this moment. There is not a Yankee player standing at the front of the Yankee dugout. They're all sitting back in the dugout. While there isn't a Cardinal player sitting in the back of the dugout, they're all up on the steps at the front of the dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dickey at first, 2 out, no score. Last of the second. Pretty crouches, White throws. There's a curve hit foul out along left field and into the stands, the upper stands. Still 1-2. Pretty back, trying the palms of his hands. Ernie moves a little dirt. He's pitching as though he had all day. And if you ask his manager, he'd say he has got all day. He pitches the way he wants to. Throw. Fastball swung on. There's a 5-ball into center. Terry Moore under it, and gathers it in with one of those soft-handed catches. So, no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. The Yankees, no errors for the Cardinals, totals for the last of the second, and the full totals for 2 innings. No runs, no hits, and 1 error for the Cardinals. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. End of 2. And this third game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In the third inning, George Karowski first up, followed by Slet Marion, and then by Ernie White. Now Chandler is ready to pitch first of all to Karowski, right-hand hitter. George runs up his would bunt and takes a curve that's low outside, and it goes for ball 1. 1-0. Karowski is a pull hitter, as they say in the trade. Right-hand batter who pulls to left. Takes a fastball low outside, and it's the first time Chandler has come close to being behind on a hitter. 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. This is the last third of the Cardinal batting list swinging into action here in the third inning. Chandler pumps. Right-hander throws. Fastball over but low under the knees, and Karowski's ahead. 3-0. George sets. He's a blocky fellow, and his very determination is the reason he is standing in home plate this afternoon. One of the 2 bones in his right wrist is missing. There's the strike. In this case, the automatic strike. All Chandler had to do was get it over. Karowski was taking 3-1. When George was a kid of 11, he had to have an operation. 4 inches of one of those wrist bones was cut off. Swings and fouls the next pitch down, and it's now 3-2. And if you could see his arm right now, which is grown twisted, as those muscles have had to overly develop in order to take up the slack of one of the 2 wrist bones being missing, well, then you would realize that there's a fellow with a baseball heart. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't be here. 3-2, full count. Chandler comes down. Ball 4. Karowski very coolly took a pitch on the outside. This is the first Cardinal runner, and it's the first base on balls given up by either hurler in this first game of the series for the stadium and game 3 for the series.
Marion, number 4.
Tall, slender shortstop. Martin Marion, better known around baseball circles as Slats because of his physique, steps in. Right-hand hitter. Takes a pitch on the outside, a curve. He looked his way with punt, then let it go. Pretty is naturally holding first base against Karowski. Crissetti, who was playing third, came on in the second inning. Hassett had to retire, hurting his left thumb, trying to bunt. Crissetti right off the bag, ready to run in. The pitch swung on and fouled. Across the third baseline. Manager Southwest scoops it up. Ball dying as they got down to him. 1-1. Marion has 1 hit. He tripled in the 9th inning. 2 men out, the first game, to knock in the first 2 Cardinal scores. Here's a long, tall drink of water. The way he plants his feet, he's just standing from over here to over yonder. Chandler stretches, comes down in position. Delivers to the plate. There's a bunt. Back to the mound. Chandler fields it. The throw has to go to first. And Marion is out by a step. Close play at that. Sacrificing and moving Karowski down to second. And the Cardinals now have a runner in scoring position. Should a base hit be forthcoming, a walk and a sacrifice. The out was the pitcher coming up with a bunt and throwing over to first base. Karowski slid in towards second. And now the umpires are going to have a conference right now. The McCarthy has come out. And let's see just what this protest is right now. Out at first. Pretty, the first baseman, backed up, took that throw. 1 man away. McCarthy, Fletcher of the Yankees, Southworth of the Cardinals, and Crissetti of the Yankees were talking to Barr and Summers, and now this must be something, in other words, there must be an interpretation which is not the same for the 2 leagues that has come up, because now Summers and Barr have called in Hubbard and Major Kurth. So the 4 umpires, 2 from each major circuit, are getting into a huddle right now, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens on the playing field to see just what it is, if we can see it. Some question is raised, and it took all four umpires to discuss it. Just a moment. Kowalski is being called out at second base. Let's see, Terry Moore is started to come out of the Cardinal dugout. See, Kowalski is being waved back to first. Now Kowalski is at first base, just a moment. And here is Marion coming back to a batter's box. Well, now I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, that was not a foul bunt at all. That ball was bunted right back to the mound. We're waiting for word to come up from the press section because maybe the announcer on the field has phoned in. So Marion is now back at the plate, and Kowalski is back at first. Forget the sacrifice. There is nobody out in the third inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Marion swings as a trickle back to the mound, and Chandler has to play over to first base. Marion is safe. Beats it out for a scratch single. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have not been informed as to why Marion, after his sacrifice and apparent out at first, was ordered to come back. The only thing we know is that on that pitch to Marion, it could not have been a legal pitch. And White is coming up to hit now for St. Louis. When Marion was brought back, he topped one, a squib single, as they call it, a high bouncer down toward third that the pitcher had to field, and Marion beat it out. So Cardinals are at first and second. Kowalski at second, Marion at first, nobody out, and pitcher White up. He's a right-hand batter. The Yankees looking for a bunt, and White bunts. Chandler has to throw to first base. The throw goes to first in time, and that's all for White. And his sacrifice moves the runners along. Kowalski to third, and Marion to second. So now we do get a sacrifice here in the third inning. Pitcher White helps his own cause, and the play is taken at first base by second baseman Jordan. Now, to go back once again to that Marion situation, either the ball was ruled to have been foul and then to trickle out to the mound after hitting the batter, that could have been a possibility, or else there was something about the illegality of the pitch. But when we find out what the umpires do, we'll let you know. Right now, the situation, and we know this, runners at second and third, Jimmy Brown up, hitting left-handed, takes a strike, fastball under the hands, over the inside. And the Cardinals now are putting on the first real major threat of the ball game. It is scoreless. Either way, Kowalski is at third, Marion at second. The outfield is straight away, and the Cardinals have one of their great little money players up there, Jimmy Brown, who's very tough in the clutch. We have just been notified from the press box that the umpires ruled, and it took 4 of them to decide it in a conference, that attempted sacrifice play of Marion's was, after all, a foul ball. So, that is what we have been informed now is the official reason for the replay of the situation. We knew it either had to be a foul ball or an illegal pitch. That's the only way it could have been called back. Now, let's see. No score, but the Cardinals threatening. They got something cooking here at Yankee Stadium. This is the key out right now for the Cardinals if they hope to score one from an out. Chandler, full pumping motion, delivers. Brown swings and hits it back over the mound toward second. Gordon makes the play to first. Brown is out, but a run comes in. And Jimmy Brown, determined to get a piece of that ball, did. And bounced it on a big hop right over the mound. Gordon had to make the play, the second baseman, right up against the bag. Brown was thrown out by a step at first. Kowalski scored, and thus the walk given up by Chandler came home in the form of a run to haunt him. And Marion moves down to third, where he now is with 2 outs. Captain Terry Moore, right-hand batter up. Swings and misses. Fastball. Strike 1. A run batted in for Jimmy Brown and the Cardinals. Go ahead, 1-0. Outfield around toward left. More swings, and there's a foul ball over by the Yankee dugout. Dickey's going over. Crizzetti comes down, and Crizzetti gets a glove on it and falls down. And the ball is not caught. The ball was hit right between where the third baseman and the catcher, either one could have gotten it. Crizzetti kept hollering. Dickey kept going. We couldn't, in other words, we were looking at Crizzetti so we could see him holler. Dickey had his back to us the way he was running down toward third. We couldn't tell whether he was hollering or not, but he kept going. And finally, Crizzetti dove for the ball, and in trying to grab the ball and get away from Dickey, too, he just hit the ball with his glove and didn't hold it, and no error is to be charged. It is just strike 2 to Terry Moore. 2 out for the Cardinals. They're ahead 1-0. Marion is the third. Moore takes a call strike. Strike 3. Curveball. It's the second time that Chandler has curved him for the third strike. That's the third strikeout. And it is now 1-0 in favor of St. Louis. And that ends the first half of the third inning. Are you handy with tools? Have you any feeling at all for mechanics? If so, there's a special place for you, and a mighty vital one, in the United States Army. Men, this is a mechanized war we're fighting. Behind every flyer, every tank crew, dozens of men are needed to maintain America's war machines and keep them hitting, and hitting hard. Right now, we're below our quota of skilled mechanics needed for this imperative job. So this is an appeal to you men who are radio operators, electricians, sheet metal workers, garage mechanics, watchmakers, and tractor experts to come to the aid of your country. You can be taught in short order to repair arms, check bomb racks, keep precision instruments working. If you're between 18 and 44, single or married, go to your nearest Army recruiting station and ask for enlistment as a specialist, where you'll find the greatest opportunity for service and advancement. Don't put it off a day. This is urgent. Uncle Sam needs you. Go to your nearest Army recruiting station quickly. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. And first up for the Yankees in the last of the third is their pitcher, Chandler. Right-hand batter. He'll be followed by the top of the order, Rizzuto, and then by Crizzetti. Outfield toward right on Spud, who takes a curve low inside after bluffing a bunt. 4-1. The biggest hole in the outfield against Chandler, despite his being a right-hand batter, is left center. Towards the Cardinals, figure the way White is pitching, that Chandler is not going to be pulling. Throw. Fastball outside. Ball 2. 2-0. Now White looks down into the ground, and there comes a stir now from the Yankee partisans as they see White now defending 1 run. Get behind on the pitcher who's first up, 2-0. And plate umpire Barr walks out in front of the mound and calls for White to come down and talk to him. And here's Brown coming over from second base. He wants to be certain that any discussion that involves the pitcher is not going to be such as going to get his pitcher upset. And now there's catcher Walker Cooper going out. And here's manager Southworth coming out. And they are protesting, apparently, White taking the sign either from or not being on the pitching rubber. In other words, the 2 leagues have 2 definite interpretations on it. In other words, you'd be surprised to know at how many of those apparently small points the 2 major leagues are at variance. I mean, the game is basically the same, but in some of those fine shadings of interpretation, one league goes this way and one goes the other. And this, I believe, it's been years and years since any difference between the style of play and the rules and regulations of the 2 leagues has caused so much of a controversy. And maybe that this has been brought up on the part of the Yankees to try and get the young Cardinal pitchers excited. That we don't know. Now White goes back to work and pitches over for a strike. Right over. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ernie moving around. Chandler crowding the plate from behind, right-hand batter. First man up, last of the third, 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Chandler swings and misses. High fastball. Strike 2. 1-2. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. White set. Throws. Strike 3 swinging. A fastball in there. Chandler struck out. And for the cool left-hander, this is his 4th strikeout. 1 up, 1 down, last the third. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Got their run without hitting the ball out of the infield in the top of the third inning. Walk, dribble single, halfway to third base, followed by a sacrifice and infield out. Rizzuto Takes a fast curve inside at the knees. I guess White threw that one in there with the idea, well, if you're going to bunt the first pitch as you did on him in the first inning, jump on it. 1-0. Rizzuto has 2 hits for the series. He's 1 for 1 today. Swings, and there's a line drive right at third baseman Kowalski, who grabs it for the out. Two up, 2 down, pass to the third. And Frank Grizzetti is stepping in. He's a veteran of many a World Series ball game, but this is his first at-bat in this 1942 series. He sat out the first 2 games and went in the infield emergency created by Hassett hurting his left thumb, trying to bunt in the first inning. Grizzetti hitting right-handed. He's a little fellow, but has surprising power at times. Crouches over the plate and takes ball 1. Curveball in by his hands. 1-0. 2 out. Nobody on. Outfield round toward left. Frankie crouches over the plate, slightly ahead of it. Takes ball 2. He's a good goaltender up there. That pitch didn't miss by much, but he took it. Ball 2, 2-0. White shakes no. Now nods yes. Catcher stays low, back of the plate. Strike. And Grizzetti moving around, trying to misdirect the aim of the pitcher. Finally had to jump back out of the way. He was right up against the plate. Pitch came over. Ball strike. 2-1. Now Frank digs in. Took that stick about 2 inches. Never still. White throws. Grizzetti swinging, fouling it back, going after a fastball that was in there. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jimmy Brown hurrying it up down at second base. Jimmy's really a twitching Tilly, too. He's never still. Always moving around, patting the ground with his spikes, looking around, checking the position of each infielder. He's in the major leagues primarily because of his disposition, his baseball disposition. 2-2 pitch, swung on, and there's a high foul. Coming up and back, Cooper chases back, and he can't get it. It's back up onto the screen. 2-2. And the catcher very carefully now walks back toward the plate. And quite a sprint. He came carrying back to the stands. Two down, nobody on. White looks out toward the scoreboard as though checking the count for his own information. Now the trim left-hander pumps, delivers, swung on and missed for strike 3. A high outside curveball that, as a matter of strict reporting, I don't think would have been in there for a strike. And that is the 5th strikeout for White. And it is still 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals, and that ends the 3rd inning. It is impossible to produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade without the technical knowledge, skilled craftsmanship, and specialized equipment to be found only at World Shaving Headquarters. First up in the 4th inning, Country Slaughter, who struck out swinging on a screwball thrown by Spurgeon Chandler in the 1st inning. Slaughter swings on the first pitch and beats it off foul on the ground. Strike 1. Slaughter, you might say, was the closest thing to being a GOAT in the first game, and he certainly was a great star in the second game, which goes to show that the old adage in baseball is really true. It doesn't make any difference about today. Forget it. There's always tomorrow. Anyone who's been around baseball long enough knows that you can be a hero today and it doesn't help you at all tomorrow, and vice versa. Chandler delivers as a fastball hit down toward first base. Pretty is up with his steps on the bag and Slaughter's out by 3 feet. I want to change that. I said fastball. It looked like a fastball when he was thrown. However, it broke a screwball just at the plate, and Slaughter hit it off the end of the bat and pulled it down toward first, about half speed. It was an easy play for Pretty, the first baseman. 1 up, 1 out, first baseman unassisted. And here's Stan Musial, who bounced out short to first in the 2nd inning. He has 1 hit, but that one was for the money. Takes a curve low inside. Ball 1. He had the hit that drove in the winning run for the Cardinals in the 2nd game. Outfield, step toward right. Musial braces, swings and misses, and goes all the way around. He winds up on himself when he doesn't connect. He's rangy. Sort of a bill like Teddy Williams. This fellow just wind up like a corkscrew when they swing, don't hit. Chandler blows in his right hand a little bit. One of his pitching mannerisms. Puts the glove, rubs the ball for the moment. Things get sort of quiet. Musial digs in the pitches. A let-up ball swung on and belted into center field for a line drive. It's a single. DiMaggio juggles the ball but recovers in time, and Musial holds it first. It's a clothesline. Line drive hit by Stan Musial, his second World Series hit. And this is, without a doubt, the hardest hit ball we've had today. That is, that's gone safe. Rizzuto hit a hard line drive in the third inning, but right at Kowalski, the third baseman. Now with one man out, Stan Musial, who can run, leads off first. Pretty holding against him, and the hitter is Walker Cooper, right-hand hitting catcher. There's a curve outside, ball one. 1-0. Upfield, couple of steps, round toward left. Cooper got a very punishing blow in the second game as far as Bonham was concerned. Double. Swings, and there's a high fly out of the short center. DiMaggio's coming in. Gordon's going back from second, and the second baseman grabs it. Joe Gordon. It's all for catcher Walker Cooper. 2 out. Top of the fourth. Musial now ready to start scratching gravel. Anything here in the fourth. He's at first. Because of his speed and because of the way the Cardinals like to run, Pretty is holding first. The batter is Johnny Hop, hitting left-handed, digs in, outfielder step toward right. Hop takes a pitch right over, fastball. Call strike. Southworth howling encouragement. Or, of course, it might be a word sign. Back of third. Mike Gonzalez isn't saying anything. He's just staring at the pitcher now. Hop takes, and there goes Musial. The throw down to second base is in time, and Musial is cut down. Shortstop Rizzuto taking Dickey's strike. Right into second base. And Musial is cut down trying to steal. Catch it to the shortstop. Still 1-0, favor the Cardinals, and that ends the first half of the fourth inning. We'd certainly be out of line urging you fans to use fewer razor blades unless we told you how to do it. The most important thing, and I can't emphasize this too strongly, is beard preparation. Yes, it'll surprise you how many more comfortable shaves per blade you get if you prepare your face properly. Many of us just give our beards a lick and a promise. Call it enough and begin shaving. But the first thing to do is wash your face with soap and plenty of water. That starts the process of beard softening and removes particles of grit that dull the blade. Next, apply shaving cream. And if you use lather cream, do a good job of lathering. Use lots of water. Saturate the whiskers thoroughly. When you realize that a dry bristle is almost, if not equally, as hard as copper wire, you know how important this is. Another hint. Never remove your Gillette blue blade for cleaning. Just loosen the razor handle, hold under hot water, and shake dry. Thus, you avoid possible damage to the super keen edges from needless handling. Follow these easy suggestions and we guarantee even more shaves and easier shaves from every Gillette blue blade. First up now in the last of the fourth is Roy Cullenbine, a switch hitter, who's batting right-handed against left-hander Ernie White of St. Louis. White pitches, a curve low inside. That made Cullenbine back up a step, made him move his feet. 4-1. 1-0, favor St. Louis. It's steady, very careful, and consistently fine pitching so far. Boy swings as a long foul, hitting to the upper left field stands. 1-1. White took just a little bit off of his fastball, and Cullenbine, swinging out in front of it, pulled it high and foul. 1-1. Outfield is deep on Roy. He's a big, strong fella. And the outfield is drastically around toward left. Stretches center fielder more. Fastball over. The outside, just above the knees for a call. Second strike. 1-2. Cullenbine holding that stick within a half an inch of the knob. Takes a low curve. Took good eyes. Take that one, too. Ball 2. 2-2. First man up, last to the 4th. Big end swing into action for the Yankees here in the last of the 4th. Cullenbine, then DiMaggio, then Gordon. White comes down, swung on. There's a high foul ball back of first base. Hop is over, close to the stands, and makes the catch. And Cullenbine fouls out to the first baseman. One up, one away. And the batter is DiMaggio, who was struck out swinging to retire the side in the first inning and leave Rizzuto at third. Joe steps in. Outfielder around toward left. DiMaggio spreads those feet. White pumps, delivers. Joe swinging, fouls it back, went after a fastball. Strike 1. White on the mound. Walker Cooper, the receiver. Cardinal infield is Hop, Brown, Martin, Karowski. The outfield is Musial, Moore, Slaughter. DiMaggio waiting motionless now. Here's the pitch. Swung on. There's a line drive for a base hit into left field. It is a long single for DiMaggio. Musial recovering on the third skip in left center. Throwing into second, and DiMaggio is on. He is the first Yankee to get on since Dickey's single with 2 out in the second inning. This is the tying run at first for the Yankees. That for DiMaggio is his 5th hit, and he and Dickey are once again tied in the duel to see who will have the most hits in the series. Each now has 5. And that was a solid smack by DiMaggio, and hit number 3 for the Yankees. Hit number 5 for the game. Joe Gordon, who was struck out on a low outside curve in the second inning. That for his second at-bat. Joe has 1 hit this year. DiMaggio at first. Hop holding the bag against him. The outfield around toward left on Gordon. White throws, and Gordon takes a strike. He made sort of a half swing, and he comes back around to protest now to plate umpire Barr. Keller has come up, and he is squawking, and it is Keller now who is squawking. There was a half swing called against Gordon, and Barr shakes his head, tries to walk away from the two. Now he's trying to walk away from him again, back up to the plate. It's a strike call against Gordon. Keller, who's waiting to hit next in the ring. Came up, made a very vigorous protest. Now Gordon's back in again, and it is a strike. White looks at first, throws to the plate. Gordon takes a high curve, and it is ball 1. 1-1. That's always a tough play for an umpire to have to call, is that half swing, because you can't win. No matter which way you call it, the other side's on you. 1-1. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. Gordon swings and misses. There was a fastball on the outside, just above the knees. Now it is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White working carefully. Gordon sets. Maggio at first, 1 out. 1-0 St. Louis. There's a curve swung on and fouled back. There was a high curve. It's over. 1-2. Fletcher pacing up and down, back to third. Holds up one finger, indicating to DiMaggio just 1 out. Earl Coombs cups his hands, hollers something up to the plate to Gordon. White working very smoothly. Steadily delivers. Gordon swings. There's a fly ball hit high into left center. Musial falls down but gets up. Moore goes on, and it's Musial for the catch. DiMaggio all the way to second base, hurries and gets back to first. It looked for the moment like there might be trouble. First, because Musial fell down. He's been having trouble with his footing so far all through the series. And then he got up and started after the ball, and Terry Moore had really set sail seeing Musial fall. And at first, Moore thought that he would have to make the catch. And for the moment, it looked as though the two might collide in left center. But Moore, being the old and the more experienced, got out of the way and let the rookie go ahead for the catch, the left fielder. So it is 2 out. And stepping in is Keller. who grounded out to first baseman Hop unassisted in the second inning. Outfield deep, round toward right. 1-0, favor the Cardinals. Keller, very rough customer with that lumber, crouches, takes a curve over for a called strike. 1-1. DiMaggio ready to go now in anything. Stepping down off first. And Hop is about 3 steps off the bag. He's not holding first base tightly against the runner. White works. Keller swings. There's a high pop fly into very short right. There is right fielder Slaughter coming in under it and makes the catch. That's all for the Yankees in the last of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. At the end of 4 innings, it is 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 error for St. Louis. No runs, 3 hits, and no errors for New York. And that ends the 4th inning. And ladies and gentlemen, we can't applaud too highly, and we cannot cooperate too deeply with the American Red Cross in its blood donor program, which is a program that simply means the sustaining and the saving of the very lives of the men in our armed forces who all over the world, every hour of every day, risk those very lives in our behalf. And we as civilians are vital cogs in that program because it is up to us as individuals to make appointments and to go in and to give a pint of our blood toward the saving of the life of one of our men. So, on behalf of the men in our armed forces, let us, on this World Series broadcast, ask you to cooperate by contacting your local American Red Cross chapter and asking how you may best help. We're going to the 5th inning. Hop first up, Chandler works. Hop swings, grounds it foul, sharp foul, back at first. Gonzalez waved it goodbye. You know, these coaches are very cute, you know. A foul that comes down, it's on the right bounce and not too hard hit, while they'll make the play and play around with the fans. But when they're really tagged, draw, they know they're only going to have 5 things on one hand, too. Strike 1. Johnny Hop first up in the 5th. Magnificent pitching. It's 1-0, favor the Cardinals. And they got that run without getting the ball out of the infield in the 3rd inning. In fact, without hitting the ball hard. Chandler delivers. There's a pitch high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hop sets. Outfield step toward right. Johnny swings. There's a ground ball down to short. Rizzuto is up with it. Throws in time by a half step. And Hop is out. That is a magnificent forearm throw that Rizzuto has. It's one of the best in the business. Every great infielder throws with his forearm primarily. That's what saves a step, cuts a runner down. In other words, you could tie an infielder's arm against his side, that is, from the elbow up, and he could still throw using just his forearm. Rizzuto snapped out Hop. And here's George Karowski. Gets away from a high inside curve. Ball 1. Karowski was walked in the 3rd inning and was later turned into the game's only run. 1 up, 1 away. Top of the 5th. There's a half-line drive, hit the short, and Rizzuto grabs it at the knees for the out. The ball was hit into the hole between 3rd and short, not too hard. A soft line drive, and Rizzuto, cutting over to his right, grabbed it, reaching down by his knees. And it is 2 up, 2 down for St. Louis. That's Marion. Takes a fast call strike. 0-1. 2 out, nobody on. Top of the 5th. Sandler throws. Marion swings and misses, going all the way around. Strike 2. That was a 3/4 speed curve that time. That was a curve that the pitcher would say, well, I just rolled it in there. Throw. Swung on as a bounding ball wide of 3rd. Up with it is Crosetti. Throws in time by 2 steps. 2 steps for the average man, 1 step for this long-legged shortstop. And he's out. 3rd to 1st. And it's nothing across in the top of the 5th inning. So it is 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. A brilliantly pitched ball game that is going on to the last half of the 5th. And coming into the microphone is Mel Allen, who will take over for the rest of the ball game.
There is an urgent
And, Mel, let me say that it is a real pleasure to be working with you on this series. And let me say to the listeners that from my vantage point, hearing what you as the announcers say and seeing the play that you're describing, that you're doing a magnificent job. Congratulations, and I'm going to sit back and here you go on the last half of this vital ball game.
Thank you very much, Red. An announcement was just made over the public address system here at the stadium. In case you're wondering what it was about, Red told you all about it for the first half of the fifth inning when he told you about the blood donor drive of the American Red Cross. As we come into the last half of the fifth inning with the St. Louis Cardinals leading 1-0, we'll have Bill Dickey, Jerry Pretty, and then Spud Chandler coming up in that order. Plate umpire George Bard dusts off the plate. Walker Cooper behind, goes down into the crouch. Ernie White, the left-hander, working for the Cardinals, kicks the dirt from out in front of the rubber. Getting set to come in with the first pitch to Bill Dickey as we get set for the last half of the fifth inning. Ernie White looks in, checks his sign. Outfield deep toward right for Dickey. Ernie into the windup. Here's his pitch. It swung on to drive out second base. Jimmy Brown's in front of it. Picks it up on one hop. Throws over to hop high, but in time for the out. One away as Bill Dickey bounces out. Second to first, Brown to hop. Dickey had single to right in the second inning for one of the Yankees' 3 hits, which they've gotten off White. First one being a bunt, which Phil Rizzuto beat out in the first inning. The third one, a single by Joe DiMaggio in the fourth. Here's Jerry Pretty. Flied to Terry Moore in the second inning, bats him right-handed. White goes into the windup. Flips the left arm around. The pitch is a sweeping curve inside for ball one. Whitey Karowski's at third, Marty Marin at short, Jimmy Brown on second, Johnny Hop on first, Walker Cooper catching, Ernie White pitching. Stan Musial's in left, Terry Moore in center, Enos Slaughter in right. Pretty cocks at bat up over his right shoulder. The pitch comes in. It's a pop-up down to Johnny Hop in short right. He's crossing the foul line, makes the catch. It's in foul territory. Cal Hubbard, umpiring at first base, signals across the foul line into foul territory. And so they're 2 down as Pretty fouls out to Johnny Hop. Coming up now is Spud Chandler, getting a ripple of applause from the fans as he goes in to take his place in the batter's box. Chandler took a third called strike in the third inning, his first time at bat. Bats him right-handed. He had 15 hits during the regular season and 71 times at bat for a batting average of .211. Give you an indication of the kind of hitter he is for a pitcher. First offering is outside from Ernie White for ball one. Outfield playing Chandler just a step or so toward right and center and right, straight away in left. Chandler stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Ernie White's next pitch to him is swung on and fouled off on the ground into the Cardinal dugout. Sort of got the handle part of the bat on that one. Swinging late on the fastball. 1-1 the count on Spud. Phil Rizzuto is on one knee just in front of the batter's circle. He'll hit next if Chandler should get on base. 2 men out, nobody on. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Last half of the fifth inning. Karowski at third is in position to guard that third baseline. Here's the pitch to Chandler. He swings and he misses. Cut hard. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's the count. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be on the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime for the fourth game of this 1942 World Series. Ernie White's next pitch to Chandler, swung on to slow roller down the third baseline, but it's foul. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tomorrow, being Sunday, ball games in New York start a little bit later than they do otherwise. As a matter of fact, there's a law which prohibits a game from starting before 2 o'clock. That'll be the starting time of the game. Of course, we'll be on the air 15 minutes ahead of game time. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ernie White ready. Here's his pitch. Chandler swings and hits a long fly ball deep in the left field, but it's curving foul and just grazing the upper deck, hitting the bunting and dropping down below. Spud got a hold of that one, pulled it into the stands in deep left. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chandler holds that bat down to the end of the handle, knees bent. He loves to get his base hits, as does any pitcher. He says one of these days he's going to drive one out of the lot. Next pitch to him. Chandler swings and sends a high hopper down toward third. Karowski coming in fast, takes in the one hop, running halfway across the field, throws, 2 hop in time for the out. And so that's all for the Yankees. In the last of the 5th, out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. The score at the end of 5 innings, 1-0 Cardinals. St. Louis 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 left on. The Yankees no runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. And that ends the 5th inning. To produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, and as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade is such a meticulous operation that the dies, tools, specialized machines, and instruments employed are largely designed and built by Gillette's own technicians. Therefore, you find no counterpart of this blade anywhere in the world. As we get ready to go into the first half of the 6th inning, Ernie White, Cardinals left-hander, be the first batter and is getting a nice round of applause from the crowd, as you can hear in the background. Listen for a moment. And it dies down as Ernie White steps into hitting position. White sacrificed in the 3rd inning. Bats him right-handed. On deck is Jimmy Brown, then will come Terry Moore as we skip to the top of the batting order after White has his turn at the plate. Spurgeon Chandler blows on his pitching hand as a sign from Bill Dickey. He, too, swoops way down low as he goes into the windup. Overhand curveball, fast curve outside. Ball 1. Ball hit Bill Dickey on the arm and bounced off. Tucks his mitt up under his right arm as he shakes off the little sting. Right on above the wrist on his left hand, which is his mid hand. Not his meat hand, but his mid hand. The next pitch, outside, low, ball 2. 2-0 the count on Ernie White. Frankie Crissetti comes over from third, talking to Spurgeon Chandler. Frankie's a great holler guy. As Red indicated to you earlier, you can hear his shrill voice piercing the atmosphere way up here. Chandler throws, White takes a fastball right at the knees for a called strike. 2-1 the count. 1-0 the score, favor the Cardinals. First half of the 6th inning. Chandler working fast pitches. White takes his ball low outside. Ball 3. 3-1. Again, Crissetti moves over from third, talking to Chandler. Encouraging his pitcher. Outfield playing Ernie White. Just a step or so toward right field. Chandler throws. White takes this one, and it's in there. Called strike. Makes it 3-2. Full count. So just as White ran the count out on Chandler, Chandler runs it out on White. And the payoff pitch. Swung on. There's a bounder out to short. Crissetti goes over, but Rizzuto in back of him takes it, throws to Pretty in time for the out. Rizzuto's been very busy afield. Threw out the side in the 2nd inning. Usual Cooper and Hop. Tossed Hop out again in the 5th, and White just now. All told, Phil has had 7 chances. Coming up now is the Cardinal leadoff man, Jimmy Brown. Batting left-handed, the first pitch is swung on, fouled off to the right of the plate, strike 1. Brown, the switch hitter, he bats left-handed against right-handed pitching. And since the Yankees have presented nothing but right-handed pitchers, Brown, during the series thus far, has always batted left-handed. Brown bounced out to Chandler himself in the 1st inning and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the 3rd. Jimmy's had 1 hit in the series thus far in 9 times at bat. Chandler taking his time, looks in, has the sign from Dickey. Into the windup, in comes the pitch to Jimmy. Brown takes a fastball high outside. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Outfield playing Jimmy Brown just about straight away. In other words, guarding all sectors of the outfield equally. The 1-1 pitch. Over that outside corner. Sharp hook. Called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brown. Frank Crissetti's at third. Phil Rizzuto at short. Joe Gordon on second. Jerry Pretty at first. Chandler pitches. Brown takes the fastball outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count now. Pretty opened the game at third base. Buddy Hassett at first. Hassett injured his thumb on his left hand while up at the plate, attempting to bunt a ball. The ball hit the bat and the thumb at the same time, so he had to retire. Pretty shifted to first. Crissetti went in at third. Chandler throws. Brown swings. Smacks one on the ground out to second. Gordon boots it. Picks the ball up quickly. Throws to Pretty in time for the out. So they're 2 away. The ball took a little short hop as it reached Gordon. He booted it. The ball dropped in front of him so that he had time to pick it up and make his throw over to Jerry Pretty to retire Jimmy Brown for the second out. Coming up now, the Cardinal captain, center fielder Terry Moore, who in his 2 appearances at the plate thus far has taken third called strike on each occasion. Bats him right-handed. First pitch to him. His pitch is swung on. There's a drive to deep center. Joe DiMaggio trots back easily, gracefully, waiting for the ball, makes the catch for the out. And that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 6th. Out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Score remains 1-0. And that ends the first half of the 6th inning. Men who like brushless shaving cream get a mighty pleasant surprise when they try Gillette Brushless. And no wonder. This cream, containing peanut oil, makes shaving a lot quicker and easier. What's more, Gillette Brushless is absolutely greaseless. Can't clog razor or drains, and it rinses off in a flash. So if you're a brushless fan, it's a sure thing you'll prefer Gillette Brushless. Ask your dealer for a tube. Only 25 cents. Coming into the last half of the 6th inning, it'll be the top of the batting order for the Yankees. Phil Rizzuto, Frank Cressetti, and Roy Cullenbine. So far, the Yankees have been unable to get more than 3 hits off Ernie White, a bunt which Rizzuto beat out in the first inning. Solid base hit by Bill Dickey to right center in the second, and another ringing single by Joe DiMaggio in the fourth. DiMaggio and Dickey, incidentally, are leading both clubs in total number of hits on the series thus far with 5 each. Up until today's game, the Yankees had reached Cardinal pitchers for 21 hits. St. Louis had obtained 13 off Yankee pitching. Here's Phil Rizzuto leading off. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. Yankee fans are beginning to bestir themselves a bit. Phil bats him right-handed. Ernie White into the windup. Overhand fastball, low inside, ball 1. Whitey Kurowski at third comes racing in on each pitch. With Rizzuto up there, in position to take a bunch, should Phil try to lay one down. Phil did lay one down and beat it out in the first inning. One of the greatest bunters in the major leagues today. White looks around his outfield, which is playing Rizzuto a little bit toward left. Starts into his windup. The next pitch to Phil is right through there for a called strike. George Barr calling balls and strikes. Yelled it out. We could hear him way up here. 1-1 the count on Rizzuto. White ready. Here's his pitch. It's a curve low inside. Ball 2 almost got that inside corner as it swept in toward Rizzuto. Phil Rizzuto at the plate, Frank Cressetti on deck, which is an interesting story in itself. You might say pupil and master, with the pupil having taken the master's place. Phil always admired Frank Cressetti greatly before he ever became a member of the Yankees. The next pitch to Rizzuto is high, ball 3. Cressetti was one of Phil's boyhood heroes, you might say. And when the time came for him to replace Cressetti, he said he just couldn't believe it. 3-1 the count on Phil. Ernie White ready. Here's the pitch. And it's in there for call strike 2. Better high pitch. So the count's run out on Phil. 3-2. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. And as the game progresses along towards its end, every pitch means a lot. Here it is. Rizzuto swings, pops it high in the air. Foul off the left of the plate. Walker Cooper under it near the Yankee dugout makes the catch for the out. 1 away for the Yankees last half of the 6th inning. And here's Frank Cressetti. Struck out in the 3rd in his only appearance at the plate. Buddy Hassett, whose place Cressetti took in the batting order, fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 1st inning. Hassett had to retire because of an injured thumb. Pretty, who was on 3rd, shifted to 1st. Cressetti went in to take Pretty's place at 3rd. Frank chokes that bat about 2 inches or more. Tough man to pitch to, crowds that dish. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. He cut hard. Ernie White's got a lot on that ball. Only won 7 games and lost 5 for the Cardinals this year, but he won 5 of his 7 in their great stretch drive. He's ready for the next offering to Cressetti. And it's over that inside corner for call strike 2. So So Ernie White stands ahead of Frankie Crusetti. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 6th inning. Cardinals ahead 1-0. Roy Cullenbine's on deck. Cardinal infield is sort of pulled around over toward third. Kurowski guarding that third baseline. Ernie White ready, throws. Crusetti swings and fouls it back onto the screen. He's up there slashing away. Steps out of the batter's box now to regain his composure a bit. Walker Cooper takes his mitt off. Goes down on his haunches, puts his mitt back on. Ready to give the sign to Ernie White as soon as Ernie's ready. Cardinal left-hander went to the rosin bag. Now he's back up on the rubber. Cardinal pitchers have to take their signs off the rubber, playing in an American League ballpark. Here's the pitch. Crusetti swings and smacks one across the carpet out to second. Jimmy Brown up with it, throws over to Johnny Hop, and Crusetti is out at first. So they're 2 away for the Yankees in the last half of the 6th inning. 2 up and 2 down. And here's Roy Cullenbine, who took the 3rd called strike in the 1st inning, and then fouled out to Johnny Hop in the 4th. Cullenbine's a switch hitter. He's batting right-handed against left-handed pitching. Outfield plays him toward left. Kurowski, deep third, guarding the third baseline. Marty Marion, normal short. Jimmy Brown, a deep second, in position to move in back of the bag. Here's the first pitch to Cullenbine. Fastball, under the arms, inside, ball 1. Johnny Hop is playing a very deep first and over toward the first base line, so the big hole in the infield would be between first and second. Ernie White continuously goes back to that rosin bag, kicking the dirt in front of the rubber. Fidgets around the mound quite a lot. He's all set. Into the windup. Whips the left arm around. The pitch is swung on the line drive out to center field, and it's in there for a base hit. Perry Moore waiting for the ball. Takes it on 2 hops. Throws into second. Cullenbine holds it first with a single to center. And that brings up Joe DiMaggio. That was Roy Cullenbine's 3rd hit in the series. Two outs, Cullenbine on at first, and here's Joe DiMaggio, who struck out in the 1st inning, single to left in the 4th. Tying run is on at first base. There are 2 outs, outfield deep toward left for DiMaggio. Johnny Hop is on at first base with Cullenbine. Ernie White takes the stretch, checks the runner. Pitches to DiMaggio, who moves away from a fast breaking curve inside. Ball 1. Kurowski, a very deep third, not more than 3 feet away from that foul line. DiMaggio can pull him inside the line. Marty Marion shorts playing over toward third. Third baseman, shortstop, in other words, playing very close together, shortening the hole for DiMaggio to hit through. Hits a lot on that side of the infield. White ready, stretches, pitches. DiMaggio swings and drives one in deep left center. Musial going way backward, racing, and Terry Moore makes the catch in front of him as Stan Musial falls down. A great catch by Terry Moore. And Terry Moore has pulled one of the finest defensive gems of the World Series. Joe DiMaggio drove one into deep left center. Stan Musial, racing hard toward the flagpole, was all set to attempt the catch when suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Terry Moore raced right in front of him and grabbed it, and just at the same time Stan Musial was falling down. And so it was a brilliant catch by Terry Moore and stopped the Yankee threat in the last half of the 6th. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, 1 left on for the Yankees, and the score at the end of 6 innings still 1-0 in favor of St. Louis, and that ends the 6th inning. Here's how you can help keep our fighting men supplied with war equipment. Collect your old junk: scrap metal, rubber, rags, manila rope, burlap. Your discarded junk makes bombs, ships, and planes. Round up your junk right now. Sell it to your junk dealer. Give it to a local charity. Or take it to wherever you see the official Salvage Depot sign. Throw your scrap into the fight. Getting set now for the 7th inning, and the fans are still buzzing in the background over that sensational catch made by Terry Moore. As we get ready for the first half of the 7th inning, it's Enos Slaughter leading off for the Cardinals. Spud Chandler to the windup throws. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 1. Stan Musial is on deck. Then will come Walker Cooper. Slaughter struck out in the 1st inning. Grounded out unassisted to Jerry Priddy in the 4th. Chandler all set for the next pitch to Slaughter. Here it is. The left-handed hitter swings and hits a looping fly ball foul over near the field boxes. Barry Crissetti's over and makes a nice catch while diving into the field boxes to the left of the Yankee dugout. One away for the Cardinals. Doing those looping fouls back of third. Crissetti raced over to the field box. It leaned slightly in, made the catch, and his momentum carried him halfway on into the field box. One down. Stan Musial, the next batter. Chandler throws the ball into Dickey. Umpire George Barr looks at it and lets it stay in the ball game. Cardinals 1 run, 2 hits. 1 error, 1 left on through the first 6 innings. The Yankees no runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 4 left on through the first 6 innings. Musial grounded out to Rizzuto in the second. Next pitch to him is low, ball 1. Musial single to center in the 4th innings, had 1 out of 2. Ball 1. Chandler all set. Here's his pitch. Musial swing, sends a hard bounder down to Pretty, who lets the ball bounce off his chest, picks it up, flips to Chandler just in time for the out. There's a hard smash down toward first. The ball hopped up and bounced off Pretty's chest, but he recovered in time to throw to Chandler, and Musial is out. Got to act fast with these Cardinals. Bunch of jackrabbits. They really can run. Remember, folks, Bill Coren will bring you his very interesting summary with highlights of today's game immediately at the finish of the game. So stay with us. We know you're going to enjoy it. Here's Walker Cooper up. Chandler's first pitch to the Cardinal catcher. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Swung so hard, lost his balance a bit and sat down. 2 away. This has been a game of great pitching thus far. Chandler ready for the next one to Cooper. That's swung on. It's a drive out in the left field. Keller's there waiting, and he takes it for the out. So the Cardinals go out very quickly in their half of the 7th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Coming into the last half of the 7th, all Yankee fans stand up. You can hear a roar coming over the vast enclosure of Yankee Stadium. You know, when Gillette engineers designed the sharpness comparator, they took the guesswork right out of razor blade manufacturing. This instrument actually measures sharpness with a beam of light. It enables technicians to adjust the stropping wheels with utmost precision and ensure edges of incomparable keenness. Therefore, you get shaving comfort and economy that positively cannot be matched. Coming into the last half of the 7th inning, Joe Gordon, Charlie Keller, and Bill Dickey will be coming up to face the slants of left-hander Ernie White. Walker Cooper, who just made the last out, is adjusting his catching paraphernalia, and so Ken O'Day, Cardinals' second-string catcher, is out there warming up Ernie White. O'Day, incidentally, is no stranger to World Series competition, having competed in the World Series with the Giants when he was a member of the Giants a few years back, and he had the pleasure of hitting a home run in a World Series. The other day, he came up in a pinch hitting role out in St. Louis and got himself a base hit. Ken is a New York State boy. A lot of his friends down from his hometown to watch him in action if he gets in, at least to watch his teammates play anyway. Cardinals are leading 1-0 in this 3rd game of the 1942 World Series, which up until today stood even, 1 win apiece. Joe Gordon leading off, struck out in the 2nd inning, which incidentally was the 6th time that he struck out in the series. He flied to Stan Musial in the 4th. Ernie White into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Gordon. Swung on. There's a drive deep in the left field. Musial's backing up for it. He's getting under it, though, near the wall, backing, and makes the catch at the edge of the barrier for the out. Another 2 or 3 feet, and it would have been in. Musial backed up against the wall about 10 feet to the left of the 402-foot sign and took Joe Gordon's towering drive for out number 1. That gave the fans quite a thrill. One of the hardest pokes of the game thus far, one of the deepest at any rate, the longest. Little activity in the Cardinal bullpen. All we can see is the man catching. We can't see the pitcher, so we can't tell you who's warming up. The bullpen is in between the right center field bleachers and the left center field grandstand. Here's Charlie Keller up. First pitch to him is a curve, but low, ball 1. Keller grounded out to Hop in the 2nd inning, to Slaughter in the 4th. One down, nobody aboard. Keller the batter, Dickey on deck. Ernie White checking his sign with Walker Cooper. Outfield deep toward right for Keller. White swoops down low into his windup. Overhand fastball up high. Ball 2. 2-0 to count on Charlie. Art Fletcher coaching back to third. Encouraging the hitters. He hollers up to the plate. Earl Combs is coaching back to first. Keller stands just a little bit ahead of White right now. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 7th. Cardinals ahead 1-0. Here's White's pitch. Keller swings and sends a bounder down the first base line. It's foul, says Big Cal Hubbard. And so it's 2 balls, 1 strike on Charlie Keller. Cardinals whipped the ball around the infield. Ernie White was racing over to first to be in position to take a throw from Hop if that was necessary had the ball been fair. So he has to walk back to the hill. Steps on. Keller just out of the batter's box, adjusting his cap. Now he steps in. Keller entertained the fans before game time by driving a few long ones into the stands. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on. There's a drive going deep out to right field. Slaughter backing up for it. The ball is caught with a sensational one-handed catch. Enos Slaughter just robbed Charlie Keller of a home run as he went back to the barrier in deep right field and made a glove-handed stab of Charlie Keller's vicious drive. There's a very low barrier, only about 3 or 4 feet high. And Enos Slaughter, as you can hear the crowd rumbling in the background, the cheers that followed that superb catch, robbed Charlie Keller of a round tripper. And so that's 2 sterling defensive plays that the Cardinals have come up with in the last 2 innings. Terry Moore on Joe DiMaggio's drive in the 6th inning, and Enos Slaughter on Keller's. And here's Bill Dickey up, and the first pitch is low outside for ball 1. Bill Dickey singled to right center in the 2nd inning, grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the 5th. What a ball game this is. Terrific. Ernie White ready, throws. Dickey swings, sends a bounder out to short. Marion goes in back to the bag, picks it up, throws to Hop in time for the out. Listen to the hand for Enos Slaughter as he comes in to the Cardinal dugout. And that ends the 7th inning. You know, there's no guesswork about the proper tempering of Gillette steel. That's handled by automatic electric furnaces of Gillette's own design. Furthermore, samples from every coil of steel are submitted to the Vickers hardness tester. There are only a few of these costly instruments in the whole country, including one at the Bureau of Standards at Washington. Getting ready for the first half of the 8th inning. In this most closely contested of all the World Series games thus far, and one of the most brilliantly played defensively, especially by that Cardinal outfield thus far. Here is Johnny Hop leading off. His swings at the first pitch, sends 1-on-1 Hop out to Gordon. Gordon throws over to Pretty, and Hop is out at first. Hop having grounded out on his 2 previous appearances to Phil Rizzuto in the 2nd and 5th innings. Coming up now is Whitey Kurowski, whose walk led to the Cardinals' run in the 3rd inning, and who scored it himself. Popped out to Phil Rizzuto in the 5th inning. Bats him right-handed. Drives a long ball. Chandler's first pitch to him. Sweeping curve broke right over that inside corner. Belt high for a called strike. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. First half of the 8th. Chandler ready. Throws. It's another curve, a little bit high. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Corsetti at third, Rizzuto at short, Gordon at second. Pretty on first. Yankee infield. Dickey catching, Chandler pitching. Keller in left, DiMaggio in center. Cullenbine in right. Outfield over toward left for Kurowski. Chandler ready. Pitches. This one backs Kurowski away from the plate. Fastball inside. Ball 2. 2-1. Billy Southworth, Cardinal manager. Billy the Kid, coaching back at third. Mike Gonzalez, he of good field, no-hit fame, coaching back at first. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Kurowski. It's high. Ball 3. 3-1. George Barr dusts off the plate. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looking around the outfield, kicking the dirt and around the rubber. Frank Corsetti comes over from third. shouting words of encouragement to Georgia boy. Now he goes back to his third base position. Chandler getting set for his 3-1 pitch to Kurowski. Kurowski digs in, set, here it is. It's over there for a call, strike 2. Fastball, 3-2 the count now. String is run out on the Cardinal third baseman. Marty Marion is on deck. Crowd at the moment, settled back, quiet, easing up a little bit after having yelled as much as they could at Slaughter's great catch before. The next pitch is swung on, hit to past Corsetti as the ball took a bad hop and shot past him out of the left field. Holding it first is Kurowski as Keller fields the ball, quickly throws into second. There was a smash on the ground to Corsetti's left. He went over to field it. And at the last second, the ball, instead of hopping up, laid low and skipped past him. And it scored as a base hit for Whitey Kurowski. A single to left. Stepping in now is lanky Marty Marion, Cardinal shortstop, who had an infield hit in the third inning and grounded out to Corsetti in the fifth. Spurgeon Chandler takes a stretch, checks Kurowski leading off first. Here's the pitch to Marion. Outside, ball 1. That hit was Kurowski's second of the series. Outfield playing Marion straight away. All sectors of the field equally being covered. 1 out. Kurowski on it first. There's a quick throw over to first, but Kurowski's back safe. He hit the dirt coming back in. Chandler sort of fell away from the mound as he threw that ball over. Pretty on the bag with Kurowski. Yankee infield. Short and second in a couple of steps each. Time call as Marion steps out of the batter's box. Now we're all set to resume action. Here's the pitch. Marion takes another one outside. Ball 2. Curveball broke too quickly. Now we have a little activity in the Yankee bullpen. Looks a little bit like Jim Turner. Just can see a bit of the back. Here's the pitch to Marion. It's low outside. Ball 3. Both bullpens are almost hidden from view, so it's difficult to see. 3-0 the count on Marion. Chandler taking his time right now. Remember to listen to Bill Corum's comments on the sensational fielding gems made by Enos Slaughter and Terry Moore immediately at the end of our play-by-play description. So stay tuned with it. Now we're all set for the 3-0 pitch to Marion. Kurowski leading off first. Here it is. And it's through there for a called strike. 3-1. The count. Here it is. Pitch is swung on. It's a slow hopper out towards short. Rizzuto takes it quickly, throws to Gordon. Gordon over to Pretty. Not in time at first, but out at second is Whitey Kurowski. As Marion forced him, Rizzuto to Gordon. Gordon pivoted, relayed over to Pretty, but not in time to nip Marion, who wasted no time getting down to first base. We're waiting for Ernie White to come up, and here he comes out of the Cardinal dugout with the cheers and applause of the fans. Allowed but 4 scattered hits. Has blanked the Yankees through 7 innings. Throws left-handed, but he bats him right-handed. There are 2 outs now. Marion's on at first base. Chandler takes his stretch. Here's his pitch to White. It swung on and fouled off into the stands over the Cardinal dugout. A little scramble for the ball as always. Fans have a lot of fun going after those. Chandler is standing back the hill, looking out in center field, and motions into the plate that he wants another ball. So he throws it into Dickey. George Bart takes a new one out of his pocket, gives it to Bill, and Bill throws it out to Spurgeon. As most of you people probably know, at St. Louis, they use the National League baseball. And here at the Yankee Stadium, with the home team being the American League team, they're using the American League ball, which to all intents and purposes is just about the same, although Red Ruffing was telling me that the National League ball felt a little bigger to him because the seams are raised a little higher. Chandler's in no hurry. He's taking his time. Taking too much time for Ernie White, who steps out of the batter's box. Time is called. Now White steps back in. Marion leads off first. Stretched by Chandler, the pitch to White. White starts to cut, but changes his mind. The pitch goes outside. The ball 1. 1-1 the count. Activity in both bullpens. Chandler again takes a stretch. Here's the pitch. White swings and hits a high pop-up back to the plate. Dickey coming back toward the screen, still coming, has his eye on the ball, and he makes the catch for the out. White fouls out to Dickey. So that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no Yankee errors, 1 man left on base for St. Louis. The score, 1-0 favor the Cardinals at the end of 7 1/2 innings. That ends the first half of the 8th inning. For the special benefit of listeners who tuned in late, here's a way to get easier shaves. Probably a lot of you men have already guessed what I'm going to say, because I'm thinking of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless. Now, I happen to go all out for brushless, so I want to tell you about that. This cream contains peanut oil. It's free from grease, has a pleasant, refreshing scent, and rinses off instantly. Consequently, it can't clog razor or drains. Best of all, Gillette brushless holds plenty of moisture, does a real job of beard softening. And you know, it's really the water that prepares your whiskers for the razor. Now, it's easy to prove everything I've said. Get a tube of Gillette brushless shaving cream. It costs nothing extra, 25 cents, or 33 cents for the giant-size economy tube. We're all set now for the last half of the 8th inning. As this tremendously exciting and hotly contested game moves right down toward its finish, last half of the 8th, Jerry Pretty leading off the Yankees. Chandler's the next scheduled hitter, then Phil Rizzuto. Whether or not Chandler will bat remains to be seen. Left-hander Ernie White goes into his windup. Here's the pitch to Jerry Pretty. Jerry swings and hits a high pop-up out toward second base. Jimmy Brown calls for it. Under it, waiting, still waiting, and makes the catch for the out. So there's one away. Jerry Pretty pops to Jimmy Brown on the first pitch. And Red Ruffing's going to come out to bat for Spurgeon Chandler. Charlie Ruffing is going to come out and do some pinch hitting. It'll be his second appearance as a pinch hitter in the series. After having pitched the opening game of the World Series, he came back in the second game in the role of a pinch hitter. Here's the announcement coming over the loudspeaker. This makes the second time that Ruffing has come in as pinch hitter. His third appearance, in other words, in the series. This being the third game, Ruffing is the only pitcher, we might say, that has made an appearance in each one, although he's only made one appearance as a pitcher, the other two as pinch hitters. Ruffing had 1 hit and 5 times at bat in the first 2 games. Here's the first pitch to him. Sharp curve breaks right through there for a called strike. Outfield plays Ruffing a little bit toward right and center and right. Not too much so in left. Here's White's pitch. Ruffing takes it, and it's low. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Ernie White repping up to cover the ball. Every pitcher carries a lot of extra responsibility right now. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ruffing, and it's over that outside corner for called strike 2. Ruffing steps out of the batter's box for a moment to remonstrate a bit with umpire George Barr. Now he moves back into batting position. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruffing batting for Chandler. Cardinal left-hander, working easily, smoothly, confidently. Sweeps down low into the windup. Here's his pitch. Ruffing swings and he misses. Strike 3. And that's Ernie White's 6th strikeout. And that makes the 18th Yankee to have gone down by way of strikeouts in the series. 14 Cardinals have struck out in the series. White struck out 6. Chandler struck out 3 in this particular game. Here's Phil Rizzuto up, 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch to Phil is swung on. It's a pop-up foul back to third. Karowski racing over near the field boxes, trying to get under it. Leans into the boxes, but can't get it as the ball drops into the runway between the field boxes and the first row of reserve seats right behind them. Made a nice effort. 1 strike on Rizzuto. Phil beat out a bunt in the first inning for a hit, lined to Karowski in the third, and fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 6th. 2 outs, nobody on. Last half of the 8th inning, Cardinals clinging to that 1-run lead, which they established in the 3rd inning. White ready. Here's the pitch to Rizzuto. It swung on to line drive over. Marries head out into left center field for a base hit. Terry Moore quickly races over in front of Musial, fields the ball on the roll, throws into second, and Rizzuto holds on at first with a line single to left center. That Terry Moore really covers ground. Coming up is Frankie Crissetti. Crissetti has only been at bat twice. He didn't come into the ball game until the second inning. Struck out in the third, grounded out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the sixth. Bats him right-handed. That's the Yankees' fifth hit off Ernie White. There have been 8 hits in the ball game all told, 3 for St. Louis. We'll have a new pitcher for the Yankees going into the ninth inning with Chandler having been removed for a pinch hitter. White takes a stretch, checks Rizzuto. Here's the pitch to Crissetti, and it's in there for a called strike. Frank definitely crowds that plate. Doesn't give the pitcher too much room to throw that ball through. Chokes that bat a couple of inches. Tying runs on it, first base, 2 outs. Hop on the bag with Rizzuto. White takes a stretch, checks Phil. There goes Rizzuto. The pitch is swung on to roller down toward third. Kurowski's up with it. There's his throw over to Hop in time for the out. And so Ernie White once again gets by the Yankees without permitting a score. No runs, 1 hit, no cardinal errors, and 1 man left on base at the end of 8 innings. 1-0. St. Louis, the Cardinals, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error. 2 left on. The Yankees, no runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 5 men left on base. This third game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Brewer, number 24.
As we come into the first half of the ninth inning, the new pitcher for the Yankees will be Marvin Brewer, a curveball specialist. Spurgeon Chandler removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the 8th inning, thus worked 8 innings, allowed but 3 hits, walked only 1, and struck out 3 while giving up 1 run. So, as the situation now stands, it's Chandler's ball game to lose. He lost the only game the Yankees lost in the 1941 World Series. Marvin Brewer's come in to relieve him. Brewers won 8 games and lost 9 on the regular season. Lost a lot of tough ball games. Pitches a very good curveball, one of the finest in the major leagues. He's a right-hand pitcher from Rollo, Missouri, incidentally, which is closer to the Cardinals' home ballpark, Sportsman's Park, than it would be to the Yankee Stadium. Then hometowns don't always dictate the place where a ball player is going to play his baseball. As we go into the 9th inning, for the Cardinals, it'll be the top of their batting order. Jimmy Brown, Terry Moore, and Enos Slaughter. For those of you who might have tuned in late, wondering how the Cardinals got their 1 run, which is the only run in the game, in the 3rd inning, Kurowski walked, went to second as Marion topped the pitch down toward third and beat it out for a hit. White sacrificed Kurowski to third, Marion to second, and while Brown was grounding out to Gordon, Kurowski came home from third. And that's the only run of the game thus far. So we're all set now for the first half of the 9th inning. Jimmy Brown up. Marvin Brewer, right-hander, throws. It's a curve swung on, lined over Gordon's head out in the right center for a base hit. Joe DiMaggio races over, fields it on the roll, throws quickly in the second, and Brown holds it first after taking his turn with a single to right center. Coming up is Terry Moore. That's the Cardinals' 4th hit. Jimmy Brown didn't take a hard cut at that ball. He just seemed to lift it. Just seemed to lift it right over Gordon's head. Terry Moore up. Yankees watching for the bunt, stretched by Brewer. In comes the pitch. Moore shortens up, but doesn't bunt as the pitch goes high for ball 1. Moore took a 3rd call strike in the 1st inning, again in the 3rd. Fly to DiMaggio in the 6th. Frank Crissetti in close on the grass at 3rd. Purdy on the bag at 1st with Jimmy Brown. Stretched by Brewer. Checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Moore shortens up, bunts, but fouls it off to the right of the plate, way back. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. Marius Russo, the left-hander, is throwing in the bullpen for the Yankees. We can just see the top of his head and his arms. It slings around. Someone else warming along just to his left. We can see the arm go up occasionally, but that's all we can see of that particular pitcher. First half of the ninth, Cardinals ahead 1-0. Nobody out. Jimmy Brown on at first base. That was Brown's second hit of the series. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runner, then pitches Moore, shortens up, bunts out in front of the plate. Brewer quickly picks it up. His throw is to second base to Rizzuto. In time for that, and then the decision is changed. And safe at second is Jimmy Brown. As George Majorkirth, after having called him out, quickly changed and went down with the hands. And all hands are safe. The big argument going on. Rizzuto, Pretty. Keller comes in from left field. Cullenbine from right. And they're all following Majorkirth as he walks out toward right center field. Rizzuto, Pretty, Keller, Gordon, Cullenbine are all arguing with George Majorkirth. And the argument is taking place in short right center field. Frank Cressetti walks over from third base. He's walking out toward the center of the argument. Now Keller leaves. He's going back out in the left field, and George Majorkirth stands with his back to everybody looking out toward the right center field bleachers. Pretty, Cullenbine, Gordon, Rizzuto, and Cressetti are all surrounding George, arguing with him. And now Bill Summers, American League umpire, over at third, starts walking out in that direction to see if he can do something about getting the boys to come back and play ball. The official scorer has scored the play this way. He has not given Terry Moore credit for sacrifice, but has charged Marvin Brewer with an error, a wild throw. The throw was a little wide of the bag, pulled Rizzuto off, so apparently Majorkirth's decision was based on this fact, that though the ball may have arrived ahead of the runner, Jimmy Brown, the throw being wild, pulled Rizzuto's foot off the bag, and therefore Brown was safe. So it's an error for Marvin Brewer. All hands are safe. Brown's on second. Moore on at first base, not credited with the sacrifice. And coming up to the plate is Enos Slaughter. Bats him left-handed. Nobody out here in the first half of the ninth inning. Runners lead off. The pitch is outside. Ball one. Slaughter shortened up as if he's going to try a bunt. Frank Cressetti's in close at third to watch for a bunt. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Nobody out. First half of the ninth. Cardinals lead 1-0. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runners, pitches, and the pitch is bunted foul off the right of the plate by Slaughter for strike one. 1-1 the count. Marvin Brewer's in trouble here in the ninth inning, having come in to take the place of Spurgeon Chandler, who permitted the Cardinals but 3 hits over the first 8 innings, was removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the 8th. 1-1 the count on Slaughter. On deck is Stan Musial. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Brewer takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and fouled back by Slaughter for strike 2. Billy Southworth changed up, called off the bunt, and ordered Slaughter to swing away. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Cardinal right fielder. What a superb catch he made. Bill Corum, whose highly interesting summary will come on immediately at the end of this game, will have a lot to say about it, we're sure. Brewer looks around the outfield. Now he's ready. Looks in, gets the sign from Dickey. There's Brown leading off second again. Terry Moore off first. In comes the pitch to Slaughter. He swings on. There's a smash pass. Rizzuto out to center field for the base hit. Brown rounds third on his way to score. DiMaggio throws into third as Terry Moore goes in, and he's safe at third. And into second on the throw to third went Enos Slaughter. And Cressetti pushes Bill Summers, the umpire, and Bill Summers pushes Cressetti back. And there goes Joe McCarthy out to join in the argument. And Joe Gordon comes over from second. And the argument rages at third base. And there's Cressetti taking off his glove, and Art Fletcher comes racing out from the Yankee dugout. And Bill Summers is walking away from Cressetti and Fletcher and McCarthy and Gordon. And there's Fletcher and Cressetti gesticulating wildly as they argue with Bill Summers. And Joe McCarthy's right out there spearheading the attack as he moves in between Summers and Fletcher. Each one of the 4 trying to move in front of the other to talk to Summers. And Frank Cressetti, as the decision was made at third, slammed the ball down hard on the ground and then quickly picked it up, realizing the time had not been called. We couldn't tell you about it at that moment because play was still going on. Slaughter was going into second on the throw to third, and in from second on the hit came. Jimmy Brown, the Cardinals lead 2-0. Meantime, Bill Summers walking along the left field line, and Cressetti's still after him, and Art Fletcher pulls Frankie away. And he and Joe McCarthy are still going after Bill Summers, arguing with him. Joe DiMaggio has come over from center field, standing just on the fringe of the circle with Summers, McCarthy, and Fletcher. Were DiMaggio and Rizzuto and Gordon and Twitty, but now the argument is all over. The runners return to position, or rather the players return to their positions. Joe McCarthy walking back toward the Yankee dugout, stops for a moment as Billy Southworth, in the meantime, is chatting with Terry Moore, who's on to third base. On at second base is Enos Slaughter. Nobody out here in the ninth inning. Cardinals are leading 2-0. And so Enos Slaughter, single to center. Scoring Brown from second, is credited with a run batted in. That for Slaughter is his third hit of the series. And his first run batted in. Jerry Pretty is just now getting back over to first base. Meantime, Joe Gordon is still arguing with George Majorkirth at second base, and we're waiting for them. They're standing toe-to-toe and talking it out. And now Gordon has finished arguing with Majorkirth. Goes back to his position. Cullenbine trots out into right field, and we'll be ready to continue play here in the ninth inning. And at this point, Art Fletcher comes out of the Yankee dugout. That possibly may be all for Marvin Brewer. I think that'll be all for Marvin Brewer. The official scorer, as we've already indicated to you, has given Slaughter a single. He went to second on the throw to third. So Fletch comes out to talk to Bill Dickey. Pat O'Doherty, the Yankee bat boy, dashed out along the left field line to holler to Charlie Keller, for Keller in turn to holler to the Yankee bullpen for a new pitcher. And that is going to be all for Brewer. He comes off the mound, standing talking to Dickey between home plate and third base. George Levy, the fellow here at the stadium, goes out to ask George Barr just what the change is going to be. He, in turn, will carry the message over to the public address announcer. Still waiting for the new Yankee pitcher to make his appearance so we can tell you who it is. Charlie Keller has gone out to the little barrier in front of the runway, which leads into the bullpen here at the stadium, calling for the proper pitcher, and here he comes. Jim Turner, I believe, or Johnny Murphy, is so far away we'll have to wait till they get a little bit closer. Situation here in the ninth inning, though, is one run in for St. Louis. They lead 2-0. Here's the announcement of the new pitcher.
Turner.
It is Jim Turner.
Number 30. Now pitching for New York.
It is Jim Turner coming in to make his debut in this current World Series, but not his first World Series. You remember he was with the Cincinnati Redlegs in the 1940 World Series, started a game against the Detroit Tigers. Jim Turner, the milkman, who along with Lou Fetty, you'll remember years ago with the Boston Braves, started the baseball world when these two veteran rookies each won 20 games for the Boston Braves. So here's Jim Turner coming in to take over in the ninth inning. Marvin Brewer, who started the ninth inning after Chandler had been removed for a pinch hitter, thus has not pitched any part of an inning, there being nobody out. However, during the time he was on the mound, he allowed 2 hits. Didn't walk anybody, no strikeouts. And at the moment has allowed 1 run. 1 run has been scored while he was on the mound. And so we're going to have another little wait here while Jim Turner loosens up. In the meantime, we have on third base Terry Moore, who went from first to third on Slaughter's single, which scored Brown from second. Slaughter himself took second on the throw to third, which stirred up all the argument. Frank Cressetti, of course, claiming that he had Terry Moore out. Umpire Bill Summers of the American League, who called the play, said no, and then the argument raged. Now, don't forget, folks, while we have a moment here, tomorrow we take the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow afternoon for the 4th game of this 1942 World Series, which promises to go down in history as one of the greatest of all time. Certainly the way the games have gone thus far have been fireworks galore. Stan Musial will be the first man to face Jim Turner. Jim is what you might call a spot pitcher. Good control pitcher. He has a peculiar knack of raising that left knee of his high, almost up to his midsection before throwing the ball. And to a batter, it often looks as if that pitch is coming off of Jim's knee, right in behind it. And with men on second and third, nobody out, Stan Musial is to get an intentional pass. There's the first wideman. With a left-handed hitter up there, they're going to walk Musial to load the bases, first base being open, setting up possible plays at any base. There's the second wideman, Turner getting set for the third wideman to Musial. There it is. So those ever keeping score put down base on balls for Stan Musial, an intentional pass. And the fourth wideman. That loads him up. Musial's on it first. He's walking down. Slaughter's on it second. Terry Moore on at third. And the batter is Walker Cooper. Billy Southworth comes up the line from third base to talk to his catcher. Whispers something in his ear, and then Billy the Kid trots back down to his third base coaching box. And Walker Cooper steps into hitting position. So the Cardinals are leading 2-0. It's the ninth inning. Nobody out, bases filled. Yankee infield halfway in for a play at the plate. The first pitch to Walker Cooper. Swung on and missed. Strike one. Terry Moore on third. Enos Slaughter on second. Stan Musial on first. Yankee infield, laying in for a play at the plate. Cooper bats him right-handed. Turner starts his windup. In comes the pitch to Cooper. It swung on and fouled off over the Cardinal dugout into the lower stands for strike two. And it's a tense moment here in the ninth inning. Cardinals have a chance to blow the game wide apart. The Yankees trying to stop the threat from going any further, if they possibly can. Cardinals leading by 2-0 at the moment, with 3 men on and nobody out. Just about one of the toughest spots for any pitcher in the series thus far. Turner hollered something up to Dickey as he started his windup. In comes the pitch. Cooper swings and hits a pop fly out in the short center. DiMaggio coming hard, getting under it, makes the catch, and there's no advance. Cooper popped this one out into short center. DiMaggio had to come a long way to get under it. The infield was drawn in, remember. Billy Southworth, respecting the magic in Joe's right arm, refused to let Terry Moore even budge. So the bases remain loaded. 1 out. And the batter, Johnny Hop. Cardinal first baseman grounded out for Rizzuto in the second inning, did the same thing in the fifth, and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the eighth. Jim Turner wants a new ball, throws it into Dickey. Barr looks it over. Perhaps Johnny Hop asks Barr to look it over. George does, and the ball stays in the game. So Johnny Hop moves into hitting position. Still have Terry Moore on at third. Enos Slaughter on second. Stan Musial on at first. 1 out. Yankee infield still drawn in. Not entirely in, but about halfway. A little better than half. In position for a play at the plate or to start a possible double play if the opportunity presents itself. Turner the wind-up pitches. Hop takes this one, a slow curve, a little bit high for ball one. Jim pitching carefully, taking his time, trying not to make any pitch any too good at all. As they sign from Dickey, runners lead off. In comes the pitch. It's swung on. It's a fly ball going out into left center field. Charlie Keller's getting under it. Terry Moore waiting to tag up. There's the catch. Here comes Moore to the plate. In comes the throw, and it is in time for the out. It's a double play. And Terry Moore simply stood at the plate and looked at plate umpire George Barr. Dickey apparently tagged him out on the arm as he came across the plate. And so for the Cardinals in the ninth inning, only 1 run. 2 hits, 1 Yankee error, and 2 men left on base. And the milkman, Jim Turner, came in and put out the fire with the bases loaded and nobody out. He got him out without allowing a run. 2-0 St. Louis as we get set for the last half of the ninth inning. Say, folks, you know, presents for men in our armed forces overseas must be mailed immediately to ensure delivery by Christmas. Remember this to avoid disappointment. And remember also that razor blades are at or near the top of every serviceman's list of desired gifts. This third game of the 1942 World Series comes to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In order that your scoring might be complete and official, that run which the Cardinals got in the first half of the ninth inning was not earned. Here's Roy Cullenbine leading off for the Yankees as we come into the last half of the ninth inning with the Cardinals out in front 2-0. And Ernie White, who's breezed along, scattering 5 hits nicely, no more than 1 in any inning, steps onto the rubber to get his sign from Walker Cooper. Cullenbine single to center in the 6th for one of the Yankees' 5 hits. White into the windup. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine swings and drives the one into center field. Terry Moore coming hard and fast, and he makes the catch for the out. And the thousands of people who are here at the jam-packed Yankee Stadium today, if they didn't know before, know now why Terry Moore is considered one of the game's greatest defensive center fielders. He's been superb. And here is the Yankee Clipper, another great center fielder. And the first pitch to Joe DiMaggio swung on and fouled back onto the screen. Strike 1. It's the last half of the ninth inning. The Cardinals are leading 2-0. Riding the crest of the momentum they gained in clipping the Yankees in the second game of the World Series in St. Louis. Behind the great pitching of left-hander Ernie White, they've come along here to the ninth inning with 1 out, leading 2-0. DiMaggio at the plate, Joe Gordon on deck. Ernie White still bearing down. And his next pitch to DiMaggio is low outside for ball 1. DiMaggio struck out in the first inning, single to left in the 4th, and had Terry Moore make a great catch of a drive of his in the 6th inning. White checking with Walker Cooper, has his sign, leans forward, goes into the windup, whips the left arm around. DiMaggio takes a fast one low inside for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Joe. Steps out of the batter's box for a moment, gets a little dirt on his hands, adjusts his cap as he steps back into hitting position. The outfield deep over toward left. White to the rosin bag to give it a little touch. He's still cool and calm. Working steadily and heavily. Blows in his pitching hand. Leans forward, goes into that windup. DiMaggio's head to the plate. Here's the pitch. It's swung on. It's a drive out to left field for a base hit. Stan Musial getting in front of the bounder. Picks it up, throws into second. DiMaggio holds on it first with a single to left. His second hit of the game and his 7th of the series. His 6th of the series. Check that. Coming up now is Joe Gordon. 1 out. Last half of the ninth inning. Gordon struck out in the second inning. Fly to Musial in the 4th, and fly to Musial in the 7th. Gordon bats him right-handed. Yankee fans are beginning to yell. A sustained yell, if I might call it that. DiMaggio leads off first base. Outfield deep toward left for Gordon. The stretch by Ernie White, the pitch. Gordon swings and he misses. Strike 1. And the tension mounts here in the last half of the ninth inning. Ernie White bearing down. He's allowed 6 hits. DiMaggio's belt being the 6th one off of him. Takes his stretch, checks Joe. In comes the pitch to Gordon. Gordon swings and hits a high fly ball out along the foul line. Back to third. Kurowski and Marion are there. Kurowski's under it, and Kurowski makes the catch as Marion, right in behind him, falls down. And DiMaggio scoots back to first, and there are 2 outs. And here's Charlie Keller. With Ernie White 1 out away from victory. Ernie White is taking his time. So is Charlie Keller stepping in. It's the last half of the ninth inning. 2-0 Cardinals. 2 outs. Joe DiMaggio on first base. And Keller is up there. White takes his stretch. Here's a pitch to Keller. Keller swings, and there's the drive. Going deep. Back under it is Slaughter, and he's right against the wall and makes the catch for the out. And the ball game is over, and the Cardinals win it 2-0. In the last half of the ninth inning for the Yankees, no runs, one hit, no errors, one man left on. And the Cardinals move ahead in the series 2-1 as they shut out the Yankees 2-0. And now stepping in another moment, will be Bill Corum with his summary of today's game. Well, this gives me a final chance to tell you a simple way to get several extra shaves with every Gillette Blue Blade. And believe me, that's something important to know. Take a look, and you'll see that the Gillette Blue Blade has marks resembling the Roman numerals 1 and 2 on the ends projecting beyond your razor. These identify the edges and enable you to shave one side of your face with one edge, the opposite side with the other, giving both equal use. The effect is much the same as crisscrossing your automobile tires for extra mileage. You get a number of additional shaves, and that saves blades. Try this simple, thrifty way of conserving Gillette Blue Blades. You'll find that it pays a real bonus in extra shaves and comfort, too. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is brilliant sports columnist of the New York Journal-American, a member of Gillette's cavalcade of sports staff, a shrewd observer of baseball as well as all other sports, all set to give you his sage observations on this highly exciting and dramatic ball game. Bill Corum.
I don't know how sage they'll be, Mel, but this seems to me to have been a ball game that was lost with an argument that was won. The Yankees won an argument in the second inning on a ball that Marion bunted where he was out at first base, sacrificing Kurowski down to second, and made him come back to bat. And the second time they tried to make the same play, Marion got a single when the throw just failed to beat him to first, and that came the run. In came the run as a result of that. That gave the Cardinals the victory because the second run was not earned, and that was all that Ernie White needed to win this ball game. Here's a fellow from a little town down called Pecolet Mills, South Carolina. About 1,500 folks down there. Got a growing youngster of his own, a pitcher, too, named Joe Dan, who pitched one of the greatest games that's been seen in the World Series in, I don't know how long, because not since 1926, as some of you know, have these Yankees been shut out in a World Series ball game. They'd gone 42 times before Ernie White stepped in there this afternoon and set them back. And even at that, his pitching was no better than that of his rival Spurgeon Chandler of Moultrie, Georgia, who gave the Cardinals, the victorious Cardinals, only 3 hits before he left the game and was just a superb pitcher every step of the way. Now, as I tell you, the last run was not earned because Brewer threw wide to second base in an effort to make a force play, but it really didn't matter because save for DiMaggio, who's hitting beautifully in this series, White had the Yankees right on the arm, right in that big glove of his, and the Cardinals are now surging along with another pitcher just like him to come back tomorrow, very, very much like him. In fact, Max Lanier pitches the same sort of ball and looks a good deal like him, and it looks to me, as I said in the opening talk before the game, that whoever won this game was going to have a big edge. Of course, you can't hold these Yankees forever, and certainly you're not going to shut them out very many times. They proved that by going 42 without anybody shutting them out. But today, White was a master. No greater master than Chandler, I keep repeating, but to the victor belongs the spoils, and he won the ball game. And little Jimmy Brown out there, you could hear him above the hum of the crowd, a silent crowd, incidentally, a tremendously big one, every seat packed in this great 3-tiered stadium, but a very quiet crowd right down to the finish when the ball game really was played again. In that long ninth inning, you could hear little Jimmy Brown calling to White, "Come on, Ernie, come on, boy," with that piping voice of his, and White did come on. Whereas Beasley had missed the opportunity for the shutout, and whereas old Grandpa Ruffing had missed his opportunity for a no-hit game, this fella came through. And I want to tell you a little bit about some outfielding. Coming back on the train from St. Louis, some of the boys said, well, I don't know whether that Cardinal outfield can play in the big Yankee Stadium. Well, they made 3 plays, one after the other, starting with Terry Moore, who went back as usual to take DiMaggio's bid for at least a triple and maybe a home run inside the park over his shoulder, going at full tilt. And the very next ball in the next inning was driven practically to the left field barrier. Musial went up and pulled it down, and then the next drive, just to make it even all around and show that any one of the boys could do it, was laid up against the right field fence, and there was Enos Country Slaughter to grab that one. If you can play any better center field, incidentally, than Mr. Terry Moore can play, well, then you can have the marbles for me, because I think here are the two greatest fielding center fielders that ever hooked up in any World Series, DiMaggio and Moore. Moore's got a little bad leg right now, but it didn't show this afternoon. He was all over the ballpark to take that first hit in the ninth inning. He came charging in. He can throw just like DiMaggio can throw, and DiMaggio proved it again this afternoon, because when a short fly was hit out to him with the bases loaded in the ninth, nobody moved, and quite rightly. Mr. Southworth knew that that was no chance, no time to take a chance. They took it on the next one, and Moore was thrown out at the plate on a very close play. But as it turned out, it didn't matter, and so the ball game wound up 2-0, and the totals as I have them, and I think they're correct: 2, 5, 1, and 4. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, 4 left for the Cardinals. For the Yankees, 6, 1, and 6. No runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 6 left. That's the correct totals. The time of the game was 2:30, and of course the losing pitcher was Chandler, who did pitch such superb ball this afternoon. Well, fans, that's the story. But tomorrow is another day, and what a game we should have out here at the stadium. Now make a special note of this. We come on the air at 1:45 Eastern War Time. So be with us and we'll have fun. I'll repeat the starting time once again, 1:45 Eastern War Time. Until then, smooth sailing, smooth shaving, and good afternoon from your host, the Gillette Safety Razor Company, Red Barber, Mel Allen, and Bill Coral. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel, another session of inside stuff from the world of sports, with 3 of your favorite sports commentators, Bill Brandt, Ed Thorgerson, and Sam Bolter. Here, kicking off with an incident from the gridiron, is Sam Bolter.
Football is a game not particularly distinguished for either true amateurism or for humor. And that's why it has always seemed to me that the football team which represents the Arkansas A&M College at Monticello, Arkansas, is one which can be classified as one for the book. In the season of 1941, for example, the slightly zany Ball Weevils of Monticello took another typical trip, a road trip to make all other gridiron excursions seem like a visit to the corner drugstore. The wandering Weevils, whose travels in unorthodox style have brought them lots of fun, no little renown, and precious few victories, were gone from the campus 32 days, traveled approximately 8,000 miles, and incidentally appeared in 6 games, and if memory serves me correctly, lost them all, although nobody kept particular account of such a minor detail. They were far prouder this time of their new uniforms, treating the opposition, which has often been surprised in the past by what the Weevils call their offense, to a display that could be produced only by lightning striking a rainbow. It seemed that the brand-new jerseys not only were more colorful, but more economical. They were what is known to the trade as samples, and no 2 of them were of the same color or pattern. The coach of this team, Stuart Ferguson, a serious little Scotsman, became coach at Arkansas A&M with the understanding that he would not be paid a cent as such, that he wouldn't have to conduct organized practice, and that he would not be expected to win a game. The boys take care of the game strategy themselves, work out their own plays, and of course they come up with some marvelous flights of theoretical fancy, which on the gridiron turn out to be difficult to apply, but they try them anyway. Their first game on this particular trip was against Bradley Tech at Peoria, and the Archies lost 67-0 and described the contest as one of their best games of the year. And so it went right through the excursion, against Moravian and Uppsala and all the rest. But the Archies were happy, indulging themselves in their surprises, as they called them. Once, by some accident, no doubt, they got down to the opponent's 1-yard line. First down, goal to go. They called a quick kick and punted the ball over the end zone seats and out of the park. The opposition was surprised. The Archies rolled on the turf in hilarity. Another time, they concocted a play wherein the quarterback received the ball from center, and the other 10 lads broke into an Indian war dance around him. It lost yards. So what? The terpsichore was on the study curriculum. Against Davis and Elkins, the Archies came up with a real dazzler, the multiple backward pass. This involved 16 backward passes from the opposition's 10-yard line until a safety had been scored. Again, the opposition was surprised. One other time, an Archie halfback somehow broke free. Nobody between him and the goal except the official running alongside. On his way to the touchdown, the halfback handed the ball to the official with a pantomime that he was tired now, and here, you carry it the rest of the way. And so go the delightful and happy football warriors of the Arkansas Agricultural and Mining College of Monticello, a refreshing team of pure amateurs and fun makers in a sport noted particularly for its commercialism and its grimness. A team thus eminently qualified, I believe, is one for the book.
Thanks, Sam Boulder, for that solid boot. And here's a story about a star baseball player, a third baseman whose rifle eye is as effective as his throwing arm. But let's let Ed Thorgerson tell it.
When old Father Time finally caught up with Pie Trainer and toppled him from his throne as King Hot Corner Guardian of the National League, a young fellow who was ready, willing, and able stepped right in. The new Mr. Third Baseman of the senior circuit became Stan Hack, Sacramento boy who went to the Chicago Cubs from his hometown team just 12 years ago. Like so many ball players, Stan's favorite off-season sport is hunting. And it's all the same to Hack whether the game wears fur or feathers. For 2 years, Stan owned a ranch in Oregon's Grant County, just a little south of the famous rodeo city of Pendleton. His shotgun knocked down hundreds of pheasants, quail, and Hungarian partridge in these parts, and his rifle brought him his full share of deer. And right now, even though he's got 5 months of baseball ahead of him, Stan is already planning to come out to Sacramento in the fall and get another crack at Sutter Basin ducks. The last time I talked to him, he told me of a couple of adventures of his that I want to pass along, because I think you too might enjoy them. It seems that some years ago, Stan went hunting in northwest Montana near Augusta. It was just east of the high Rockies in Lewis County. The prize of the trip was a magnificent elk with a huge rack of horns. And naturally, Stan went to considerable trouble to have that great head mounted. Well, all was well until he returned to his home in Sacramento. And there, like the fellow who spends all winter building a boat in the basement and has to tear the house down to get it out, frontwards, backwards, sideways, Stan tried them all. But that elk head just would not go through any door or window in the house. And so today, those antlers hang on the wall of the Sutter Lawn Tennis Club, which Mrs. Hack represented when she was one of our leading tennis stars. You tennis fans will probably remember her as Dorothy Weisel. Stan's second escapade came along right after the close of the baseball season in 1935. Along with Kai Kyler and Bob Smith and Mike McDermott, he went up to the Lake of the Woods country in Canada after deer and moose. He took along a brand new rifle, and he was just itching to try it out. Now, don't forget that new rifle. The comedy of errors really began when Stan was rattled by Mike. He watched Mike, a champion distance swimmer, break the ice in the lake and take a long, luxurious bath in the frigid water. And later, still shivering, Stan spotted a beauty of a duck. The cartridge jammed in the chamber. The buck bounded off, and Stan glumly walked back to camp. He willingly admitted that it was his own fault. Nothing wrong with that new automatic rifle, but the others gave him a terrific ribbing. Well, next day, Stan set out with their guide, determined to clean the slate. 2 hours out of camp, they broke into a little clearing, and there, facing them, stood a bull moose that looked as tall as a camel. Up came the new rifle, and again, a cartridge jammed. The guide bagged the moose and offered to credit Stan. But, of course, that only made Brother Hack madder with himself and the fine new rifle. He survived a second dose of ribbing, and since then he's patched up the damage to his hunting reputation with his trusty old bolt action.
That was great, Ed Thorgerson. And now coming at you with a little change of pace, but still in that old groove, is Bill Brandt, with a yarn about a very versatile bird.
This is the story of one of the greatest athletes alive today, Samuel Dewey Bird from Birmingham, Alabama. Here's why Sam is great. His name is in the front rank of 2 of our greatest professional sports, baseball and golf. Professional. That means a man gives his full time. It takes all his effort developing that skill, and the sky is the limit, how far he can go. And Bird from Birmingham was a big league baseball player about 10 years. Then he goes for golf, full time, and he makes the top row on the links, the front rank of America's money shooters. And yet, this story has a solemn note. It's frustration. Always somebody in Sam Bird's way, blocking that road to the peak, that last step. In baseball, Bird has the biggest stumbling block you can imagine, the greatest slugger of all time, Babe Ruth. Today, in golf, playing from Plum Hollow, Birmingham, Michigan, near Detroit, Sam Bird is up against Byron Nelson and Ben Hogan. In baseball, the wise old men said about Bird, he would be the greatest ever if he'd only forget golf. In golf today, the wise men say, Bird would be our greatest golfer of all time if he hadn't wasted all those years in baseball. And there you are. And 20 years ago, there was Bird. Dewey Bird, they call him down home in Birmingham. At the crossroads, what to do, baseball or golf? He can hit a ball a mile with a bat at home plate or with a driver on a golf tee. It's big money either way. Dewey Bird has to work for a living, so he chooses both. Baseball in summer, golf in winter. And the golfers tell him, give up baseball, stick to golf. And every fall, Samuel Dewey Bird decides to do that, give up baseball. But he hits .331 for Knoxville in 1927. He's bought by the New York Yankees. The Yanks farm him out to Albany, New York. He hits .371 in the Eastern League. How can you quit baseball hitting .371? And a chance with the Yanks coming up next spring. So on his 21st birthday, 1928, Bird makes his big decision. Baseball, the Yanks, the greatest team of all time, Murderers Row. And here comes Bird, a .371 hitter, a sure shot to take over the load in that batting order as soon as Babe Ruth gets tired. And his golf advisors moan. All these years in his early 20s when he ought to be sharpening up his golf, getting ready to tackle the Babe Ruths of the fairways. All those years, Sam Bird's gone for the real Babe Ruth, the Bambino of SWAT. But Bird is on the bench all summer. Sometimes he runs for Ruth, sometimes he's a pinch hitter, sometimes he plays a few games as a substitute. But whether it's baseball or golf, this is wasting time. A young man in either game ought to be in the game every day, growing up in action, under fire. That's what they tell Sam Bird every winter in Birmingham. And here comes spring, and this might be the year take over that job from Babe Ruth. And now it's the spring of 1932, the training trip. The Yanks are heading home, exhibition games in the Midwest. Manager Joe McCarthy is worried. Earl Combs, his great center fielder from Owsley County, Kentucky, is under the weather. What to do? The answer? Bird. So in Cincinnati, an exhibition against the Reds, it's Sam Bird in center field, leading off the Yankee batting order. Bam! Home run for Sammy Bird. The Yanks move to Indianapolis, the Indians. Bam! That's 2 in 2 days. Now Columbus. Bam! Next stop, Brooklyn, Ebbets Field, the Dodgers. Bam! And Tuesday, the Yanks open the American League season in Philadelphia. Bam! And another bam! 2 home runs on opening day. Yes, this is the shimmering pinnacle of Sam Bird's Yankee career. 6 home runs in 5 successive games. Way out ahead of Ruth and Gehrig and all the rest of the mighty Yanks. Sam Bird certainly made no mistake sticking to baseball. He's in there forever now. A new hero for the New York fans. The fairways are far away. Fans, I was there looking at all this, reporting all these games for the New York Times. All of us baseball writers felt that way about Bird. That's how we built our headlines. 6 homers in 5 games. If he keeps this up, it beats all the records. Singles and doubles, too. With the season 10 days old, Bird is leading the league, .367. The new spearhead of the Yankee batting order. The new star, brighter than Babe Ruth. But now comes a slump. All hitters get slumps. Cobb, Hornsby, even the Babe himself. It's just a temporary thing. You get over it. But here's the tragedy of Sam Bird. By this time, Earl Combs is feeling fine again. Manager McCarthy puts Combs in center field. It's his job. Babe Ruth is feeling good, too. The other outfielder is Ben Chapman. Ben's from Bird's hometown, Birmingham, Alabama. And Ben's burning up the baseline, stolen bases. Ben is hitting and fielding and throwing. You can't take Ben Chapman out of there. So Bird goes back to the bench again. His regular job for 3 years past. And the wise old men say, this is what hurt Sam Bird in baseball. I got thinking of Sam Bird because tomorrow is the anniversary of Bird's final frustration. May the 23rd, 1936. Just 10 years ago. Now he's with the Cincinnati Reds. Still after that home run touch. But now nearly 30 years old. Not so easy to pick up that zip. The Reds are getting beat 3-0, the last of the ninth. Bill Swift from Scranton, Pennsylvania, is pitching for Pittsburgh. The fans begin to go home. But here comes a rally, a safe bunt, a single, a base on balls, 3 men on base. The Red Rooters are roaring. And here comes a new Pirate pitcher, a relief pitcher, Cy Blanton, Pittsburgh's #1, the league-leading ace, a husky curve artist from Shawnee, Oklahoma. And here's the batter, Sam Bird. Now here comes the pitch, Blanton's first pitch. Bam! Yes, it's a Bird home run over that left field wall, that same wall that started Sam's great streak in 1932. 1 pitch, bam, and it's 4 runs. The game's over. Cincinnati 4, Pittsburgh 3. The hero, Sam Bird. The fans mob Sam Bird in a joyful tumult when he gets to home plate with a winning run. It's headlines all over the country. Sam Bird and his Merrowell home run. Does this start another streak? Let's look at the next day's headlines. May 24th, 1936. Tony Lazzeri of the Yankees hits 3 home runs, 2 with the bases filled. Bird drove in 4 runs. Lazzeri drives in 11. Sam Bird back again in the shadow of the Yankees. In my book, Bird of Birmingham is one of the greatest athletes alive today. He climbed higher in baseball and golf than any other man ever achieved. I think he made the right decision back in 1928. But you always wonder what would have happened if he chose the other road. Golf, not baseball. It's always that way when you come to a crossroad of destiny. That decision you have to make once in a lifetime.
Thanks, Bill Brand. And that winds up another AFRS sports reel. But we'll be beating a path to your door again soon with another reel of close-ups by America's best-known sports authorities. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Hello? Hello, Jughead. This is Archie. Come over right away. It's a matter of life or death.
Oh, relax, Archie. Relax.
Yes, indeed, and you relax too, folks, while you visit Archie Andrews of comic strip fame, his family, and his friends. You know Archie, and now he comes to you with all his gang in a YMCA presentation, A Day at Camp. Well, as we look in on the friendly little city of Riverdale, we find Archie engaged in the great American pastime, sitting on the porch of the girl next door, whiling away a sunny afternoon.
Well, Betty, school's almost out.
Yes. How many more days?
Well, I haven't figured it out exactly, Betty, but roughly speaking, there's about 41 hours, 15 minutes, and 30 seconds of school time left this term.
Archie. Have you made any plans for the summer?
Oh, sure. I'm going to Stevens Lake with the folks this year.
Are you, Archie, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's wonderful. But aren't you going back to the YMCA camp at Whitmore Lake?
Nope, I'd rather be at Stevens Lake this summer.
Why, Archie?
Well, Stevens Lake is a beautiful lake.
What else?
Well, the scenery's swell.
What else?
And it's always cool there.
What else?
And a lot of people I like will be there.
Who, Archie?
Oh, lots of people. In fact, I hear Veronica's family's taking the cottage right next door to ours.
Oh, I see.
Did I say something?
Oh, no, Archie. Not a thing. Oh, I'd better go see if I can help Mother. See you later, Archie.
Oh, gee whiz. A girl is one thing a fellow like me will never understand.
Mary.
Yes, dear?
Mary, I've been thinking. Perhaps we ought to have Archie go to the YMCA camp at Whitmore Lake this summer.
Well, now, what made you decide that, dear?
Well, I don't know. Tom Jones is telling me he's sending Jughead to camp again, and I think it's a good idea. To teach the kids how to get along with each other, how to keep out of mischief, and if there's one lesson Archie needs, that's it.
Well, perhaps you're right, dear.
Well, of course I'm right.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom.
Hello, son.
Archie.
Say, Dad, don't you think we ought to run out to the lake tomorrow and get the cottage ready for the summer?
Oh, your mother and I were just talking about that, Archie.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. We're thinking you might like to go to camp again this year.
What?
Mm-hmm. I had a talk with Sam Blake at the Y. They still have room at Whitmore Lake for a few more campers.
Oh, no, Dad. I'm not interested in camp this year.
Well, why not, son? Didn't you have fun at camp?
Oh, yeah, Dad. Sure. It's a swell camp, but, well, I'd rather sooner go to Stevens camp this summer.
Oh, Jughead is going to camp, Archie.
Yeah, I know, Dad, but I'd still rather go to Stevens Lake.
Well, Fred, if the boy doesn't want to go to camp...
All right, son. I won't press the point. You may go to Stevens Lake.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
After all, it's your decision.
Gee, Veronica. Hello, Veronica.
Hello, Archie. Where y'all going?
I was on my way over to see Jug, Veronica.
That anything special?
Well, yeah, sort of. Wanted to talk to him about this summer.
Oh?
Yeah, you know what almost just happened?
What?
My dad almost wanted me to go to camp at Whitmore Lake.
Really? Why, that's quite a coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yes, I'm going to camp at Whitmore Lake.
You are?
Uh-huh. I'm going to Camp Minnetonka.
Camp Minnetonka? You mean right next door to the Y camp?
Uh-huh.
But, gee, I thought your folks took a cottage at Stevens Lake.
Well, they did, but I'm not going. It's too dull at Stevens Lake. Why, Archie, where are you rushing off to?
Home, Veronica. Home to reverse a decision.
And so, when Archie was 42 classroom hours older, Archie arrived at camp.
Come on, Jack. Where are we going? To the recreation hall. Uncle Bill's going to make a speech.
Okay, fellas. Let's have some quiet. I don't want to make any speeches. I just want to welcome you back to Camp Greylock and say we're going to have a lot of fun together. Now, I know our new campers have heard of our program of character building and racial understanding. Well, don't let those big words frighten you. It means only hours of good sportsmanship, teamwork, and fun. Baseball, swimming, arts and crafts, canoeing, and all the other camp activities. It means that there are boys here of many different racial backgrounds, but we're all Americans. Now remember, all together. These are the things the Y stands for. Okay? Yes, sir. Now, about rules. Just one rule I want to mention now. No one is to take out a canoe at any time, unless he is qualified, and unless there's another canoe in the vicinity with a counselor in it. Got that?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's just plain safety. I'll have to punish anyone who violates that rule. Okay. Now, schedule for this afternoon, boys. Baseball on the main athletic field. Following that, a free period.
Gee, Jug, maybe I can get permission to visit Veronica.
Yeah. Okay, fellas. Now let's go out and play ball. All of us.
Attaboy, Tommy! Attaboy, Tommy! Attaboy, Jimmy! Attaboy, Jimmy! Attaboy, Harry! Attaboy, Harry!
Gee, bases loaded.
Yeah, and you're up at bat, Archie.
Me? Oh, gee, that's right.
Oh, boy, hand me a bat. Here's where I smack a home run right into the leg. Here's where
Attention, athletic field. Attention, athletic field. Archie Andrews, report to the front office. Archie Andrews, report to front office.
Oh, me?
Archie Andrews, report to front office. That is all.
Oh, well, I'd probably have struck out anyway. Did you send for me, Uncle Bill?
Archie, I got a visitor who'd like to see the camp. Thought you wouldn't mind escorting her around.
Her?
Yes, Miss Agatha Gush. The sister of one of our new campers. She's just visiting for the day.
Agatha Gush?
That's right. You find her waiting on the front lawn.
Yes, Uncle Bill. Oh, could I ask you something?
Yes?
Could I have permission to leave campgrounds during the free period tonight?
Leave camp?
Yeah, I'd like to visit a friend at Camp Minnetonka.
I see. Well, Andrews, maybe. Check with me when you come back from guiding Miss Gush. I'll let you know then.
Yes, Uncle Bill. I'll guide Miss Gush like she's never been guided before.
Oh, are you going to guide me around camp?
Yes, Miss Gush.
Oh, you may call me Agatha.
All right, Agatha.
You're sweet.
Beg pardon?
You're sweet.
Agatha, I don't know what, but something you got needs oiling. Well, shall we look at the camp?
Oh, I'd love to. What do we see first?
Well, how'd you like to see a real swell baseball game?
Baseball?
Yeah. We'll go down to the athletic field. You can sit on a nice, comfortable bench and watch me hit a ball all over the field.
All right. Will it take long?
Oh, no, only 2 hours or so.
Oh, but then it would be time for me to go home.
That's what I mean.
Oh, but I'd rather just take a nice walk around camp. A nice, long, long walk.
Yeah, somehow I knew you would.
Just look at the gorgeous daisies. Aren't they divine?
Yeah, simply divine.
My, just look at the hills. Everything looks so gigantic way up there.
Yeah, gigantic.
My, just look at the valley. Everything looks so infinitesimal down there.
Yeah, yeah, what you said.
Oh, look, a squirrel. Isn't he sweet?
Agatha, you're squeaking again.
So this is the lake.
Yes, Agatha, this is the lake. Well, now you've seen it all.
Oh, look, canoes.
Yeah, we got a dozen of them.
Oh, I'd love to go canoeing.
Can't.
But why not?
It's against the rules to go out in a canoe alone.
Oh, but I've never been in a canoe.
Then I'm certainly not taking you out in one.
I think you're afraid to go out in an old canoe.
Listen, Agatha, I am not afraid.
Then let me see you take the canoe.
All right, I will. But just a few feet from the dock.
All right, just a few feet.
And then right back in again.
All right.
Okay, hop in. Now sit back there. Oh, hand me that paddle.
Here.
Now untie that rope.
All right.
Hey, don't push out that way.
Why not?
I told you we can't go out very far. Well, do you like canoeing?
Yeah, I guess so. But it's very dull.
Well, you've had enough now. I'm going to take it back in.
Oh, but I haven't paddled yet.
And you're not going to.
Oh, but I want to paddle just a little, please.
Agatha, cut it out. Agatha, sit down. Agatha. Oh, how do I get into these things?
Help! Help! I'm drowning. Help!
Gee whiz, I'm coming, Agatha.
Help!
Here I am. Hold on to my shoulders. Agatha.
Help!
Agatha.
Help!
You'll be all right. That's right. No, not around my neck, Agatha. Agatha, let go. Agatha. Help! Help! Help!
Archie Andrews! What's going on there?
I'm just drowning a little.
Andrews, listen to me. Andrews!
Is this any time for lectures? Help!
Andrews! Stand up!
What?
I said stand up. The water's only 3 feet deep.
Oh, gee whiz.
Oh, it is only 3 feet.
Yes, Agatha. This is where you get off.
Well, Andrews, any explanation for this?
No, sir.
All right, Andrews. No canoeing for you for 2 weeks. And you spend the free period tonight in your bunk.
Yes, Uncle Bill.
Oh, my hero, my hero.
Well, now.
But you're my hero. You saved my life.
Agatha, the water was only 3 feet deep.
Yes, but it might have been deeper.
But it wasn't. Now I gotta go to my bunk.
Then, this is goodbye?
Uh-huh.
But I don't even know your name.
Why do you want to know my name?
Because I'd like to call you sometime in the city.
What? My name, Agatha, is Jughead. Jughead Jones.
Hi, Archie. Gee whiz, what happened to you?
I fell in the lake.
In the lake? How?
Never mind the gruesome details, Jug. But I can't use a canoe for 2 weeks, and I can't visit Veronica tonight. And Uncle Bill lectured me about that character building again.
Gee, that's tough.
It sure is. Well, say, what's all that stuff?
This? Oh, some new baseball things. See, new glove.
Gee, that's a beauty.
And spiked shoes, and a new bat and a ball, and the whole uniform.
Gee whiz, Jug. Well, where'd you get all that?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Oh, no fooling, Archie. As I was walking down to the bunk, some guy came rushing up to me and gave me this stuff. Kept shouting how I saved his daughter's life.
Saved his daughter's life?
Yeah. Some man by the name of Gush. Joseph P. Gush.
Jughead, the next time Uncle Bill spouts off about character building, and I don't pay attention, will you kick me?
Kick you, Archie?
Yes, Jug, and you can start right now.
Archie Andrews' Day at Camp has been a YMCA presentation. The script was written by Carl Jampel and is based on the copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie was played by James Dobson. Charles Urquhart directed with Henry Silburn at the organ. And this is Bob Sherry saying, so long.
It's Duffy's Tavern, brought to you transcribed by the National Broadcasting Company, with Charlie Cantor as Finnegan, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, Fats Bichon at the piano, our guest, Deems Taylor, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Quiet, everybody. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat? Meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. I guess who's coming down tonight? The man who made musical criticism a household word. No, not President Truman. That was no household word. No, it's Deems Taylor. Deems, like in Deems, Dem, and Does. You never heard of him. But Duffy's is an institution. Deems is to American music what au gratin is to cheese. Look, Duffy, remember when we used to turn on the radio and listen to them dull concerts, Well, he's the guy that used to liven them up with that dull talk. That's the guy, yeah, from the Philharmonica. It was his job to kind of blab about what was going on the stage, sort of a combination stool pigeon and peeping Tom. Huh? Oh, yes, very distinguished, austere and dignified, and aristocratic, bald-headed. Kid, bald as a bat. He's the only actor on television that can get away with showing more flesh than Dagmar. Well, he's coming down tonight to listen to an opera I have wrote for television. Look, Duffy, a crude, vulgar sound like that don't make you no Deems Taylor. So many people don't seem to like television. Well, let's see here. I better check this opera to see if I made any mistakes. Let's see. Act 1. The curtain rises.
That's your first mistake.
Quiet, Fats. As the opera opens, the Duke has lost his entire fortune. As he comes home from his mother's funeral, he learns that his son has been run over by a beer truck. So, racked with fever and malaria, he walks into his house, and he finds his wife in the arms of his best friend. So, turning to the audience, he stabs himself with his dagger as he sings, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." Well, that part's okay. I just wonder what I should call this opera. What would be a good title for an opera, Fats?
Longren?
Yeah, that sounds a little corny.
How about Pagliacci?
No, it don't sound like it'd be a name that'd catch on.
How about Figaro?
Don't be silly, that's a fertilizer.
Well, we're getting close.
What do you mean? You don't mind when I want lousy criticism, I'll ask Deems Taylor for it.
Who's Deems Taylor?
Who is Deems Taylor? He only happens to be such a big name in the music world, he has his own key to the washroom at the Met. That's one guy that knows everything there is to know about music.
Yeah? Then why ain't he got his own band?
Well, Fats, he's a critic. The guy ain't got no talent himself, he's just an authority. He tells other people what's wrong with them, He can take any opera, say like Tannenbaum, He can tell you exactly how many notes there is on page 16.
Suppose nobody asks him.
Deems is the type of man who will tell them anyway. Yep, he can even tell you anything you want to know about any composer, living or dead.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Hey, what's that you're writing?
I'm knocking out an opera.
Oh. Say, Arch, could you use a good soprano?
Who's the soprano?
Me.
Finnegan, in order to be a soprano, you got to be a dame.
Oh, then it wouldn't be worth it.
You a singer.
What's the matter, singer? I've been studying. Want to hear me sing up the scale?
Perish forbid.
Oh, listen.
That was up the scale. Now, leave me hear you sing down the scale. Well, his voice ain't bad, but he's got a horrible sense of direction.
Well, Arch, you can't have everything.
Look, who learned you to sing like that anyhow, Miss Duffy?
No, wasn't Miss Duffy. I learned it from listening to the birds.
To the birds?
Well, exactly. Birds can sing better than anybody.
Birds can sing. What are you talking? People can sing rings around birds anytime.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Take Lily Pond. She can hit an F above a high C.
While balancing herself on a telephone wire?
Well...
Or scratching herself behind the ear with her left leg?
Okay, Finnegan, you made your point. Nothing, the hard way. Now, leave me get back to my opera. Now, let me see.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. Don't bother me here for a minute. I'm busy now. As the curtain goes up, revealing the second cadenza, our hero enters.
You know, Archie, everything you write always has the stamp of your personality on it.
Yeah?
Your work is always so... what's the word?
Individual?
No.
Unique?
No.
Imaginative?
No.
I'm afraid your vocabulary is lousy.
That's the word. Lousy. Now, if you ask me...
I ain't asking you. What do women know about composing music anyhow?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Could I take part in this conversation?
All right, Finnegan. What do you want to say?
Oh, yeah?
Well, that throws a different light on it. Miss Duffy, I defy you if you can name me one great woman composer who was a member of the female sex.
A great woman composer? Joan Sebastian Bach.
Well, her, yeah, but... But that's just one. Let me see you name another.
Paderewski.
Paderewski was a guy.
I am referring to his mother. She was a woman.
What's that got to do with it?
Who do you think beat him so he'd learn to play the piano?
Oh, why do I waste me time?
Archie, you seem to forget that I have a musical background.
Only when you're standing in front of a jukebox. Where did you get a musical background?
From my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yeah, he was a musician.
A musician? He was an organ grinder on a hurdy-gurdy. Some musician.
Just a minute. In Daniel Webster's dictionary, a musician is defined as one who produces music, right?
So?
What do you think came out of that hurdy-gurdy? Chopped liver?
Okay, so your grandfather was another McRananoff.
He was better. I'd like to see how good McRananoff could play with a cop chasing him down the street.
Or sitting on a telephone wire scratching his hair with his left leg. So this is what you call a musical background, huh?
How about Papa?
What about him?
He's always singing.
Your old man always sings?
Certainly. Every time he's in the bathtub.
And he'd be much better off if he sang oftener.
Oh, yeah? Have you ever heard him sing Sweet Adeline?
Only once, a duet with a lamppost. The lamppost sounded better. Now beat it, Miss Duffy. I gotta get back in my creative mood. Oh, Fats.
Yeah?
Fats, play me some opera to put me in a mood, huh?
Sorry, boss. I only know the popular stuff.
Oh, then. Okay, then play some popular stuff. It may please the peasants.
Just picture a penthouse way up in the sky with hinges on chimneys for clouds to roll by. A sweet slice of heaven for just you and I. When we alone, from out of society we'll stay aloof. Live in propriety there on our roof. Two heavenly hermits we will be in truth. When we alone, we live life's mad pattern as we view old Manhattan. We can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always contrive to keep love and romance forever alive in view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we alone, life's mad pattern as we view old Manhattan. We can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always contrive to keep love and romance forever alive in view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we alone.
Attaboy, Fats, but I gotta finish this opera now before Deems gets here. Let's see. As the curtain goes up, the Duke has stabbed everybody on the stage. So, not wishing to go out into the audience, he now stabs himself. As he gasps for breath, he pulls up his sleeve, and there, to his surprise, he finds a birthmark. It is a Salisbury strawberry. "Egad gad," he yells. "I am my own half-brother."
Well, Mr. Archie.
Yeah, Fats?
You want to taste this soup to see if it's all right?
Okay. Tastes all right.
I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you one thing, Archie.
What?
You are sipping it in E flat.
Deems Taylor! Well, Deems, glad to see you back at the tavern again. How does the whole place look to you?
Well, now I know how Orpheus felt in Hades.
This I ain't acquainted with. Have you any other observations?
Well, I must compliment you on one thing, Archie.
What's that?
The way you've arranged the customers in such neat piles.
I suppose you're used to the Metropolitan where they sleep sitting up. But don't underestimate this place, Deems. You know something?
What?
Irving Berlin himself sat at this very table, and he himself wrote that music right there on that tablecloth.
Oh, that's what it is on that tablecloth. Let me
Yeah.
see. Very interesting. Ouch!
What happened?
One of the half notes just jumped off the table and bit my hand.
Guess it was just professional jealousy.
Well, this has all been very delightful. Now I think I'll go.
Go! But you just got here.
Can you think of a better time?
But we ain't even chit-chatted, Deems. Tell me what you've been doing. You've been working on FM?
FM?
Yeah, television. You should be great on it, huh?
Well, to be frank, I am rather photogenic.
Well, everybody's scared at first. I understand that even when Milton Brill started, his hair stood right on... You wouldn't have to worry about that.
Archie, please, I'm a little sensitive about my departed pompadour.
Oh, sorry.
It's a rather sad chapter in my life.
You're sensitive, huh? Well, then leave us not talk about it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all. We'll talk about something else.
Yes.
I mean, how'd you get so baldy, Deans?
Well, I gave my hair to my profession.
You gave your hair to your profession?
Yes, I was attending a rehearsal of an Indian opera. Naturally, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was scalped.
Well, you can't say the Indian wasn't thorough. But I am being a thoughtless mine host. How about a bite to eat, Deems? Fats, take Mr. Taylor's order, huh?
What have you, Fats?
Well, would you like the 30-cent dinner or the 50-cent dinner?
What's the difference?
With the 50 cents dinner, you get a fly swatter.
Give me the 50-cent dinner. I need the exercise.
Hey, Arch.
What is it, Finnegan?
Who's the guy with the crew haircut?
Please. The crew bailed out. Finnegan, come here. This happens to be Deems Taylor, and he's very sensitive about his lack of no hair, see? So remember, don't mention hair when you're talking to him.
Oh, not a word, Arch. Leave it to me. Well, Deems Taylor, as I live and breathe.
Why, you do, don't you? and simultaneously, too.
Hey, Arch, is it okay to talk to the guy?
Yeah, only remember what I told you.
I got you. A nice day today, ain't it?
Certainly is.
My, but you're looking well.
Why, thank you.
Tell me, who does your scalp? What's the matter? Did I let it slip?
Talk to the guy about something else. Talk about music.
Oh, okay, music. Say, Mr. Taylor, why do I always get you confused with Spike Jones?
Because you're a jerk.
Oh, that's it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Now, Archie, you're much too intolerant. Yeah. Finnegan has to be treated with understanding and patience. Finnegan, my friend.
Yeah?
Spike Jones is an exponent of jazz and musical burlesque.
Oh.
While I, on the other hand, am what they call a long hair.
What'd you do, leave it home?
Archie, what was that word you used a moment ago?
Jerk.
Thank you. Finnegan, you're a jerk. Beat it.
Attaboy, Deems.
Why, say, Archie, this is a surprise. I knew you had a piano here, but I didn't know it was a baby grand.
I beg your pardon.
Deems, this is Miss Duffy.
Oh.
The piano's the one over there with the shapely legs.
So you're Deems Taylor, the well-known critic.
That's right.
So what have you got to be so critical about?
Miss Duffy, that's his job. The guy criticizes music.
Do you hate music?
No, I love it.
Then why criticize it?
Well,
why don't you criticize architecture?
Really, I haven't the slightest interest in architecture.
That's right. Throw Katrinka Yarbutts' mother out of work.
Katrinka Yarbutts' mother?
She's a steeplejack.
How did Katrinka Yarbutts get into this?
Oh, I suppose she's not welcome just because she's from Lithuania.
Miss Duffy, look, I'm only trying to tell you that my field is music.
So what's wrong with the music from Lithuania?
Miss Duffy, please, let's drop the subject and go on to something, shall I say, more important.
Well, I know what you mean, but frankly, you're much too old for me. In fact, you remind me of my father.
Well, that makes us even. You remind me of my father.
Look, Miss Duffy, you have just been exited. Now, look, Deems, I got a little surprise for you.
Another?
Yep. Yeah, I guess a lot of morons come to you with operas they have written, huh?
Oh, that's right. Where's yours?
Right here, and it's the first opera ever wrote for television. It's years ahead of its time.
I can wait.
But I can't, so why don't you take it over in the corner and read it, just quiet-like.
Couldn't I scream just once?
Well, if the mood seizes you.
Let me look at this. You say you wrote this opera for television?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to do? Bring back radio? Say, Archie.
Yeah, Deems.
It says here on the opera, written by Archini. Is that you?
Good. I figured Archie was too plain for opera, so I decided to adopt a musical name, a metronome. Well, tell me, Deems, did you look over the opera?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Well, considering the fact that you never went to school, it's horrible.
Look, Deems, you're just looking at the raw music. It'll sound better when you hear yourself singing it.
I would rather drop dead.
Not until the second act. Well, what do you say? Will you sing it, yes or no?
No.
No, huh? Deems, I got 23 more bald-headed jokes.
You have?
Yeah.
Toreador.
Attaboy, Deems. Glad to have you in the cast. Now, here, Finnegan, Miss Duffy, here's your parts. Fats, you're the orchestra. Overture, please. Thank you. Ladies and gents, I am honored to present a new opera wrote by my esteemed self. This opera tells the story of an ancient and royal Italian family named the Pastos and their enemies, the Antipastos. The part of Prince Cacciatore Pasto will be sung by Mr. Deems Taylor, our eminent contemporary and mezzo barracuda. Thank you. Now, the part of his sweetheart, Princess Vermicelli Antipasto, will be sung by the well-known lyric falsetto and popular cashier and girl after men about town, Miss Duffy. Thank you. And now the house lights dim and the curtain rises on the first libretto.
Oh, Cacciatore, how can I live without you?
Oh, Vermicelli, I'm so mad about you.
Oh, Moon.
Oh, Joan.
Good gad.
Boy, is this bad.
Please, Mr. Taylor. Tonight, you are not a critic. You are merely a broken-down opera singer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Granted.
Oh, what a tragedy.
This you are telling me.
Dear, shall we laugh or cry?
You laugh and I will cry.
Ha, 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 ho, ho.
Boo, ho, 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 ho.
Ha, ha, ha.
Ho, ho, ho.
Some tragedy.
Archie.
Yeah?
This music.
Yes?
It's La Donna Immobile.
Thanks, and it gets even better. Continue, orchestra.
Oh, princess. Oh, princess. A man cometh through the forest.
It's my trusty servant, an old family container.
Oh, princess, whither art thou?
I wither here. Whither art thou? What hies you hence?
I come tiding sad bearings, tiding bad tidings. I did Kiddo, I got news for you. Princess, your old man, the Baron Gorgonzola Antipasto, approaches forthwith. He has found out that you are in love with this son of a mortal enemy.
Oh, quickly, Cacciatore, we must flee. Flee, 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 flee. Some tragedy.
It is too late to flee, my love. Here is your father now. Well, where is our old man?
Finnegan, you're the father, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, my daughter. What are you doing with the son of the man I hate? Prince Cacciatore, whither is your father?
I with the right here, Antipasto. Wouldst make order of it?
Now, please, no scenes, Pop.
Pasto, I hate you.
And I hate you.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
We hate each other with a
love, and that's true.
Antipasto.
Yes, Pasto.
Didst thou bring thou swords?
I didst.
Wouldst fight?
Wouldst.
Then, sir, on guards.
Ooh!
Stop them, Cacciatore, before they sunder each other from limb to limb.
I cannot, Vermicelli, lest they will sunder me.
Then I will stop them, though it costs me my blood life.
Gazooks! The princess has run betwixt them. She has just been stabbed on stage left. Okay, Miss Duffy. There's your cue. Drop dead.
Oh. Eek!
'Tis the death rattle. I fear I have stabbed your daughter to the quick.
No, Pasto. Thee have stabbed thine own daughter.
What, yea, verily?
Yea.
What dire aloud doest thou sayest, thou man?
'Tis the truth I speak, Pasto. I am the old nurse, and when the prince and princess were mere babes in arms, I got 'em all mixed up one day.
Thou mixest them up?
Yeah, I mixed them up. I got 'em all mixed up. I couldn't tell 'em apart. I got 'em all mixed up. I mixed them up.
They mixed us up. Then, Vermicelli, I am you.
Yes, Cacciatore, and I am you.
And he is she.
And she is he.
And T for two and two for two. God
please. Stop it. Don't massacrate this noble music. Now go ahead, Miss Duffy. Will you please resume dying?
Oh, Cacciatore, I am dying. My tide is ebbing fast away.
Oh, Princess, per favore, do not leave me.
I'm sorry, my prince, but the time has come when I must die.
Tell us why.
For Gabriel blows his horn at I.
Please don't die.
Oh, Princess, don't leave me like this.
Oh, no, you can't just die and leave the prince like this.
I've got to go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no. Then she is not the only one. There goes Deems.
He's had all he can stand, it seems.
Come back, Deems.
No, Archie, I must leave, methinks. But first I'd like to say that this here opera... Deems!
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed by NBC.
Is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Slap a bunch of poets together, and at least one thing is bound to emerge, a new definition of love. In one of his flossier moments, Shakespeare wrote, "Love is a smoke raised with the fume of sighs," which is very nice if you go in for that sort of thing. The Messrs. Thurber and White, on the other hand, viewed the emotion with a more practical eye. Love, they said, is the strange bewilderment which overtakes one person on account of another person. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons probably have ideas of their own on this ethereal subject. Like this. I think I'll have a little more rice. Would you mind passing it, Betty?
Yes, Father.
Jim.
Honey, let's not start that business about rice being fattening. It isn't.
Well, you were the one who said that your waist...
Margaret, rice is not fattening. It's the stuff you put on it. Like butter. You put butter on anything, it's fattening. But have you ever seen me put butter on my rice?
No, dear.
You're darn right you haven't. Kathy, please pass the gravy.
Here you are, Daddy.
Now that you mention it, what's wrong with my waistline? I haven't gained a pound in 20 years.
What was that?
Well, maybe 2 pounds.
Daddy, look at Bud.
Why? I've been looking at him for 15 years.
He isn't eating his dinner.
Well, maybe he's got problems. Bud? Bud?
Yes, dear.
Dear? Bud, what's the matter with you?
Jim, maybe he doesn't feel well.
He's in love.
Kathy, mind your own affairs and eat your dinner.
Well, he is.
Bud, do you feel all right? Bud!
I'll answer it.
Sit down.
Don't you want me to answer the phone?
It didn't ring. Will you please sit down?
Something rang. I can still hear it. Kind of like bells.
Jim, I think he is ill.
He's in love. Love. Huh.
Bud, if you don't feel well, go to your room. If you do feel well, eat your dinner.
Maybe it's the doorbell.
I didn't hear anything.
Bud.
I just heard it again.
Jim, something is wrong. I don't like the look in his eyes.
You know, for the first time in her life, Kathy may be right. Look at that idiotic grin.
On me?
On your brother. He looks like a cross between Boris Karloff and a contented cow. All right, Bud, let's stop all this ridiculous moaning and groaning. What's wrong?
Dad.
Yes?
Have you ever been in love?
Why, Bud.
I mean, really in love. With a girl.
Well, your mother wasn't exactly a rhinoceros.
You ought to see her eyes, Dad. They're blue. The bluest eyes you ever saw. Both of them.
Only has 2, huh?
And hair. The most beautiful hair. Like the sun shining on home plate.
Bud, is this a girl or a double-header between the Yanks and Cleveland?
It's a girl. The most wonderful girl in the whole world.
Fine. Now eat your dinner.
Food? How can you think of food at a time like this? I don't think I'll ever eat again. Not ever.
I remember when I first met your mother. I went through the same thing. People thought I was going to starve to death.
And did you?
No, I managed to pull through.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy?
how long didn't you eat?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I know I missed practically one entire lunch.
Jim.
Dad. What is it, Lochinvar?
Who?
What do you want?
When you and Mom fell in love, what'd you do?
Don't you think you're getting a little nosy?
No, I mean, how did you know you were in love? How often did you see one another?
Oh, a few times a week, something like that.
Jim, you were there every night and you know it.
Margaret, you're being absolutely no help at all. Bud isn't serious about this girl, are you, Bud?
Boy, am I.
I mean, he isn't thinking about marriage or anything ridiculous like that, are you?
What is ridiculous about marriage?
Margaret, he's 15 years old.
Oh, I don't mean for Bud.
Well, we weren't talking about Errol Flynn.
Naturally, Bud isn't going to do anything foolish. Not yet, at any rate.
Of course not. When he gets a little older, that'll be time enough for him to do something foolish.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. Bud is a sensible boy, aren't you, dear?
Sure.
And he knows that he's much too young. He has a lot of time for girls, haven't you, dear?
Boy, have I.
Bud, let's look at this thing in a more practical manner. You know, going out with girls can be kind of expensive. Flowers, candy, movies.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about, Dad. You see, I only get $1.25 a week.
Yes?
How can you take a girl out on $1.25 a week?
You can't.
Well, that's why I was thinking...
But if you're really sincere about this girl, if you think your life and happiness depend on her, well, do what I did. Go sit on her front porch.
Gosh, what kind of fun can you have on a front porch?
Oh, don't be stupid.
Jim.
Bud, when I was courting your mother, all we did was sit on her front porch. Didn't we, honey?
Yes, dear.
Night after night, week after week. We just sat there and held hands.
And looked at the moon. A large, lovely, friendly moon.
Never got so sick and tired of looking at anything in my whole life.
Why, Jim.
Well, let's face it, the same darn thing every night. Just sit there and look at the moon.
There were a great many other boys who were perfectly willing to take your place.
But I wouldn't let them, would I?
You certainly wouldn't. You were the stubbornest thing I've ever known.
Sure, but I was cute. And I knew a good thing when I saw it.
Dad.
Now what?
When you were sure that Mom was the right one for you, I mean, when you knew that you couldn't live without her, then what'd you do?
Well, what did we do, Margaret?
Well, you made me get all dressed up in my best bib and tucker, and you took me home to visit your family.
That's right. I can still feel my knees knocking. Was I ever scared?
Not half as scared as I was.
It turned out all right, though, didn't it, honey?
Mm-hmm.
They fell in love with you just like I did. Bud, where are you going?
I'll be right back, Dad. I have to make a phone call.
You come back here and eat your dinner.
Leave the boy alone, Jim. It's his first big love. Got to get used to it.
Love.
Betty, you haven't said a pleasant word all evening. What's gotten into you?
She isn't eating her dinner either.
Why don't you do your homework?
I did it.
Do it over again.
Can't I just keep still?
All right, but see that you do. Betty, do you feel all right?
I feel fine. She had a fight with Billy Smith.
I thought you were going to keep still.
Well, if I did, nobody'd ever get to know anything around.
We'd find out, somehow.
Betty, that you and Billy Smith had another argument?
I never want to see him again as long as I live.
I thought you were getting along fine.
We were until he met that Eloise March, that little snip.
Who's Eloise March?
just the worst little flirt in town, that's all. And if he wants her, he can have her.
Betty, I wouldn't get all upset about it if I were you.
I'm not upset. I'm not the least bit upset. I just wouldn't give you 3 cents for all the men in the world, that's all. I
would. This Eloise March must be quite a character.
She's a vampire, that's what she is.
Is she pretty?
Oh, how do I know? I've never even seen her. I'm through with men. I'm going to have a career instead. I'm going to devote my whole life to being a chemist or something.
I still love you, Betty.
Oh, dear.
Taking it pretty hard, isn't she?
Well, she and Billy have been friends for so long.
What do you think we ought to do?
Mommy.
What is it, dear?
Aren't you glad I don't do anything except break windows?
Yes, dear, you're a great help.
Well, it's all set, Dad. I called her and she's coming over.
Who's coming over?
My girl.
Bud, why in the name of all that's holy?
Well, you said to bring her over, didn't you?
I said no such thing.
But that's what you did. You said so.
Bud, this is not the time to bring a girl around. We're having enough trouble with girls. Your sister and Eloise March and...
How did you know?
How did I know what?
About Eloise March.
What about Eloise March?
That's my girl.
Oh, no.
Now that's wonderful coffee. Welcome words you can hear across your breakfast table from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there, that #1 expert, because he's your husband. Naturally, we think we're pretty fair experts. Our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But the person with the final say, the one we both want to please, is that husband of yours. And if you'll make his breakfast coffee Maxwell House, we're mighty sure he'll tell you, that's wonderful coffee. Matter of fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. You see, we know there's no coffee made like Maxwell House. And that's why no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. It's the only coffee with that famous good to the last drop flavor. Get Maxwell House tomorrow and start serving it to your husband. And if he doesn't say it's the best coffee he ever tasted, why, send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is on the front of every one of those familiar blue tins. Tomorrow, find out how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
These are parlous times in which we live, and days of great decision. Throughout the world, men of substance watch the headlines with an anxious eye, keeping one ear to the ground and the other glued to the radio, which is a neat trick if you can do it. Jim Anderson may not quite succeed, but in the living room of the white frame house on Maple Street, he's giving it quite a try, like this. Margaret, why don't people leave things where they belong? Margaret!
What is it, Jim?
What happened to my large map of Korea?
I don't know, dear. Where did you put it?
It was right here on the table.
Well, if it was on the table, that's where it ought to be. No one's been in the living room. Jim, what on earth are you doing?
What's the matter?
All those maps on the floor, and Bud's friend is going to be here any moment.
Margaret, I'm waiting for a very important broadcast. It's coming from all over the world, even Moscow. And I don't want to miss a word. This is the only radio in the house that's any good, and you know it.
All right, but I still don't see why you need 8 million maps scattered all over the floor.
There are 5 maps. And where's the one of Korea I had on the table?
Which table?
This table.
What is this?
That's the map.
Of course, you couldn't dream of lifting up a big, heavy magazine.
Well, the magazine had no business being there in the first place.
Dear, if I go into the kitchen, Do you think you can find your way back to the radio?
If I get lost, I'll send up smoke signals. 1 if by land and 2 if by sea.
I'll make a note of it, dear.
Thinks it's so funny. How did I know it was under the magazines? People go around hiding your maps under magazines. Think all a man has to do is go around looking under magazines. Bud!
He's upstairs, Jim.
The doorbell rang.
Bud, the doorbell rang.
I'm combing my hair.
He's combing his hair, Jim.
What do you want me to do about it?
You might answer the door.
Well, if you're going to be logical, wait until a man has something really important to do. Maps all over the floor. All right, keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Busy little character. Probably hasn't got a brain in her head anyway. Hello there.
Is this the Anderson residence?
It certainly is. Come on in.
I'm Eloise Marchand. Don't tell me. You're Mr. Anderson.
How did you ever figure that out?
Oh, I'd have known you anywhere, Mr. Anderson. Really, I would. Lover boys told me so much about you.
Lover boy has, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
That was nice of him. Lover boy. Bud, your friend is here. The thundering herd will be down in a minute. He's fixing his makeup.
I don't mind.
Well, let's go into the living room and sit down.
All right. My, you have a lovely home. It's so gauche.
I was hoping you'd notice that. We've tried to make it one of the gauchest homes.
And you certainly have.
Yes. Margaret, Bud's friend is here. Please.
Just a minute, dear.
Mrs. Anderson will be right in. Then you can all go into the den and have a nice little chat.
My, all those great big maps. What are they?
Oh, just maps of the world. I use them for reference on the important news broadcasts.
You do? Why, how clever.
I just listen to the broadcasts. I don't deliver them.
How clever to use maps. And of the whole world. It's just like I told Bud. Men are so
Gauche?
aren't they ever?
Margaret.
Budsy boy.
Hi, Eloise. Gee, you look nice.
Oh, Bud, I don't either. Why, I threw on just any old thing.
You sure threw him in the right place, didn't you?
Yes, she's quite a picture.
Why, Mr. Anderson.
And speaking of pictures, why don't you show Miss Marsh the pictures in the den or someplace?
But you said when you took Mom over to your
But
house...
let's not have any arguments about it. There's going to be a very important broadcast.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss March, but I was busy in the kitchen.
Mom, this is Eloise.
I'd have known you anywhere, Mrs. Anderson. Bud has told me so much about you.
Oh, I'm sure he must have.
Father, was that the phone?
No, it wasn't the phone. It was the doorbell.
I'll be right down.
It wasn't for you. Margaret, why don't you take Bud and Eloise into the den and give them some milk and cookies or something?
Milk and cookies?
Holy cow, Dad.
Mr. Anderson, you're so droll.
Margaret.
Why don't we show Eloise the pictures we took this summer, Bud? I'm sure she'd like that.
But I thought when Dad took you over to his house...
Hi, what's all the excitement about?
Betty, why don't you go back upstairs?
What for?
We'll explain all about it later. Go ahead, dear.
Why can't I stay down here? I know. You must be Kathy.
That's Betty.
Oh, of course, Betty. I'd have known you anywhere. Bud's told me so much about you. I'm Eloise March. No!
Margaret, why don't you all go into the den?
The nerve of her coming into this house after what she did to me.
What, who did to you?
Bud, why don't you take Eloise
She
into the...
came here to sneer at me. That's what she did.
Eloise?
I don't know what she's talking about. I swear I don't. Oh, yes, you do. You know just what I'm talking about.
If you'd all just go into the den.
Now, see here, Betty. You have no right to talk to Eloise that way.
I'll talk to her any way I choose.
You will not.
I certainly will.
Betty, if you'll just go upstairs like a good girl...
Why don't you all go into the den?
Look at her. Powder and paint an inch thick, and Billy Smith thinks she's so wonderful.
Billy Smith?
But, honey, you know I don't care about anybody but you. You told the same thing to Billy Smith. I never did.
Bud.
And Janie Liggett's sister said you told the same thing to Russell Spencer.
Eloise, you didn't.
She certainly did.
Betty.
And he was going steady with Marion Swift all the time, and you knew it. I did not know it.
Bud.
Jim, it won't do any good.
It has to. They're going to start the broadcast any minute. Look, if you'll all just go into the den...
Eloise, how could you?
How could I what?
Say what you said when you said you never said what you said before.
Well, I never did say it before. You certainly did. Budsy, how can you stand there and let her talk like that?
You told me you never went out with older men.
I don't.
Billy Smith's 18, and you went out with him.
Well, only 3 or 4 times, and that doesn't mean anything, does it?
You've only been out with me twice.
Bud, you're standing on my map.
Just because I go out with a boy 3 or 4 times, what does that prove? Daddy!
You went out with Billy Smith, and you told me you didn't go out with Billy Smith.
Not since Tuesday.
Bud, you're walking all over Alaska.
Daddy!
Just because he's older than I am and gets a bigger allowance.
He does?
Sure he does. So does everybody else. Why don't you go out with them?
Don't worry, she will. Daddy! Telephone!
Why don't you all go into the telephone?
I'm going home! That's where I'm going. Good! And Bud Anderson, you're just the nastiest boy I've ever known in my whole life.
Bud, why don't you take Miss March to the door?
She just said I was nasty.
He doesn't have to take me to the door. Now or ever.
And that goes for me, too.
If you'll just go into the den.
I'm sorry I ever came into this house, that's what. And I'm sorry I said it was gauche. Because it isn't.
Well.
Holy cow.
Daddy! Telephone! I heard you.
All right, Betty, answer the phone.
Brazen little snip. I guess I told her.
Gee whiz. And I spent my whole allowance on a box of candy. For her.
If no one has an objection, now may I listen to the broadcast?
A whole $1.25 gone.
Bud, why don't you go into the kitchen and fix yourself a sandwich?
A sandwich? How can you eat with a broken heart?
Easier than with an upper plate. Now stop acting like an idiot and behave yourself.
Women. They're just a curse of humanity.
Yes, dear, we're awful.
Oh, I didn't mean you, Mom.
Margaret, will you take that boy out and drown him? I've got to have quiet in here for the broadcast.
All right, Bud, let's go inside now.
Mother, it was Billy. It was Billy Smith. He explained all about Eloise March.
Betty, please.
He's a psychology major, and he was just using her for research.
Oh, no.
That's fine, dear.
And he's coming over right away with Russell Spencer and Marion Swift.
No.
What?
I've had enough of this circus tonight. This is my house, too. I live here just as much as anybody, and I'm going to listen to this broadcast.
But, Father, I told them.
I don't care what you told them. I'm going to hear the broadcast, and that's final.
Betty, there's no reason why you and your friends can't go down to the playroom.
But we'll have to sneak around on our tiptoes.
Quiet, please.
At 9 o'clock. Due to this unforeseen difficulty, the news broadcast originally scheduled for this period will not be heard. In its place, we bring you that heartwarming tale of young love, the romance of Susan Blake.
Oh, no.
time like that, I guess there just isn't much for Father to say. But I know one place where he's always got some mighty important words. When it comes to coffee, he can tell you exactly where to get the most in flavor for your money. Sure, Father knows best. He's the world's greatest coffee expert, just like that man of yours. And we think it'll really pay you to get your husband's expert opinion on our Maxwell House coffee. Because when he tries a cup and says, best coffee I ever tasted, you'll know Maxwell House gives you the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most in pure pleasure. Get a pound of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how your husband takes to that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. And count all the cups of truly good coffee you get from that 1 pound. We think you'll be convinced your coffee buy is Maxwell House coffee, because it's always good to the last drop.
It's midnight in Springfield, and all is quiet in the white frame house on Maple Street. That is, all should be nice and quiet. But you know how it is with the Andersons. Noon or midnight, there's never a dull moment like this.
Jim. Jim.
What's the matter?
Jim, wake up.
Oh, what for?
Listen, I just heard something downstairs.
Oh, go to sleep, Margaret. It's probably nothing but a burglar.
Jim, are you going downstairs, or do you want me to call Bud?
No, never mind. I'll go.
Be very careful, dear. Please.
Sure, I'll be careful.
If it is a burglar, just call the police.
That's a very good idea. Thank you very much. Wake a man out of a sound sleep and then expect him to go roaming around in the dark. Oh, Jim. One of these nights I'm going to fall down the stairs and break my neck. Serve him right, too. Call the police. What did she think I was going to do, wrestle with him? All right. Oh,
Hiya, Dad. What's up?
I am. What are you doing down here?
I was hungry. Want a sandwich?
No, thank you. What happened to your broken heart?
Oh, I don't know. I was an awful boob, wasn't I?
No, not exactly. But you're getting there. Now, hurry up and get back to bed. Your mother's worried enough for one night.
Okay. Oh, say, Dad.
Yes?
Did you put $1 on my dresser?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Dad.
Now what?
Thanks for everything.
Go to bed.
You bet. Good night, Dad.
Good night. Lover boy. It's a wonderful feeling to start the day singing. Life is swell when you keep well. That's why Post 40% Bran Flakes have become America's largest selling bran flakes. Every 1 ounce serving of Post 40% Bran Flakes provides bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. They're so delicious tasting and so good for you, too. Tomorrow, serve America's favorite bran flakes. Post 40% Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Now it's Dragnet. Next Tuesday, laugh with Bob Hope on NBC.
Here's the good word.
Good evening, this is Herb Ellis welcoming you to The Good Word starring Evangeline Baker and Tom Paxton. The second in a new series of games, and seated on our stage this evening are representatives of the good cities of Richmond and Burlingame who will compete in word spellings and definitions for the title of Bay Area Spelling Champions plus $100 in cash. 6 cities are entered in this competition: San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, Richmond, and Burlingame. And besides the natural competition between the cities, we are expecting the added fireworks of competition between the sexes, because 3 of our cities are represented by women, the other 3 by men. As gifts for the women, giant orchid corsages from Belli and Belli, and for the men, custom-designed wallets by Davignon. And now to add to the hair pulling, we have 2 moderators on the show. Representing the women, we have Miss Evangeline Baker, and representing the men, who else but KGO's popular young man with words, Tom Paxton. Well, Tom, what's the good word for tonight?
Well, I've got lots of good words for tonight, Herb Ellis, and we start bouncing them back and forth in just a moment. But in the meantime, I'd like to make it quite clear right now that I am rooting for the men's team. It's nothing personal, you ladies of the Richmond Venture Club. After all, it's my job to pick your words and ask you to spell them, and then, if you can, give me the definition. But being a man, you know that I naturally like to see the stronger sex come out on top. You know what I mean?
You would you?
Oh, yes, I would. And that's Evangeline Baker, and I'm my number 1 ego deflator. What's the good word for tonight, Evangeline?
Well, Tommy, if you don't mind, I'll just save my good words for the men of the Burlingame Lions Club. Although I hope you gentlemen will just kind of try to understand a woman's fickleness when I tell you that my heart really belongs to my gals sitting over there. And whatever you do, gals, don't you let me down, will you?
Well, there you have it, friends. Members and rooters for both teams are seated in our studio audience to cheer their teams on to victory for their respective cities, Burlingame and Richmond. And now on with the good word with your host, Tom Paxton, and your hostess, Evangeline Baker.
All right, thank you very much. And now, Evangeline, suppose I pick the first word for a member of your ladies' team of the Richmond Venture Club, okay?
Proceed, Tom. And girls, come out fighting.
Yeah, you do that, girl. Will you stand up, please, there? You are, first of all, Mrs.?
Eleanor Janet.
You are Mrs.?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. You don't really have that Miss look to you there, Mrs. Janet.
Happily married.
For how long?
6 months.
6 months?
Uh-huh.
Well, you practically are a miss there. You're from the city of Richmond, right?
Yes, uh-huh.
That's what your team represents. Well, before I give you the good word, I'd better explain that this championship word competition spreads over a 10-week period. The 2 leading teams at the end of 9 weeks of competition will meet on the 10th week for our grand prize. Tonight you'll be asked first to spell the word and then to define it. In other words, it's possible to win 2 points for each word. Understood, Mrs. Janish?
Yes, I understand. I just wish ladies weren't first.
Well, this is one of those cases, I think. All right, here we go with the first good word. The word is acknowledge. Can you give me the spelling, please, first of all?
ACKNOWLEDGE.
I'm awfully sorry there, Mrs. Janish. I'm going to have to give you a point for that.
Oh,
you got it right.
you worried. Oh.
All right, you got a point. Now let's find out if you can define the word for me, please.
Oh, let me think.
Acknowledge.
Acknowledge. To recognize?
To recognize, I think that's enough. That gives you another point, and that gives you 2 points for the word acknowledge. Oh, they're starting out good tonight, but I don't know. Wait till we get to girl number 2. What's the good word from you, Evangeline?
You see, they're not only pretty and glamorous, but they're really smart, too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we'll see about Burlingame Lions Club and Tom's team. All right, if you'll stand up. The first gentleman in the Burlingame Lions team. Will you introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, I'm Robert Moore from Burlingame. I was principal of the Roosevelt Elementary School there. I now work for Miss Abbott, the county superintendent.
And in your position, you are expected to know just about all of the words in the dictionary?
Oh, no, you've got it wrong. The teachers know the words. I was a principal.
I see. Well, all right. The tables are turned tonight because, you see, I have a little list in my hand, and I know exactly how to spell them, and I know what they mean. Now, I think we're all going to enjoy turning the tables and see how you feel as a student. All ready?
Ready?
All right, I'm going to make this
Fire at will.
just as difficult as I possibly can. Let me see if I can find a particularly difficult one. Well, here's a good one. Exigency. Exigency. Now, does that sound better?
Exigency. EXIGENCY. That means a tough spot like I'm in now, doesn't it?
You know what? It comes right down to it. Everything means it depends on how you pronounce it. Is that right? What does the bird say? The bird says it's all right. No cuckoos. Mr. Lord?
I promised to make it just as tough as I could, Tommy. Now see what you can do.
Oh, yeah, but you know these school principals, they gotta get those words right. All right, that ties us up, 2 and 2. Now we turn to Miss Mary Hall. Is that right, Mary?
Yes, that's right.
And you are a member of the
Richmond Child Care Center staff.
The Richmond?
Yes, I am a supervisor in East Shore Child Care Center. That's one of the very small nursery schools in the whole group.
Uh-huh. You take care of children, Mrs.
Yes,
Mrs.
I
Hall?
do. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful. What ages?
Well, we have them from 2 to 12.
2 to
Preschool
12.
as well as the school-age
Look out,
children.
Tom's tricking you. Look out.
Just thought I'd say I have one, Miss Hall.
Well, you can enroll them in about 2 years, I guess.
2 years, that'd be right. It's 3 days old now. That's the truth. All right, we have a pretty difficult word for you. Would you like to give up now, or do you want it?
No, I'll take a chance.
All right, we'll give it to you. Here it is. Your good word is exorbitant.
Exorbitant.
First the spelling, that's right.
Uh-huh. E-X-O-R-B-I-T-A-N-T.
And that wins you 1 point, Miss Hall. All right, now, the definition of exorbitant is?
Too high. Let's see.
I could make you go on there, but you're right anyway.
I know.
Go ahead. All right, that gives you 2 points. Thank you very much. I'm afraid they're a little bit too good for me tonight, Evangeline. I'm having a very difficult time tripping them up over here. Well, do you have another good word for
I certainly do, Tom, and they're a very intelligent-looking group, I must say, so I'm going to do my best to mispronounce every word I possibly can. It seems to me that's the only way I'm ever going to defeat this team. Good evening, sir, and welcome to Good Word. Will you introduce yourself?
This is Kenneth Flynn. I work for Robert W. Gates as credit manager in Burlingame, a men's and women's apparel clothing store.
I have an idea that you use a good many words in the particular business you're in. You send out those very pointed little notices when people are slow paying the bills?
Really mostly form letters.
I see. Somebody figured them all out as far as what the words meant. Is that right?
That's silly.
I imagine sometimes the customers aren't exactly sure what the words mean, though, are they?
Well, I hope so.
Say, tell me something about Lions Club. You fellas are going to have quite a celebration here in San Francisco next week.
They're having quite a convention beginning Sunday, and it'll be over. It's an international convention. There'll be 335,000 members in Lionism, and so it'll be quite a convention, and it'll be well worth seeing their parades and activities that will be had there.
So that sounds like a commercial for Lions, Tom. Did you put them up to that, Tommy?
No, I didn't.
Well, all right.
Let's go ahead with the word, shall we?
All right, we'll get on with the word at this particular time, and your word is incandescent.
I-N-C-A-N-D-E-S-C-E-N-T.
Aha. Absolutely correct. And how about the definition of incandescent?
I would say that would be for lighting purposes, heating and light.
How about that, Judge? Do we accept that?
Absolutely right.
Absolutely right. 2 more points for the team, Tommy.
Oh, my goodness. Well, here's a lady that looks like she is about ready to be tripped up. Mrs. Dorothy Mills or Wills?
Wills.
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 And you are?
I'm a receptionist for the Richmond Red Cross.
In what particular department?
In the home service.
In the home service department of the Red Cross. What specific duties do you have, Mrs. Mills?
Well, several. I greet the people as they come in. We have services to veterans and to servicemen and their families.
I see. Have a great chance to use a good vocabulary then, do you?
Yes.
Oh, you do? I don't like that in the least bit. All right. Anti-disestablishmentarianismistically.
You gave that one last week.
I certainly did, and it isn't on the list, so we'll go ahead and ask you the word that is on the list, which happens to be correlate.
Correlate. Let's see. C-O-R...
Can you go ahead with it?
Yeah, O-L-L-A-T-E.
That means you're wrong there, Mrs. Wills. It's C-O-R-R-E-L-A-T-E. Correlate.
I really got it wrong.
Well, that's all right. You have a chance here to get another point out of it by defining it for me correctly.
Well, to correlate something, to match things up. Things that are similar.
To be related, you mean?
Things
All right, that gives you a half of it. Anyway, you just won 1 point. Okay, so it looks like Mrs. Dorothy Mills here gets a half of 2 points, which, of course, would be 1 point. All right, Evangeline.
That
our
all
next
looks
man
very
over there.
good over there. However, we are going to have an opportunity to see what happens next here. We have Mr. Edward Heavey. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
How about telling us something about your job?
Well, I'm a high school teacher of history in Burlingame. That doesn't necessarily qualify me for spelling, though.
You've just been associated with a lot of words, huh?
That's right.
Well, tell us something about that job of yours down there. What do school teachers do in the summertime when you have vacation?
Well, school teachers usually go out and have a good time, but in these recent years, they've been working a great deal, I think.
Probably always have fun with the Lions, though. Do you go to a luncheon meeting every single week?
Every week.
You know, I've always understood that the Lions really do a tremendous job in every city where they organize, but it seems to me when they have conventions, they just toss a lot of the seriousness aside and just have a whale of a time, don't they?
That's true, especially the Lions.
I think so. You think, in other words, we just better take up the sidewalk next week when the Lions come to town?
That's right.
Now, I hope that we've completely confused you thinking about the good time you're going to have, and let me see if I can find a horrible word for you. Implacable.
Implacable. I-M-P-L-A-C-A-B-L-E.
Fine, that's
right.
good.
Right, no matter how I pronounce them, they spell them correctly anyway. Now, what does it mean?
Implacable means, impossible to,
what?
Agree with a person.
Could you go a little more into detail?
Tom's
You know
really
exactly
pulling
what
for
it
you.
is. I mean, go ahead and tell her. You know, it's pretty simple.
Well, a person is implacable by disagreeable.
That's getting closer, that's it. Not to be appeased or satisfied is the absolute meaning of that. Well, Tom, you just relax a little bit now.
Oh, thank you. That man scared the living daylights out of me, I'm telling you that. Don't be so hesitant next time over there. Let's come right out with the answer. All right, our next lady is Miss
Gay Hall.
Miss Gay Hall. Oh, you're the sister of Miss Mary Hall we had down here a moment ago.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. What do you do, Gay?
I'm secretary to the chief navigator at Pan American Airways.
Oh, you
But
are?
I have a dictionary on my desk.
Oh, you...
I just have to reach for it.
Okay, I sincerely hope you have to reach for this one because don't you girls pile up too many points up there. We men have to come out ahead. Let's go right into your word, which in this particular case happens to be chicanery. Chicanery. Oh, that is tough.
Oh, I take it quick. C-H-A-C-E-N-E-R-Y.
Chicanery, I'm sorry, it's C-H-I-C-A-N-E-R-Y. Well, that loses you 1 point. Let's see if you can lose another one here, Miss Hall.
Well, it's a term up to no good, such as you're trying to ruffle me.
You're absolutely right. It's petty evasion or trickery, and you just won 1 point out of a possible 2. Now back to Evangeline Baker again.
All right, and we have another member of the Burlingame Lions Club, and this time is Mr. Maurice Rothschild. And tell us something about your job down there, Mr. Rothschild.
Well, I see it says a registered sanitarian, but that's really nothing more than a sanitary inspector.
I have an idea that there's probably a little more than meets the eye to that title, too. What do you do down there?
Do you want it complete?
Now, I wonder, is it going to upset you a little bit to talk about this? Is it going to make you nervous?
No, we're interested in environmental sanitation.
Well, I was hoping it would upset you. Go on, talk a little longer.
Well...
He could clean up this program a little bit for one thing.
Everything from outhouses to restaurants.
I see. In other words, to enforce the health and safety code of the state of California.
That's correct.
I'll bet it's nice and clean down there, huh?
It is wonderful.
I know. Say, listen, I'd like to talk about that a lot, but I hope now that you're going to be completely confused by this word. It's etymology.
Etymology?
Mm-hmm.
E-T-E-E-T-O-M-O-L-G-Y.
That is a shame. But you know what it means, don't you? Tell us what it means.
I think I'm getting that mixed up with entomology.
Maybe I didn't pronounce it right. Did I? Shall I be kind? Did I say etymology?
I believe you did, Evangeline. That loses us 1 point there.
Pardon me?
That loses us 1 point. She did pronounce it correct.
She did pronounce it
I'm awfully
correct.
sorry. I hate to admit it, you know.
Well, let's talk about the Lions Club. We're having a convention here in San Francisco on Sunday the 29th, and we're going to have delegates from 18 foreign countries here. Thank you.
And you don't care if the etymologist or not, huh?
Well, an etymologist concerns to the study of bugs.
Oh, man.
That doesn't happen to be correct, Tom.
No, it doesn't happen to be correct, Evangeline. We got the applause in the wrong place. It happens to be the study of derivation and meaning of words. We just lost 2 points there. Audience, all of you are wrong. Every one of you. Okay, well, we'll go over anyway and talk to our last lady over here. See if we can confuse you a little bit. Mrs. June Hampton, is that right, Mrs.
Yes.
Hampton? Fine. How long have you been married? You look like a newlywed here.
Be 5 years in October.
Oh, 5 years. That isn't too long. What do you do?
I'm
for-
secretary to the director of the child care centers in Richmond.
One of our other ladies here was from the Child Care Center.
She is a supervisor in the nursery school, and I am secretary to her big boss.
Oh, all
Why
right.
don't you ask me a little bit about Venture Club?
What about Venture Club? Tell us a little bit
Well,
about it.
Venture Club is also worldwide, and we're sponsored by the Seroptimus Club. And we have just started in Richmond, and we are a service group. And,
Are you future Sister Seroptimists?
well, we could be. We are supposed to be outstanding young businesswomen.
Oh,
with
good.
possibilities.
Well, fine. We're going to
Now,
have to run right
my
along
plug.
here and ask you. Yeah, that'll cost you money, too, believe me. Can you spell for me the word scythe?
Scythe,
Scythe.
S-C-Y-T-H-E.
That won you 1 point. Can you define the word for another point?
It is an implement for cutting.
A long curved blade used for mowing and reaping is close enough. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hampton. And that one for you, 2 points.
And now we have another distinguished member of the Burlingame Lions Club, Judge William A. Finger, who's the Justice of the Peace and also practices law. And since the boss says for us to hurry, sir, we won't talk about those tickets that you probably hand out and the fancy things you write on them. We'll just give you your word very quickly. It's petulant.
P-E-T-U-L-A-N-T.
Absolutely correct. And what does it mean?
Argumentative.
Well, what do you say about that? Argumentative?
Insolent, that's
it.
it.
Could be petulant, softly rude, hurt, or insolent.
While we're on the question, I'd like to challenge the spelling of one word when the time arrives.
All right, just a moment. We'll do that.
Well, there's the bell ending round one in tonight's competition between Richmond and Burlingame in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And here's the score at the halfway mark. The Richmond Venture Club, that's the women's team, 8 points, and the Burlingame Lions Club, that's the men, have 8 points, which means that it is a tie.
The world of that happen. Well, it looks like anything can happen from here on out. I don't know how in the world that happened. Round one is a tie, huh? All right, we're going to have to go into round number 2 now. So we go back to our first lady again, who is Mrs. Eleanor Janish, the high school teacher of physical education, was
Yes,
it? Oh, fine.
You can't
All right.
expect too much of me, that being the case.
Well, that's all right. We'll give you a fair chance anyway. The next word for you is aggravate. First of all, the definition. 1 point.
Aggravate?
Yes.
To anger.
The definition first.
Well, that's what I said, to anger.
Oh, that's right. Definition is anger. What am I thinking of here? I'm still on that noon program. All right, now the spelling.
H-U-G-R-A-V-A-T-E.
That wins you 2 points, and thank you very much. You know, they learn things in physical education, don't they? Other than muscles, I mean. All right,
All right, we're ready for Mr. Bob Moore again of the Lions Club. And your word, sir, is reconnoiter. Now, I just seem to have a tendency to mispronounce them. Do you want me to say reconnoiter?
No, I want you to tell me how to spell it.
I wouldn't do a thing to help you.
R-E-C-O-N. N-O-I-T-E-R.
That's right. That's right.
Relax. Relax now. That's absolutely right. Now, you see, you know how a student feels, don't you?
Yeah, I kind of reconnoitered through the word, too, didn't I?
Yes, you really did.
Is that all right for a definition?
How about that?
You reconnoitered through it?
You,
I kind of scouted my way through, didn't I?
That's right.
Like
Survey.
a
That's good. Yeah, you see, we're not doing bad here, are we?
All right, it's still even.
Yeah, it is that, isn't it? We'll have to do something about that with Miss Mary Hall here. The word for you, Mary, this time is bucolic. Bucolic.
Bucolic?
Mm-hmm. The spelling first, of course.
Bucolic.
Oh, listen to those whispers.
B-E-C-U-L-I-C. I don't think I know it.
Yeah, I don't think you do. Okay. That loses you 1 point, but you have a chance to win another point here by giving me the correct definition of bucolic. What does it mean?
It's not a disease, is it?
No, I'm sorry. It pertains to shepherds or herdsmen. That loses 2 points for your team, Evangeline.
And it actually is spelled B-U-C-O-L-I-C. Remember that now if you ever get that one again. And now back to Ken Flynn, and your word is impetuous.
I-M-P-E-T-E-O-U-S.
No, it's I-M-P-E-T-U-O-U-S. But what does it mean?
It means hasty.
I think that's pretty good.
That's
Excitable,
right,
fiery,
Southern
impulsive, hasty, that's right.
Okay, now our next lady is Mrs. Dorothy Mills once
Wills.
again. Wills,
Wills.
I'm sorry, the receptionist for the Red Cross Home Service Department. Your next word is esophagus. I hate to laugh there, Mrs. Wills, pardon me.
Esophagus. E-S-O-P-H-A-G-U-S.
Gee, you're right. You certainly are. You're right. I'm sorry.
I used to be a nurse.
You did. What's the definition? Tell
That's
me.
your windpipe.
The tube through
Jealous.
which
Yeah.
the food passes from mouth to the stomach. Well, I think we'll give it to her. It says here the food, the tube through which the food passes from the mouth to the stomach, but I guess they breathe through it
You,
too.
you better not try breathing through it if you want to be that technical. Mr. Hervey, your word is rheumatism. I hope you'll never have it.
Rheumatism. R-H-E-U-M-A-T-I-S-M.
That's right, and what does it mean?
Rheumatism is a infliction or disease of the body, bones in particular.
Fine.
Inflammation of neuralgia affecting the muscles and joints and all
Okay,
that
that gives us 2 more points. And Miss Gay Hall, you're next. You're the secretary of the chief navigator of Pan American Airways, and your word is satiate.
Why do you pick these for me?
Satiate. Starts with an S. I'll give you a hint.
S-A-T-I-A-T-E.
That's right, for 1 point. All right, now the definition for another point.
Satiate.
We're going to have to hurry right along. Sorry.
Um,
Got 5 seconds? 4, 3. Can you tell me satiate too?
well, right offhand, I'd say saturate.
Um,
Probably
It
wrong.
means to satisfy an appetite. Well, that gives you 1 point anyway, Miss Hall. All right, now here's Evangeline again.
All right, and for Mr. Rothschild, you have a very good-sounding word. It's sauerkraut.
In the German way or the English?
I didn't know there were 2. Try it in English.
S-A-U-R-K-R-A-U-T.
Oh, my goodness.
It's actually S-A-U-E-R-K-R-A-U-T. And what does it mean?
Sauerkraut is pickled cabbage.
That's right.
I think that's good, and what? Good food, too.
Okay, well, that gives us 1 out of a possible 2. And here's Mrs. June Hampton again. And her last word for this round is autonomous.
Autonomous. Autonomous. Huh? Oh, I'm going to have to try. Autonomous.
Take a guess.
A-U-T-O-M-O-N-O-U-S?
It's N-O-M-O-U-S. A-U-T-O-N-O-M-O-U-S, autonomous. But you can still win another point by giving me the correct definition.
Does it pertain to physiology? Something to do with the body?
No, I'm awfully sorry.
Automobiles?
I don't know, with what they're coming out now, it very well could be.
Girls keep
Autonomous.
trying, Tom.
That's right. Autonomous is self-governing or independent of anyone else. Right here in the script, it says that.
And now for Judge Finger, I'm sure this never applies to you, but your word is lackadaisical.
L-A-C-K-A-D-A-I-S-I-C-A-L.
That is right.
Correct, and what does it mean?
Well, it means not too enthusiastic, retiring or more or less lazy.
That's right. Lazy and listless and so on.
And there's the bell for the end of round 2 in tonight's competition between Richmond and Burlingame in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And the score at this point is the Richmond Venture Club, that's the women's team, 13 points. The Lions Club of Burlingame, 16 points.
Wow, wonderful. Let's keep them there fighting, man. But the girls aren't doing too bad either. Well, this is Tom Paxton again, and as we prepare to begin round 3 of the Good Word, we find the competition fast and furious in this all-out battle for the title of the Bay Area Spelling Championship and $100 in cash. And now, men and women, gather your strength for our final lap, which we call the Catch as Catch Can round. We shoot the good word, and the first hand up from either team gets a crack at that word. Now, if you spell and define the word correctly, you win your usual 2 points. If you miss one and get the other correct, you tie yourself and the score remains identical, the same. But if you miss both the spelling and the definition, 2 points will be deducted from your team's score. So, men, let's don't raise a hand unless we know exactly what it is. All right, here's the Catch as Catch Can department, open to all of you now. The first word is crescendo. Crescendo. First hand up, and it's over here. Mrs. June Hampton.
Crescendo. C-R-E-S-C-E-N-D-O, and that means to be louder in music.
That wins you 2 points.
All right.
Okay.
And the next word is accessories.
Accessory. Here's June Hampton. Will you sit down, Mrs. Hampton? All right, stand up.
Accessory, meaning something to go with something, such as a purse with a dress. Or a horn with an automobile.
That's right. All right, that gives you another 2 points. Okay, the next word is juvenescent. Juvenescent. Stand up, will you, men? Over there, will somebody get up? Juvenescent.
Judge Finger, how do you spell it?
Juveniscent.
No, that's the E. It's Juvenescent. But what does it mean?
Why did I stand up? Pertaining to youth?
That's absolutely right. Becoming young, growing back to youth.
That breaks us even anyway. Okay, the next word is paraphernalia. Here's June Hampton again over here. Which one was first? Which one was first? June? All right.
P-A-R-A-P-H-A-N-E-L-I-A. P-A-R-A-P-H-A-N-E-L-I-A. Paraphernalia.
I'm awfully sorry.
Can I give the definition?
Yeah, you can give the definition to tie it anyway.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
That's all right.
Paraphernalia. Well, my mother used to say, get that paraphernalia off and get in here, but meaning just something that is paraphernalia. I know what I mean. I would say clothing, for one thing.
That's close enough. All right, we'll give you 2 points off of that. And there's our bell, which means that our time is just about all up here, and that signals that tonight's competition is at an end. Right, Herb Ellis?
Right, Tom. That's the good word for this evening. But now here comes the big news about our final score. Who will be the winner, Richmond or Burlingame, the women or the men, Baker or Paxton? Well, here it is. The winner with a total, no total. The Burlingame Club and the Richmond Club are both tied at 17 each.
Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations to all of you. And don't forget that next week we're planning on being with you again for the Battle of the Century when the Lions Club of Alameda beats the Oakland Ebell Club.
And you'll be rooting for the gals, of course, Evangeline?
Of course I will, Tom.
Well, come what may, I'll string along with the men's team. But right at the moment, I have for all of our ladies here the Richmond Venture Club. For being such grand sports tonight, these giant orchid corsages from Belli and Belli, the place to go for flowers. Aren't they beautiful? There they are.
For the team of men that you think so much of, I have these custom-designed handmade wallets by Davignold, famous for quality in leather goods.
Friends, be with us next Wednesday for the good word when Alameda meets Oakland. Each city is vying for our cash prize of $100 plus the ABC Bay Area Spelling Championship title. If you'd like to be with us in person to root for your club, sex, or city, write to the good word KGO San Francisco and tickets will be mailed to you. Now, until next week,
this is Evangeline Baker saying good luck.
And Tom Paxton saying good health.
And Herb Ellis saying good night for the good word. The good word is produced by Hap Kaufman. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Very funny how we go on to these things. You know, I got quite a bit done on the telephone before the show this morning. The other fellow did most of the talking, but I had a pencil and the New York Times in front of me, and I filled in every single O. Yeah, do you do that with O's or D's? B.
No, I'm a zero man.
You're a zero man. I would never thought you would have admitted that.
Might as well,
Pillsbury's Best Flour presents four guys I think you'll enjoy, the Mariners. Good morning to you all. You look
Morning.
good. You look good.
Thank you.
Any of you fellas, you come from Michigan, don't you, Marty?
Yes, I was going to speak to you about that, Arthur. I bought some land up in the northern peninsula last year.
Where?
It's about 10 miles from a place called Blaney Park, which is a recreational area there.
That whole country is recreational.
Oh, it's magnificent. It really is.
Is it anywhere near this Waters meet I'm talking about? Or on the lake?
It's not too far from there. I don't know exactly the location. I'm not too familiar with it. I only spent 2 days up there looking over the land I bought. But it's a beautiful place. The charm of the place is in its, the wilderness quality.
That's right. That's why I love it. Undisturbed by man.
I saw some things back in the woods there that are the most amazing things. There are homesteads that have been deserted for about 80 years, completely made out of logs. The most magnificent log construction I've ever seen.
And they'll stay there, too.
They surely will.
You know a place called, I guess it's Petoskey, all right. In the lower peninsula, Petoskey?
Yes, that's right. It's in the upper part of the lower peninsula.
Yeah. I got to spend the upper part of the lower peninsula. You know Don McLeod, the McLeod Steel outfit in Detroit? He built a place there at Petoskey, just outside of Petoskey, called Hidden Valley. Not Petoskey, Gaylord. Gaylord. That's the name of the place. Gaylord, yeah. It's called Hidden Valley. And that is the most beautiful place. It's open for the public, you know. In the wintertime, it's skiing, and in the summertime, they fish and they golf and so forth, you know. Beautiful. Oh, boy, that's a gorgeous place. It's called Hidden Valley. You ever been there, Archie? You should go sometime.
There's a project that ought to be of interest to folks throughout the country that has been proposed as the ferry across the Straits of Mackinac.
Oh, yeah.
And although it's a beautiful ride, it does prevent a lot of people from making the trip up into the Upper Peninsula. And I understand they're projecting a project of building a bridge all the way across the Straits of Mackinac.
Boy, that'll be a long bridge.
7 miles.
Yeah. That island Mackinac, that's Mackinac Island.
Mackinac
that
Island.
looks so beautiful, too. They don't have any automobiles.
No automobiles.
Just the horses. And the bicycles. They're like Bermuda. I've never been in there, but I've flown over it and circled over it this last summer, and I looked at it. Boy, I wanted to go down and take a look. It looks like a very wonderful place. It's gorgeous country up in there. What do you fellas got to sing for Pillsbury?
Talking about Michigan, we have down by the OIO.
That's very close. That's not far away.
Down by the Ohio, talk about your queen on the movie screen, bathing beauties and the cuties in magazines. You should see the bundle of charms I found on a farm down by the Ohio. I've got the cutest little oh my oh. There ain't nobody half the prettiest she. She's just as sweet as can be. My gosh, she's jumping, she's with creepers, she's crazy for me. And what an oh my oh. The only one I met who ever thrilled me so. She's not a glamour girl and no movie star. But when she's out with me, she's Hedy Lamar. And when we oh my oh, just wait till I get back to Ohio. Down by the Ohio, I've got the cutest little Ohio. There ain't nobody half as pretty as she, as sweet as can be. And shopping she was creepers, she's crazy for me. And what oh my oh, the only one I've met who ever thrilled me so. She knows the chicken better cabbages too. But where the chicken sits, she learns to woo. She's got that oh my oh. Just wait till I get back to Ohio.
What they do, Julie? Back to the infirmary. Did they mash your shoulder again? Poor kid. It's always the way. If you got a sore spot, everybody hits it. All the time. Nobody ever slaps you on the back until you're all sunburned. That's sad. We had more fun kidding McLeod, Don McLeod. Erwin Wilson and I went out with him one day. He's got 9,800 acres up there in a place. And he said, I want to take you out and show you a herd of elk out here. Big herd of elk on the place. A lot of deer. So we drove all over the 9,800 acres, saw one puny little deer. We got to kidding him about it. Then we came back, and he has a little trout stream runs right in front of his place. Beautiful little trout stream. And he said, he took me out to teach me how to what do you call it, dry fly fishing with a trout rod, you know? Casting, and it's quite a sport, and quite an art to it, too. You don't get your hook in the trees and all that. So I tried for an hour and a half, and I couldn't get a rise out of anything. So way up the stream, there's a little bridge. When he wasn't looking, I went up the bridge and put the line in the water so that it traveled down with the stream, see, about 100 feet. And he's looking at it, look at that lunkhead. I'm trying to teach him how to dry fly fish so he can get some trout, and look what he's doing. Country fishing. Just about that time, the biggest trout you ever saw hit it. And not only that, but I got two more. The same way. The pole upside down, stick it in the water, just over like that. You should have heard him. Him and his fancy trout fishing. Heck, I'm a bent pin in a worm guy, you know.
I did very well.
We got something to eat anyhow, not a sport. Those trout are so delicious. Oh, boy, they're delicious. You roll them in a little Pillsbury flour. I knew I'd work it in some way. You roll them in a little Pillsbury flour, and you got something. But let me speak to the folks who like to buy their flour 10, 25, 50 pounds at a time. Millions and millions of Americans do that. Why should you buy Pillsbury flour? Well, let me tell you why. The quality, the consistency. It's always the same. See, they blend these flours, I don't know, they got 35 or 40 different kinds of wheat in the country that they buy and bring to Minneapolis and mill, and they blend it so that it's always the same. Therefore, every time you make a bread or cake or pie, whatever it is, it comes out the same way every time. After all, with the flour you use in any recipe is the least expensive ingredient, isn't it? A cake, for instance, the flour would maybe be 6, 7 cents, huh? And the rest of the cake recipe ingredients would cost you maybe 90 cents or $1 or something. So the flour is the most important thing, even though it's the least expensive. Why try to economize and save 1/10 of a cent on your flour when you can get uniform quality all the time with Pillsbury? Take a tip from me and do that. You get on the Pillsbury's and you'll never get off of it. And the recipes are in the top of the bag. Wonderful recipes that came out of kitchens just like yours. They have a contest, you know, isn't going to be long. I want you to get in on this. Boy, I'd like to see somebody here wins that $25,000 prize. That's the first prize. $25,000 in cash. And there are 758 prizes in all. Somebody got you can win one of them. $7,500 for second prize, $2,500 for third prize, $3,000 cash for top junior winners. And in addition to cash prizes, they got ranges, refrigerators, freezers, mixers, automatic dishwashers, bonus awards, you know. And the 100 top winners get an all-expense trip to New York to stay at the Waldorf Astoria. That's that little joint across the street from Lexington where I work, you know. So, you go to the... Wait, what'd you do with that thing, Phil? Don't you have that entry blank, the big blown-up thing I can show the folks? Huh? Oh, here it is. Go to the grocers and you get one of these, not this big. This is blown up to show you. It's a little thing. You'll find it in the grocer's store. You just rip one off and take it home. It gives you all the rules and everything. And some recipe that your family likes. How do you know it might win? Gee, last year the $25,000 prize went to a woman that made a mistake. Yeah. She put the what do you call it, the filling in with the batter. Her husband fouled it all up in the kitchen. That's exactly what happened. So she said, I'll show you, and she put the cake in the oven thinking it was going to be no good and comes out with a $25,000 prize winner. There's a moral to that, you know. Get in that kitchen once in a while. Every time I tell that story, I look around and I can see who's been fooling in the kitchen. Pillsbury's best flour. This is a CBS Radio Network.
This is KOOK in Billings. Your friendly Bennett drugstores in Billings are headquarters for every school supply need. You'll find $1.25 zipper notebooks selling for just 79 cents. A dozen nickel lead pencils in a plastic container for only 25 cents. Pencils, pads, notebooks, fillers, pen and pencil sets every school need can be found at your friendly Bennett drugstores, where you're assured of prompt prescription service.
It's Arthur Godfrey time. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. Brought to you by Nabisco, National Biscuit Company. Bakers of Nabisco, Sugar Honey Grahams, Nabisco Regular Grahams, and many other family favorites. And now here's that man himself, Nabisco's #1 cookie, Arthur Crisp and Crunchy Godfrey.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, here's a funny thing. In Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a local undertaker is now offering funerals on the installment plan. Well, that's very interesting. I can just see this worried mortician, you know. He goes to a medium to try to get in touch with one of his dear departed customers. He says, never mind, is he happy? Tell him he owes me $72.50. You ever go to one of those medium things?
No, I've never been to a seance.
Never been to a seance. I think it's wonderful the way they do it. I went to one once.
You did?
Yeah. Oh. Everybody said, see him? See him? There he is. I didn't see anything. Bad eyes, I guess. I didn't get the message, no. I never get the message. No. Well, let me see. Nabisco Sugar Honey Grahams. What a nice... I'll get a box of these and keep them in the house. They're so delicious. And such a nice thing to go to bed with at night, you know? Yeah. Just before you go to bed, don't eat them in bed. You get the crumbs all over the sheet. That's no good. Before you go to bed, you have 2 or 3 Sugar Honey Grahams made by Nabisco and a glass of milk. Nice, restful business. Very nice. Makes you feel good. Wake up in the morning not so starved. You know, it's an awful long time from dinner time to breakfast. Dinner's 7:30, huh? 12 hours around to breakfast. A little something before you go to bed and you feel a lot better. And these Nabisco Sugar Honey Grahams are the thing. I would like for you to meet a fellow who does it every night of his life. Frank Parker. Hello, Frank. Gee, that's a nice looking suit. I like it. You got some of the nicest clothes.
Oh, I save them, you know. Try to portion them out so they last over a period of years.
That's the way to do it, too.
Yeah. That's a nice suit you got.
I like this one, too. I've portioned this over the years.
Where'd you get that?
Don't ask me. I don't know. Wait a minute. No label.
No label, huh?
Oh, yeah, there is, too. What is it? Woolworth. Pardon me one moment. Can't even read it with the glasses on. I don't know what it is.
Nice color.
Is it? You like it?
Yeah, I like that. Very nice color for you.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'll save this one.
Yeah.
Put me away in it.
You got a long time to go.
I hope.
Yeah.
I have absolutely no desire to leave this vale of tears. I like this place. You know, it's a nice place.
Yeah, I love it too, yeah. I'm just about getting used to it now.
Sing a little song, and then we'll have a little picnic for the
Fine.
folks. Huh? What would you like to do?
Well, I have an old song here called Tulips from Heather, but
Go ahead, sing it.
I need to marinate.
Give 'em up.
Thank you.
They're not doing anything. Get them to sing with you.
Well, they helped me in this song, and I'd like to. Well, let's sing the song first before we start.
Yeah, be sure you help them.
A spray of tulips and heather tied up together, I sent my love today. A spray of tulips and heather, asking her whether love's dream had gone astray. Or there's a meaning and heather, all the flowers tied up together, they tell a story that never lies. This purple heaven means lonely hours and tulips mean are love that dies. And so I pray when they reach you, if they can teach you all that is in my heart, my spray of tulips and heather, bring us together, never again to part. For there's a need, my tulips and heather, all the flowers tied up together, they tell a story to a tale that never lies. This purple hair, beautiful hair, only forever, is sweet for someday our lost that time. And so I pray when they reach you, if they can teach you all that is in my heart, my spray of tulips and heather, bring us together, never again to part. Darling, never again to part.
Thank you, Frank. That's a very nice arrangement. You boys really helped.
Thank you.
Well, not that he needed help, but we got a nice picnic for you today. Boys, will you open the doors and drive those Mack trucks in here? We have some sliced turkey for you. And for all of those of you who like to observe a meatless Friday, you know what we have? Some Star-Kissed tuna for you. Prepared with mayonnaise and premium crackers. You like a slice of turkey, huh, you fellas? You get... And you got some sugar honey grahams, some milk, some high-V grapefruit juice. And here's some tuna fish, see? Boy, this Star-Kissed tuna fish is so delicious. Something in the heather. What's the name of it? Tulips, oh yeah. Let me know what you think of that tuna fish. That is the most delicious stuff I've seen. Oh, boy. You like some tuna? That's good. You got a little, Oh, yeah. I didn't notice this. These Nabisco sugar honey grahams are packed 3 inner seal packets to the box. Are they all that way now?
Yes, sir. The new packaging.
Oh, that's wonderful. That keeps them fresh, you know. You can reclose the little packets. Oh, that's wonderful. Nabisco Sugar Honey Graham. And look, the mail came. I got my interplanetary navigation set from a space gazette. And a button, too. Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Do you have a badge?
I got a badge now.
Oh.
It says I am a space cadet.
Yes, sir.
That's me, kid. See, I got a guide through the stars and everything. Uranus, Neptune, Earth. I don't want the Earth. Let's go somewhere else. Saturn, Jupiter, Moon. Oh, that's fine. I'm all set. I'm going to fly home this afternoon all by myself. I'll use this instead of my chart to see where I wind up. Okay?
That is a wire from Mars on it.
Oh, boy, look, I got a certificate, too. Space Academy. Tom Corbett, unit of the Space Academy. Signed in the year 2350 A.D. What? I'm going to have to wait a long time till that's valid. How you like that tuna fish? Isn't that delicious, huh? A star kiss. Well, you serve it with a few premium crackers, and you got something delicious. That's mixed with a little mayonnaise, see? Oh, it's got a flavor I've never seen, never tasted before. Let's see, what can we play today? Remember this thing? This is just a little lunch and the music, goes with it. You don't have to applaud this. How's the picnic going? How's it going? Good, huh? Okay, don't forget, Nabisco Sugar Honey Grahams for the weekend. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Columbia for the Midland Empire, you're listening to KOOK in Billings.
The whole egg, best food is the whole egg mayonnaise. It's good.
The whole egg makes the difference. Only whole egg Best Foods is so good so many ways. Get Best Foods Real Mayonnaise today.
Pierce's Flooring brings you Sideshow News this morning at 10:10.
Chesterfield is the first cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Either way you like 'em, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
That's right.
Attention gals, attention guys, smoke Chesterfield's regular or king size. Regular, king size, either way, best possible smoke, so get 'em today. Sound off.
For Chesterfield.
Sound off.
For Chesterfield.
Buy a pack of Chesterfield.
Do it today. Chesterfield presents Arthur Godfrey time every Monday through Friday. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. And now, here's that man himself, Arthur, by the cart, Godfrey.
Boy, you sure do that. Do it. Do it. So used to hearing Jan do that. Do it. I feel like playing today. You mind if I play a little bit? But no, go right ahead. It's your program. Sure. I love that letter from the gal the other day. She says, you inspired me to learn to play the uke. Now, where shall I play it? That was wonderful. Hey, did you read about the mishap at the National Plowing Contest?
Oh, no.
Yeah, they had a big plastic balloon in the shape of a cow, and it broke loose from its moorings and sailed away. All the airlines flying in the area were alerted because it was a possible hazard to navigation. Can you imagine a pilot flying along and looks out there, what is this? A cow in the air, huh? Comes back and tells his wife, I saw a black and white cow at 10,000 feet. She looks at him and says, I knew it would get you. I knew it. That's what accounts for those saucers they see, you know, all kinds of things. Observation balloons, searchlights on the clouds, sunlight on airplane wings. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it. It was going 3,500 miles an hour. Anything moving 3,500 miles an hour in this atmosphere here would be burnt to a crisp from friction. Of all the goo I ever heard, flying saucers, fiddle-dee-dee. This is the Chesterfield Hour. I want you to meet a very lovely, sweet little gal named Lou Ann Sims. Oh, nice, cute little outfit. Very cute.
Thank you.
Very nice little suit, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, you look nice today.
Thank you.
Feel good?
I feel fine.
Well, let me hear you sing something. What do you want to do?
Well, being as how we're on Chesterfield, how about smoke rings?
Very appropriate.
All
Very
right.
appropriate. You sing it and I'll blow 'em.
Where did they go, the smoke rings out low. Night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, I see. Oh, do you think Mr. Wolfe might be interested in going over and... Hold on a minute.
Archie, I'm not interested in going anywhere. Ill-considered movement is the curse of our times. Not to mention the mania for fresh air. Phew. Bottle opener, if you please.
Here you are. But that was Zabrow's flower shop, Mr. Wolfe.
Indeed.
Got a new shipment of orchids from upstate.
In that case...
Mr. Wolfe, remember the curse of our times? Not to mention the mania?
I'll be there.
He'll be there.
After all, a man must risk his life sometimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chairborne genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Orchids don't grow up overnight. They have to be carefully planted, tended, watered, and watched. And the same thing goes for murder. Take Zabrow's flower shop minutes after we got that phone call.
Zabrow! Oh, Mr. Hansen, I did not notice you are here.
I'm here, and what's more...
You like the way I display your orchids, hmm?
I don't like the way you've been avoiding meeting your obligation.
Please, it is better not to shout.
It'd be still better if you paid me what you owe me.
Mr. Hansen, business has not been so good. I will pay.
You'd better.
I intend to...
My lawyers aren't going to be satisfied by intentions.
Your lawyers?
I've no particular desire to own a flower shop, but it looks as if I'm going to, unless you raise some money.
Mr. Hansen, I have worked years. I have given of my blood to make a success of this establishment. You cannot take him from me. You are a rich man.
I intend to stay rich, too. You've got 24 hours, Zabrow. A man can accomplish a lot in 24 hours.
Yes, Mr. Hansen. Even maybe murder.
Mr. Zabrow?
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Hansen.
Is Uncle here?
Yes, he is here. At the display, towards the back of the store.
Thanks. How is he? Oh,
He is the way he always is. Hard, vindictive.
Mr. Zabrow.
I am sorry. Excuse me now.
Uncle?
What is it, Enid?
Have you seen my display?
The lilies?
Uh-huh.
Yes, pretty.
Oh, thank you.
He's not here.
Well, I didn't say...
He didn't have to. John Arndt is not here. Why he is not here, I don't know. His job was to look after my display. Perhaps he doesn't need a job anymore.
You know he does.
Fiddlesticks. After all, if he marries my heiress...
Uncle!
My dear girl, John Arndt is a fairly capable man with orchids. Outside of that, I have no use for him whatsoever, especially in the role of your husband.
Well, isn't that for me to decide?
Of course it is, except that, pretty as you are, John Arndt is seeing you through a golden haze. To be precise, the money that will come to you from me when I die.
That's nasty.
It's the truth.
Well, you can't know that.
I'm going to find out.
What?
I saw my lawyers this morning. Among other things, I instructed them to draw up a codicil to my will. A codicil to the effect that all my money goes to you on one condition.
Oh, you couldn't.
I did. The condition was that you refrain from marrying John Arndt, either now or at any time in the future.
Well, that's not fair.
It's a very good way of discouraging Mr. Arndt. What'll you bet his ardor cools off quickly,
You told him?
Yes. Probably why he hasn't appeared as yet. He's sulking.
You really signed that codicil?
I will, as soon as the papers are drawn up. Where are you going?
I don't know. I've got to get away someplace and think.
Very well. Think about forgetting John Arndt. Best thing in the world for you.
Uncle, do you really think you can manage other people's lives for them?
I don't see why not.
No? Well, people don't like to be managed. They get desperate sometimes. And sometimes they kill.
Mr. Wolfe, what are you doing?
Getting up. I'm up.
Well, that makes you eligible for the Explorers Club or something.
Ah, my coat and muffler, Archie.
I got him here.
Thank you.
You're really going out into that weather outside?
Archie, must you try to be witty?
It amuses me no end. Haven't you seen enough of those weeds yet?
An orchid is not a weed. Another muffler, Archie, the woolen one.
You've already got 2 on.
Please, fresh air clogs the lungs, Archie.
Sure, everybody knows that, but they won't admit it.
Of course not. A conspiracy of silence. Archie, I'm ready.
You sure? I can see a square inch of skin showing.
Come. You're driving me to Zabras.
Mm-hmm. All right, careful. And take a deep breath. I'm going to open the door. You ready?
Yeah, very well. Open it.
Be brave, Mr. Wolfe. We'll keep the car window shut, and maybe you'll make it. Careful.
The risks one takes.
In you go. Well, okay, boss. Now, where is Zabros?
45th Street.
Gee, 10 blocks. Grit your teeth, Mr. Wolfe. We're off.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, I'm glad you are here.
Those orchids you wrote me about had better be worth a trip.
The trip? But I think you live only a little way from here.
Don't forget it had to be made in the open air, Mr. Zabro.
Where are the orchids?
Towards the back. They are from Hansen's place. He is a fine grower. I have made an exhibit.
Good.
Oh, excuse me. Others are here. You go look for yourself, no?
Very well. Archie.
Oh, I was just noticing the...
Did a girl just enter the store?
A girl, a goddess, tall, graceful... Venus de Milo with arms. Arms that were made... Never mind, let's go look at orchids.
Thank you. Very fine.
The exhibit is laid out like nature, huh? Reminds me of a spot in Central Park that I spent some of my happiest moments in.
Then you do like flowers.
I don't go to Central Park to look at flowers. I went there to, forget it.
Gladly. Now go away and annoy someone else.
Venus?
I want to concentrate on these orchids. Goodbye.
Okay. I'll leave you alone with your loved ones. Let's see, maybe I can arrange to be left alone with something I could very easily learn to love. Hey, boss.
Don't bother me, Archie.
Oh, this is serious. There's a lily display just like this one over at the other end of the store.
Nothing connected with lilies could possibly be serious.
Maybe not, but there's a corpse planted among these lilies.
Indeed?
A lot of ferns were banked up in back of the display. I saw a foot sticking out, so I slipped back, lifted a few ferns, and found a body.
Fresh?
Very. The wound was still bleeding. Knife wound.
Sad, very. Now run along.
Well, aren't you going to do anything about it?
Why should I? Anyone who'd permit himself to be found dead or alive among a display of lilies is beneath contempt.
Well, maybe the poor guy didn't have a chance to crawl into an orchid display before he died. However, if that's the way you feel, I'll tell the police all about poor Mr. Hansen and let them...
Who?
Hansen, the orchid grower.
He's one of the finest in the country.
Not is. Was. Wasn't me who pushed him under the lilies.
Under lilies? Bah. He would have hated that. Have you told Zabro?
No. Zabro's been busy up front.
Where is this display?
Right along here.
There's been a number of people in the store since we came. Someone else may have noticed that dead man's foot.
I covered it.
Satisfactory. At times you give the illusions of intelligence. Is this the display?
Yep. Come around to the back. There's a little space between the back of the display and the wall. Yeah. Now, here, right under this pile of ferns.
Yes, Archie?
Hey, that body.
What about it?
It got Bashful. It's gone.
Indeed.
The corpse was dead.
Corpse is off now. Confound you, Archie. Have you been drinking too much milk again?
Now, look, boss, I saw him there. The blood's still coming out of his back, and I tell you that...
Let me understand you. Are you suggesting the corpse rose and walked away?
No, but somebody could have dragged it away. Somebody who put it here in the first place.
Pictures, no doubt. Come along, Archie. If this is some half-witted trick to distract me from the orchid...
Oh, no. I never come between a man and his love. Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Wolfe.
Yes?
Do ferns bleed?
Let me see. Oh. Indeed. Yes, there is blood. Fresh arterial blood on these ferns. Bright red color. Which means there was a wounded person among these lilies recently.
Thanks for the late vote of confidence.
Whoever killed Hanson apparently found a better place for him.
Mm-hmm. Took him home to put him over the mantelpiece.
Unlikely. Hanson wasn't very decorative.
Okay. Now shall I look for the police?
You have nothing to show them except a fern leaf covered with blood? No.
Don't tell me you smell a fee among all these flowers.
Hanson was a man I admired. Good heavens, Archie. The number of first-rate orchid growers is small enough without one of us being murdered.
Mm-hmm. Unsportsmanlike, huh? Okay, we won't stand for it. What next?
The body was removed from the building. How?
Well, I wouldn't swear to it, but there's a window here that leads out to an alleyway.
Could the alleyway be seen from the street?
I don't think so. There's a bend in it.
Wide enough for a car?
Yep.
Bring Zabro to me. Oh, don't bother. He's coming himself.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, what do you think of the... Mr. Wolfe, I do not believe this.
What don't you believe?
You are looking at lilies.
Not exactly. Whose flowers are these?
Mr. Hanson's niece grows lilies.
I see. Zabro, did you get all your orchids from Hanson?
Oh, yes. He is an artist.
Practically an old master at the moment. How much money did you owe him?
Who tell you I owe him?
You do, don't you?
Well, yes. Business has not been so good. But did he speak to you?
No, I guess you owed him money.
But I do not understand.
Was Hanson in the store today?
Yes, he came. You hear us quarrel, eh?
Where is he now?
I do not know. He leave, maybe.
I rather think he did. Zabro, who else was in the store within the last half hour who might have known Hanson?
Oh, Miss Hanson was here, and John Arnold. He is Mr. Hanson's assistant, and how you say, sweet on Miss Hanson.
Was she the tall girl came in shortly after we did, Mr. Zabro?
Tall? Yes, I think so.
Are either of them still here?
No. They go.
Together?
Miss Hanson go first.
Very well. Come along, Archie.
Okay, Mr. Wolfe.
You will not tell Mr. Hanson you know of my debts.
No, Mr. Zabro, I won't tell him. As a matter of fact, even if I wanted to, I don't think he would listen.
I love these long drives in the country. Where are we going?
Hanson's place.
Oh. You think he returned to it to haunt it, huh?
He was returned there, I suspect.
Uh-huh. In order to cast suspicion on himself.
Miss Hanson lives with him. Mr. Arndt works for him on the premises, therefore...
Miss Hanson will be there?
I imagine so. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Boss, can we stop at the next town?
Why?
I want to buy a book on lilies.
This sudden... You mean Miss Hanson grows them and there?
Uh-huh. You see, that way we'll have something in common.
Perhaps, but Archie, is an interest in flowers what you want to have in common with her?
So this is the house that Orchids built, huh? Snazzy.
Very handsome country home.
The streamlined zombies.
Hello.
I take that back.
Miss Hanson?
Yes.
I'm Nero Wolfe. The person ogling you is my assistant, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh. Well, Uncle's spoken of you, Mr. Wolfe. Oh, come in, please.
Thank you.
I was not ogling. I was merely tracing a resemblance
Oh, between Uncle and me?
between you and my heart's desire.
Archie, stop being poetic. It doesn't become you.
In here, please. My uncle isn't at home yet, but... Oh, John, this is Mr. Wolfe, Mr. Goodwin. John is Uncle's assistant.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Hanson hasn't returned from town yet, Mr. Wolfe.
Are you quite sure?
Why, yes. Unless Enid saw him.
No, I didn't, John.
Indeed. In that case, if you don't mind, we'll wait for him.
Well, of course, we'd be delighted.
Sure. Excuse me, won't you? I've got some work to do.
On orchids or lilies?
The orchids.
Well, then go right ahead.
See you later.
Oh, can I get you something to drink?
Beer will do, thank you.
I'd better help you bring the bottle in, Miss...
Archie.
On the other hand, maybe you can manage alone.
Well, of course I can. I'm a big girl, Mr. Goodwin.
I noticed. I mean, why not call me Archie? It takes less time.
I'd like to, Archie.
Swell. Remember what old Dr. Tidmouse said?
I want a bottle of beer.
Said, I want a bottle... Oh. No. Never mind, Enid. You better go gather some beer for Mr. Wolfe.
All right. I'll be back in a minute.
So much of her and all so nice.
Archie, are you forgetting why we're here?
I don't care why you're here.
We're waiting for Uncle.
Uh-huh. Mr. Wolfe, it's unlikely that Uncle is going to walk in through that front door.
True. That is why you're sneaking out the back door to find him.
How do you know he'll be around here?
This is where he lives, isn't it, Archie?
Yes, but if you'll remember, Uncle gave up living earlier this afternoon.
You mean he was persuaded to? Nevertheless, I rather think he'll be around, body and all.
He wasn't in the house, so I tried the conservatory, hothouse, what have you. It was hot in that steam-heated orchid paradise. Also, it was full of orchids. Unfortunately, it wasn't full of Miss Hanson. I wandered hither and yon for a moment, dreaming of her, until I noticed a foot. Same foot I'd seen back at Zabro's, and peculiarly enough, the same corpse was attached to it. Uncle's. I was bending over to take a closer look when I felt a thud. I realized that thud was the sound of something hitting my head, and I began to realize, too, that I'd been knocked almost unconscious, which the second blow did.
I can't understand where my uncle is, Mr. Wolfe.
His staying away so late is unusual, then.
Of course it is.
Which reminds me, Archie's been gone for several hours.
Yeah, where did he go, Mr. Wolfe?
To look about? Were you in the hothouse, Mr. Hunt?
No, I was packing some plants.
You, Miss Hanson?
Well, after I brought your beer, I went upstairs and rested for a while. Why?
Because if either of you harmed Archie, I shall personally murder you.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe.
Come on, we got to find the boy.
Why should either of us want to harm him?
Because he probably found your uncle's body.
His body? What are you...
I don't understand.
Mr. Hanson has been murdered.
Oh no.
Enid.
Oh, stop that, Miss Hanson. You're a perfectly healthy young woman. There's no reason for you to swoon.
Now, look here, you.
Besides, I rather suspect she lost no love for him. Am I right, Miss Hanson?
He was my uncle.
You're aware of the fact? He opposed your marriage to Miss Aunt here, huh?
That's none of your business.
Which means he did oppose it. Mr. Aunt, Mr. Hanson was a friend of mine. I intend to find the murderer after I find his body. It shows a lack of proper respect to transport a corpse about the countryside. Come, both of you, we must find Archie.
This whole thing's like a nightmare.
If you can't wake up from it, let's go on with the search.
Oh, look, there on the ground.
Archie.
I'll see if he's all right.
Why, this is fantastic. Mr. Hanson stabbed to death, and now Goodwin.
He's just been stunned, thank heavens. He's coming to.
Oh, I died. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm dead.
Archie, speak to me.
Oh, I went to heaven.
Are you all right, Archie?
Uh-oh, the other place.
Get up.
Sure, if somebody will hold my head. Oh, are we having an earthquake?
You poor boy. Take my arm here.
I'll take both.
Ooh, he's normal. What happened, Archie?
Somebody hit me when I wasn't looking.
Yeah? Why?
I don't know. Oh, yes, I remember.
Yes?
I found Uncle lying right there. Right there.
The poor boy's delirious.
Don't tell me he's gone again.
I'm afraid he has, Archie.
Are you sure you saw him?
I'm positive, and then somebody slugged me. That corpse is the shyest one I've ever met.
Blood would have dried. There'll be no signs of his having been placed here. Bad.
Why?
Your testimony would be valueless, especially since you were found unconscious. The jury would suspect you of having hit the bottle.
Why didn't we stay the night? I'm a sick man. Enid would have nursed me.
Ah, you're not sick. And I won't have you taking advantage of that girl.
In my condition, I couldn't have. But maybe she would have taken advantage of me.
Phooey.
Is that what they called it in your day?
There's Zabros. Stop the car.
Okay. Dum-ba-dee-dum-dee-dee-dum. Here we go.
No, I can manage. I'm not entirely helpless.
Place is closed. Dark.
I was afraid it might be.
Don't tell me Zabro's gone traveling, too.
Possibility, Archie.
You mean he killed Hanson to cancel the debt he owed him and then followed us out to the country house and dumped Hanson there, hoping to pin suspicion on Enid and John?
Perhaps.
Uh-huh. Slugged me when I found the body too soon, and then... Uh-huh. Guess we better get into the joint.
Door's locked?
A guy I know got out of jail the other day.
Yeah?
He's reformed, so he gave me all his skeleton keys.
You have them with you?
Mm-hmm. And we'll find out in a minute just how good a burglar he was. Very good. Will you come in?
Shut the door.
Okay.
Now. What's that?
Somebody's been hurt. The lights. Nothing up front here.
Back of the store where the exhibits are.
I'll go see. Maybe you better stay here.
Nonsense.
Oh, where? Oh, among the lilies again. But this time there are two bodies there.
Sabro. Quick, Archie.
Mr. Zabro? Mr. Zab? He's been shot, boss. Bad.
He's trying to say something.
In the lilies. Mr. Hanson.
Yes, we know about him. Who shot you?
From the window. Alleyway. Came in.
Mr. Zabro, who?
He inherit money. Inherit.
Down, Mr. Wolfe, quick. Somebody's shooting from that window.
Archie.
All in one piece. Are you all right?
Yes, that car.
It's gone. Brought the body here and...
Zabro.
He couldn't duck. He's dead.
Yes.
Police, boss, this time we've got more than a fern leaf smeared with blood to show them.
Not yet, Archie. I'd prefer handing the murderer over to them along with the victims. I'm going home. Archie, get Miss Hanson and Mr. Arndt there as soon as you can.
Well, suppose they don't want to come.
Knock them unconscious and drag them there.
Not Enid, boss. Enid's... Hey, what Zabro said about inheriting.
Don't anticipate, Archie. When you get them to my office, we'll identify the murderer then.
Mr. Wolfe, don't you think this is all a little high-handed, dragging us here in the middle of the night?
Murder is even more high-handed, Mr. Arndt.
Please, John.
Miss Hanson, do you inherit?
Well, I guess so. I'm Uncle's only relative, so I suppose.
Wait a minute, Enid. Mr. Wolfe, are you suggesting that she had anything to do with this invisible corpse?
The corpse is no longer invisible, Mr. Arndt.
You've seen Uncle?
Yes, dead in Zabro's establishment. Lying with a knife in his back in his own orchid display.
Now you're trying to pin something on me. You know I set up that orchid display.
Indeed. The police will be interested in that information.
But he wasn't found in the orchids. He was...
Yes, Mr. Arndt. He was found where?
I don't know.
You were about to say the lily display, weren't you?
I wasn't going to say anything.
You're a little late. You already informed us that you knew his body was not placed in the orchid display. How did you know?
I just guessed.
The jury will be very much impressed by your remarkable clairvoyance, especially since... Archie, ask Mr. Zabro to come in.
Mr. Zabro? Okay.
Don't bother, Goodwin.
John, that gun.
Shut up, you little fool.
Enid's a big girl.
I don't know how you tumbled, Wolfe. Lucky guessing, maybe.
Oh, come now. Neither of us has indulged in guesswork. You killed Hanson, placed his body in the lily display to attract suspicion towards Miss Hanson. You felt sure she wouldn't be convicted, so you were safe. She would inherit, you would marry her, a marriage which your uncle opposed. When you saw that Archie had discovered the body too early for you to establish an alibi for yourself...
Then he sneaked the body out of the window into his car and then dumped it in the hothouse.
For time.
Go on, Mr. Wolfe.
He didn't intend it to be discovered there, which was why he knocked you unconscious, Archie.
Oh, I'm so glad he had a good reason for it.
He had a body on his hands. He decided to double back, put the body in its original place, and carry through his plan. But Zabro caught him at it, poor fellow.
I thought Zabro was in the other room.
Lost you fool. You think I, too, am addicted to carrying corpses about? Zabro is dead. And you've given yourself away unnecessarily. Archie?
All right.
Archie, quick.
Let go, Edith.
I've got his arm.
I'll give him mine with a fist attached.
Very satisfactory, Archie. Now call the police. Inform them you have 2 corpses and a murderer for them.
You should have heard Mr. Arndt's language, boss, when the police took him away. Oh, I don't think he loves you.
I don't think it matters anymore.
It used to me.
Growing pains. You'll get over it, Miss Hanson.
You trapped him, Mr. Wolfe, but what made you so sure he did it?
At the hothouse, when you were unconscious, Archie, Mr. Arndt deplored the fact that Mr. Hanson had been stabbed in the back. And no one had mentioned how he was killed. Therefore...
The reason Arndt knew was because he himself had killed Mr. Hanson. Murderers seldom get away with it, no matter how tightly they button their lips.
Well, mine, however, are not buttoned up. Archie?
Oh, the beer is on your desk.
Thank you. Miss Hanson, stop brooding. Try some of this beer.
But, Mr. Wolfe, my heart's broken.
As a man who's lived a good many years, Miss Hanson, permit me to assure you that the easiest way of mending a broken heart is by filling the stomach.
The telegram I found stuck in the mail slot when I got back to my office after a long and roundabout day read. Enclosed, find a $50 money order. I want you to investigate a man. A table is reserved for you at the Saddle Club where I work. Come in time for the second show at 11, important. It was signed Beth Tyler. So at 11:15, with $50 worth of inspiration behind me, I drove over the Cahuenga Freeway and out Ventura to the Saddle Club, which pretended to be Old English by showing its beams through a flagstone facade. I went in the carefully rough-hewn oak door, and even before my eyes became adjusted to the cozy lack of candle power inside, Neil Redmond, owner and operator of the place, glided toward me, sporting his genial host's smile, which tonight was even more forced than usual.
How are you, Marlowe? It's been a long time. Business a pleasure, Phil.
It's always a pleasure to come to the Saddle Club, Neil. I've even got a reservation.
You know my food better than that, Marlowe.
Aha.
Just don't let it get rough, will you? Come on, I'll find you a table down front. I want you to see this show. A pair of twins in a twin piano act that's sensational.
Yeah?
Edie and Beth Tyler. Oh, here, how's this?
Fine.
Incidentally, Edie will be the one on the left.
Well, if they're twins, what's the difference?
Plenty. Edie may be Mrs. Redmond one of these days.
Oh.
Redmond, but you are wanted on the phone, sir.
Get the number, George, and I'll call back.
This gentleman said you would talk to him, sir. It is Mr. Paul Cedar.
All set. Oh, yeah. Excuse me, Marlowe. This is important. I better take you.
Redmond reacted to the name Cedar like a punch in the nose. But I figured that was none of my business, which was more than I could say for a flabby, dull-faced character at the next table, who followed the nightclub owner all the way out of the room with a pair of watery red eyes, which he deliberately avoided turning in my direction. But at that point, an MC stepped out on the stage, and so I stopped worrying about flabby in favor of a first look at my client.
The Saddle Club is proud to present its second show of the
evening, featuring the incomparable piano stylist Edie and Beth in Dancing Hands. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. Bring them up.
The curtains parted on the stage, set with an oversized full-length mirror, which reflected a grand piano, a black vase of yellow flowers, and a tall brunette with a wry, crisp waistline, who touched up a piled-high hairdo, put on a pair of long black gloves, checked her hemline, and sat down at the piano. Then she ran through an involved arpeggio while her reflection in the mirror looked on in admiration. It was an old but cute routine, and the illusion was perfect because the Tyler twins were practically identical. I took another look at Flabby, whose face was pushed up in a nasty leer. He stood up, dropped his cigarette into his drink, and tossed a crumpled bill down on the table, just as the lights went out for the trick part of the act. On the dark stage, two pairs of purple hands danced over two glowing silver keyboards, which would have been good except that the pair of hands on the right, which belonged to Beth, suddenly stopped in midair and hit blue notes like a 9-year-old at her first recital. When the lights came up again, my client's face was as white as Middle C, and the Flabby character, oozing a victorious smile, was on his way to the door. Well, they wrapped it up fast after that, and Beth ran into the wings, leaving Edie to take the bow alone. The band took over in a hurry and brought things down to normal, so as couples moved down to the dance floor and George the waiter headed for my table, I sat back and waited for that message from my client.
Here you are, sir. Compliments of the house.
Oh, thanks. Any message with this?
No, sir. Just that Mr. Redman had to leave.
Oh, thanks, George. I sipped the double scotch and wondered if I should take the initiative and contact my client. When the message I'd been waiting for came, good and loud, I jumped up, shoved my way through the gaping dancers to the dressing room hallway behind the stage. A gang of club personnel was bunched in front of a door, obviously locked, labeled Edie and Beth Tyler.
It was one of the twins, wasn't it?
Hey, what's the matter?
It's one of the twins. She screamed. We got to get in. That door's locked.
Well, break it down.
But
get out of the way.
It's Edie. It's Edie.
All right, now, wait a minute. Hold it. She's all right. Clear out and give her a chance. Come on. Outside, everybody. Beat it. That means you two. Come on. Out. Here, Miss Tyler, take it easy. You're all right now. Come on, sit down. Tell me what happened.
I don't know for sure. I was worried about Beth. I came back and didn't see her anywhere. Then I heard a noise in here. It was dark. I came in and someone grabbed me.
A man?
Yes. I don't know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I screamed. He knocked me down. Then locked the door and got out through the window there. Who are you?
Well, I'm Philip Marlowe, a private detective. Your sister hired me to investigate a guy. I was to meet her here after your number and find out about it. Any idea what's up?
No, I can't imagine. But gee, Beth has been terribly upset ever since last night.
Oh? What happened last night?
Well, for one thing, my purse was stolen.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see why that should upset her. Gee, there was nothing in it but $12 and my makeup stuff.
Where's Beth now, do you know?
No. I haven't seen her since she ran off the stage. I'm not even sure she came in here.
No, she was here, all right. She dropped one of her gloves. You're still wearing both of yours. Where do you girls live? Maybe she went home.
Well, Beth has a cottage out on Hazeltine. 4179.
You don't live together? How come?
Well, gee, Mr. Marlowe, just working with Beth is hard enough. She's so sarcastic.
Okay, I'll wear my thick skin. One more thing, Miss Tyler. Do you happen to know where Neil went?
Neil's gone?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, that's funny. He always stays till the place closes. Oh, he must be coming right back.
I'll take a look. Then I'm going out to see your sister. Sarcasm and all. I spent 10 minutes questioning the help on the whereabouts of the boss and got nothing but double talk for answers. So since I was still carrying Beth's glove around with me, I dropped it in my pocket and went outside to my car. I'd opened the door and slid far enough under the wheel so I couldn't back out before I realized that the dough-faced Flab was already there on the seat. His right hand wrapped around something blunt and menacing in his sloppy jacket pocket.
You better come on in.
What are you doing in my car, blubber boy?
Don't get sassy now, mister. And the name is Sippy.
That's no improvement, and it's no answer.
All right. I saw you inside making with the big talk, so I says to myself, he's an interested party. I should look him up. Maybe we can do business together. All right, stay over there.
What kind of business? I'm particular about the gutters I crawl in.
It has to do with the twins inside there. you can get in touch with me later for further details. I got an angle, mister. You'll see when I leave.
Yeah? When you tried to work that angle, you got to the wrong twin in the dressing room. Did you know that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Sippy, where can I reach you?
You'll find out if you really know what's up. Don't try to follow me, though. I'll be seeing you.
When Sippy slid out of the car and beat it, I made one move after him and then stopped cold. Because lying on the seat where he'd been sitting was a green leather handbag with the name Edie etched on it. I snapped it open. It had been stripped of everything but the scent of Emia and a smudged slip of paper that read, Number 9 Arrow Motel, Lancashire Boulevard. So that was Sippy's address, and he had the stolen purse. But the why of all the commotion over 12 missing bucks was still the number one question mark. And I figured the best place for an answer to it was at Beth Tyler's. So I drove out to Hazeltine. But even before I stopped at number 4179, I heard the piano. I walked to the door and stood there a moment listening. I eased it open, slipped inside. Soft, indirect lighting accented the figure of the girl at the piano. The little waves of iridescent crimson chased themselves over the smooth satin gown as she played. Glossy blue-black hair fell to her shoulders. Beside her, a burning cigarette sent a single plume of smoke into the still air. Just for a moment, I found it difficult to remember that she was my client.
Oh?
You're looking better, Beth.
You're Philip Marlowe, I suppose.
Yeah. I dropped by to return your glove, among other things.
Just put it there on the table. With the other one. Where did you get it, Marlowe?
In your dressing room at the club. Your sister tangled with an unidentified man who was hiding there after you left. While we were on that, why'd you shove off so fast?
I was scared.
How'd you know I'd find you?
You're a detective. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Look, if you want to burn up your retainer playing hide-and-seek, it's your business. Now, who's the guy you want me to check on? The flabby one who made you blow up tonight?
Yeah, that's right.
Why?
Because I think my sweet twin sister is mixed up in something a little more serious than her usual scatterbrain escapades.
And the flabby guy is in on it because he has a green purse, right?
How did you know that?
He left it with me. Name is Sippy. He lives at the Arrow Motel, number 9. Knows something worthwhile about this business, and he's anxious to sell it. All of which puts him a hop, skip, and a jump ahead of your detective. Now tell me, why is everybody, including Neil Redmond, all wound up over one stolen purse? What's it all about, baby?
I don't know, baby. Suppose you find out and tell me.
Wouldn't have anything to do with the fact that Neil loves your sister and you love Neil, would it?
Marlowe, I hired you to investigate a man, not to pry into my personal affairs.
And you'll get more for your money if you stop holding out on me.
It's my money. Besides, I'm not holding out. Believe me.
I'll try. Real hard. Well, as soon as I've got something, I'll call you.
Where are you going now? My retainer entitles me to know, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. First to the club to find Redmond and get his side of it, and then I'll probably drop in on our chum, Sippy, at the Arrow Motel on Lancashire.
Good. I'll keep a light in the window for you.
Oh, sweet. Also keep your door locked. From the inside, baby. As I drove down the dark, winding street toward Ventura Boulevard, I caught a flash in the rearview mirror of a station wagon behind me. It looked like a tail, so I opened up. But it stayed with me. When it swung out into the left lane to pass, it suddenly cut in front of me. I jammed on the brakes as a spotlight slashed at my eyes, and when my front wheel banged against the curb, I was already half out of the car.
Stop right where you are, fella. Don't come 1 inch closer, I'll drop you.
I switched off the spotlight, and I saw a face the texture of a doormat over an embroidered purple shirt and orange tie. He had hand-tooled, high-heeled boots on and was topped off by a 10-quart cream-colored Stetson. But the doormat face was grim, and the silver-barreled Colt pistol in his hand looked right at home.
I followed you up here from the Saddle Club. I don't know what your game is or why you're messing around and what don't concern you, but I aim to find out mighty quick, so start talking.
Okay, first I resent being crowded off the road. Second, I resent a spotlight in my face. And third, I don't like pistols pointed at my stomach. So cool off, Jesse James. You're wasting your time and mine.
You got it wrong there, friend. Paul Cedar don't waste his time, and you're going to find that out.
Paul Cedar, huh?
Yeah.
Don't tell me you're all excited over a stolen purse with $12 in it.
$12?
Yeah.
Listen, clown, there's 30 grand missing somewhere between Redmond and me, and I'm going to get it.
30,000?
Yeah. Redmond's a high roller, and that's okay with me. But he lost it fair and square in my joint over in Nevada, and I've been holding his markers much too long. So if I have to chalk that dough off to experience, it's going to be a pretty unpleasant experience for a certain party. Get me?
Yeah, I get you. But you're shoving the wrong way, Longhorn.
Somebody's trying to make a fool out of me, bright boy, and I don't stand for that. I'm liable to shove a lot of ways, and hard. So don't get underfoot. You're sure to get stepped on. So long, dude.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, tomorrow marks the anniversary of an important event in American history, the signing of the first peace treaty between the Indians and the Plymouth colonists. In commemoration of these events, CBS's Sunday night stars, Amos and Andy, will be found with a kingfish burying the hatchet deeper than ever in their hopes and dreams. And CBS's own Jack Benny will be back again tomorrow with his special guest, Van Johnson. Invite some friends over. Sit back and enjoy the Jack Benny program. You can hear Amos and Andy every Sunday on most of these same CBS network stations, and Jack Benny over them all. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Dancing Hands.
When the Texan from Nevada galloped off in his trusty station wagon, I forgot all about Neil Redmond and headed instead for Sippy and his further details at the Arrow Motel on Lancashire, where Bungalow 9 turned out to be an all-alone green and white collection of clapboard that showed light, a half-open door, and nobody home to my knock. When I tried knuckles on wood again and still got only a faint echo for reply, I stepped inside. There in the center of an ivory-white throw rug and clamoring for attention like an only child at a family reunion was a wide and wet circle of red. From there, the ugly splotches that narrowed as they got farther away trailed off until, finally, in the next room, the path ended where I expected it to. The quiet form of Skippy, sprawled over an upset chair and holding his hands tight against the red on his left side. When I got to him, he was going fast.
30 grand. A lot of dough. Didn't know I was shooting that high. And the twins...
One what, Sippy?
One of them...
Did one of them do this to...
He's dead, isn't he, Marlowe?
Yeah. Yeah, Redmond, he's very dead.
Oh, no, Marlowe. I only found him a few seconds before you did.
Yeah, and the rest of that run, you heard someone coming, you didn't want to be seen, so you ducked back out of sight, huh? I don't buy it, Redmond, because for one thing, it's too pat. For another, how do you explain being here in the first place? Come on, fast.
Okay, I'm here because I'm in a nasty jam.
Like what?
Like $30,000 I've got to pay in the next hour to a guy named Paul Cedar who's running out of patience in a hurry, believe me.
About that I do. I've already met the gentleman. But right now, Redmond, we're talking about Sippy.
Okay. Last night I had things to do, so I gave Edie Tyler the money for the payoff to Cedar. A couple of minutes after she stepped out of the club, somebody roughed her up and got away with her purse and the 30 grand.
You're a liar, Redmond. Edie herself told me that purse only had $12 in it. How come?
Simple like, Marlowe. In my business, you never yell copper too soon or too loud. It doesn't pay.
Mm-hmm. Now look, for the third time, Redmond, you and Sippy, how do you figure?
I don't know. He was at the club tonight, acting funny. When he left, I got a glimpse of Edie's green purse sticking out of his topcoat pocket. Later on, I saw him run away from a car near the club, so I followed. I ended up here a couple of minutes behind him, and that, Marlowe, is the truth, I swear.
Which you do at the drop of a... Hey, wait a minute. Look, if you're telling the truth, I begin to get a different picture. And by that, I specifically mean a very talented but very sly dame named Beth Tyler.
Oh, no, Marlowe.
Why not? Because you love Beth's sister? Face it, Redmond, it doesn't add up any other way. Sippy here couldn't have stolen that purse from Edie. If he did, he'd have taken his dough and blown, not spent his time putting out feelers. But on the other hand, if Sippy happened to see Beth take it from Edie, empty it and toss it away, we've got another story, right?
Yeah. Because he wouldn't make a move until he knew how much she had gotten away with.
Exactly. But there he ran into trouble because he was trying to get close to Beth, and in doing that, he got mixed up and went for Edie instead, like tonight at the club.
Sure. And a dying man's words just now about one twin.
To which you can add the unpleasant fact that I personally ran off at the mouth when I was up at Beth's an hour ago. So she knew where to come for Sippy. Look, Redmond, it's got to run that way. I'm sure of it.
Well, maybe you're right, Phil, but right or wrong, I'm still in the jam. So if you don't have any objections, I'm going back to my club now for a last try at raising that money again before Cedar shows.
You mean you're going to face him, Neil, with or without it?
I've got him, Marlowe. You see, I own a fast club, all right, and I gamble a lot, too. But I don't welch on my markers, no more than I knock over flabby little guys. You know what I mean, Phil?
I think so. But don't fold now, Neil, because I might still be lucky enough to catch up to Beth Tyler and your money both before your time runs out. And right now that means fast to a phone and a call to Edie, who might know which way a runaway twin would head. I'll see you, Neil. The nearest phone was at an all-night mobile gas station a block away. As I dialed Edie's number, a thought hit me. Maybe Beth wouldn't head anywhere. Maybe she'd just stick around.
Hello?
Edie, this is Marlowe. Seen anything of Beth?
No, I haven't. But why? What is it, Marlowe?
Well, from where I stand, two things. First, your sister has the $30,000 and $12 that was in your purse last night.
Oh?
And second, she's just about it for a sloppy-around-the-edges murder. Oh. Now, look, have you any idea where Beth would head if she had to get out of town in a hurry?
No, I don't, Marlowe.
Oh, well, maybe somebody up around her place does. I'll call you later.
Marlowe, wait. Are you sold on this? I mean, about the things you said Beth did?
Just about, Edie. But for your sake, let's hope I'm wrong. All the way, honey. Goodbye. Driving fast back toward Beth's place on Hazeltine still left me enough time to think about a not-too-small detail that I'd completely overlooked. Thanks to me, the entire Los Angeles Police Department knew nothing about what was going on in and around the Saddle Club. 5 minutes later, when I'd parked away from the dark and obviously deserted number 4179, and I'd walked back and around to a pair of uncurtained French doors at the side, I knew that oversight is what is generally called a blunder. But in the next second, I knew it was nothing compared to the one I was making currently.
If you so much as turn your head again, Marlowe, I'll kill you.
Not like you did Sippy, please, Beth. I'd hate to go that way.
Sippy was a mistake, Marlowe, believe me. I was rushed.
So you shot and ran, huh?
Yes. But I didn't run too far, because from where I stood, I could hear and see both you and Redmond and talking the whole thing over.
When you knew that we'd caught on to your act, you decided to follow me and see where I was going before you made your next move. Is that it?
Exactly. Now get inside. Go on, the door's unlocked. All right. Now get over there, near that closet, and don't turn around.
Why not? Afraid of the look on my face when you shoot?
Shut up, Marlowe. And stop being brave, because unless I have to, I'm not going to kill you. After all, you've already served your purpose.
Which I presume was getting mixed up in this mess just long enough to find out about Sippy for you.
You presume correctly. Also, you talk too much. Now open that closet and get inside.
All right.
Go on.
As you say. But first, baby, one question. Did you do all this for the $30,000 alone? Or does it tie in with Neil Redmond and the way he feels about your sister Edie?
It's a little bit of each, Marlowe. But as I said, you talk too much. So get in there and shut up.
Getting out of Beth Taylor's half-inch thick oak closet was like arguing with an umpire. You couldn't be subtle. So 20 tiring minutes went by and the heels on both my feet were numb before the paneling finally gave in and I was out and over to the telephone to put in a call to the police. It should have been made a long time ago. But then, even as I was halfway through dialing the numbers, I saw something on an end table nearby that made me slowly change my mind. It was the 2 black gloves that Beth wore in the Dancing Hands act. And while I stared at them like they were alive and beckoning, I thought hard for what must have been a full minute. And then suddenly I knew that my next stop had to be the Saddle Club. As I parked at the Saddle Club, I saw light drifting out of Neil's office, which was something I'd expected. Inside, I moved along a dark hall toward what I knew would be the trio of Neil Redmond, the Nevada Texan, and Eddie Tyler.
All right, Redmond.
The raucous voice of Paul Cedar was anything but happy.
Just how stupid do you think I am?
But Cedar, I'm telling the truth. Edie had the $30,000, but somebody got it from her when she was on her way to you.
That's a stinking lie, you know it, Redmond. You never had the money. This whole thing's been a frame to stall me. And one way or another, I'm going to get you to admit that.
No, you're not, Cedar. And if you don't drop that gun now, you're never going to do anything, ever. Come on, let it go. All right. Now sit down and shut up and listen hard because Redmond's telling you the truth.
What? Marlowe, you know where the money is?
That's right. I also know who took it. Less than an hour ago, a little after I called you, Edie, Beth caught up to me and confessed the whole shebang, exactly as we figured it, Neil.
You mean she admitted getting the money from Edie and using you to locate Sippy?
That's right. But there's only one drawback to everything she admitted. None of it's true.
What do you mean, Marlowe?
I mean, Cedar, that Beth Tyler didn't steal your money from Edie here any more than she killed Sippy. I also mean that as far as I can tell, Beth Tyler was nothing more than a girl who played the piano and got upset when a stranger named Sippy started to bother her. That I never saw the real Beth Tyler after she ran away from a piano in the club tonight. That she's dead and that you, Edie, have been posing as Beth all night because, one, you yourself stole Neil's money, and two, you murdered your sister as well.
No!
Yes, Edie, come on, admit it, it's true.
No, it isn't. I guess it is at that, Marlowe.
And Beth's body?
In our dressing room. In the closet. I didn't want to kill her. But she found out that I had only pretended to be robbed when there was no one around. That Sippy had seen me scream and get rid of the purse myself.
Sippy, who was only trying to muscle in on a deal, went to her by mistake, huh?
Yes. That's how she knew what I'd done. When she confronted me in the dressing room just before you came in and said that she wouldn't stand by and let me do a thing like that to Neil. I lost my temper and...
You killed her, Edie.
Yes, I did, Neil. And when Marlowe showed up after her scream, I said that someone had attacked me. And then I pretended to be both Beth and myself from there on to get out of the whole thing. And I almost did. But now I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so
A couple of bad hours went by before the police had everybody's story, and Paul Cedar and the 30,000 was gone for Nevada, and Edie was gone for good. That left just Neil Redmond and me alone and standing near the main bar in the club. Neil was doing his best to stay all in one piece.
Well, Marlowe, it's been a tough night for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, but a tough one for you, Neil. What with Cedar and the money and...
The girls, Marlowe?
Yeah.
Yeah. At least it came out right before the cowboy got too tough, thanks to you. So tell me, Phil, how'd you know that Beth was dead and that Edie was both people all along?
That was a couple of gloves, Neil, the ones they wore in that Dancing Hands act. You see, when I first met Edie in the dressing room, she was wearing hers, and one of Beth's was on the floor. Hey, pour me one, will you?
Yeah.
Okay. I took it, and later when I met what I thought was Beth, I returned it, and she put it with what we both thought was its mate.
I hear you.
Thanks. But a little while ago, when I got close to the gloves again, I saw that couldn't be, that they were both for the left hand, Neil.
Ah. Then when Edie went to Beth's place to pass herself off as her sister, who she had already killed, she was smart enough to know that she should have only one glove around.
Yeah, but not smart enough to think about which glove it should be. From there, I worked backwards.
Until you got to the three of us at the club and tried what you knew might be the right answer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were right, Phil, all the way.
Yeah, but I was still gambling. If I had been wrong, Neil, I was giving the real Beth a long head start.
It's always that way when you gamble, Phil. I know. Sometimes you pick right, sometimes wrong. Cards, dice. Even with twins. Good night, fella.
When I finally got to my car, started out of the valley and back toward Hollywood, it was better than 8 o'clock in the morning. And here and there as I drove, I saw people who I'd never heard of and who'd never heard of me, stumbling outside after their morning papers. And I got to wondering what they were going to think when they read about a girl who had killed both her twin sister in a nightclub and a flabby guy in a motel who wasn't much good. Oh, well, it was hard to say. And for myself, I was too tired to think. Or maybe I just didn't want to.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Career Man. Charles Conley was in great form. He knew as he spoke that his words were making an impression on the 20 important businessmen seated around the long oaken table in the conference room. And to Charles Conley, the impression was the thing he wanted to achieve. The speech itself only the means to the end.
It's ridiculous to blame our police forces for the current epidemic of traffic accidents. It's too big a job for any police force to control the number of cars on the road today. But reckless driving must stop. And that's why each and every one of us, as self-appointed citizen police, must cooperate in bringing to a halt the wave of lawlessness.
20 important men, Charles. 20 business leaders. And you're making the most of a heaven-sent opportunity to impress them. And when it's over, the applause tells you that the message struck home, right down to the last hypocritical word.
Thank you a lot. By George, Charles, you certainly told us. Thank you, Mr. Frazier. And I'm going to tell that boss of yours. He should have been here tonight. He ought to know what kind of a man he has in his organization. Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Frazier. Very kind.
Well, not at all. You deserve something for these ideas of yours. I'm going to talk to him tomorrow.
Sounds wonderful, Charles. I wish I could have been there.
Oh, I wish you could have been too, Sheila. I tell you, I've been waiting years for this moment. The biggest men in town were there.
Wonderful, Charles. But, dear, don't you think we should go home now? It's late.
Go home? In the middle of our celebration? We're going to have another drink.
No, I don't care.
Harry, you're neglecting us.
Be right there, Mr. Conley.
Please, Charles, you've had enough. Now, don't be foolish.
Oh, sweet little Sheila. Always worrying. It was the same when I got mixed up in that trial last year against Barney Cole. You thought I was foolish then, too.
I didn't want anything to happen to you, that's all. I wouldn't testify against anyone unless I was
Barney
very
Cole was no good, Sheila. He deserved what he got, and
Yes, I know, Charles. And you moved forward another step in your career.
Now, don't spoil it, Sheila. You should have been there tonight and heard my speech. Nothing can stop me now.
Oh, I wish you weren't counting on that promotion so much. I'd hate to see you disappointed.
Oh, not a chance. They liked me, Sheila. Everybody there. When it gets back to the company, I'm a cinch for a vice presidency.
But...
Yes, Mr. Conley?
Oh, 2 more of the same, Harry.
No, we're leaving.
Now, wait a minute.
The storm's much worse than it was, Mr. Conley, if you ask me.
Nobody's asking you. I know my capacity.
But, Charles, we've such a long drive.
Lots of cops out tonight, Mr. Conley.
What is this, a conspiracy? I said I wanted a drink. Mrs. Conley's in such a hurry, she can go home alone.
No. Bring him whatever he wants, Harry. I'll wait. Charles.
Sheila, let go of my arm. That was in the ditch.
Slow down, Charles, please.
We're not going fast.
Well, then be more careful. Oh, I wish you'd let me drive.
Not in this storm. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, we shouldn't have stayed so long. The storm is much worse.
Will you stop complaining? We're only about a half a mile to go.
Oh. But in all this rain... Charles, you've got to slow down. I can't Charles, look out.
What are you doing?
There's a man on the road. You're going to hit him.
I can't stop him. Look out!
But it's too late, isn't it, Charles? Too late for the man in front of your speeding car to jump clear. There's a helpless skidding sensation as the car lurches across the wet pavement, and then a sickening thud. A moment later, you're out of the car, racing back through the darkness.
Oh, I'm sorry, old man. I'm sorry. Here, let me help you. Are you hurry? Good Lord.
What is it, Charles? Is he... Oh.
He's dead, Sheila. There's nothing we can do for him.
Oh, Charles.
You'd better get back in the car.
But what are we going to do? You'll have to report it right away, and they'll know you've been drinking.
Get back in the car, Sheila.
If only you'd listen to me. Charles, what are you going to do?
They're not going to find him here, Sheila. Not tonight.
What? But you can't move him. You've got to report.
I'm not reporting anything. The police can make up their own story.
Charles!
Don't you realize what it would mean? My chances with the company? They'd be ruined.
But it was an accident.
Police will know I've been drinking. You said so yourself. Now go on, Sheila. Back to the car. I'll take care of this.
You'll only make it worse, Charles. If ever they find out.
They won't. Now go on. Do as I say, Sheila. We haven't all night.
Charles, All right. I'll wait in the car.
You watch uncertainly as Sheila turns, starts back through the rain to the car. Somehow you're not at all sure of her, are you, Charles? But you're sure of what you must do, and you turn and lift the limp form of the man you struck, carry it across a narrow, rain-filled ditch to a thick growth of bushes, ease it in behind them. If he's found here in a week or a few days, it won't matter, will it, Charles? Because they'll never connect it with tonight and you. Walking back to the car, you're thankful that it happened away out here in the country. You're thankful, too, that you're so close to home and that it's pouring rain. There'll be no telltale footprints or tire marks in the morning.
Charles.
Yes?
I'm afraid we're doing wrong, Charles.
Forget it, Sheila. It's all over.
I can still see him lying
Stop
there.
talking about it. No one else saw him. Just pretend it never happened, Sheila. That's the best way.
It's easy to say, isn't it, Charles, that it never happened. But it did happen. And you can't shut it out of your mind when you and Sheila reach home. You toss nervously in bed, reliving the accident over and over again in your mind, wondering if you'll get away with it. Wondering if Sheila is going to be a problem. She didn't say much, did she, Charles? You wish you could see if she's lying awake now, thinking the kind of thoughts that you're thinking. Wild, turbulent thoughts, like the storm that continues to rage all night long. At last, you drift into a deep sleep. When you awaken, the sun is shining, streaming in through the windows. The sky is brilliant and clear. The storm has passed. You dress hurriedly, go down to breakfast. You can hear Sheila moving about in the kitchen. Wait for what she's going to say.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, dear. Breakfast ready?
In a minute. Here, I'll pour you some coffee. Charles, in case you've been wondering about what stand I'm going to take, you know that I love you very much.
Well, of course I know.
So that's all there is to it, Charles. You needn't worry about anything. Not ever. I think my mind has been made up for a long time.
Sheila.
You don't understand. It's just that I had dreams once, Charles. About what we were going to do. Where we were going. Together.
And don't you worry about us. We're still going places.
Yes, Charles. Wherever you want us to go.
It isn't just me.
It's all right, dear, really. It's been all right for a long time, but I guess I only became aware of it last night.
You're not unhappy.
I'm your wife, Charles. I want to be with you and help you.
Oh, Sheila, you're wonderful. You know, I was nervous about you for a while.
You can forget it now.
I know. Well, let's have breakfast. Nothing like it. Well, company.
Charles, you don't suppose...
Nonsense. It's probably the mail carrier.
This is Sunday. There's no mail on Sunday.
Well, then, perhaps it's our good neighbor, Mr. Carson.
Charles, I'm afraid.
There's no need to be. Not since we understand one another. Just relax, dear. Go on now. See who it is.
Yes?
Mrs. Conley?
That's right.
Who? Who is it, darling?
Why, it's an officer, dear. A state highway patrolman.
With the prologue of Career Man, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, some facts for drivers about an item for which you spend about $100 a year, gasoline. To make sure you're choosing for your car the gasoline that's tops in quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. Mileage is the best yardstick of gasoline quality, and I'll tell you why. There's only one way any gasoline can put superior performance and extra driving pleasure into your car. And that's by helping your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you see proof of it on your speedometer in mileage, the very thing Signal gasoline is famous for. So there you have it. The reason we're so proud of Signal's good mileage, which has made Signal gasoline known from Canada to Mexico as the Go Farther gasoline. And the reason we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Charles, it seems like it's all over, doesn't it? You stand there, the state highway patrolman at your door, your mind groping for answers. How could he know so soon? How could he have found the body of the man you ran down last night in the storm? It doesn't seem possible, does it, Charles? And yet the patrolman is here, and you can't think of a single other reason that would bring him to your door.
I wonder if I could step inside, Mrs. Conley?
Yes, of course.
As Sheila lets him in, you can only think of one thing, Charles, your career, and how it's about to be destroyed. You'll never get that promotion now, will you? Your big speech last night on reckless driving, alongside the accusation that the patrolman is about to make, will sound like mockery.
Charles, this is...
Donovan, Sergeant Donovan.
The police? But what?
Oh, I didn't intend to alarm you folks. Just thought you and your wife could help us.
Help you?
Yes, there was an accident last night out on the highway. A man was run over and killed.
An accident? We didn't hear anything.
Well, with the storm and all, it's quite possible you didn't. Were you folks in all evening?
No, we weren't. I made a speech on safety at a conference in town. Mrs. Conley met me afterwards and we drove home.
I see. You didn't notice anything unusual? Pass anyone on the highway, perhaps?
No.
It was raining so hard, officer. Charles had to drive so slowly and carefully that...
Yes, I understand.
Did they identify the man?
Yes. His name was John Martin. You didn't know him, did you?
John Martin? No.
We thought he might have been visiting someone in the neighborhood. We're checking every place along the road.
I see.
Well, sorry to bother you folks.
Well, I'm sorry we can't help.
Thanks, Mr. Conley. Hope I don't have to stop by again.
Well, any time. It's, perfectly all right.
As suddenly as the state policeman came, he's gone, and a surge of relief sweeps over you. You sink down on the living room sofa, your knees weak from the strain of the officer's visit. And then a new thought hits you, his manner so casual and matter-of-fact. You wonder if he actually suspects and is trying to draw you out. You hurry to the front window.
What is it, Charles? What's the matter?
I don't like it, Sheila, the way that officer acted.
He seemed perfectly natural, dear. I thought...
Wait a minute. Yeah. Yes, he is stopping again. They're checking all the houses.
Charles, it's simply that it's on your mind. You've got to stop thinking about it.
Oh, you're right, dear. Thanks, Sheila. Thanks for standing by me. I just hope they won't be back. only 10 o'clock. Can't we go for a drive or something?
All right, Charles. I'll get my coat.
I can't stand being cooped up in this house any longer. Sheila!
What is it?
They're back. Look, another patrol car.
What does it mean?
I was right. They do suspect something. They're trying to break us down.
Charles, they wouldn't do that.
We can't admit anything, no matter what happens. Remember that, Sheila.
If you still want to go out, we could take the back road.
No, we'll keep the car in the garage. There might have been tire marks or something.
In all that rain.
I don't want to take a chance. Now, we got to stay here, Sheila. Act as if nothing is wrong. It's the only thing to do now.
Yes, Charles, it's the only thing to do. But it isn't easy, waiting, pacing the floor, going back and forth to the window, wondering, racking your brain for some other reason for those police cars. As the hours move by, the pressure begins to tell on you, on Sheila. You almost want to run outside, scream at them, ask them why they're there, what they're waiting for. As it begins to grow dark, it's Sheila who gives way first.
Charles, I can't stand it. We've got to talk to them.
No, Sheila, stop it.
It's like I told you last night. We should have gone to the police and told them it was an accident.
Be quiet, will you? Do you want them to hear us?
Charles.
Quiet. Oh, we're all unnerved, Sheila. It's only Frank Williams.
The hired man at the Carson place.
That's right. I'll let him in. Well, good evening, Frank.
Evening, Mr. Connolly.
Oh, come in, Frank. Don't stand outside.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Connolly. Oh, thank you. I will step in for a minute or two.
Was there something special you wanted, Frank?
Anything wrong at the Carsons?
Oh, no, Mrs. Connolly. Things are fine over there. All right if I sit down, I suppose.
Something on your mind?
Uh-huh. Turkeys, Mr. Connolly, turkeys. I lost one last night in the storm.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah, isn't it? Oh, well, no matter. I ran across something that'll make up for it.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Yes, Mr. Connolly. You know, you folks are well thought of out here. The Carsons think you're a fine neighbor.
That's nice to hear, Frank.
You should have heard how they praised you to the police. Suppose they dropped in on you?
Oh, the accident last night. Yeah, the police were here.
Certainly are a curious bunch, aren't they? I hate to let them go on wasting their time.
I don't understand.
All right, Mr. Conley, I'll make the picture clear for you, and I'll get right to the point. I dropped by to ask you for $5,000.
Charles, have you any idea what he means?
And, just what am I buying, Frank?
Well, let's say a turkey, Mr. Conley. The one that got away last night. It got hit on the road. But it wasn't the only thing that got hit.
You were?
Yeah. I was out there looking around at the time.
Charles!
Oh, poor Mr. Martin. You know, it's a shame.
It was an accident. Can you understand that?
Of course it was. Only you didn't leave it there.
I couldn't afford to.
Your position? Oh, certainly, Mr. Conley. That's what made me think that you'd understand my position, losing that turkey. I thought that we could be neighborly about the whole thing, you know, helpful to one another, you see. Mr. Carson will take the turkey out of my salary.
But this is blackmail. You can't get away with it.
If I can't, then Mr. Conley can't get away with hit-and-run driving.
Why, you...
Charles, don't.
Your telephone, Mr. Conley. You better answer it.
Oh, just be a minute.
I'll be right here, Mr. Conley.
Yes?
Hello, Charles. This is Ballinger. Are you all right?
What do you mean? Am I all right?
Well, I thought I'd better tip you off. It seems I was right about Barney Cole.
Cole?
Yes, that day at the trial, when he said he'd get you.
What are you talking about?
Well, they're keeping it out of the papers, but he broke out of jail. Suppose you've noticed the police around.
The police? Why? Well, yes, they've been passing up and down in front of the house all day.
Oh, good. You can be thankful, Charles. They're doing it to protect you.
What?
Well, they didn't want to alarm your wife, but I thought you'd feel better knowing about it.
Oh, yes. Thanks a lot. I do feel better.
You stand there for a moment after hanging up the phone, and then it hits you. It's perfect, isn't it, Charles? The police there to protect you. Barney Cole determined to kill you for sending him to jail. And only one man who knows the truth about your hit-and-run accident, Charles. One man who can ruin you forever. Rip the career you've struggled for out of your hands. The gun feels comfortable in your hands as you take it from the desk drawer. Start slowly back to the living room, running over the story you'll tell the police. The unguarded back road. Barney Cole approaching the house unseen in the darkness, bent only on vengeance. It all fits, doesn't it, Charles? And as you walk back into the room, the gun carefully concealed in one hand at your side, you know exactly what to do.
Frank.
Yes, Mr. Conley?
About that turkey.
Yes?
You said $5,000?
Well, seems a fair enough price to me.
And, if I decide not to buy?
Well, in that case, it's up to us public-spirited citizens to see that things like this are reported. We've all got to do our duty, you know.
Yes, I know. Only you're a little late, Frank. Look at the window.
The window? Well, I don't see it.
It's our only way out, Sheila. Now listen to me. We haven't much time.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, in place of the message about Signal gasoline usually heard at this point, Signal Oil Company has asked me to devote this time to a chat with you about the Community Chest Drive. Well, frankly, I'm sure there's very little that needs saying. Everyone benefits from the Community Chest. Almost 1 out of every 2 families directly, the rest of us indirectly through better community conditions. Community Chest services include clinics, hospitals, maternity homes, and day nurseries. Children's Aid, Boy and Girl Scouts, Campfire Girls, the YMCA and YWCA. Also, aid to the handicapped, Home for the Aged, the Salvation Army, countless other worthy institutions too numerous to mention here. And who pays for all these services? Everyone who is fortunate enough to have a penny or a dime or a dollar to spare for those who are less fortunate. And you know, there's a wonderful thing about money that you share in this way. Money you spend on yourself brings happiness to only one person. But money that you share with the needy brings happiness to so many, including yourself. And now back to the Whistler.
So a cold-blooded murder was the only way out, Charles. The decision was automatic. It was Williams or your career. And to you, of course, the answer was obvious. Yes, the nightmare that began less than 24 hours ago with a man named John Martin dead on the highway near your house is about to come to its climax in the next few minutes. You had the strength to kill, Charles. You know the same strength will stand by you now when you go out to face the officers. The unknown quantity, of course, is Sheila.
Charles, how could you? Why did you do it? Why did you
Get hold of yourself, Sheila.
Charles,
Now remember what I told you. Barney Cole, you understand? Barney Cole came up to this window here. Wait, I'll break it. You saw him clearly. He shot Williams through the window thinking it was I. You got that?
Yes, Charles, yes.
All right. Come on now. Here we go. Help! Help! Police! Here we are, officer. Oh, thank heaven you were out there. There he is, officer.
Yeah, he's dead, all right. Shot in the back. You say you
Sheila
saw...
saw him. I was just coming in from the kitchen.
Yes, I recognized him, officer. I tried to warn Mr. Williams, but it was too late. He raised his gun and fired. It was Barney Cole, the man.
Barney Cole?
He must have escaped from prison. I got a fair look at him, too, officer. I'd know him anywhere.
Are you sure?
Positive. I think he took off down the back road to the other highway.
I don't think he took off anywhere, Mr. Conley. You know, it's odd that you bring up Barney Cole. I was on my way here to give you the news.
What news?
We've been staked out here because we figured this is where Cole would head after his escape. Well, I just heard from the coroner we were wasting our time. Cole made one stop before he came here, Conley.
But he did come here.
After he'd murdered a man named John Martin and taken his clothes and identification papers.
Charles!
That's right. It was Barney Cole who was run down on the highway last night. Now suppose you two tell me who really killed Mr. Williams here.
Americans at Work. On the fighting fronts, America and the United Nations are on the march. Our gallant fighting men and the brave warriors of our allies are carrying the fight to the enemy. On the home front, too, come encouraging reports on the battle of production. An army of skilled workers, men and women, are working the clock around, turning out the implements of war that will erase the Axis. The four industrial concerns that have made tonight's program possible are proud to be able to do their full share. They invite you to listen now to the story of Americans at Work.
On the street, in the home, in a crowd or alone, just wherever you may be. I am an American. I am from the heart of me. Rich or poor, young and old, let this message be told, just wherever you may be. I am an American. I'm proud of my liberty. In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill, raise your voice and give America a thrill. On the farms, in the schools, show the world we're no fools, just wherever you may be. I am an American.
So am I. I'm an American. Me too. And the great transition that has taken place in American industry from civilian to military production, the Chicago area has shown wide aptitude in producing the multitude of war materiel needed for victory. This means a great deal more than planes, tanks, and guns. For all these, machines of war must be protected against deterioration. And V.J. Dolan and Company are proud to play a conspicuous part in supplying great quantities of lacquers, synthetics, and industrial finishes. Their output also finds its way and plays an important part in camouflage, wood preservation, rust prevention, and for identification and numerous other uses. Another record of which the Americans at Work at V.J. Dolan and Company are justly proud is their 100% participation in the Treasury's Department's payroll savings plan. They suggest that you buy bonds to help remove the blemish of the Axis from the face of the earth.
They started something, but we're gonna end it right in their own backyard. We're proud of our country and proud to defend it, so Yankee Doodle hit 'em hard. Put our shoulders to the wheel, the whole darn world will get a brand new deal. Oh, they started something, but we're gonna end it right in their own backyard.
America's war plans are avoiding the mistakes of World War I when widespread sabotage existed due in great part to lack of employee identification. The National Photo Identity Corporation deserves great commendation for their outstanding work in producing tamper-proof cards and badges for workers. Their exclusive dual-principal portable camera, in use in hundreds of leading war industries, offers exact, complete, positive identification of all your employees. It photographs the person and all identifying materials, including his name and signature, physical description, and birth date, fingerprints, and official company signature. Manufacturers and other executives and plant managers who have an employee identification problem are invited to contact National Photo Identity Corporation, 600 South Michigan Avenue, Chicago, or telephone Wabash 7830. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is our distinct pleasure to present our guest speaker of the evening, Mr. Carl E. Payne, sales manager of Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation. Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Norm. Do the thing. Power to him who power exerts, and so it is today with all red-blooded Americans. We want victory, and to attain that victory, you and I, whether we be numbered among the workers in defense industries, civilian service spheres, or mere salvagers of scrap metal, adult or child, surely are exerting every power within ourselves to attain that ideal. The Hedstrom slogan, victory is everyone's job, and only by doing our work unselfishly, zealously holding to the highest standards of skill and workmanship, regardless of the many sacrifices we are called upon to make, can you and I assist our democracy in the ultimate victory before us. That will bring better understanding, happier and safer living conditions for all peoples throughout the world. Yes, whatever our vocation today, whether in the armed forces, administrative bureaus of government affairs, or the highly mechanized branches of industry, we are all soldiers together, fighting in our respective jobs for the greatest victory this world has ever witnessed, the victory of mutual friendship and understanding among all nations and people, and for the abolishment of wars and the establishment of a lasting peace on earth. Do the thing. That is the slogan adopted by the personnel throughout the 5 defense plants of the Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation, whose motto is work with one another, because that is the policy that gets things done. The battlefront you and I are confronting with today is vast in its scope, and in addition to being a faithful and loyal worker, the patriotic way in which you can do more for your country is to buy war bonds to the limit of your financial ability. I am happy to go on record that every employee of the Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation is a purchaser of war bonds. Doing the important and necessary things now will result in an earlier victory for America and ourselves. Thank you.
And on the sea and in the air, we've got to be there. We've got to be there. America is sounding her alarms. We've got to have arms. We've got to have arms. Arms for the love of America. They speak in a foreign land with weapons in every hand. Whatever they try, they've got to reply in language that they understand. Arms for the love of America. And for the love of every mother's son who's depending on the work that must be done by the
Under the American flag that symbolizes all we are fighting for, another banner now proudly flies from the masthead at Belmont Radio Corporation. It is a banner that symbolizes the precision workmanship and energetic devotion to duty of the loyal Americans at work in this great plant. For this high achievement in the production of communications equipment, Belmont has been awarded the privilege of flying the famous Army and Navy E flag. Every man and woman at Belmont Radio Corporation is justly proud of the personal part that he or she has played in earning this distinction. To our armed forces and to all now working for victory, all join in saying, we're giving our best in every way. We've won the flag and we'll keep it flying.
I saw a peaceful old valley with a carpet of corn for a floor, and I heard a voice within me whisper, this is worth fighting for. I saw a little old cabin and the river that flowed by the door, and I heard a voice within me whisper, this is worth fighting for. Didn't I build that cabin? Didn't I plant that corn? Didn't my folks before me fight for this country before I was born? I gathered my loved ones around me, and I gazed at each face I adore. Then I heard a voice within me whisper, this is worth fighting for.
Today we're truly a united nation, and tonight we're paying tribute to the wizardry of technicians, engineers, researchmen, skilled craftsmen, and ordinary workers as they stand shoulder to shoulder, working in the common cause of victory. Occupying a prominent position in the field of metal castings, patterns, precision instruments, and many other essential production needs is the Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation. Their men and machines are at their intricate tasks day and night to help assure our fighting men the finest war implements in the world. The men in management at Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation are certain of victory and are equally certain that out of the chaos that is war will come technological improvements which will mean a richer and happier life for all of us in the years to come.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairie, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
The four industrial concerns that have made tonight's program possible close the broadcast with this solemn pledge. Employer and employee alike, living and working in constructive accord, resolve to maintain their faith in the American way under which this nation has prospered, and pledge themselves to preserve by united effort our heritage of security, liberty, and justice. Be sure to listen again next Wednesday night at this same time for another Americans at Work program. This is WCFL, the Voice of Labor, Chicago.
What kind of federal housing program do we want? Or do we want any? Should Congress adopt an effective housing program? That is the question. This is America United, the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Host today is the American Federation of Labor, represented here by Peter Henley. Our other guests, Representative Andrew B. Miller, Democrat of Wisconsin, Lloyd Halverson of the National Grange, and Jack Carter of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Our moderator is David Brinkley, NBC Washington commentator. Mr. Brinkley.
By the government's figures, the housing picture in the United States is almost as bad now as it has ever been. The government says about 6 million of our existing homes are below the minimum standards of health and decency. Somewhere around 3 million married couples are without homes of their own and are forced to live doubled up with others, in-laws and otherwise. So, conclude the government's housing experts, we need to build or modernize about 1.5 million homes each year from now until 1960. President Truman promised a government housing program in his campaign. This week, a Senate committee approved one, and it's now waiting for action in the Senate and later in the House. It calls for slightly more than 800,000 public housing units to be built in the next 6 years. It also calls for slum clearance and some other things. Our question today, then, is, should Congress adopt an effective housing program? We have 4 experts at our roundtable today, and I will start our discussion by asking each of them in turn for a brief answer to the day's question, should the Congress adopt an effective housing program? First, Representative B. Miller.
There is no doubt in my mind that Congress should adopt a strong housing program, including public housing for lower-income groups and stimulation of building of rental and home units for middle-income groups. Certainly in the last few years, the builders have not gotten off the ground in solving these problems.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Halverson, the National Grange.
In a study made by the United States Department of Agriculture several years ago, the conclusion was reached that 2/3 of the nation's farm families were ill-housed, and furthermore, it was found that nearly half of the inadequate houses were beyond repair. While the Grange does not look to the government to provide adequate housing for all these farm families who are ill-housed, we believe that if we can keep our price system and economy operating so that a farmer gets a full day's pay for a full day's work, then most of our farm families will be able to improve their own housing with their own income and with existing sources of credit. However, we do recognize that some farmers will need the type of assistance provided in the housing bill as reported out by the Senate committee in order to have safe and decent housing. But we want to emphasize individuals' responsibility to work hard and efficiently and to spend his income wisely so as to provide his own housing without government subsidy.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Jack Carter of the Veterans of Foreign Wars.
There can be little doubt of the housing shortage. If we accept the fact that there is a shortage, the question arises as to what we can do or should do about it. The VFW feels that we must make a 3-pronged attack on the housing program. 1, we must induce private industry to build as many houses as it can. 2, we must assist consumers and consumer groups by arranging financing at low interest rates with longer periods of amortization. 3, we must provide government assistance in the form of public housing for the low-income groups which cannot pay an economic rent. By all means, I think that the government should have a strong housing program.
Thank you. And now Mr. Henley of the American Federation of Labor.
Our answer is emphatically yes, that the government must provide an effective housing program. So far as pending legislation is concerned, our views are that a housing program consists of 3 parts. First, a public housing program to take care of the housing needs of the lowest income families. Second, a housing program for the middle income families, so that the 40% of the nation's families with incomes between $2,000 and $4,000 can find livable, decent housing quarters. And 3, a continued effective rent control program until we have licked the housing shortage.
Thank you, Mr. Henley. Before we go any further, it might be a good idea if somebody explained to us just what this new housing bill is, what the essentials of it are. Mr. Henley, can you do that for us? What would it do if it were passed?
Well, the housing bill, which has been approved by the Senate Banking and Currency Committee, provides, first of all, for a public housing program of building 810,000 units over the next 6 years. That will enable us to make a real start towards providing decent housing for our lowest income families. Secondly, it provides for a program of slum clearance and urban redevelopment, the development of adequate community and housing projects on vacant land so that we can make a start towards clearing away the slums of our country.
Don't forget,
Mr. Halverson?
There's a section in there on rural farm housing, too. That's an important section, too.
What does that contain?
Well, there are loans to farmers who can't get the loans otherwise. There's a provision for subsidy to farmers who are on an inadequate farm and couldn't pay the going rate of interest and the principal on a loan at the present. And there's also a grant to those on farms that never will be adequate, but people living there and need some improvement.
Mr. Halverson, I'd like to ask you, is there any provision for the farm workers in the bill? The AFL is very much interested in what's going to happen to housing for the people who work on the farms, but who do not own their own farms.
Well, I think that is covered in the bill. A farm owner can get a loan to improve the quarters for his hired worker, or if he has a sharecropper, to improve that type of that house, and same way for a tenant. It's broad enough to do that. I'd like to raise another question. When we talk about effective housing program, it seems to me the most effective type of housing program we could have would be to reduce the cost of houses. I'm wondering as to whether or not all this public housing will just boom the cost more, and first thing everybody will be caught with a millstone of debt around his neck.
Who has an opinion about that? Will it cause an upward trend in housing prices?
Well, at the present time, the superinflation that has been the post-war period has brought on housing prices has started to sag a bit. I don't see any reason why the housing program is going to increase those costs. As a matter of fact, it seems to me it will point out to the builders of the country that they cannot expect to build $10,000 homes for $20,000 and sell them.
Mr. Carter?
You might also add, Pete, that there is a cost limitation written into the bill. I believe it's something like $1,750 per room. And on top of that, I think you've got to consider that if the government is building private houses, the government is building houses for the public to be subsidized and so on, then the government cannot afford by any means to build a cheap house. It's got to build something that will stand for 50 or 60 years. Otherwise, it may just as well forget about public housing. If it builds a cheap, temporary public housing project, it's going to lose money.
I didn't make my question clear. What I have in mind is the fact that if the government goes in the market and competes for cast iron soil pipe and lumber and brick and cinder block and labor and all those things, it'll probably increase the cost on them even further. Why not, this is a question I would like to raise, when there's a big demand for all this housing material, why should the government come in there and bid for more of it? There's a certain amount that's produced. The government comes in there and bids for more and more. The price goes up, but will there be any more houses? If we're building houses on full scale, why not let it just go on? Why not wait for this public housing until there's a depression? Before we get into depression, when things start to slacken off, that's the time to come into a project like this.
It seems to me that the answer to your question is stated in your last remarks. We do not have a sufficient building program at the present time for houses, and there is no housing being built for the lower income groups. These so-called economy houses that the builders talk about these days, incidentally, I might add they talk more than they build them, but the few that they do build are such rat trap affairs that no self-respecting person would want to live in them after some 5 or 6 years of occupancy.
I'd like to raise I'm not taking this position, but I'd like to raise this question. When a builder builds a new house, a $20,000 house, that person who moves into that house is most likely moving out of some other living quarter. And isn't that the way we ought to have it? The person who can pay for a house get the new house, and the person who can't move into the used houses. Isn't that the proper way?
Mr.
I'm just raising that question.
I'd like to go back to your original statement about the fact that the government going into the housing business will jack up prices. Now, it seems to me that your theory is all wrong on that. Take, for example, during the war, when we had a shortage of guns and tanks and ships and so on, the government had to actually go into the tank building business. It subsidized a lot of industries in order to get them going. It still subsidizes the airplane industry. Now, if we're going to sit back and say we have a problem, and to admit we have a problem, and then we refuse to get the government into the picture simply because it will bid up prices, I think we're aiming at the wrong target. We've got to
there's the question.
We've got to produce more raw materials. If we're short of raw materials, let's produce raw materials.
Yes, but everybody is employed. Where are you going to get the extra people from? We're using all the copper and all the steel we can possibly produce, and those can't be increased overnight. And during the war, we had allocations and we had price control. Now the situation is different.
Well, aren't you forgetting that unemployment has started to rise, and we've started to develop very serious cases of unemployment, particularly in such industries as textiles and railroads. The Building Trades Department of the American Federation of Labor has recently made a rather complete check of its locals and departments throughout the country, and we feel from our point of view that there definitely is enough manpower available to build 1.5 million dwelling units for America during the next 10 years.
It seems to me that cost ought to come down. Somebody has said, and I don't know whether I agree with it fully, but that if we would, instead of trying to build up to our absolute capacity and keep on booming prices up, it'd be better to probably let the cost come down a little bit before we go ahead with these type of programs. The bricklayers, I believe, are getting $3 an hour. That sounds pretty high. No wonder people are paying $20,000 for a house that before the war cost probably only $8,000.
Well, the bricklayer's rate may sound high to you, but let's not forget that although the hourly rate may sound high, the actual employment in terms of days and weeks of the year that bricklayer puts in are relatively few. Don't forget that he's kept by shortage of by weather conditions and other shortages, lack of proper materials at the right time to work. That because of those reasons, he works only about 35 or 40 weeks in the year. His average income is no greater than the average factory worker. And I might add, in connection, while we're talking about wages and prices, that while the cost of living has gone up about 75% since before the war, the wages, union scales in the building industry have gone up only about 50 or 60%, while the prices of building materials, lumber particularly, have skyrocketed. Lumber is over 3 times as high as it was before the war.
Well, we don't have any spokesman for the building or the real estate industries here today, so I'll ask a couple of questions they probably would ask if they were here. One is not this government housing program socialistic?
Well,
Mr. B. Miller?
Seems to me that's an old chestnut that's been thrown around so long that by now the American people pay very little attention to it anymore. After all, Senator Taft has been one of the foremost exponents of public housing in this country in recent years. Certainly nobody in their right mind, except a few of the more stupid lobbyists for the builders, would dream of calling Senator Taft a socialist. Secondly, there's an angle on that I did want to bring out. I think some people have a mistaken concept that the federal government will build and manage all of these housing units, the 810,000 or whatever number is finally agreed upon. I think it should be made clear that the city housing authorities or some other municipal unit is the body that will manage these institutions and build them. The federal government will advance certain sums toward that end. My own city, for example, already has plans laid to come before the federal government to get $11 million for building 1,750 units. But the management of those units will remain with the people of the city of Milwaukee or whatever city happens to be concerned with that particular project.
Will the federal government take a financial loss on this?
And in effect to tie labor's hands in the time of a strike.
Well, I certainly would be willing to discuss with Senator Douglas amendments to that so that it doesn't cover peaceful picketing. And I quite realize the problem that arises. As a general principle, however, I don't think it can be denied that just as the Wagner Act says that an employer can't coerce a man to keep out of a union, so the union ought not to be able to coerce him, send people around in front of his house and threaten his family, for instance, to force him to come into a union. Now, in principle, that's so. I realize the practical difficulties that Senator Douglas brings up regarding the possibility of permitting that to be the subject of an injunction that perhaps goes further than it should go. And I'm quite willing to discuss in the committee with him and others the question of so modifying it that can't come
You'll
about.
come around to the Truman-Thomas bill, Senator Taft, in time.
Well, I'm open-minded. I'm willing. I think there have been some good points made in the general discussion, and I myself would propose quite a few amendments to Taft-Hartley law, but I don't think any of them affect its basic principles.
Well, as a matter of fact, what Senator Douglas says about local control, experience has shown that local peace officers have quite a job controlling the what goes on, particularly in small towns with big plants. But I think, gentlemen, we ought to proceed to the next question. These national emergency strikes and utility strikes affecting commerce, I think they pose one of the most difficult problems we have. The most serious example, perhaps, is the railroad strike. While the Railway Labor Act is supposed to take care of this, even its procedures broke down in 1947. And then the government had to seize the railroads under that old World War I statute, which practically everybody had forgotten was on the books. And Lewis and his coal miners can cause a similar crisis. The Taft-Hartley Act provides an 80-day injunction, but many experts believe that this just puts off the evil day, after which, of course, the unions may strike anyway. And they say that the bargaining climate during the period of an injunction is absolute zero, because the union people are so mad with the injunction.
Well, I think that's correct. I'd like to point out that the Taft-Hartley law merely provides for a cooling off period of 80 days. After those 80 days have expired, there's no provision in the Taft-Hartley law to ensure continuous production. Our bill provides for a 30-day cooling period. Perhaps we could extend that. The only difference between our bill and the Taft-Hartley law on this point is this: for the private profit of employers, we do not provide for injunctions, but we provide for boards of inquiry which can make recommendations which were forbidden under the Taft-Hartley law. And as a matter of fact, the Railway Labor Act, to which you have referred, has always been able to get a cooling off period, but it does not provide for injunctions. And if everything else fails, the president has his emergency powers to enable the country to go forward and to prevent great and serious threats to national life and safety.
Well, Mr. Gregory, I utterly deny that the president has any power to seize other people's property or to make people work or to get an injunction if he hasn't got statutory power to do it. I don't think that power exists. I wholly deny Mr. Clark's position, and I think it would be a serious threat to the wisdom, to the safety and liberty of the people of this country if there were any such power. Because what is an emergency? It would be whatever the president said was an emergency. And in these days, anything is considered an emergency. I think it would be a most dangerous policy to adopt. Now, as far as the injunction is concerned, I agree with Senator Douglas. It's a very difficult problem. He and I think, both agree that we don't want to give that power of injunction as a matter of course to permanently stop a strike, because it would require some kind of government wage fixing or compulsory arbitration, which would come in the end to wage fixing and then to price fixing, to which I'm opposed. But I do believe that I think that there is some good in having a temporary injunction. When the parties say we're going to strike tomorrow or we're going to close down tomorrow, I think you ought to be able to get the employer and the employee into court and say to them, what about this? Can't you fellas continue for 30 days until this thing, or 60 days, whatever it may be, until this thing can be settled?
Apparently you don't agree with Secretary Tobin that this thing could be dealt with as a matter of public opinion, that the people would obey the request of the president.
Well, in the long run, public opinion's a great force, and I would hope that ultimately, after delay and effort to settle it, that public opinion would force a settlement. If not, my remedy, and the only ultimate remedy, I think, is a special act by Congress giving extraordinary powers for the particular emergency. I doubt if we're ever going to reach that point.
But Congress may not be in session at that time.
Congress can meet in 24 hours today.
And great presidents in the past have always been able to deal with emergencies. Mr. Lincoln freed the slaves under his powers as commander-in-chief of the Army, and Theodore Roosevelt did a great many things as the chief executive. Country will not go to its knees. The president will always protect the health and safety of the United States.
Well, the president didn't do it when the railroads and coal people struck 3 years ago. He called Congress. He went to Congress for an act, which was the right thing. The kind of act he asked for wasn't much of an act, but it seems to me that must be the ultimate recourse in a constitutional form of government.
Now, Senator Taft, there's been a good deal said in the papers about the closed shop, and I wanted to ask you something about that. You know, of course, that there are 3 industries in this country where the closed shop has been traditional, long before the Taft-Hartley or Wagner Acts were heard of. They're the printing industry, the maritime industry, and the building trades. Now, all of the employment customs, or most of them in these industries, were built up around the closed shop. And the unions representing these many thousands of workers involved in these industries hate to change their ways. Now, union membership also has long been the hallmark of competency, and let's say the key to a new job, as well as the best way to protect the standards of the craft.
Mr. Gregory, if you had the closed shop in 1 or 2 industries, it probably wouldn't have a general effect, but if we gradually extend this closed shop as it will be extended, if we authorize and permit it, we'll come to a point where a man can't get a job in this country just on his competence. He's got to please some labor union leader. I think the closed shop is un-American. I agree that the difficulty of changing these habits is great, and I certainly am willing to consider any proposals by which it can be worked out. I think, though, that what we've done, permitting a union shop, but permitting a man to work as long as he's willing to join the union, is a proper solution. In the case of these particular industries, there might be some special provision by which perhaps we would prohibit the closed shop, but we would in some way permit a regulated form of hiring hall.
But I'd like to point out that the closed shop is forbidden under the Taft-Hartley law, even though the workers want it and the employers are willing to accord it. And this has led to strikes in the Chicago printing trades. It's disrupted a long and happy relationship there, and that furthermore, in the union shop, Taft-Hartley law only permits a union to ask for the union shop after it has won an election. And in that election, all those who are absent are counted as voting no, even though, if present, they would have voted yes. That is, the union must get not a majority of the votes cast, but a majority of all those eligible to vote. And this has crippled the union, has cumbered the election machinery of the board, is totally unnecessary and unfair.
But what are we doing here? We're protecting the minority. Supposing 2/3 of the men want to close shop. What about the 1/3 that don't want to join a union? Haven't they got some constitutional rights?
I wanted to ask you, Senator Douglas, now, for instance, we all know that you are a great champion of the open union with a closed shop. That you believe in the admission for all and no arbitrary cancellations of membership.
That's right.
How would you fulfill this ideal under the administration's proposed bill? For instance, how would you protect an employee in his job if he disagreed with the union on, let's say, internal policy of some sort, political maybe, and was dropped from membership?
Well, speaking purely for myself, I will say that I believe that if you have a closed shop, you must have an open union, and that unions should not charge excessive initiation fees. The problem of dropping men from membership and the review of their dismissal is a very grave problem of the relationship of individuals within voluntary groups. It presents itself within cooperative groups, within religious groups, and others, and I think that that whole problem could be properly a matter for study by a future nonpartisan commission which can report.
Now, may I suggest that seems to me very extraordinary. Here we have a good provision protecting men, and Senator Douglas proposed that we repeal it and take a couple of years or so in trying to protect them again. If they're entitled to protection, they're entitled to protection now. We ought to make the amendment now. He ought to offer his amendments to the Truman Bill, and I certainly would be glad to consider them.
Well, there are so many items left that we could discuss here. Now, I'll have to pick and choose at will. I myself, for instance, have always been upset by the administrative difficulties which the Taft-Hartley Act placed in the way of union recourse to the Act's facilities, and I think one of the most unfortunate was this anti-communist oath. Of course, I have other counts against that too, but on that count alone, I think I would be willing to eliminate it because it does stand in the way of union recourse to the board's facilities. I suppose you gentlemen really both agree with me on that.
Well, I do not oppose the principle of a non-communist oath, provided the employer has to take it as well as the workman, which at present he doesn't have to do, provided that that he has also to swear that he's not a fascist as well as not being a communist, and that any penalty for a false statement or a failure to make a statement should lie against the individual, should not be a penalty against the organization.
Well, I'm glad to see that Senator Douglas has another amendment to the Truman Bill, and I hope he offers it in the committee.
Would you gentlemen care to summarize your views at this point? Because after all, we're on the eve, or maybe on the eve, of a new Labor Act. And I think you might have something to close with.
Well, Mr. Gregory, my feeling is this. The Taft-Hartley Act has many provisions. It's had many other good provisions that we haven't talked about tonight. An independent mediation agency, which has been most successful. Prohibition of strikes by government employees, many other things which are completely repealed by this law. I think we have succeeded now in these hearings in getting Congress back to consider the merits of each of these individual proposals. I feel convinced that if that is done, that on those merits, Congress will retain the essential features of the Taft-Hartley law, and they will only amend those things which ought to be amended on their merits.
Well, I think that we should return to the principles of the Wagner Act and to the spirit of that act, to get the parties together in free collective bargaining around the table, to hammer out their differences, to adjust disputes which arise concerning the interpretation of existing contracts, which is a big feature of the Truman-Thomas bill and which was not included in the Taft-Hartley bill, to outlaw jurisdictional disputes, and to build a sound, healthy climate in which both parties can go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen. You've been listening to the University of Chicago Roundtable discuss what should be the new labor legislation, with Robert A. Taft, Republican Senator from Ohio, Paul H. Douglas, Democratic Senator from Illinois, and Charles Gregory of the Law School of the University of Chicago. This week's roundtable pamphlet includes the full text of today's discussion, reading lists, special charts and illustrations, and questions for analysis and discussion. You will want to receive this pamphlet and to study the supplementary materials on problems of labor policy. Because of the quantity of additional features in the pamphlet, please allow 2.5 weeks for printing and mailing. Be sure to write for your copy and send 10 cents in coin with your order to the University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois. For $3, you may subscribe to the pamphlet for a full year and receive 52 weekly issues. I'll repeat the address. The University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois. And now a special announcement.
Do you know about the new University of Chicago Roundtable Home Study courses? Many Americans are learning more about world politics and economics in the modern world through this home study presentation of NBC's University of the Air. These courses provide a library of political and economic materials so that these studies may be completed in your own home. Write your local station or the University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois, and ask for the leaflet describing the courses on world politics and economics in the modern world. These courses are open to all, and you may begin at any time.
Today's roundtable originated in Washington, D.C. Your announcer is Jack Roney. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette with Thomas L. Thomas, young Metropolitan Opera baritone. The Beauty Box Orchestra, directed by Al Goodman, and the Palmolive Chorus, presented every Wednesday night by the makers of Palmolive, the beauty soap made with olive oil. Tonight, the musical love story of a girl whose beauty captured the heart of an enemy officer. The Lady in Ermine, starring Jessica Dragonette.
When hearts are young, when souls are strong, a song unsung. Good evening, my friends, and welcome to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater. Oh, I'm glad you've chosen for tonight that musical romance of love and war, The Lady in Ermine. And we're especially proud to present this delightful music because our own Al Goodman is one of the composers. And now, dear friends, I'm sorry to have to tell you that Charles Kuhlman will be unable to sing tonight because of illness. We wish him speedy recovery and hope he'll be back with us again next week. Tonight, Thomas L. Thomas will sing with me, and Jean Paul King will tell the story of The Lady in Ermine.
It is the year 1870. Northern Italy has been taken by Austria, and Austrian soldiers march over the countryside hunting down rebellious Italian patriots. The scene is a castle on the plains of Lombardy. Within, the lovely young Countess Mariana and her brother Adrian, a leader among the Italian rebels, listen to the Italian workers singing in the sunshine. Our people don't seem to know there's a war, says Mariana. And sometimes I wish we could forget it too, Adrian.
seems afar, we feel it true. It's all yours, and you for you. Saying, take me.
Adrian is troubled. He's been summoned by the rebel leaders to Milan, and Mariana insists he go at once. There's danger near, says Mariana. I know it. Remember the old legend of the lady in ermine whose portrait hangs there on the wall? How her spirit walks in times of danger? Oh, that old wives' tale, scoffs Adrian. She walked last night, says Mariana. I was standing there beneath her portrait when she stepped down out of the picture.
Shivering with fright, I saw her walk last night, as she has done for many a year. In ermine so white at dead of the night, warning us that danger's near. Beautiful her face, remarkable her grace, as through the house she silently goes. Clasped in her hand a red, red rose, deepest concern her money shows. Such foolish thoughts prevail in many foolish old wives' tales. I believe it, yes, so I do. Under the name they call her by two. The lady in ermine, the lady in ermine, beautiful shadow and tragedy. She comforts our anxious heart, and we should determine her comfort is right. We should hearken in the dead of night. The lady in ermine has warned me.
I'd better go, exclaims Adrian. But first, let me warn you against the notorious Austrian leader, Colonel Belabar. He's utterly unscrupulous, and knowing your great beauty, has sworn to add you to his list of conquests. He'll stop at nothing to make good his boast. There's danger for all in these times, returns Mariana. Go, Adrian, before it's too late. Goodbye, and good luck.
We must part, and you go far away. Though dark sea or heart, keep us might in your heart, and live on and wherever you go, keep faith in our star, and hey, beautiful, honest voice bids you call. Kiss me goodbye, yes, answer I know. Oh, my dear brother, God be with you and bring you back home safe again. Heaven guard you from harm.
No sooner is Adrian out of the door than a regiment of Austrian troops marches around the bend in the road toward the castle, singing as it comes. At the head is the notorious Colonel Bolivar himself, and as they enter the estate, he rides recklessly in and out among the men in a spectacular display of horsemanship. It is the Colonel's boast that he can break the will of any horse or any woman, and so far he's been successful. The soldiers assemble around the chateau.
This gleaming blade of mine brings victory to land.
Colonel Bolivar leaps from his horse and strides into the castle in search of the rebel Count Adrian Beltrame. But Mariana tells him she is alone. Alone, sneers the colonel. A pretty woman like you? Why, you're a liar. All women are liars. And then, in face of Mariana's quick indignation, but you're beautiful. I'll be back tonight, and I shall expect food and wine for me and my fellow officers. When they've seen how lovely you are, I'll throw them out. But my beloved country calls. Duty before pleasure. Eh, Countess?
I hear you calling land o' mine. Land o' mine. Through the fight your banner looks on high. Land o' mine. Men are falling, land o' mine. Calling you to I love you, dear old land of mine. I've proved it by this hand of mine. To you I give this yoke of mine, this heart and soul and true of mine. Weep not, beloved maid of mine. Kneel down and watch it right, and help this gleaming blade of mine bring victory to land of mine. I love you, dear old land of mine. I prove it by the hand of mine. To you I give this youth of mine, this heart and soul and true of mine. Weep not, beloved maid of mine. Kneel down and watch him cry, and help this gleaming blade of mine bring victory to land.
So Colonel Bolivar is coming back tonight. Is Mariana a match for the domineering young officer? In just a moment, we shall return with the second act of The Lady in Ermine. Now, ladies, I'm going to present a charming friend of mine you've probably already met. She's on the air with her friend every weekday afternoon over this same station in a rapid-fire adventure story about Hollywood, sponsored by Super Suds in the red box for washing dishes and concentrated Super Suds in the blue box for washing clothes. Now, have you guessed? That's right. It's Mert of Mert and Marge. Marge couldn't be with us tonight, but here is Mert.
Thank you, Jean. You know, ladies, I've heard Jean Paul King talking to you about Palmolive. You know, the soap made with olive oil. Telling you what marvelous things Palmolive will do for your complexion. But we haven't said a darn word about what Palmolive has already done for my skin. Take a good look at it now. So I decided to come out and speak for myself.
And you're very, very welcome, Mert. So Palmolive's your friend, too?
You bet. I swear by Palmolive for my skin, and Margie says Palmolive's her choice, too. I know because only the other day she said, Myrtle, have you noticed how dry my skin is becoming? I said, well, so what, Margie? She says, well, I think I'll start using Palmolive soap to help soften it and keep it smooth.
Thanks a lot, Mert. And will you thank Marge for us, too? And now, ladies, are you using Palmolive soap? You see, Palmolive is a true beauty soap made with that finest of all beauty ingredients, olive oil. That's why Palmolive's rich, creamy lather is different from that of any other soap. That's why Palmolive's lather cleanses your skin so gently and so thoroughly, helps to make your complexion softer, more youthful, more alluring. So won't you try Palmolive? At the end of this program, I'll tell you about a wonderful new free gift for you and the children. And now we return to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater with our lovely star Jessica Dragonette and Thomas L. Thomas, Metropolitan Opera baritone, in The Lady in Ermine. In order to keep Colonel Belivar and his men occupied until her brother Adrian has reached safety, Mariana is their hostess at a gay banquet where food is plenty and wine flows free. She sits at the head with a persistent colonel beside her, and pretending high spirits urges the men to drink their fill.
Fill up the glass and give me your pledge. Till the bubble be sing. Yes, you conquer you in spirit. In wine there's truth, let's hear it. Fill up the glass, the night sweetly ends. Oh, wine and young hearts are both divine. Passion away. And my soul tranquil with wine.
Come men, a toast to the most beautiful of women, the Countess Mariana.
Wine is the giver of gladness, a draught of nectar divine, as maker of mirth and of madness, there's naught on the earth like wine. Wine is the giver of gladness, a long draught of nectar divine, as maker of mirth and of madness, there's naught on the earth like wine. I love you, dear land of mine. I'm moved by the hand of mine to you. I give this youth of mine, this heart and soul and truth of mine. Weep not, beloved maid of mine, feel down and what is right, and have this gleaming blade of mine, sing victory to land of.
Fill up the glass, for night quickly ends. Old wine and young hearts are both divine. Passion away, and my soul transcends with wine.
Belivar leans close to Mariana. His lips touch her hair. I cannot live without you, he murmurs. You're far lovelier than anyone I ever knew. Why, even your portrait cannot do you justice. But that's not my portrait, interrupts Mariana. She's my ancestress, the Lady in Ermine. Long ago, this castle was captured by a cruel, dissolute captain who imprisoned the former count and left him to die. The countess begged for her husband's life, and the cruel captain granted it on condition she come to him that night. She agreed and kept her promise, and was so touched was he by her beauty and purity of mind, he let her go. Belivar smiles. Well, had I been that captain, says he, the story might have ended differently.
Sometimes you may say no. Sometimes you may say yes. Or whispering low with your cheeks all aglow, you leave a poor man to guess.
and burning to make you my own. You shall be mine, mine alone. So closely I'll hold you, my arms shall fold you. You'll find that will never be so.
Mariana, I'm mad about you. And you love me. I can see it in your eyes.
Please let go of me.
You're not fooling me. No more than you did about your brother.
My brother? What do you mean?
He was captured this afternoon and will be shot tomorrow.
Oh, no, you can't kill my brother.
You can save him, Mariana. He'll go free if you come to my arms tonight, as did your ancestors, the lady in ermine, to the captain in the story.
No, never.
Think it over. I shall be waiting your answer.
Mariana, Mariana, I'm yearning and burning to make you my own. You shall be mine, mine alone. So close me, will hold me, your arms now enfold me, and
After the banquet, Balabar sits alone before the fireplace, waiting for Mariana. Filling his glass, he raises it to the portrait of the lady in ermine and drinks the toast. Then his head nods and he falls asleep by the fire. In his dream, the lady in ermine appears.
Though they're gone and I am here, though we're alone, I have no fear.
My very own, I love you so.
That cannot be, for so it seems to know this soul to be in the dream.
Then dream with me and never go.
It's understood that you'll be longer here. This is a chance we mustn't see. It's the one you ought to see.
There's no one near.
It cannot be.
The coast is clear.
I don't agree.
Have pity, dear.
Now let us see as you will see. I pray you.
Why, dear, let us chance slip by, dear. Though you beg me to fly, dear, I'll not go.
Must I go on my dear, you must go.
Now, you are cruel, I vow. Dear, what I crave you'll allow, dear.
But suppose I say no.
Oh, dear, you're full as the snow, dear. All my beings love you. Oh, you know I love you so.
Next morning, Balabar awakes with the words of the lady in ermine burning into his consciousness. No one can command love. Women must be wooed and won. Suddenly he sends for Mariana and tells her Adrian is free. But why, asks Mariana. As a tribute to the most charming woman I shall ever know. Impulsively, Mariana whispers, you're generous. I was not mistaken. The colonel draws her close. Mariana, am I still your enemy? Mariana's lovely eyes look into his. No more. Nations may go to war, but what difference can that make to you and me?
When hearts are young, when minds are strong, how strong our sun, a magic land that gleams afar.
And so, with the help of the legendary Lady in Ermine, Colonel Belivar won his Mariana. In just a moment, our lovely star, Jessica Dragonette, will tell you about next week's musical love story. But here's that wonderful new free gift to thrill the children. It's a brand new cutout book called A Day with the Quins. It shows those 5 adorable Dion twins in natural color pictures, all ready to cut out and dress. And you know what fun the youngsters will have with these 4 full pages of cutout costumes, 63 in all, with their dresses, coats, toys, and bonnets. And the cover is a reproduction of a beautiful oil painting in full color of the Dion twins all ready for bed and saying goodnight to Dr. Defoe. This cover was painted by the famous artist Andrew Loomis, and it's so lovely you'll want to frame it. And that's your gift. Dr. Defoe, you remember, chose Palmolive soap exclusively to bathe and help guard the tender skin of these precious little girls. And that, of course, is one of the many reasons why Palmolive soap should be your choice, too, both for your children and to guard the loveliness of your own complexion. And now, how to get this wonderful Dion cutout book, A Day with the Quins. Here's all you need do. Just send the black band from 3 cakes of Palmolive soap with your name and address to Palmolive, Jersey City, New Jersey. Your Dion cutout book will go to you, postage prepaid immediately. And now, here's lovely Jessica Dragonette to tell you about next week's presentation in the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater.
Thank you, Jean Paul King. Next week, Charles Kuhlman will be back with us to sing the role of the dashing Danilo in that brilliant musical romance which set the whole world waltzing, The Merry Widow. Of course you remember. Though I say not what I may not let you hear, yet the swaying waltz is saying, love me, dear. This is Jessica Dragonette bidding you all good night.
The Lady in Ermine was presented tonight by special arrangement with Select Theaters Corporation and the Thames Whitmark Music Library. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, Jason Sanborn presents Major Bowe's Amateur Hour. There have been amateur hours in the theater, and there have been amateurs on the radio. But about a year ago, Major devised a new pattern of radio amateur hour, something that was entirely original and had never been done before. Major Bowes is, therefore, responsible for the present vogue for amateur hours on the air. It is his proud distinction to be the most copied radio personality to date. Major Bowes' own original amateur hour, presented tonight, is made possible by your purchases of Jason Sanborn's dated coffee, the coffee you know is fresh. These amateurs exhibit their wares. You select the winners by your vote. There are 2 ways to vote. If you live in the vicinity of New York, you telephone your votes early and often. The number is Murray Hill 8, 9933. I repeat, Murray Hill 8, 9933.